A young boy with extraordinary talent insists on sleeping all day, all because an angelic pig has turned him into the legendary god of sleep. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window panes into the classroom of grade 12, class 7. Misley stood at the podium, gazing at her attentive students, as she announced that the Beast Awakening ceremony would be held at 1 p.m. in the gymnasium. The Destiny Beast, also known as the Dream Beast, is the most precious gift bestowed upon humans by the Dream Star's consciousness, and it is essential for human survival in this world. Typically, people awaken their Destiny Beast at the age of 18 by absorbing a large amount of dream force through a special power. The classroom erupted with excitement at this announcement. Zhang Hao's heart raced with anticipation, silently praying for the Dream Star's blessing to avoid awakening a useless Dream Beast and hoping instead for a green-quality Destiny Beast. In the last row of the classroom, a 200-pound chubby boy named Li Mu excitedly shook his napping deskmate awake. This deskmate, Qian Muyu, was a transfer student who had joined the class 2 months ago. Since his arrival, the class had gained a student who was perpetually asleep during lessons. Strangely, all the teachers seemed to turn a blind eye to this behavior. Qian Muyu groggily lifted his head, bewildered by the commotion in the classroom. Before he could ask what was happening, Li Mu eagerly informed him about the afternoon's Destiny Beast Awakening ceremony. Qian Muyu simply nodded calmly in response, much to Li Mu's astonishment. It turned out that Qian Muyu had already awakened his Destiny Beast long ago, and it was the rare angelic pig. This news quickly spread throughout the classroom, eliciting gasps of amazement. As it turned out, Muyu had awakened his Destiny Beast 10 years prior. Due to the unique nature of the angelic pig, which required vast amounts of dream force to sustain, he had to resort to sleeping to replenish his energy. Initially, he slept 20 hours a day, but now he could finally harness the sealing power of the angelic pig at will. The gymnasium buzzed with activity in the afternoon. A massive rectangular stage stood at the center, with rows of tables and chairs, and a small podium placed in the middle. As Qian Muyu and Li Mu approached the gym after lunch, they could hear the noisy excitement inside. Muyu had always been keen on joining in on the fun, especially eager to witness the birth of various fascinating dream beasts. While searching for their class assembly point in the gym, they heard the voice of their class monitor, Sunyu. Most of the students had already gathered, chatting in small groups. Everywhere they went, whispers about the god of sleep followed, but Qian Muyu was unfazed, even letting out another yawn. Once Ms. Li Jin arrived with the remaining students, she quickly organized them into a line to await the arrival of the principal and other officials. At that moment, students from Class 1 arrived. These were the natural awakeners, those who had automatically awakened as contract masters before turning 18. Li Mu quickly nudged the dozing Qian Muyu, pointing excitedly towards the entrance. Muyu recalled his father's suggestion that he should join Class 1, but he had politely declined. Glancing at the group, he thought to himself, they don't seem all that impressive. This was the first time Qian Muyu had seen the students of Class 1 at school. Standing inside the gymnasium, he scanned the lineup of Class 1, his brow slightly furrowed. Is something wrong? Li Mu looked at Qian Muyu with a puzzled expression. As a naturally awakened individual who had also awakened the angelic pig, Qian Muyu's judgment was usually spot on. They're not that impressive. Qian Muyu scrutinized the Class 1 lineup again, except for that girl leading them. She's pretty capable. The atmosphere among the surrounding students instantly turned lively upon seeing Class 1. Cries of, Kong Zheng is so handsome. Huang Hao is even cooler. Kong Zheng is the best, echoed around. Among the shouts, a fangirl stared at the cold-faced Kong Zheng in the lineup, squealing with excitement. Kong Zheng, your fans are calling for you, teased a burly boy in the lineup. Stop talking, just walk quietly, Kong Zheng replied expressionlessly. At this moment, his mind was focused on one goal to surpass Zhang Ying, the class president walking at the front. Despite her ordinary looks, Zhang Ying, with her stunning figure, was recognized as the strongest in Class 1. Boring, Huang Hao muttered, pouting when Kong Zheng ignored him. Quiet! Class 1's homeroom teacher, Hai Zhongtian, frowned and scolded. I didn't bring you here to show off. I want you to know that there are many people in other classes who are stronger than you. He felt quite helpless these days. This batch of students had started getting arrogant even before entering higher education, so he deliberately brought them to witness the awakening ceremony. In previous years, Class 1 didn't need to participate, but this time they were overly complacent. Under the teacher's supervision, the noise quickly subsided. Just as Qian Muyu was about to close his eyes and rest, another set of footsteps approached. The principal and others are coming, Li Mu whispered. Qian Muyu perked up, knowing the awakening ceremony was about to begin. Just then, a lazy voice echoed in his mind. Xiao Yu, where are we? Old pig, you're awake. Qian Muyu responded excitedly in his consciousness. Old pig usually slept at this hour. At Qian Muyu's request, a translucent pink and white pig appeared beside him, visible only to him. He couldn't help but cuddle old pig, skillfully petting it. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Li Mu asked, munching on potato chips and looking puzzled at Qian Muyu, who was hugging and petting thin air. Petting a pig, Qian Muyu replied casually. But seeing Li Mu's confused gaze, he realized it sounded odd, so he placed Old Pig on his head. As they waited, the 30 senior classes began to stir. A man stepped onto the stage to calm them. Students, please be patient. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. After some low conversations among the leaders on stage, an elderly man approached the podium. Hello, students. I am Vice Principal Zhao Yuanzhong. As the awakener is still on the way, I'll first talk to you about the levels of contract masters and the quality of dream beasts. Upon hearing Principal Zhao's words, the students in the gymnasium erupted with excitement. Curiosity, anticipation, and eagerness spread throughout the crowd. However, Qian Muyu sighed inwardly, thinking, here we go again, but decided to listen carefully to see if there was anything different from the information he had at home. Principal Zhao began to explain the rules of the Dream Federation in detail. Before students awaken their destiny beast and become conjurers, the school can only introduce basic knowledge about dream beasts without mentioning their quality. They are limited to introducing 13 common or well-known dream beasts each day, while rare dream beasts are not covered. After all, Dreamstar is vast, and the number of dream beasts is immense. Of course, the Dream Federation does not interfere if students learn this information through other means. Our planet is called Dreamstar, Zhao Yuanzhong began. In ancient times, Dreamstar gave birth to the world consciousness dream. It was Dream that bestowed upon humans the ability to form contracts with dream beasts and granted the first dream beast, the Destiny Beast. He continued, before the Dream Federation was established, humans had already created a ranking system: apprentice, junior, intermediate, advanced, super, and spirit. I, myself, am a super conjurer. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of greenish-blue pressure emanated from his body. This sudden pressure caught the homeroom teachers off guard. The students turned pale, cold sweat dripping down, with some even collapsing to the ground. Only the students from Class 1 fared slightly better. Although they were sweating, at least they weren't pale. This was because Principal Zhao had restrained his power. Otherwise, everyone except those on the stage might have collapsed. Qian Muyu instinctively mimicked his classmates' reactions, then felt a bit awkward, had already revealed that he was awakened, and acting otherwise now seemed inappropriate. But since he had already done it, standing up again would be even more embarrassing. It's actually the greenwood tree, the old pig on Qian Muyu's head exclaimed in surprise. The greenwood tree is a rare tree-type dream beast with minor healing abilities and is the emblematic dream beast of one of the world's top 10 academies, Greenwood Ridge. This ranking system seems incomplete? Qian Muyu wondered aloud as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zhao Yuanzhong stroked his beard and smiled. That was just a little joke with you all. There are indeed higher levels, but you'll naturally understand when you encounter them in the future. He proceeded to elaborate on how the quality of dream beasts affects their power and the possibility of quality enhancement. The qualities from lowest to highest are white, green, cyan, blue, yellow, purple, orange, red, and rainbow. He emphasized that qualities above blue are extremely rare and closely related to strength. Just as he was about to continue, he sensed something and abruptly changed the subject. All right, someone's almost here, so let's stop there. Before he finished, a tall young man in a white shirt with round glasses appeared on the stage. Sorry, traffic was bad. I'm late. Glad you're here. The students can't wait. Let's get started. Zhao Yuanzhong said with a smile. Sha Chao glanced at Principal Zhao, feeling a slight tremor, thinking that the evening might be challenging. But for now, he focused on the task at hand. Judging by his aura, he's probably an advanced conjurer, the old pig lazily commented. For him, as long as someone used dream power, he could accurately gauge their strength level. Li Mu stared at the figure on the stage, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and shouted excitedly, It's Sha Chao. Who is Sha Chao? Qian Muyu asked, puzzled. Have you heard of Sha Chao? Li Mu exclaimed in surprise. Qian Muyu tilted his head, pondering for a moment, but the name didn't ring a bell. He's really famous. He was the class president of the senior class 2 years ago and got into Qingmu Ridge, Li Mu explained earnestly. Qian Muyu remained indifferent, retrieving 2 bags of chips from his dream space and handing one to Li Mu. To him, the top 10 universities in the world were merely options to choose from, not challenges to overcome. On stage, Sha Chao adjusted his attire and scanned the crowd below. Hello, underclassmen. I'm your senior from 2 years ago, Sha Chao. The audience immediately erupted into murmurs. It's really Sha Chao. He's here to help us awaken. I heard awakening requires the power of a high-level contract master. Could he have already? It's only been 2 years. Sha Chao smiled and reassured them. Rest assured, everyone. I advanced to a high-level contract master 2 months ago. Moreover, I was fortunate enough to contract a light tree, which fully equips me to assist you all in your awakening. His smile grew even brighter as he mentioned the light tree. Upon hearing the term light tree, Qian Muyu understood why the school had waited until now. The light tree is a rarer type of dream beast than the Qingmu tree, possessing the light attribute. Awakening a destiny beast requires a substantial amount of light attribute dream energy, and the senior contract masters at Sunshine Second Contract High School lacked holders of light attribute dream beasts. In previous years, the Dream Federation would send a specialized light attribute contract master to assist with the awakening. However, a few days ago, Sha Chao had proactively contacted the principal. The school believed that having a distinguished alumnus from Qingmu Ridge lead the awakening ceremony would not only bring honor to the school but also inspire current students to strive for success in the upcoming college entrance exams. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth behind Sha Chao, and a three-metered, radiant white tree materialized. Although this light tree was only at the intermediate 5th level, it was more than capable of facilitating the awakening ceremony. Now, please close your eyes and begin absorbing the dream stones in your hands, Sha Chao instructed. Dream stones, rich in dream energy, are essential resources for a contract master's cultivation, valued at about 100 dream coins each. Once the 20 students had closed their eyes, Sha Chao gently stroked the light tree. Little light, it's up to you now. The light tree swayed gently, exuding a serene aura. Sha Chao also closed his eyes, his body emitting a soft white glow that gradually enveloped all the students on stage. Old Zhu, the awakening has started. Qian Muyu watched the scene with curiosity. As a natural awakener, such a spectacle was quite novel to him. Old Zhu lazily replied, I'm watching Xiaoyu. 5 minutes later, Old Zhu sensed an energy fluctuation. There it is, the second one in the 3rd row. Qian Muyu widened his eyes and quickly nudged the drowsy Li Mu. Wake up, the awakening has begun. Where? Where? Li Mu snapped awake immediately. On stage, the second one in the 3rd row. Qian Muyu calmly relayed the information given by Lao Zhu. Among the 20 students on stage, a slender girl in the 2nd position of the 3rd row was emitting rings of white light. Suddenly, a turquoise butterfly appeared beside her, fluttering delicately. Thanks to Lao Zhu's dream exploration skill, a detailed attribute report unfolded before Qian Muyu's eyes. Qing Dai, Apprentice Level 1, Common Type, White Attribute, Wind Dream Skill Wind Blade. This investigative ability is Lao Zhu's crucial survival skill, allowing him to consume his own dream energy to obtain detailed information about a target without detection, with the cost fluctuating according to the target's strength. Before long, the girl opened her eyes to find her classmates still asleep. She held the butterfly resting in her hands, sitting dejectedly. Xin Xian, who was conducting the awakening ceremony, approached her and gently reassured her, saying, Come with me. She nodded silently and followed him away. Whispers rose from the audience below. That's a Qing Dai, right? Poor Li Ya, awakening a white quality fate beast. I hope I awaken a green one. Yeah, with a green quality, you could become a high-level contract master if you work hard. These murmurs reached Li Ya's ears, and the tears she had been holding back finally streamed down her face. The homeroom teacher of Class 3 quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Qian Muyu sighed inwardly, acutely aware of the harsh realities. Although there are items that can enhance quality, raising a white quality to green requires 200,000 dream coins. Instead of spending that amount, one might as well directly purchase a decent green quality dream beast. Xin Xian returned to the podium, reminding students who have completed their awakening, please leave promptly to make room for others. Next, those whose names are called, please come up for your awakening. Soon, a male student took the stage, sitting where Li Ya had been, and began absorbing the dream stone. Meanwhile, 2 more students completed their awakening, surrounded by the same white glow. A small black ant and a chubby orange cat appeared at their feet, respectively. Through his investigation, Qian Muyu discerned their attributes. Earth Ant, Apprentice Level 1, Common Type, White Attribute, Earth Dream Skill Digging. Orange Cat, Apprentice Level 1, Common Type, White Attribute, Common Dream Skill Tease. Observing these new dream beasts, Qian Muyu suddenly felt that the Qing Dai with its Wind Blade skill wasn't so bad after all. The awakening ceremony continued, with one student after another stepping onto the stage. Yet the quality of the awakened fate beasts remained at white, until the 10th participant. The atmosphere in the gymnasium was heavy with anticipation at 2:30 in the afternoon. All eyes were fixed on Maokai, who was seated in the 3rd spot of the 9th row. Suddenly, rings of green light began to emanate from his body, much more intense than the white glow seen during the awakenings of the previous 9 individuals. As the green light gradually faded, a wolf-like dream beast with long limbs and covered in a coat of teal fur emerged. The wind wolf instinctively attempted to howl, only to find it couldn't make a sound. After several unsuccessful tries, it lowered its head to take in its surroundings. It seems to be a young wind wolf, quite impressive, commented Zhao Yuanzhong. While munching on some chips, Qian Muyu explained to Li Mu, This wind wolf is top-notch among green-quality dream beasts. It naturally possesses the basic dream skill, Wind Wolf Claw, which not every wind wolf can do. There's a wind wolf habitat outside Sunshine City. Want to check it out someday? Really? Limu asked excitedly. I'll take you there once you become a junior contract master in a month, Qian Muyu promised. Xiaoyu, you have to keep your word. Of course, Qian Muyu replied, turning his attention back to the stage. Over the past 2 months, he had grown quite fond of this lovable chubby friend. Although he didn't want to overly focus on strength when forming his adventure team in the future, a lack of it could be dangerous. If Limu could reach the level of a junior contract master within a month, it would prove his talent and potential for cultivation. The awakening process continued one after another. Dream beasts of white quality, like short fish and grass-eating cow, appeared in succession. Not only the first batch, but the students who awakened afterward also only received white-quality destiny beasts. This left Sha Chao on stage feeling a bit flustered, and the leaders wore awkward expressions after all. The previous cohort had awakened 3 green-quality destiny beasts in the first batch. The students in the audience grew anxious, worried they too would only awaken white-quality dream beasts. Meanwhile, Maokai, who had awakened the green-quality wind wolf, was beaming with joy. Those who awakened white-quality dream beasts weren't too disheartened, but understood they might never become strong. Some students from Class 1 began to show disdain for those awakening white-quality dream beasts on stage, only to be silenced by a stern look from their teacher, Hai Zhongtian. Quiet, watch closely. Internally, Hai Zhongtian wondered, how could only one green-quality beast emerge from over 20 students? Is Sha Chao really up to the task? Short fish, grass-eating cow, short-legged centipede, rushing hippo. These dream beast names are quite amusing, Qian Muyu chuckled. These were all dream beasts he had never encountered before. Ever since awakening his old pig, he had either been sleeping or training, and his family's low-level dream beast materials had been overlooked due to his short awakening period. Just then, Old Pig's voice chimed in, the first one in the third row. That energy seems quite dense. The intense fluctuation of energy immediately caught Qian Muyu's attention. She fixed her gaze on the awakening platform, thinking to herself, this energy fluctuation must be at least of cyan quality, since old Zhu was never this serious when witnessing a green awakening. Look, it's Zhou Yi from Class 6, he's about to awaken, someone in the crowd shouted. The surrounding students quickly focused their attention on the awakening platform. Sha Chao watched Zhou Yi from a distance, letting out a sigh of relief. He then directed the bright tree to increase its output of dream power. In an instant, rings of cyan energy burst forth from Zhou Yi, coalescing into sharp sword-like beams that shot outwards. The dazzling light of the bright tree enveloped these beams, causing them to gradually dissipate. Impressive, it's a weapon type. Zhao Yuanzhong nodded with satisfaction. This eased his mind, as he was ready to personally reprimand Sha Chao if no promising talents emerged. The students, witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time, were thrown into a panic. Xin Xian rushed to the stage to explain. Don't panic, everyone. This is a celestial phenomenon that only occurs when awakening a celestial beast of cyan quality or higher. Hearing this, the students calmed down, though their eyes were filled with envy. After the phenomenon faded, a small cyan-green blade of grass stood by Zhou Ye's side. Wow, it's a sword grass, Qian Muyu exclaimed in surprise. Is sword grass powerful? Li Mu asked, looking puzzled at the seemingly ordinary grass. Qian Muyu explained, although it's considered the weakest among weapon types, it can still hold its own against an average blue-quality dream beast. Weapon types are special as they can transform into weapons. Besides weapon types, there are rare types, elemental types, ancient types, and more. So many, Li Mu said in astonishment. You'll understand the specifics in time, Qian Muyu said mysteriously. As Zhou Yi awoke, he happily interacted with the sword grass. Even though he didn't fully grasp the significance of the weapon type, he was more than satisfied with awakening a cyan-quality celestial beast. He quickly put away the sword grass and stepped off the awakening platform under everyone's gaze. Hai Zhongtian solemnly addressed the other students. Did you see that? If you don't work hard in a month, Zhou Yi will be able to defeat at least half of you. Although he appeared stern, he was inwardly pleased to have finally found someone to set an example. Why, teacher? We awakened before him, a student from Class 1 asked, confused. Because he's a weapon type. Hai Zhongtian replied calmly. What? That blade of grass is a weapon type. Just like our leader. The students from Class 1 exclaimed in shock. Since their class leader, Zhang Ying, also had a weapon type celestial beast, they understood its power, capable of fighting beyond its level. Zhang Ying looked at Zhou Yi with interest. Although she had already begun to explore the power of Dream Beast fusion, she was curious about Zhou Ye's swordgrass fusion form. After all, once a contract master reaches the initial level, they can merge with their Dream Beast for greater strength. Seeing his words have an effect, Hai Zhongtian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. By 4:30 p.m., Two-thirds of the students in the gymnasium had already completed their awakening. Qian Muyu sat in the audience, his eyes fixed on the figure on stage who had been meditating for nearly an hour. Who would have thought? Qian Muyu muttered in surprise as he watched the dream power gradually gather around Li Mu. He actually awakened a yellow-grade destiny beast. Seems like I'm really the protagonist type. Even the followers I casually pick are outstanding. Don't get cocky. The kid's just lucky, Old Ju remarked with a hint of resignation. Initially, Qian Muyu planned to wait for Li Mu to awaken a green or blue-grade destiny beast before taking him to show off at the Wind Wolf Den outside the city. He intended to enhance Li Mu's dream beast with green or blue fruits and thereby recruit him as a follower. However, Li Mu's awakening of a yellow-grade beast threw his plan into disarray. Although his family possessed a purple fruit, it was reserved for the most promising family members, and even giving out a yellow fruit required careful consideration. I'm just not sure if he'll get arrogant after awakening, Qian Muyu mused. If he does, just give him a good beating. It's been a while since I've had a good workout, Old Ju suggested bluntly. At that moment, the dream power around Li Mu reached its peak. Sha Chao, get ready to intervene, Zhao Yuanzhong reminded. Sha Chao, serving as an awakening master for the first time, was fully focused on controlling the dream power. Suddenly, brilliant yellow light radiated from Li Mu's body, illuminating the entire gymnasium. How beautiful, someone exclaimed. Yellow. The first yellow-grade destiny beast of the year, one of the examiners on stage announced excitedly. A phenomenon began to unfold as the ground was instantly covered with a lush green bamboo forest. Curious students reached out to touch the bamboo, only to discover that it was composed of dream power. Only the thickest bamboo beside Li Mu was real. From the top of this real bamboo, a round figure slowly climbed down. It was a dream beast resembling a panda, about 1.2 meters in length, with striking black and white fur and large dark circles around its eyes. It lazily pulled up the giant bamboo beside it, causing the dream power bamboo forest to converge into it, eventually reducing the bamboo to a length of 2 meters. A bamboo bear, Qian Muyu exclaimed in amazement. No wonder they say it's your kind. It's a top-tier yellow-grade dream beast, rare in number, lazy in nature, and just like Angel Pig, it loves to eat and sleep. Zhao Yuanzhong quickly confirmed the bamboo bear's details. Apprentice level 1, rare species, yellow attribute, with dream skills such as bamboo eating, iron skin, hidden strike, and chaotic wind staff technique. The students below the stage gazed enviously at the adorable dream beast, lazily clutching its bamboo and dozing off. Is Brother Yuan there? Inside a building in Qingmu City, surrounded by lush foliage, Yuan sat at his desk, deeply engrossed in a book. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, pulling him away from his thoughts. He put the book down and quickly replied to the message. What's up, Lao Zhao? Zhao Yuanzhong was surprised by the swift response and immediately texted back. We have a student here who has awakened a rather unusual dream beast. Yuan's eyes sparkled with interest as he adjusted his glasses. Send it over. Upon receiving the picture of the bamboo bear, Yuan promptly got up and walked to his bookshelf. His spiritual sense scanned the shelves quickly until he found the book titled, The Oddities of Dream Beasts. Flipping to the page listing the top 10 gluttons, his eyes lit up with excitement. It's a bamboo bear. Yuan replied, clearly thrilled. Bamboo bear? Zhao Yuanzhong couldn't immediately recall any information about such a dream beast. Lao Zhao, with our long-standing friendship, you have to help me out here, Yuan subtly requested. Do I even need to say it? If Qingmu Ridge wants someone, how could they refuse? Zhao Yuanzhong replied with a laugh. Although he didn't know much about bamboo bears, Yuan's enthusiasm indicated that this dream beast was extraordinary. The lowest quality for a bamboo bear is yellow. I'm worried other academies will try to snatch him away. Yuan finally confessed his concern. I got it. I'll persuade the kid to come to Qingmu Ridge, Zhao Yuanzhong replied. Realizing the bamboo bear's impressive potential upon reading, the lowest quality is yellow. After exchanging a few more words, they ended their conversation. Zhao Yuanzhong put down his phone, looking at the yet-awakened Li Mu with a face full of joy. At this moment, the bamboo bear was curiously observing its surroundings while munching on bamboo, its adorable demeanor eliciting gasps of delight from the nearby girls. Li Mu finally awakened, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he looked at the bamboo bear beside him. He was thrilled to have awakened such a high-quality destiny beast, but he remained humble, focused on quickly advancing to the level of a novice contract master so he could explore the world outside the city with brother Xiaoyu. Would you like me to continue enhancing the rest of the story in the same way? At this point, the morale of Class 1 had significantly diminished. The initial enthusiasm they had when entering the gymnasium had long dissipated, leaving only the top students in the class maintaining their composure. For them, the priority was to quickly improve their skills and reach the level of a junior contract master as soon as possible. Class 1's only advantage at the moment was their familiarity with their destiny beasts, allowing for smoother coordination compared to the newly awakened prodigies. Although Class 1's average strength had reached the 5th stage of apprenticeship, far exceeding the first stage of the other newly awakened classes, this advantage was not unbreakable. Those students, despite not awakening for 18 years, had been quietly accumulating dream power. Now, with their awakening, they would enter a golden period of rapid strength improvement. Students who had awakened high-quality destiny beasts would soon catch up with, or even surpass the ordinary students of Class 1. Li Fei, walking at the front of the group, noticed a familiar chubby figure not far away and whispered, "That looks like Li Mu." He had already memorized this distinctive build and attire from the stands. As a prominent figure at Sunshine Advanced Contract School, Li Mu's unique physique made him particularly noticeable throughout the school. Beside him, Chen Yunyan fixated on Li Mu's back and suddenly flashed a sinister smile. "Let's go over there." "Why?" Li Fei asked, puzzled, but followed anyway. "What else? We need to teach him a lesson while he's still weak, to show him our power." Chen Tiantian openly expressed his dissatisfaction. Ever since leaving the gymnasium, he had been in a sour mood. He knew very well that he was just a lucky one who had awakened a green-quality destiny beast a year early. But after today, dozens in the grade would have destiny beasts of the same quality, and nearly 10 would have even higher quality beasts. Seeing the admiration in his classmates' eyes gradually fade, Chen Tiantian's discontent grew. Hearing that Li Mu was just ahead, he finally found an outlet for his pent-up frustration. He no longer cared about the consequences and just wanted a target to vent on, and Li Mu was the perfect choice. The other students in Class 1 exchanged glances and all looked at their class leader, Zhang Ying. She sighed and said, "Don't worry about him, let him be." With that, she stood back, watching the impending confrontation with interest. At this moment, Li Mu was walking alongside Qian Muyu, enthusiastically recommending various food spots. "Xiao Yugu, there's a new bubble tea shop near the school." "Xiao Yugu, I know a great bakery." "Xiao Yugu, the newly opened hot pot buffet nearby is really good." Qian Muyu yawned, for the first time realizing how talkative Li Mu was. Both he and Lao Zhu were starting to feel hungry from all the talk about food. Just then, a loud shout came from behind. "You two, stop right there." Li Mu instinctively paused. But Qian Muyu lazily said, "Keep going, ignore him." "Yeah." Li Mu nodded and continued walking. Chen Tiantian, seeing this, blocked their path with a dark expression. "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" The surrounding students paused, sensing the situation was about to escalate. Class 7 students collectively looked at their class leader, Sun Yu, who quickly decided, "You all stay here. I'm going to find the homeroom teacher." With that, he ran towards the gymnasium. Qian Muyu looked at Chen Tianyan blocking their way, a slight smile playing on his lips. "What's up?" Inside, he was secretly excited, anticipating a show of the strong bullying the weak, and it was a perfect opportunity to showcase his strength to Li Mu. With this thought, he leisurely added, "Are you looking for Li Mu's autograph? If you want it, I can have Li Mu sign one for you." Li Mu stood to the side, listening to Qian Muyu's words, his face a portrait of confusion and unease. Across from him, Chen Tiantian's expression had turned dangerously dark, his initial intention to attack Li Mu interrupted by Qian Muyu's comments. "Brother Yu," Li Mu whispered cautiously, "that's Chen Tiantian from Class 1. They say he has the strength of an apprentice at the 7th level. We should avoid provoking him." Chen Tiantian overheard this and felt a swell of pride. He suddenly thought Li Mu wasn't that impressive after all. So what if he had a yellow-grade destiny beast? "Kid, do you dare face me unknown in the arena?" Chen Tiantian challenged, puffing out his chest as he addressed Qian Muyu. Qian Muyu paused briefly, then looked up with a disdainful smile. "Just because you challenge me, I'm supposed to accept? That would be beneath me." With that, he turned to Li Mu, completely ignoring Chen Tiantian's presence. "If you're going to hang out with me, you can't be so timid. A little bird like him can be taken down with one punch, and I don't even have to do it myself." Qian Muyu considered that Li Mu might still be adjusting after his recent awakening, deciding it would be best for him to rest that night. He planned to take him home the next day for some proper guidance. "What did you just call me?" Chen Tiantian asked incredulously, his brow furrowing. "A little bird," Qian Muyu replied, looking at him as if he were an idiot. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me?" This remark completely infuriated Chen Tiantian. Since the school prohibited summoning dream beasts in public areas, he'd unleash his dream power instead. A torrent of dark dream power erupted from within him, surging toward Qian Muyu. "So, it's a dark attribute dream beast," Qian Muyu murmured under his breath. The surrounding students instinctively huddled together, a sense of unease creeping over them despite not feeling overtly afraid. "This is too much," Zhang Ying frowned as she watched the scene unfold. She hadn't expected Chen Tiantian to actually make a move. While Qian Muyu had indeed been provoking him, resorting to violence was crossing a line. "Big sis, I'll stop him right now." Huang Hao, who had been crouching nearby, sprang to his feet. Just as he was about to approach Qian Muyu, A furious shout pierced the air. Stop! Inside the gymnasium, homeroom teachers were gathered to discuss the upcoming college entrance exam scheduled for a month later. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Li Jin turned to see Sun Yu, the class monitor, running towards him, breathless and with a furrowed brow. Teacher, teacher, something's wrong? Chun Tiantian from class 1 is about to fight with Qian Muyu. Sun Yu reported, panting heavily. Hearing this, Li Jin's expression turned peculiar. The surrounding teachers also paused their discussion, listening intently. A mature-looking female teacher immediately voiced her concern. If they really fight, this could be serious. Is Qian Muyu that transfer student? Someone asked. Yes, Li Jin confirmed with a nod. Someone couldn't help but mock, Hai Xiong, your class students are quite something. They barely left the gym and now this happens. Hai Zhongtian's face darkened upon hearing this, clearly displeased with his students' behavior. Just then, someone mentioned, Qian Muyu. His name wasn't on the awakening list, was it? He's a natural awakener. He has already awakened his destiny beast, Li Jin explained, with a hint of resignation in his voice. This was a secret the principal had shared with him, but now he had no choice but to reveal it. The mature female teacher's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Wow. No wonder you let him sleep every day. If he were in my class, I'd let him sleep every day too. The scene shifts to outside the gymnasium. Get lost. The usually laid-back demeanor of Qian Muyu vanished, replaced by an overwhelming aura of pressure. His shout shattered Chun Tiantian's dark dream power. The surrounding students snapped out of their fear, staring in shock at the scene before them. Holy crap! Huang Hao stepped back repeatedly, too afraid to approach. Even top students like Zhang Ying and Kong Zhang from class 1 were rendered speechless with shock. Qin Tiantian was utterly bewildered, his angry expression wiped away. His destiny beast, Ghostfire, cowered in the corner of the dream space, trembling a trainee at level 7, ordinary quality, green attribute, mastering dark dream skills like Shadow Ball, Taunt, and Scary Face. Sweat drenched Chan Tiantian's face, and he didn't dare to look Qian Muyu in the eye, his legs trembling slightly. In this moment of despair, he suddenly spotted Huang Hao behind Li Mu, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Huang Hao caught Chen Tiantian's glance and immediately turned on his heel, briskly walking away, clearly unwilling to get involved in the conflict. Zhang Ying, observing this, bit her lip and decided to mediate the situation. I said get lost. Didn't you hear me? Qian Muyu's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. It was as if his words struck Chen Tiantian like a sledgehammer, shattering his last vestige of courage. His legs gave way, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, eyes wide with terror. Hastily, he scrambled to his feet and made a hasty, disgraceful retreat. The surrounding classmates watched the scene unfold, faces etched with shock. Only then did the students of Class 7 realize that Qian Muyu, who usually slept through classes, possessed such formidable strength. As Chen Tiantian disappeared from view, Qian Muyu calmly turned to Li Mu and said, "Let's go." He mused silently to himself, having only used half of his dream energy to achieve such an effect. Tomorrow's school headlines would surely be interesting. Li Mu nodded dumbly, his eyes filled with awe as he looked at Qian Muyu. This was the first time he had experienced Qian Muyu's power up close. Despite Qian Muyu's unwavering composure, his sheer presence was enough to command respect. Such strength, he might be invincible within the school. Li Mu thought as he watched Qian Muyu walk away. In the gathering area of Class 1, the atmosphere was tense, and everyone wore grim expressions. Huang Hao approached with a sigh. I should have stopped him when I had the chance. Zhang Ying rubbed her temples, frowning. This is truly embarrassing. Hai Zhongtian appeared behind them at some point, thoughtfully watching Qian Muyu's retreating figure. As an escort for Li Jin, he had witnessed the entire episode. I hope this teaches you that there is always someone stronger, he pondered, wondering why someone of Qian Muyu's caliber, who should be attending the top academies, chose to be here. Let's head back and intensify our training. Hai Zhongtian gently encouraged the disheartened students. We have a month left. We can't let others underestimate us. The students of Class 1, their morale low, followed him quietly, having learned the importance of humility. Li Jin observed the scene with a knowing expression, though Qian Muyu's display of power exceeded even his expectations, leaving him to question whether he could match it. Sun Yu was left speechless, his mouth agape, wanting to say something to Teacher Li but unsure where to begin. Let's go back to the classroom, Li Jin said with a smile, shaking his head as he gestured to the students of Class 7, leading them back towards the classroom. In Classroom 7, Qian Muyu was resting his head on one hand, dozing off as if the earlier conflict had never occurred. The dream aura he used on Chen Tiantian is an exceedingly rare special ability, and this time it consumed about 1/10 of his dream power. Dream aura allows the user to convert their dream power into an invisible and colorless gas that can not only destroy the opponent's dream power but also instill deep fear in them. This ability is so rare that even the experienced Li Jin and Hai Zhongtian have never witnessed it, assuming it was merely a dream skill of Qian Muyu's dream beast. When homeroom teacher Li Jin entered the classroom with a group of students, Sun Yu, sitting at his desk, looked at Qian Muyu in the last row with a complex expression. Wang Yuan, sitting in front, turned around with eyes shining with admiration. Xiao Yu, you're amazing. As desk neighbors, Wang Yuan and Qian Muyu had a fairly good relationship and often interacted. Qian Muyu opened his eyes, chuckled and said, not really, just trying to keep a low profile. We were worried you might get into trouble earlier. Sun Yu even want to get the teacher, but we were all stunned by how strong you are, Wang Yuan said excitedly. Sun Yu want to get the teacher? Qian Muyu was a bit surprised. Yeah, the teacher saw everything. Hearing this, Li Mu, sitting next to Qian Muyu, became nervous. Could this be a problem? It should be fine, right? Qian Muyu thought for a moment. Recalling the teacher's expression, Wang Yuan laughed. It should be fine. The teacher seemed quite pleased. Qian Muyu sighed in relief, as he hated causing trouble. Li Mu also seemed more at ease, but still avoided looking directly at the teacher. He didn't realize that ever since awakening his yellow-quality destiny beast, Li Jin had taken a liking to him, and this minor incident wouldn't be pursued, especially since it wasn't their fault. Quiet, quiet. Li Jin organized the podium, smiling as he said, it's getting late, so I'll say a few things before dismissing class. He didn't mention the previous conflict at all. First, congratulations on becoming contract masters. Starting tomorrow, you'll be learning about contract master-related knowledge, including choosing and coordinating dream beasts. This last month, besides your studies, will also undergo rigorous training to enhance your coordination and overall strength with your destiny beasts as much as possible. With each sentence, the students' eyes grew brighter, and their spirits lifted. Finally, please come up one by one to register your destiny beast information. Once you're done, you can go home, Li Jin said, scanning the classroom. Although registering destiny beast information was routine, no one rushed forward. Instead, they all turned to look at Qian Muyu in the back row. Despite having heard about it before, everyone wanted to see his destiny beast with their own eyes. Li Jin noticed the students' intentions, while Qian Muyu yawned. Xiao Yu, everyone's waiting for you. Satisfy our curiosity, Li Mu said with a wink and a smile. Although he already knew about Qian Muyu's destiny beast, he still wanted to confirm it. Qian Muyu didn't refuse, and got up to walk to the podium. You need to summon your destiny beast for registration, Li Jin said expectantly. This was also to prevent students from reporting false information. Okay, teacher, Qian Muyu nodded in agreement. A light emanated from his feet, and a pink pig with snow-white wings appeared on the ground. Qian Muyu bent down to pick up the pig and introduced it to Li Jin. Angel pig, rare species, purple quality, light attribute. The information was indeed false. Qian Muyu felt a sense of satisfaction as he reviewed Lao Zhu's true data. Standing out among the details was the level information of the 12-winged angel pig, a primary third-ear type, ancient quality, and rainbow attributes. The list of powerful abilities was equally impressive: light dream skill, 12 wings pact, mutual aid, exploration, light shield, healing art, holy healing art. Every time Qian Muyu checked this information, he felt a profound sense of reassurance. All of it was perfectly concealed by Lao Zhu's dream skill facelift, a top-tier rainbow skill that allowed Lao Zhu to alter his information at will, making it impossible for outsiders to discern the truth. Of course, there were those who knew Lao Zhu's true identity, such as the family's elder ancestor. This went back to the time when Qian Muyu was undergoing his awakening. His awakening period was unusually long, and his father, concerned about potential complications, called in his grandfather to observe. Upon seeing the situation, his grandfather was thrilled, knowing that the longer the awakening, the more extraordinary the quality. This one lasted a full 2 days. As events unfolded swiftly, his grandfather promptly summoned his great-grandfather. Seeing that Qian Muyu had yet to complete his awakening, the great-grandfather immediately convened a family meeting, ultimately bringing in the patriarch, Qianongwa, to personally oversee the process. Upon witnessing Qian Muyu's awakening state, Qianongwa took him into the ancestral hall and ordered a lockdown of the entire area. Several dream beasts cast their dream skills, enveloping the entire Zhu family village in an invisibility barrier to ensure no aura would escape. After the awakening, Qianongwa made a decision that shook the entire family, declared Qian Muyu the sole heir of the current generation. This meant that for the next 100 years, all family resources would be prioritized for Qian Muyu. In this secluded family, a century marks a generation, a millennium an era. Upon hearing the news, the elders of Qian Muyu's lineage laughed heartily. They understood that being recognized as an heir required awakening a destiny beast of at least orange quality. Being personally designated by the patriarch as the sole heir indicated a quality of red, or possibly even the legendary rainbow, though they dared not voice this speculation. For the other main branches, investing a century's worth of resources in nurturing a family member of red quality was undoubtedly worthwhile. Adding to the excitement, Qianongwa left a cryptic remark. Prepare for this era's sacred fruit. Subsequently, Qianongwa led Qian Muyu by the hand into the ancestral hall. Instantly, several terrifying auras surged from the surrounding courtyards, changing the very color of the sky. Outside the ancestral hall, family members were flushed with excitement. At that moment, for resounding words echoed from within, "We have prevailed." Li Jin thought he was mentally prepared, but when Qian Muyu revealed the Destiny Beast, he was still taken aback. A purple-quality Destiny Beast was an incredibly rare phenomenon, appearing only once in a million. The classroom erupted with gasps of amazement. All eyes were on the cute, pink angel pig. Some students couldn't help but sigh with envy, saying, "No wonder Qian Muyu is so impressive. He has a purple-quality Destiny Beast." Others were eager to get a closer look and even touch it. Suppressing his excitement, Li Jin carefully recorded Qian Muyu's Destiny Beast information and smiled. "Very well, keep up the good work." "Thank you, teacher," Qian Muyu replied before returning the angel pig to the dream space and heading back to his seat. He hadn't forgotten that Li Mu promised to take him to try the new buffet hot pot place. The other students, inspired, began showcasing their own Destiny Beasts: Fire Rabbit, Shadow Cat, and Grass Tree, most of which were common green or white quality. The most eye-catching was Sun Yu's Great Red-Black Tiger, rare blue-quality dream beast. Its red-black fur and 4 sharp fangs made it formidable. To Qian Muyu, this Destiny Beast was top-tier among blue qualities, rivaling even some yellow-quality dream beasts. After Li Jin finished registering the last student's information, he felt increasingly satisfied. This was the most outstanding class he had ever taught, featuring a purple quality, a yellow quality, a blue quality, and 3 cyan quality Destiny Beasts. Class dismissed, Li Jin said as he packed up his notes and left the classroom. Qian Muyu immediately stood up. It was already 6 o'clock, and both he and the old pig in the dream space were starving. Although there were snacks in the dream space, after hearing Li Mu's description of the food, snacks just didn't cut it anymore. Passing by Sun Yu's desk, Qian Muyu stopped and patted him on the shoulder. "Thanks for today. Want to join us for dinner?" Li Mu's treating. "Yes, I'm treating," Li Mu quickly chimed in. Sun Yu shook his head politely. "No, it's my duty as class president." "All right then. Feel free to reach out if you need anything," Qian Muyu said as he and Li Mu left the classroom. Once outside the school gates, Qian Muyu pulled out his phone. Phones were prohibited on campus, even for students in the top class. Of course, as long as you weren't caught or reported, it was fine. He checked the time, exactly 6 o'clock, and summoned the old pig from the dream space. In the Dream Federation, as long as a dream beast wasn't too large, summoning it in the city was permitted. However, dream beasts mustn't harm anyone, or you'd be summoned to the Federation Bureau for a stern talk, an experience rumored to be unforgettable. After school, Qian Muyu would often let the old pig out since it didn't particularly enjoy staying in the dream space. Of course, the condition for summoning old pig is that it must be awake. Waking from its dream realm, old pig grumbled about how much more comfortable it was there, while simultaneously communicating with Qian Muyu through telepathy. "Follow me, Xiaoyu. It's nearby." Li Mu gestured to Qian Muyu. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed that Qian Muyu had already summoned the angel pig. However, this time the angel pig seemed different. Li Mu distinctly remembered seeing it with wings in the classroom, but they were now nowhere to be seen. "Xiaoyu, what happened to the angel pig's wings?" Li Mu asked curiously. As Qian Muyu gently stroked old pig's back, he explained, "Old pig has retracted its wings. It's more comfortable to hold this way. To ordinary people, it would appear as just a regular dream beast, not an angel pig. This way, it doesn't attract attention on the street, and it's easier to carry. Regular angel pigs can't retract their wings, but old pig is a legendary ancient breed, a 12-winged angel pig. For it, retracting its wings is a breeze." Seeing Li Mu's hesitation, Qian Muyu encouraged him with a smile. "Summon your bamboo bear. Let it see the outside world too. Besides, we're going to eat later, and the bamboo bear has quite an appetite. You should be prepared for that." Encouraged, Li Mu no longer hesitated, and a glow appeared at his feet. A black and white bear holding bamboo materialized, curiously observing its surroundings. "Give it a name," Qian Muyu suggested with a deepening smile as he looked at the adorable bear. Li Mu crouched down, stroking the bear's soft fur. "I've had a name in mind since it was born. Heibai." "Heibai," Qian Muyu softly repeated. "That's a nice name, simple and catchy, just like how I call mine Old Pig." As for why it was called Old Pig instead of Little Pig, that had to do with their first meeting. Back then, Old Pig had greeted him with, "Kid, are you my contract master?" The name just stuck. "Let's go have hot pot," Qian Muyu said, observing the heartwarming scene before him with a slight smile. Old Pig eagerly chimed in through telepathy, clearly impatient to indulge. Li Mu naturally took Heibai's paw. At that moment, Heibai was too hungry to ponder why it could walk on two legs. Though it couldn't speak yet, its eyes were full of anticipation for the feast. And so, with one holding a pig and the other leading a bear, they headed toward the hot pot restaurant. Totem Chain Hot Pot. Li Mu pointed enthusiastically at the restaurant and introduced it to Qian Muyu. Xiao Yu, this is the place. It's 88 per person, all you can eat. I've been here several times, and though it's a bit pricey, the ingredients are top-notch. Their tomato beef broth is exceptional. Qian Muyu took in the familiar name, decor, and uniforms of the staff, feeling a sense of recognition. Wasn't this the chain owned by Xiaobai? He was surprised to see it had expanded to Sunshine City. The long queue stretching all the way to the restrooms was a testament to the restaurant's popularity. I've eaten at this hot pot chain in other cities before, Qian Muyu remarked, licking his lips as he recalled past visits with Lao Zhu. Xiaobai's quality is always reliable. I just wonder if this branch tastes as good. That's great. I was worried you might not like it, Li Mu said, visibly relieved. But then he frowned at the long line. Looks like we'll have to wait 2 hours. Maybe we should try somewhere else? Last time I came at this hour, there was no line. It's crazy how popular it is now. No, this is the one, Qian Muyu replied with a smile, heading straight towards the entrance. Li Mu hurried to catch up. Xiao Yu, you can't cut in line. Last time, a mid-level contract master tried and got thrown out by a high-level one. Ignoring the warning, Qian Muyu continued inside, gesturing for Li Mu to follow. The people in line exchanged puzzled looks, and some considered copying him, only to be stopped by the staff at the door. Why are they allowed to go in? A customer asked, pointing at Qian Muyu and Li Mu. The staff member patiently explained, they are supreme members of our totem chain hot pot with access to a private suite, so they don't have to wait. Soon, a manager personally escorted the two to the Supreme Lounge. Qian Muyu settled into a seat, casually playing with a black and gold Supreme card, something Xiaobai had given him years ago. The lounge not only had its own buffet area, but also offered a wider selection of dishes than outside. Li Mu stood in awe at the array of ingredients, while Lao Zhu leapt from Qian Muyu's arms, confidently seeking out food as if he were at home. The manager, observing this, couldn't help but wonder if this branch was open specifically for this young Supreme member. Let's eat, Qian Muyu called out to the dazed Li Mu, smiling as he ordered the tomato beef broth from the manager. Li Mu snapped out of his stupor, eagerly joining in, more determined than ever to stick by Xiao Yu's side. He and Bai had already let go of Qian Muyu's hand and were now following old Zhu, engrossed in tackling the delicious spread on the table. Just as Qian Muyu was thoroughly enjoying his meal, his phone, resting on the table, suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, a slight smile played on his lips as he pressed the speaker button to answer. Xiaobai, thanks a lot. Come on, Muyu bro. No need to thank me. We're like family, came Bai Ming's cheerful voice from the other end. When Li Mu mentioned this restaurant, Qian Muyu had a strong hunch that Bai Ming had set it up for him. He had been anticipating this call, knowing Bai Ming would have heard the news by now. Xiaobai, this place has been open for days. Why keep it a secret from me? Qian Muyu asked with a chuckle. Just wanted to surprise you. I was planning to tell you in a few days, but you found out sooner than I expected, Bai Ming replied, adjusting his posture on the other end of the line. A few more days? If you waited any longer, I wouldn't be in Sunshine City, Qian Muyu said, rolling his eyes playfully. Really? You just got there a few months ago. Silly, in a month it's the college entrance exams. After that, I'll be moving on, Qian Muyu explained. Bai Ming paused for a moment, his plump figure shifting slightly. Though he was chubby, he wasn't as exaggerated as Li Mu. He then laughed and said, oh right, time flies, the exams are almost here. We'll see each other soon then. Qian Muyu could see through his intentions immediately and laughed. You want to go to the same university as me? Planning to ride on my coattails? Of course. Muyu bro's coattails are the best. You'll have to tell me which university you choose. Bai Ming admitted without hesitation, not at all embarrassed about the idea of tagging along. If he weren't afraid of his family scolding him, he'd already have transferred to Sunshine City's second contract high school. All right, I'll let you know. I'll add you to a group chat later. Be ready, Qian Muyu said, biting into a drumstick. Got it. After a few more casual exchanges, they ended the call. Qian Muyu set down his phone, a smile lingering on his lips as he continued to enjoy the feast. Old Zhu mused to himself, that Xiaobai kid isn't bad. Next time I'll go easy on him. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Is someone causing trouble? Li Mu wondered, looking towards the closed door with curiosity. The manager standing nearby furrowed his brow and thought, who dares to cause trouble now? These are the young master's friends. And at such a time. Having overheard the conversation between Qian Muyu and Bai Ming, he had recognized the young master's voice, which explained why this young man had a supreme card. Any friend the young master wanted to tag along with was no ordinary person. Sir, please continue your meal. I'll handle the situation outside, the manager said respectfully. No problem. Go ahead. Qian Muyu waved him off. The manager gave a slight bow and left the private room. Outside, he immediately inquired of the waiting staff. What's going on? The troublemaker you kicked out a few days ago has returned with reinforcements. Nodding in understanding, the manager quickly headed towards the door. Outside the Taodai chain's self-service hot pot restaurant, a group of angry customers had gathered. Among them, a young man with dyed yellow hair stood out, shouting loudly, "What kind of crappy place is this, making us wait in line? If the manager doesn't come out soon, I'll smash this place up." The manager, hearing the commotion, stepped outside and immediately focused on the loudest of the bunch. The young man with yellow hair, frowning. "Are you looking for trouble? Ha, finally, you're here." The young man turned excitedly, respectfully addressing a man in sunglasses behind him. "Boss, that's the guy. He's the one who threw me out the other day. You have to get revenge for me." The man in sunglasses stepped forward, staring directly at the manager. "I hear you're the top contract master here?" The manager's lips curled into a knowing smile. He wasn't bothered by the sunglasses. As a contract master, enhanced vision made sunglasses a common accessory. "Are you here to avenge him?" he asked, nodding towards the young man. Before his words had fully settled, a terrifying aura erupted from him, pressing towards the man in sunglasses. Just as the man in sunglasses was about to speak, he felt the oppressive force. He sneered, immediately unleashing his own aura in resistance. "If you want to play, let's see who's stronger." However, his aura was obliterated the moment it clashed with the manager's. "Still want to continue?" the manager asked, maintaining his smile. As a super contract master, he had already discerned that the other was merely a newly promoted advanced contract master. Being so arrogant just after reaching advanced level, do your parents know? The man in sunglasses fell silent, caught in an internal struggle. Leaving now would be humiliating, but there was no chance of winning if he stayed. Seeing his predicament, the manager offered, "How about this? We'll each take a punch at the other. If you win, you all eat for free. If you lose, you leave." Considering there were important guests dining inside, a peaceful resolution seemed best, and using dream techniques extensively in the city wasn't ideal. The young man quickly urged, "Boss, don't agree." "Shut up." The man in sunglasses barked, silencing the young man instantly. All right. The man in sunglasses accepted the proposal, knowing that losing wouldn't be too embarrassing. The crowd quickly cleared a space. The man in sunglasses adjusted his stance, his right hand drawing back as tiny flames flickered in his palm, soon enveloping his fist with crackling intensity. Explosive punch. He struck without hesitation. The manager remained unfazed, raising his right hand slightly as waves pulsated around his fist. Wave punch. The fists collided with a loud boom. The man in sunglasses immediately felt a searing pain in his fist, his face contorting as he was sent flying, landing on the ground, spitting blood. "Want to continue?" the manager asked. "No more. No more." The man in sunglasses shook his head repeatedly, realizing the manager had shown mercy. The manager nodded and returned inside. The onlookers were stunned, not expecting the fight to end so swiftly. The man in sunglasses watched the manager's retreating figure, sighed, and got up to call his followers. "Let's go." His subordinates quickly followed his lead. "The manager of this place is incredible," a voice exclaimed from the crowd. "Absolutely, that punch had to be at least a level 6 or 7 in strength," others chimed in. Witnessing the manager's impressive display of power, the crowd quickly realized it was wiser to behave and return to their places in line. It seemed unlikely anyone would cause trouble here again. "Thank you for visiting," the manager said, standing at the entrance with a professional smile. He bowed slightly to Qian Muyu and Li Mu, as if the earlier confrontation had never occurred. The curious onlookers eyed the young pair, wondering what made them special enough to warrant such respect from a high-level contract master. Upon closer inspection, they seemed ordinary enough. Was it really just because of that supreme card? "I'm stuffed," Qian Muyu said contentedly, patting his stomach without a care for the curious glances around him. The old pig perched on his head mirrored his expression of contentment. Once they had left the vicinity of the Taodai chain buffet, Li Mu finally dared to speak up. "Xiao Yuga, I didn't expect that supreme card would let us eat for free." He explained that he had been too self-conscious to speak earlier with so many eyes on them. "I almost forgot myself," Qian Muyu chuckled. "It's been a while since I last came. I usually came with Xiaobai and never really noticed. Oh, by the way," he suddenly remembered, "I'll set up a group chat when I get home, so keep an eye out for messages. Also, starting tomorrow, you'll be coming home with me every day." Li Mu tensed up as he noticed the slight smile on Qian Muyu's lips. "Xiao Yuga, I'm not," he stammered, his voice trembling. Realizing the misunderstanding, Qian Muyu shouted in exasperation, "No way! I'm not into that." "Huh. Then why am I going to your place every day?" Li Mu sighed in relief, scratching his head sheepishly, glad it wasn't what he feared. Qian Muyu rolled his eyes. "Starting tomorrow, I'll be training you. Your basics are lacking and need improvement. In his view, even though Li Mu had awakened his black and white abilities, he still needed to improve in areas like strength, speed, and weapon handling. Qian Muyu planned to dedicate an hour each day to train Li Mu, helping him grow stronger in all aspects. Got it. Li Mu replied eagerly, unaware of the grueling training that awaited him. So, where are we heading now? Where else? We're going home. Make sure to tell your parents, Qian Muyu said, waving goodbye and heading in the opposite direction. Li Mu watched as Xiao Yuga's silhouette disappeared into the night, then snapped back to reality. He glanced up at the night sky, his eyes filled with anticipation for what the future held. This night was particularly lively for Qian Muyu. First, there was a commotion during dinner, and now, while taking a stroll, he encountered an unexpected stroke of luck. Standing still, with an old pig in his arms, a smile unconsciously crept onto his face. Outwardly, everything seemed normal, but in reality, he had been quietly drawn into a special illusionary space. This was not against his will. He had allowed it. He recognized the familiar presence and purposely let his guard down. Even though the other person was equally powerful, without his cooperation, they couldn't have pulled him into the illusion so effortlessly. Yes, indeed, good fortune has arrived, a slightly resigned voice whispered in his ear. In the next moment, a white-haired man, covered in wounds and drenched in blood, appeared before him. How did you get so badly hurt? Qian Muyu frowned, quickly stepping forward to assess the man's injuries. The white-haired man paid no mind to his own condition and excitedly exclaimed, I just snatched a dream beast from the evil hound, and it's perfect for me. If not for the visible wounds all over him, one might think he was perfectly fine, judging by his gleeful tone. Qian Muyu silently gave him a look and carefully examined his eyes. Pulling back the eyelid, he saw the bloodshot veins covering the eyeball. You've overused your double pupil specter ability and damaged your core essence. That's why I'm here to find you, the white-haired man said matter-of-factly. If I hadn't harmed the destiny beast's essence, why would I be here? A glimmer of joy flashed in Qian Muyu's eyes. You've agreed? Years ago, when they first met, Qian Muyu had extended an invitation to him. The agreement was that ordinary injuries could be treated for a fee, but if the core essence was harmed, he would have to join Qian Muyu's team. After all, there were very few who could heal such deep wounds. In just 3 years, this guy had managed to get himself into this predicament. Someone who stirs up so much trouble and still survives. Qian Muyu mused, in novels, they're always the chosen ones, aren't they? Over the past 3 years, the white-haired man had sought his treatment almost 10 times, each time barely clinging to life, but never with core damage. This time, he couldn't escape it. Of course, if I hadn't agreed, why would I be here? The white-haired man rolled his eyes. He didn't really want to come, but Qian Muyu was the only one he knew who could heal core essence injuries. That's wonderful. Qian Muyu laughed happily. Let me give you some basic treatment first, and then we'll go home and do it properly. It's not convenient here. Securing a master with a red destiny beast was indeed a cause for joy. He clapped his hands and summoned several small spheres of light attribute, which began to circle the white-haired man, slowly infusing healing energy. Under the glow of the light, his wounds started to mend, causing him to grit his teeth in pain before finally crying out. The old pig beside them chuckled mischievously. Xiao, you're in a bad way. Don't mention it. A transparent black eyeball, the double pupil specter, appeared weakly. Mu Tong and I almost met our end there. The double pupil specter was an ancient destiny beast, long acquainted with the old pig. This was why Qian Muyu knew that Mu Tong possessed a red-quality destiny beast. However, Mu Tong was unaware that the old pig had ascended to a sacred beast, still believing it to be of red quality. This was one of the reasons he was willing to join Qian Muyu's team. Double pupil specter, level 7, ancient species, red attribute. Dream abilities include true illusion, I might, and virtual realm. The old pig curiously asked, what happened? The phantom with double pupils silently unfolded his intricate illusion in the area. To outsiders, it appeared as though Qian Muyu was standing still, unaware that his consciousness had been drawn into an illusory world. Within this meticulously crafted illusion by the phantom, an adventure story involving ghostly insects was gradually unfolding. We encountered a small squad from the Fierce Dog adventurers on the road. The phantom explained, they had a ghost insect, clearly snatched from some unlucky summoner. Qian Muyu murmured the words, ghost insect, thoughtfully glancing at the phantom. Being a rare spectral insect dream beast, the ghost insect shared the same ghostly attribute as the phantom, which explained their willingness to take such risks. How many enemies are there? Old Zhu asked. 1 senior summoner, 5 intermediate, and 10 junior ones, the phantom calmly replied. This answer left Qian Muyu and Old Zhu exchanging worried glances. A 16-member team, including several intermediate summoners and a senior one, seemed like a formidable challenge. Qian Muyu studied Mu Tong's condition, realizing that with Mu Tong's strength, Retrieving the ghost insect quickly should not have resulted in such injuries, unless the senior summoner possessed a high-quality destiny beast. That senior summoner had a yellow-quality destiny beast, Xiaoyu explained. Our illusion was instantly broken. Fortunately, the ghost insect was caged, so we grabbed it and fled, but not without taking a hit. Xiaoyu looked at the recovering Mudong with concern, blaming themselves. If I had been more cautious, Mudong wouldn't have been so badly injured. It's not your fault, Mudong reassured, opening his eyes. We were too eager to get the ghost insect and underestimated their strength. Observing the scene, Qian Muyu deduced the harrowing nature of their escape from their injuries. He refrained from further questioning and instead suggested that the now recovered Mudong change out of his tattered clothes. Only then did Mudong notice his ragged state, quickly retrieving a fresh set of clothes from the dream space to change into. Dispel the illusion, Qian Muyu indicated. Picking up old Zhu, they'll be here soon. Mudong lifted the illusion and stepped out from the corner. Qian Muyu motioned him over, simultaneously casting a cleansing spell to erase any traces around them. He had no desire to be tracked back home and disrupt the tranquility of the coming months. Let's go. Just after they left, a shadowy figure quietly appeared at the scene. It was a man with a fierce face, meticulously searching the area, only to find that the previous traces seemed to have vanished into thin air. Damn it! He cursed through gritted teeth, his expression growing darker. Footsteps approached from a distance as a dozen subordinates finally arrived. The man turned and coldly ordered, "Search." I refuse to believe he can just disappear. Yes, sir. The subordinates replied, immediately spreading out to search diligently, yet they found nothing. Irritated, the man sat on a roadside bench. The kid with illusion skills had escaped with the ghost insect they had painstakingly obtained. It was something he intended to offer the boss in exchange for a dream beast. As a newly promoted senior contract master, he hadn't yet had the chance to contract a dream beast, and now he had been outsmarted by a novice. This was his first mission failure as the team leader, and it was even more humiliating to be defeated by someone far less powerful. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Let's go. The Dream Bureau is on their way. He quickly signaled his team to retreat. That illusionist kid had played an unexpected card by calling the authorities. He couldn't afford a direct confrontation with the Dream Bureau now. Losing the Dream Beast was one thing, but losing his life would be final. As the Mad Dog Adventurer team retreated, a group of uniformed personnel with Dream Bureau emblazoned on their chests arrived. A bespectacled man put down his phone and reported to the burly Director Wang beside him. Surveillance shows 15 members of the Mad Dog Adventurer team just headed east. It turned out the call wasn't made by Mu Tong, but by Qian Muyu. She had cleverly used a disposable phone to conceal her tracks. Pursue them. Director Wang, one of Sunshine City's elite contract masters, smiled. Do they think Sunshine City is a place they can come and go as they please? This is a gift-wrapped achievement. As night fell, in a luxurious residential area of Sunshine City, a row of five-story villas stood grandly. Qian Muyu led Mu Tong to one of the villas, pulled out a key, and opened the door. Fu Grandpa, I'm back. The butler, Qian Fu, who appeared to be in his 60s, greeted them from the living room. Despite his aged appearance, he was actually 360 years old and possessed unfathomable strength. He had been specially appointed by the Qin family to take care of Qian Muyu from a young age. Fu Grandpa, I'll need to take a few days off to stay home, Qian Muyu explained. To help Mutong restore Xiaoyu's essence, he needed to sacrifice more of his sleep time, but this was a small price to pay for him. Qian Fu had already noticed Mutong's damaged essence and understood the young master's reason for taking leave, so he nodded in agreement. This was the 5th time Mutong had met Qian Fu, and he was well aware of the kind old man's extraordinary abilities. Qian Muyu led Mu Tong to the specially remodeled third-floor training arena. The vast space contained only the essential training equipment and stairs leading to other levels. Oh, right. Qian Muyu suddenly remembered. I haven't set up the group chat yet. Qian Muyu quickly pulled out his phone and began typing away. Nearby, Mapai, unfazed by the activity, casually sat on the ground and retrieved a small dream beast ring from his pocket. This device, designed to capture wild dream beasts, holds a cubic meter of space but comes with a unique limitation. Wild dream beasts can't be directly stored in the dream space. Even if placed in the dream beast ring first, they can't be transferred. If a dream beast ring containing a wild dream beast is placed in the dream space, the beast is immediately expelled. This explains why Mu Pai kept the ring close to him instead of storing it away. As the dream beast ring emitted a soft glow, a small, jet-black insecta ghost bug emerged. Mu Pai pointed at the ghost bug hovering in the air and roused Old Pig from its nap. Can you check the quality of this ghost bug for me? At that moment, the ghost bug was trapped in an illusion cast by Little Yu, repeatedly bumping against the invisible walls of a transparent box that only existed in its perception. Once satisfied with its play, Little Yu turned to Old Pig and echoed Mu Pai's request. Old Pig yawned, activated its detection skill, and lazily replied, "Not bad. It's a newly hatched ghost bug of yellow quality. At the apprentice level." This result pleased Mupai immensely. It's known that the lowest quality for ghost bugs is usually blue, making yellow extremely rare. What's more, this ghost bug was newly born, making it ideal for bonding and training. If not for its injuries, Mupai might have initiated a contract immediately. Meanwhile, Qian Muyu continued fiddling with his phone, secretly astonished. For newborn dream beasts, purple is the highest quality, with yellow just one step below. As for Old Pig and Little Yu, their rainbow and red qualities were due to their ancient lineage, allowing them to surpass typical quality limits. No wonder the Fierce Dog Adventure group risked coming into the city. It was all for this precious ghost bug. After setting up a group chat, Qian Muyu sent invitations to Li Mu, Bai Ming, and Mu Pai. "Take out your phone and accept the invite. I just created a small group," he told Mapai. "How many people?" Mapai, having accepted his role as a team member, was curious about the group size. "Including you and me, there are 4 of us," Qian Muyu replied with a smile. "You're one of the founding members." He was confident that it wouldn't be long before the group expanded with new members. Mapai had expected at least 10 people, and hearing there were only 4 made him sigh. But on second thought, being a founding member wasn't so bad. Meanwhile, in an apartment in Sunshine City, Li Mu was playing with the newborn Heibai. When his phone chimed with a notification, he rushed over to check it. Seeing the invitation to the 12 Wings little group, he clicked accept without hesitation. Watching the user, "I am Fatty," join the chat, Qian Muyu's smile grew even wider. Qian Muyu quickly typed a welcome message in the group chat for the new member. Li Mu, who went by the online alias "I am Chubby," immediately asked curiously, "Xiao Yu, am I the only one here?" "There are 2 more people coming in soon," Qian Muyu replied swiftly. Just as he finished typing, Chef Xiaobai and Xiao Yu is here joined the chat in quick succession. The group name, 12 Wing Little Squad, stood out with its playful charm. Mudong glanced at Qian Muyu, who was focused on typing with a smile, and wondered to himself about the origin of this whimsical name. Everyone should change their usernames for the group, Qian Muyu suggested as he looked at the varied usernames. "Got it." Both Chef Xiaobai and I am Chubby responded in unison. Mudong quietly changed "Xiao Yu is here" to his real name. This unique username was inspired by his fate beast, the double pupil ghost, which often played on his phone for him. After changing his name, Bai Ming feigned ignorance and asked, "Hey, Mudong, how did you get in here?" He actually already knew Mudong, having met him during training sessions with Qian Muyu, and was aware that Qian Muyu had been trying to recruit Mudong. He was simply curious about when Mudong had decided to join. "Mudong joined just this evening. He's one of us now," Qian Muyu explained. "No wonder. I was wondering why I hadn't heard anything. It seems like you've come around, old Mu," Bai Ming said happily, pleased to have new strength added to their team. Li Mu watched the conversation in the group, hesitant to chime in, feeling like he had stumbled into a chatroom of veterans. "Xiaobai, if you have any junior members, feel free to invite them," Qian Muyu added after a moment of thought, eager to grow the group quickly. Bai Ming eagerly accepted the task. "Got it. Any specific requirements, Muyu?" "As long as you think they're decent, but they must have good character," Qian Muyu emphasized. He believed that with resources, skills could be honed quickly, but character was paramount. Remembering that he had to help Mudong heal and wouldn't be attending classes the next day, Qian Muyu messaged, "Li Mu, come to my place tonight." He sent an address link, adding, "I'll be helping Mudong with healing over the next few days, so I won't be at school during the day. Just come over in the evening." "Understood, Xiao Yu," Li Mu replied. Seeing this message, Bai Ming finally understood the reason behind Mudong joining the team and quickly sent a message to check on Mudong. Meanwhile, Li Mu looked at the address in the most luxurious neighborhood of Sunshine City, once again left speechless by the realization that Xiao Yu's family was so wealthy. Qian Muyu put away his phone with satisfaction and turned his attention to the important task at hand. Before he could heal the shepherd boy, there was a crucial matter to address. At that moment, the shepherd boy was idly playing with the ghost insects fluttering in the air. Being a person of few words, he was naturally reserved, but under the influence of the chatty spirit beast, Xiao Yu, his personality had gradually become more open. Seeing Qian Muyu approach, the shepherd boy paused and looked up, asking, "Are we going to start the treatment now?" "We'll start soon," Qian Muyu replied with a slight smile. "But first, we need to sign a contract." This contract wasn't the typical servitude agreement, but a unique contract exclusive to Lao Zhu. Without this contract, Qian Muyu wouldn't treat the shepherd boy's fundamental injuries. "A contract?" The shepherd boy frowned. Noticing his concern, Qian Muyu quickly explained, "Don't worry, it's nothing like the servitude contract with Meng Xing." Hearing this, the shepherd boy relaxed a bit, though he still looked puzzled. "What kind of contract is it then?" "It's a dream skill contract from Lao Zhu." Qian Muyu pointed to the dozing Lao Zhu nearby. "As a top-tier support dream beast, its contract is unlike any ordinary one. I know that otherwise I wouldn't keep coming to you for treatment," the shepherd boy said. glancing at Lao Zhu with confusion. But isn't it only good for healing dream skills? In his experience, if not for personally witnessing Lao Zhu's top-notch healing, one wouldn't guess this lazy pig had other abilities. Qin Muyu eagerly explained, Lao Zhu can do more than just heal. Every dream beast has unique dream skills, and Lao Zhu's special skill is related to contracts. Contract of the 12 wings. Mutual aid of the 12 wings. Qin Muyu elaborated. The contract of the 12 wings is a unique dream skill of the 12-winged angel pig. It allows 12 contracted individuals to be immune to dream force damage from each other and can be deactivated at any time. The mutual aid of the 12 wings lets you summon a contract partner once every 7 days, and as long as they accept, they can teleport to you instantly and stay for a day. As the shepherd boy and Xiaoyu listened, their curiosity turned to astonishment. Seeing their reactions, Qin Muyu recalled his own surprise upon learning about these dream skills, which was why he named his adventure group 12 Wings. Xiaoyu snapped out of it and flew over to Lao Zhu with a hint of grievance. Brother Pig, why didn't you sign a contract with me back then? If you had, it wouldn't have died so quickly. Lao Zhu lazily responded. I never thought of using those dream skills back then. More like you were too lazy to use them. Xiaoyu retorted bluntly. The shepherd boy asked curiously, is this mutual aid really unlimited by distance and location? That's right. Qin Muyu confirmed. Even if you're in a secret realm, you can summon someone, as long as they agree. This was the result of repeated tests with Bai Ming, trying out every scenario they could think of, except those that limited powers. The shepherd boy realized the contract's value far exceeded his expectations. Seeing this, Qin Muyu smiled and said, do you want to sign? If not, I won't heal your fundamental wounds. For the shepherd boy, it was a contract with more benefits than drawbacks, or perhaps no drawbacks at all. The only cost was establishing a connection with Qin Muyu. The advantages were obvious. In the future, whether injured or in need of help, he could directly summon a contract partner for support. Only a fool would refuse such a contract. Had he known earlier, he would have agreed the first time Qin Muyu invited him. I'll sign, the shepherd boy said without hesitation. What do I need to do? Just sign a contract in a moment. As he spoke, Qin Muyu was enveloped in a brilliant golden light that quickly spread across his back. In an instant, a phantom of 12 wings unfolded behind him, making him appear especially noble in the shepherd boy's eyes, almost too grand to look at directly. A dazzling golden light gathered before Qin Muyu, gradually forming a sheet of pure gold contract paper. His lips curled into a slight smile as he patiently waited for the light to fade. Once the golden glow dissipated, the contract floating in the air returned to the appearance of ordinary paper. He reached out, took it, and handed it to the wide-eyed shepherd boy beside him. Just sign your name, Qin Muyu instructed. The shepherd boy snapped out of his amazement and took the contract, examining it closely. Being a special contract, every detail warranted attention. Meanwhile, Qin Muyu sat cross-legged, beginning to meditate and restore his dream energy. Creating the 12-wing contract had consumed nearly half of his dream power as a beginner at the 3rd stage, and he needed to recover quickly to heal the shepherd boy. How do I sign? The shepherd boy asked after confirming the contract matched what had been discussed. Simply channel your dream energy to your fingertip and sign your name on the contract. The shepherd boy nodded and did as instructed. As he signed his name, an indelible mark formed within him, and a 3-winged pattern emerged on the back of his hand. Meanwhile, in a certain neighborhood of Chongqing City, a first-tier city in the Dream Federation, Bai Ming was abruptly awakened by a burning sensation on his hand. He immediately checked and saw that the original 2-winged pattern was transforming into 3 wings, glowing conspicuously in the night. It seems the shepherd boy has signed the contract, he murmured, gazing out the window. Welcome to the 12 wings. Qin Muyu extended his right hand to the shepherd boy. Understanding the gesture, the boy smiled back and shook it with his left hand. Looking forward to working with you. Qin Muyu then retrieved a ring from the dream space and tossed it to the shepherd boy. Keep this ring safe. What is this ring for? The shepherd boy inquired. This is the ring of 12 wings, crafted by the finest artisans using rare dream source stones and space stones. There are only 12 of them in the world, Qin Muyu explained. It's the exclusive token for members of the 12 Wings Adventure Group. Once activated, you can choose a single character as your codename, but only once. For example, mine is Wing and Xiao Bai's is Food. Qin Muyu had a clear plan for managing the 12 Wings Adventure Group. Besides himself, the other 11 members would develop independently to maximize the advantages of the contract dream skills. Of course, this was just the current idea. Things might change in the future. Impressed by the value of the ring, the shepherd boy, after consulting with Xiaoyu, decided on Phantom as his codename. As he communicated this intention to the ring, the character Phantom appeared on its surface. Gazing at the symbol that would represent him, he still felt a sense of disbelief. Put the ring away, Qin Muyu reminded him. The shepherd boy nodded in agreement, storing the ring in the dream space. He pointed to the three-wing mark on the back of his hand and asked how to make it disappear. It's quite simple, Qian Muyu explained. You just need to control it with your mind to make it vanish. When you want it to appear, you can activate it with dream power. She glanced at the three-wing mark on her own hand, secretly looking forward to the day when it would gradually evolve from 4 wings to 5, all the way to a complete set of 12 wings. Oh, and there's another practical feature, she added. When someone with the same contract is within 10 miles, the mark emits a faint warmth. This way, you can sense nearby companions, which helps in coordinating better and achieving greater rewards. Now that the contract is sealed, let's start the healing. Mudong eagerly awaited these words, and he promptly sat down cross-legged, assuming the standard posture he had practiced many times before for healing sessions. Wait, don't sit yet. Qian Muyu quickly stopped him. Today, we're healing Xiaoyu. The core damage ultimately affects Xiaoyu, so we need to heal it first. After that, treating you will be much easier. Mudong stood up awkwardly, realizing that treating core injuries was quite different from regular healing. Xiaoyu, seeing Mudong's embarrassment, laughed cheerfully and floated over to Qian Muyu, playfully saying, "Little Muyu, be gentle with me later." "Don't worry, I'll be careful," Qian Muyu reassured with a smile. Although she was fond of Xiaoyu, this was her first time attempting to heal a dream beast's core, and she wasn't sure how it would unfold. She could only try to control her dream power as best as she could. The core of a destiny beast is closely linked to its contract master, which is why a destiny beast can level up in sync with its master. Subsequent contracted dream beasts, however, have independent cores and need to level up on their own. Still, once contracted, these dream beasts can level up several times faster than when they aren't bonded. Qian Muyu gently shook the sleeping Lao Zhu awake. To help Xiaoyu restore her essence, he needed to merge with Lao Zhu. Although he could perform the dream technique alone, the merged state enhanced the healing effect to 120, significantly more than the 80 when performed by a contract master alone, or even the 100 by the dream beast itself. Dream beast fusion. With Qian Muyu's command, Lao Zhu transformed into a ball of light and merged into his body. Instantly, a dazzling light enveloped him completely. When the light faded, 12 pairs of solid, snow-white wings appeared on his back, resembling an angel's descent. Wow, that's amazing! Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim in awe. I'm starting now. I can't maintain this complete form for long, Qian Muyu said, spreading his wings and waiting for Xiaoyu's confirmation. Once Xiaoyu nodded, Qian Muyu waved his hand, releasing healing orbs that were dozens of times more potent than before, illuminating the entire third floor. The orbs surged into Xiaoyu's body, with the excess beginning to mend the nearby injuries of Mudong as well. Ah, this hurts too much. Xiaoyu, be gentler. It hurts so much. Xiaoyu cried out in agony. Although she knew that restoring her essence would inevitably be painful, she hadn't anticipated such intense pain or the surprisingly slow recovery speed. Qian Muyu felt anxious seeing Xiaoyu's pained expression, but realized he couldn't control this immense power. It was only his second attempt at this complete form, and last time he had collapsed after just a few minutes due to the immense energy drain. Soon, fatigue washed over him like a tide. At that moment, Qian Fu, alerted by the commotion upstairs, rushed over. Seeing the 12 wings on Qian Muyu's back, he was rendered speechless in shock. So that's it, that's why. Qian Fu finally understood why the ancestor named Qian Muyu as the sole young master. A 12-winged angel pig, a 7-colored ancient destiny beast. This meant he was destined for greatness. Mudong, I can't hold on much longer, Qian Muyu shouted, and before Mudong could respond, he had already ended the fusion state, collapsing from dream power exhaustion. All the healing orbs vanished instantly, and Lao Zhu separated from him, also falling into unconsciousness. Qian Fu caught Qian Muyu just in time, laying him gently on the ground, and quickly administered a level 2 energy pill. The recovered Mudong hurried over to ask, Grandpa Fu, is he going to be okay? Nothing serious, Qian Fu reassured, shaking his head. Just dream power exhaustion. He'll wake up soon after taking the energy pill. The young shepherd glanced at the panting Xiaoyu beside him, relieved to see her breathing again despite the pain. After carefully examining Qian Muyu and confirming he was unharmed, Qian Fu turned to check on Lao Zhu. To his surprise, Lao Zhu was already awake, lying on the ground and regaining his dream power. Master Pig, are you all right? Qian Fu asked respectfully. In his mind, Lao Zhu's status as an ancient sacred beast, and once the strongest of the pig clan, was indisputable. Although now reincarnated as a destiny beast with diminished power, Qian Fu believed that given time, Lao Zhu would reclaim his former glory. No major issues, Lao Zhu replied, lifting his head. It's just that Xiaoyu overexerted her dream power. Having taken a level 2 energy pill, Qian Muyu quickly regained his dream power. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. I must be more careful next time. It's exhausting. Young master, are you all right? Qian Fu asked anxiously as he moved closer. Ah, It's you, Grandpa Fu. Qian Muyu exclaimed in surprise. In past tests, he could only maintain his power for a few minutes and would then sleep for half an hour before waking. This time, he recovered so quickly, thanks to Grandpa Fu's timely intervention. After ensuring Qian Muyu was fine, Qian Fu sternly reminded him to be more cautious in the future. They exchanged a knowing smile, silently agreeing to keep this incident a secret. Only 1/10 restored. Qian Muyu sighed. He could clearly sense the progress because the process required Xiaoyu to fully open her defenses to him. Originally, he thought the restoration would take 7 days, but it now appeared it would need 10. Why is it so slow? Xiaoyu moaned in pain. The young shepherd felt a pang of guilt watching Xiaoyu suffering. Had he known, he wouldn't have recklessly depleted his dream power to escape, causing damage to Xiaoyu's essence. It was this desperate escape that had kept the evil dog adventurer group at bay for so long. It must be because my power is too weak, Qian Muyu reasoned, and I hadn't fully restored my dream power earlier. As an 18-year-old with only beginner-level strength, such a situation was inevitable. Is there any way to ease Xiaoyu's pain? The young shepherd asked hopefully. There is. Qian Muyu replied decisively. Xiaoyu immediately perked up, flying over to Qian Muyu and asking eagerly, what is it? Tell me quickly. This pain is unbearable. In truth, restoring one's essence shouldn't be this painful. Xiaoyu's distress was primarily because, as a ghost attribute dream beast, she possessed some dark traits, which clashed with the light-oriented holy healing technique. Let the young shepherd share the burden with you, Qian Muyu explained. As your destiny beast master, your essences are connected. In theory, he can bear some of the pain. However, this requires him to open his consciousness to me, allowing the holy healing to reach his essence. Let's not, Xiaoyu whispered, trying to dissuade him. Although she trusted Qian Muyu's intentions, asking the young shepherd to open his consciousness to someone else was too risky. After listening to the explanation, the shepherd boy looked at Qian Muyu with a smile. No worries, it's just opening my consciousness. I trust you. Qian Muyu yawned, his eyelids drooping. All right then, we'll continue tomorrow. With you around, we should make quicker progress. At this point, Old Pig had long retreated to the dream space to rest, leaving only Qian Muyu patiently explaining. Standing quietly nearby, Qian Fu appeared calm, though inside he was anything but. He had heard tales from Qian Muyu before, but never took them seriously. Now, witnessing the young master helping the shepherd boy restore his essentia feat even masters might struggle with was astonishing, especially given the young master's beginner-level abilities. This realization filled Qian Fu with pride, though he couldn't help but caution, young master, you mustn't use your previous form carelessly outside. The commotion just now was too much. It was my first time using the full form to release a dream skill. I didn't expect it to be so loud. I'll be more careful next time. Qian Muyu replied innocently, looking at Grandpa Fu. He wouldn't have dared to take such risks without Grandpa Fu's protection at home. Good to know, young master. Qian Fu nodded approvingly. After so many years together, he understood the young master's character very well. Grandpa Fu, I can't hold on any longer. Before he finished speaking, Qian Muyu was already collapsing to the side. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide, leaving him too weak to even make it to his room. With quick reflexes, Qian Fu caught him, smiling as he watched the young master sleep soundly against him. Indeed, he was still just a child. The shepherd boy only then realized how exhausted Qian Muyu was, and couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Gently cradling Qian Muyu, Qian Fu said to the shepherd boy, I'll take the young master upstairs first, then I'll show you to the guest room. Thank you, Grandpa Fu. The shepherd boy quickly expressed his gratitude. Listening to Qian Muyu's steady breathing, a gentle smile spread across Qian Fu's face as he carried him upstairs. After Qian Fu left, Xiaoyu materialized a small hand and poked the shepherd boy. Shepherd boy, you don't have to do this for me. I can endure it. It's all right, Xiaoyu. I want to experience what you just felt, the shepherd boy said earnestly. Besides, it's my fault. I knew we didn't have enough dream power but still overused your original dream power. If we had conserved it, we could have escaped. Let me share your pain this time. But it really hurts. Xiaoyu exclaimed, gesticulating wildly. The pain was something even the once mighty Xiaoyu could hardly endure, so it was not to be taken lightly. It's fine. Remember what Qian Muyu said? Tomorrow I only need to bear half of your pain. If I can't even handle that, I might as well be dead, the shepherd boy said, his expression suddenly serious. No, no, no. Xiaoyu quickly interjected. Don't do anything foolish. If you die, I can't survive either. The destiny beast and contract master are one. If you perish, I can't live on. Xiaoyu, as the destiny beast in this world, had no intention of an early demise and still wanted to stir up trouble in this world. Seeing Xiaoyu's reaction, the shepherd boy knew tomorrow's plan was set. So, Xiaoyu, do you agree? He had no intention of actually dying. There were bright days ahead, and his words were merely to convince Xiao Yu. All right, I agree. I'm afraid you'll really do something foolish if I don't, Xiao Yu said seriously, but I'm warning you, it really hurts. Even half of the pain is no joke, so don't regret it. Although Xiao Yu saw through the shepherd boy's bluff, his determination left Xiao Yu with no choice but to concede. No regrets, the shepherd boy declared resolutely. The next morning, Li Mu arrived at the classroom of Class 7, Grade 12, half an hour earlier than usual, which was quite unlike him. With noticeable dark circles under his eyes, he looked a bit tired but excited as he sat at his desk. Why are you here so early today? Sun Yu asked, entering the classroom and checking his watch in surprise to find it was only 7:30. You usually cut it close, but today you're here so early. It seems like after awakening your yellow quality destiny beast, you've really changed. Li Mu scratched his head sheepishly. I was too excited last night and didn't sleep well, so I thought I'd just come to school early. Although he went to bed on time, the events of the day kept replaying in his mind, making it impossible to fall asleep. Sun Yu nodded knowingly and took his seat. Suddenly, he turned to Li Mu and said, it seems like what happened yesterday afternoon has spread. On my way here, I heard a lot of underclassmen talking about it. Li Mu leaned on his desk, responding with a hint of helplessness. Yeah, I heard too. Looks like the news about Xiao Yu telling Chen Tiantian from Class 1 to get lost has spread throughout the school. Do you think you guys will get into any trouble? Sun Yu asked with concern. Probably not, Li Mu muttered. With Xiao Yu's displayed strength, such a small matter shouldn't be a big deal. Just to be safe, he took out his phone and briefly explained yesterday's situation in the 12-wing group chat. Soon, Bai Ming replied, it's a small matter, nothing to worry about. Seeing this message, Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. If even Bai Ming said so, then there really wasn't anything to worry about. At 8 o'clock sharp, Li Jin walked into the classroom. The noisy room fell silent instantly. Standing at the podium with a smile, he said, Class, today is your second day as contract masters. I assume you all have a preliminary understanding of your destiny beasts from last night. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom buzzed with voices sharing their experiences. Some talked about becoming friends with their destiny beasts, others boasted about the speed of their wind wolves, and some sheepishly recounted how their earth mice dug holes at home. Li Jin raised his hand to quiet the class. All right, today's first lesson is about practical combat. This unexpected announcement left the students momentarily stunned. Someone asked hesitantly, Teacher, we've just awakened. Isn't it too soon for practical combat? It's precisely because you've just awakened, Li Jin explained, that practical combat is the fastest way to understand your destiny beasts. It's the most direct and effective method. Noticing the worried expressions on the faces of students with white quality destiny beasts, Li Jin continued, don't be afraid just because your destiny beast quality is low. Quality determines the potential ceiling, not the current strength. For example, there's a famous dream beast in the Dream Federation called the dragonfish, which has a minimum quality of green. But did you know it's actually evolved from the weakest Fei Fei fish? Can you really not defeat a Fei Fei fish? This surprising information left the entire class in shock. The Fei Fei fish, often depicted as a weak dream beast in books and on TV, could actually evolve into the powerful dragonfish. In the realm of Dreamstar, the Fei Fei fish was considered the weakest among all green quality dream beasts. It didn't even stand out when compared to white quality dream beasts. Students were puzzled as to why such a weak creature was classified as green quality until their homeroom teacher revealed the secret. The Fei Fei fish could transform into a Long Fei fish. This astonishing truth enlightened everyone. After all, any dream beast with Long in its name was known to be extraordinarily powerful. But teacher, we don't have a Fei Fei fish in our class. A timid voice spoke up. Li Jin shot the student a glare. I'm just giving an example. The point is for you not to feel burdened. Those high-quality dream beasts are indeed strong now, but what's more frightening is if you don't dare to challenge them. Encouraged by Li Jin's words, the students' faces lit up with renewed determination. Some were already eager to challenge classmates with high-quality destiny beasts. Seeing this, Li Jin nodded to himself. Although reality was harsh, giving the students a glimmer of hope was necessary. Besides, what he said was true, those high-quality support-type destiny beasts were indeed hard to contend with in the early stages against lower-quality attack-type destiny beasts. Let's head to the Dream Beast Arena. The Dream Beast Arena at Sunshine City's second contract high school was a special venue set up for contract trainers and was the largest facility in the school. The students of Class 3A trained diligently there every day. As they gathered, Sun Yu noticed someone was missing and quickly reported to Li Jin. Teacher, Qian Muyu isn't here yet? Oh right, Li Jin remembered. I forgot to mention, Qian Muyu is on leave for a few days. Since Qian Muyu was often asleep, Li Jin had gotten used to overlooking him. At that moment, Qian Muyu was soundly asleep at home. When the students and teachers of Class 7 arrived at the Dream Beast Arena, they were taken aback by the sight 6 other classes were already training, with over 300 students and their dream beasts bustling about. As soon as the other students spotted Class 7, they began to murmur. It's Class 7. Look, Li Mu is here. Did you hear? Yesterday, that sleep god from Class 7 was amazing. He scared Chen Tiantian off with just one word. Really? I saw it myself. Chen Tiantian's legs went weak. Amidst the attention, Li Jin led Class 7 to an open space. Let's settle here. Don't mind the others. Release your destiny beasts. Although yesterday's incident caused quite a stir, with the main character Qian Muyu on leave, it shouldn't be a big issue. By the time he returned, things would have likely calmed down. Despite Li Jin's reassurance, the students felt uneasy under the scrutiny, especially Li Mu. Observing some students pausing their training to watch, other teachers quickly reprimanded their students. What are you looking at? Get back to training. If you want good grades in next month's exam, focus. Qian Muyu's skills are his own. How does that concern you? Keep staring and you'll be running 10 laps. As rings of light appeared, the destiny beasts of Class 7 emerged, with the endearingly goofy black and white drawing particular attention. Li Jin produced a carefully prepared battle list, ready to pair students for practical combat exercises. This list specifically excluded Qian Muyu, as it would be unfair to have him battle other classmates. Zhang Duo and Zhao Yi, Lu Xiaowang and Wang Xiaoxiao, Li Mu and Sun Yu. With the pairings complete, Li Jin turned to thank the other teachers for their earlier intervention. Sun Yu approached Li Mu, smiling. Looks like we're paired up. Class leader, go easy on me. Li Mu awkwardly scratched his head. I should be saying that to you. Go, black and white. Show your strength. Little tiger, attack, tear it apart. The Sunshine community was brightly lit at night. Qian Muyu had just woken up from his afternoon nap and was having dinner with Mudong in the first-floor dining room. As he chewed, he remembered that Li Mu was coming over that evening. Turning to Mudong, he said, when Li Mu arrives, could you help train him a bit? He just awakened yesterday, and his basics are quite weak. Sure, Mudong replied readily. Thanks. After the training, I'll help Xiao Yu with the treatment, Qian Muyu added, considering that Mudong would be sharing Xiao Yu's pain and might not have the energy to train Li Mu if he treated him first. Just then, the doorbell rang clearly. Seems like he's here, Qian Muyu said, swallowing his last bite. Outside, Li Mu waited nervously. It was his first time visiting such a high-end community, and he had almost been turned away at the entrance. 5 minutes earlier, a security guard had sternly asked him, "What are you doing here?" Taken aback by the sudden question, Li Mu quickly responded, "I'm here to see Qian Muyu. He invited me." "Oh, you're a friend of Mr. Qian. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Come on in." The security guard's attitude shifted instantly, leaving Li Mu to silently grumble that he hadn't been given a chance to speak. Guided by the security guard, Li Mu arrived at Qian Muyu's door. The butler, Qian Fu, opened the door warmly and welcomed him inside. Upon learning that the kind elderly man was Qian Muyu's butler, Li Mu thought it wasn't too surprising, considering the upscale environment of the community. In the dining room, Qian Muyu invited Li Mu to join them for dinner. During the meal, Li Mu and Mudong got acquainted, and the atmosphere was pleasant. Afterward, Qian Muyu took them to the training room and asked them to summon their destiny beasts. Xiao Yu emerged from the dream space and flew to Qian Muyu's side, asking, "Xiao Muyu, are we starting the treatment now?" "We'll handle the treatment later," Qian Muyu said, pointing to Li Mu and his destiny beast. "Hey bye. Let's help Li Mu with some training first." Xiao Yu excitedly examined the newcomers, Li Mu and Hey Bai. A newcomer. This bamboo bear is so cute. Hearing the dream beast speak, Li Mu was surprised and asked, "How come you can speak dream language?" Qian Muyu, holding Lao Zhu, explained, "Once you reach the level of a super contract master, Hey Bai will also be able to speak dream language." "But Mudong's level isn't super yet?" Li Mu asked, puzzled. "That's because Xiao Yu is of a quality above yellow," Mudong added. "Dream beasts of purple quality automatically master dream language." Li Mu suddenly understood and couldn't help but envy Lao Zhu and Xiao Yu, wishing Hey Bai were of purple quality to make communication easier. Suddenly, he remembered something from earlier in the day and said, "Oh, by the way, today, some people from Class 1 came by and issued a challenge." The students of Class 1 couldn't hold back any longer and stormed into Class 7's territory at noon, officially issuing a challenge. Qian Muyu looked at Li Mu, his eyes filled with doubt. "Yes, on the 15th of this month." Li Mu quickly clarified. Qian Muyu gently stroked Lao Zhu, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Is that so? Then you can go in my place. Fighting is something I dislike. It's exhausting and boring." Li Mu stood frozen, anxiety creeping in. He had just awakened his powers and was only at the first stage of apprenticeship, while Zhang Ying, the class leader of Class 1, was rumored to be an intermediate contract master. Could he really stand a chance against such a disparity? Of course not, Qian Muyu bluntly stated, then added, "But with our training, you should be able to handle anyone at the apprentice level, except for those who are intermediate contract masters." Qian Muyu understood that even with training alongside Mu Tong, there was no way Li Mu could reach the level of an intermediate contract master in just 15 days. At best, he might dominate the apprentice stage at Sunshine City's second contract high school, possibly reaching the 7th or 8th stage if lucky. The gap between apprentice and intermediate stages was not easy to bridge, especially when facing intermediate contract masters capable of using fusion skills. Unless you have a specialized high-attack mythical beast of 7 colors. No, even an orange quality one would suffice. Forget I said anything. Mu Tong looked at Qian Muyu in disbelief. You're sending him to get beaten? Qian Muyu patted Li Mu on the shoulder. The challenge doesn't specify a unknown fight. You go first and I'll back you up. It dawned on Li Mu that there was indeed no rule against teaming up. Let's set this aside for now and focus on the real task, Qian Muyu said, turning to Mu Tong. Catching the cue, Mu Tong approached Li Mu. Come with me, Li. As Mu Tong led the way, familiar surroundings gradually gave way to unfamiliar ones. They found themselves in a wooded area, as if deep in a forest. Before Li Mu could inquire about their location, Mu Tong gave him a knowing smile. This is the woods on the outskirts of Sunshine City. Good luck. With that, he vanished into thin air. Li Mu was taken aback, but black and white, his companions, reassuringly tugged at his hand. He forced himself to stay calm, trusting that this was some kind of training orchestrated by Qian Muyu. Just then, footsteps rustled behind him. A scrawny wind wolf was approaching. Li Mu instinctively wanted to flee but reconsidered. The wolf didn't seem that formidable. Black and white, hold on. This wind wolf doesn't look too tough. Let's finish this quickly. Meanwhile, in the training room, Qian Muyu watched Li Mu trapped in the illusion and asked, Are you sure this is okay? Only by facing life and death can he grow quickly, Mu Tong replied calmly. Not long after, Li Mu awoke from the illusion, his face pale as he asked, Did I die? What are you thinking? It was just an illusion, Qian Muyu said, rolling his eyes at Li Mu, who hadn't lasted 5 minutes. He waved his hand and cast a holy healing spell. The healing light quickly enveloped Li Mu in black and white, restoring their conditions. As the highest level of healing magic, holy healing could mend any injury, rendering other healing spells unnecessary. Am I not dead? This was Li Mu's first thought as he regained consciousness. Under the effects of Qian Muyu's holy healing technique, his depleted mental energy gradually recovered, and his complexion improved significantly. He lay on the ground, exhausted, staring at the ceiling, his mind still caught up in the recent experience. You're not dead. It was just an illusion, Qian Muyu explained again. So it was an illusion. Li Mu murmured to himself. It felt so real. I couldn't even defeat a weak wind wolf. Heibai approached Li Mu with a sense of guilt. Even though it knew it was just an illusion, witnessing its master die before its eyes felt all too real, leaving it filled with self-blame. Heibai, I'm fine, aren't I? Li Mu reassured it as he sat up. It was my fault for being in the wrong position and getting ambushed. Otherwise, you would have taken care of that wind wolf already. Watching the comforting exchange between the master and his pet, Qian Muyu stepped closer and said, Now you see why I insisted you reach a basic level of strength before leaving the city? Li Mu nodded in understanding. Without sufficient strength, venturing outside the city could be perilous. Even with Qian Muyu's protection, should he become entangled in a fierce battle, he might not be able to help. This is why the Dream Federation strictly prohibits those below the basic level of contract practitioners from leaving the city, except when traveling with a large group or using transportation. Mudong, how many times can you create an illusion like this? Qian Muyu inquired, pleased with the training's effectiveness. A virtual illusion consumes about 1/10 of my dream energy each time, so I can cast it 7 or 8 times, Mudong replied. Hearing this, Li Mu shivered at the thought of experiencing death 7 or 8 times in one night. Seeing his concern, Qian Muyu laughed and said, Don't worry, we won't make you go through it 7 times in one night. Twice each night is enough, half an hour each time, and then you're done for the hour. Li Mu sighed in relief. This intensity was manageable. Take a half-hour break to process what you've gained from the experience of death, Qian Muyu suggested, then headed over to the weapon rack to pick up a wooden sword and start training. Since he needed to conserve his dream energy to help Xiaoyu recover from a fundamental injury, he couldn't partake in possession training. As a contract practitioner of a support-type dream beast, he needed to hone additional combat skills to make up for his lack of offensive power. The half-hour passed quickly. Mudong approached Li Mu and asked, Are you ready? Li Mu nodded, hoping to catch how he was drawn into the illusion this time. But before he could react, the surroundings vanished, and he found himself back in that alto familiar place. What the? Li Mu couldn't help but exclaim, amazed at Mudong's stealthy method. Behind him, the familiar sound of footsteps approached. The wind wolf was back. Black and white, get ready for battle. This time, we will redeem our honor. Qian Muyu shouted with determination, gripping the wooden sword tightly in her hand. A moment later, She put down the wooden sword and sat on the ground with Mudong, their eyes fixed on the screen projected by Mudong. Watching Li Mu's performance, Qian Muyu nodded thoughtfully while absent-mindedly petting the old pig beside her. The old pig glanced at Qian Muyu with resignation. Over the years, it had grown accustomed to the petting, which was admittedly quite comfortable, but being abruptly picked up while in a deep sleep was still quite annoying. Resistance was futile, so it simply accepted its fate in silence. In response to the old pig's protesting look, Qian Muyu nonchalantly remarked, "Just go back to sleep if you get woken up." Mudong remained silent, while Xiaoyu watched the battle on the screen with keen interest. However, Li Mu's performance didn't last long. Although he successfully defeated the Wind Wolf, he was quickly bested by the second Dream Beast. Seeing this, Qian Muyu healed Li Mu and said, "That's enough for today. Tomorrow, I'll teach you some basic staff techniques. Practice on your own too." She continued, "The bamboo bear is a special kind of dream beast. Its dream skills are closely tied to the bamboo staff it holds. Understanding the basics of staff fighting is crucial so that when you can possess it, you can truly harness the power of the bamboo staff." Li Mu looked at Qian Muyu with gratitude. He hadn't expected Xiaoyu to be so dedicated, not only arranging life and death trials, but also teaching him fundamental martial skills. Despite the defeats, he felt a clear improvement in his strength and courage. Just as Li Mu was about to express his thanks, Qian Muyu waved him off, interrupting, "No need to thank me. Just stick with me. The journey ahead is long, and as long as you don't regret following me, that's enough." "Okay." Li Mu nodded emphatically. In the training room on the third floor, Li Mu didn't leave after the session ended. Following Qian Muyu's suggestion, and with his parents' consent, he decided to temporarily stay with the Qian family. Not far away, Qian Muyu was locked in a gaze with Moody. "Is it my turn?" Moody asked. "It's your turn." Qian Muyu confirmed with a smile, then his expression turned serious. "Are you sure you want to join in Xiaoyu's recovery process? I must warn you. The pain is something even Xiaoyu can barely endure." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu flew over immediately. "Yes, it's really painful. You don't have to force yourself, Xiao Mu." "Stop it. I've made up my mind," Moody replied firmly. "Brave of you." Qian Muyu praised. "Let's begin." Even though Li Mu couldn't understand their conversation, he wisely stepped aside to continue training with Heibai. He recalled their recent experience in the illusion where they successfully took down a wind wolf together. Although they only managed to hunt one, their teamwork had significantly improved. Li Mu secretly anticipated that he would surprise Sun Yu in their school battle the next day. Xiaoyu skillfully explained the precautions to Moody. Once both were ready, Qian Muyu gave the command, "Old pig, prepare for Dream Beast fusion." In a familiar burst of light, the 12-winged Qian Muyu appeared once more. Li Mu was mesmerized by the dazzling sight. "Is this an angel?" he murmured in awe. Qian Muyu didn't mind Li Mu's presence, as he already considered him one of their own, especially since the Qian family's emergence was inevitable. "Holy healing!" Qian Muyu waved his hands, enveloping Moody and Xiaoyu in a multitude of healing light spheres. Unlike the previous day, today's treatment was significantly more intense. Moody initially felt comfort, but soon a wave of excruciating pain hit him, causing him to cry out. Since Moody was sharing half of the pain, Xiaoyu felt some relief. "I told you it would hurt, but you didn't believe me," Xiaoyu said, looking at Moody with concern. "It's not that I didn't believe you. I just wanted to share the burden with you," Moody replied through gritted teeth. Li Mu watched with a heavy heart, while Qian Muyu could only helplessly maintain the healing process. "Why isn't it over yet?" Xiaoyu asked, enduring the pain. "Because I've reached the 4th stage of beginner level now, I can sustain it longer," Qian Muyu explained. This revelation left Li Mu astonished once more. He had assumed Qian Muyu was at most at the 2nd stage, but he had already reached the 4th. Moody's 7th stage beginner level was even more awe-inspiring to him. Finally, the healing light began to fade, and an exhausted Qian Muyu released the fusion state. As the intense pain subsided, Moody finally succumbed and fainted. Li Mu quickly rushed to the scene of the incident, only to find Qian Muyu and the young shepherd both collapsed on the ground, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, Qian Fu arrived just in time, skillfully taking a 2nd-level energy pill from his pocket to give to Qian Muyu. He then checked the unconscious shepherd and, after confirming it was just pain-induced fainting, gently laid him down. After completing the treatment, Xiaoyu did not lose consciousness and was now hovering beside the shepherd, quietly waiting for him to wake up. Qian Muyu slowly sat up and weakly said, "Li Mu, you should carry the shepherd and follow Grandpa Fu to rest. That's enough for today. I'm going to sleep." With that, she cradled the old pig in her arms, yawning as she headed towards the stairs. Watching Qian Muyu leave, Qian Fu turned to Li Mu and said, "The guest room is on the 4th floor. I'll take you there." "Thank you, Grandpa Fu," Li Mu said, carefully picking up the still unconscious shepherd and following Qian Fu upstairs, with Xiaoyu trailing behind. The next morning, at the Dream Beast Arena, Sun Yu stared in shock at the fallen Xiao Hu and incredulously asked Li Mu, "Wow, what did you do last night? How did you suddenly become so strong?" He recalled the battle initially. Xiao Hu was evenly matched with Heibai, but as time went on, Xiao Hu gradually fell behind until he finally collapsed. "Yesterday, you guys were evenly matched. Hee hee, I had some special training at Xiao Yu's place last night," Li Mu replied candidly. Hearing this, Sun Yu looked at him with envy, thinking, "No wonder. I wish I could go too." Looking at Li Mu, he couldn't help but ponder. If just one day of special training could create such a significant difference, following Qian Muyu's guidance could lead to limitless potential. This thought began to shake a certain resolve within him. On the night of the 7th day, in the training room on the 3rd floor, Qian Muyu slowly released his fusion state. He watched as the glow of the holy healing technique faded from Mudong and Xiaoyu, then sat down on the floor, exhausted, and remarked, "Finally, it's over. I'm so tired." Over the past 9 days of intense healing, not only had Xiaoyu's original injury been completely restored, but Qian Muyu's strength had also advanced from the 3rd stage of the beginner level to the 5th stage. More importantly, he had gained full control over his fusion form, no longer needing to release his dream skills uncontrollably until his dream energy was depleted. Noticing that Mudong and Xiaoyu hadn't woken up, Qian Muyu sensed something unusual. He probed Mudong's state with his consciousness and then smiled knowingly. "Looks like you're about to level up." Sure enough, as soon as Xiaoyu's original form was repaired, Mudong entered a breakthrough state. Before long, Mudong opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his calm face. "Stage 8, Qian Muyu asked with a smile. "Yeah, thanks," Mudong replied gratefully, acknowledging Qian Muyu's contributions over the past days. "No need to thank me. We're on the same team." Qian Muyu responded casually with a wave of his hand. Meanwhile, Li Mu and Sun Yu, who had been watching, felt increasingly reassured. Over the past few days of special training, Li Mu had reached the 5th stage of the apprentice level, and Sun Yu had progressed to the 4th stage. Previously, Sun Yu had carefully considered and then expressed his desire to join through Li Mu, quickly receiving Qian Muyu's approval and being assigned to work with Mudong. "So, what are your plans next?" Qian Muyu asked as he stood up and tidied his clothes. "First, I'll form a contract with the ghost insect, then travel around to gain experience and enhance my skills," Mudong replied directly. Qian Muyu rubbed his temples helplessly. "Aren't you planning to enroll in one of the top 10 academies to build a foundation? Why bother going to an academy when I have Xiaoyu?" Mudong answered without hesitation. "Exactly, with me around, you can ask me anything. Xiaoyu knows it all." Xiaoyu floated over proudly. "Idiot." Laozhu glanced at Xiaoyu. "Laozhu, who are you calling an idiot?" Xiaoyu immediately shifted focus. "Who else but you? It's been thousands of years. The world has changed," Laozhu said leisurely. Qian Muyu silently agreed with Laozhu and continued to persuade. "Laozhu is right. The times are advancing, and the top 10 academies indeed have things worth learning. More importantly, they have unique dream beasts that I believe you'll be interested in. Plus, with our current strength, venturing out on our own could mean missing good opportunities." Mudong pondered. "That makes sense. Before, I could only watch good things from the outskirts because I wasn't strong enough. Which academy should I go to?" "Go to the Dream Forest. They have special illusion attribute dream beasts that you'll want," Qian Muyu immediately suggested. "Illusion attribute dream beasts," Mudong repeated softly, his eyes gradually lighting up with interest. "All right, I'll go to Dream Forest," he finally decided. Qian Muyu then turned to Sun Yu. "Sun Yu, you should go to Dream Forest too. Can I really do it?" Sun Yu hesitated, considering it was one of the top 10 academies. "Mudong will stay to help train you guys for the next few days, then you can all go together," Qian Muyu decided on Mudong's behalf, knowing there were still over 20 days until the college entrance exams. "Okay, sounds good," Mudong agreed with a nod. "Mudong, when the time comes, just go directly to Dream Forest and take their entrance exam. You don't need to take the college entrance exam," Qian Muyu added. Each prestigious institution has its own unique examination system, serving as a special pathway for those who didn't take the national college entrance exam. Mu Tong glanced at Qian Muyu with a hint of dissatisfaction. "I'm aware of that." "Good to know," Qian Muyu responded, then turned to Suin Yu. "You'll need to look after him when the time comes." Suin Yu felt a surge of joy at the prospect of aligning with a future powerhouse and quickly nodded in agreement. Of course. His decision to follow Qian Muyu was driven by the desire to enhance his own skills and achieve his goals. "Then it's settled," Qian Muyu concluded with a smile, prompting nods of agreement from everyone around. Today, Qian Muyu was in an exceptionally good mood for 2 reasons. First, after helping Xiaoyu heal her core injury, he no longer had to exert himself daily. Second, he had convinced the ever-wandering Mu Tong to settle down and attend school. Just then, Xiaoyu, who had been pulled away by Laozhu, floated back, curious. "Xiao Muyu, what did you all just agree on?" "Your Mu Tong is going to school," Qian Muyu replied with a smile, and Mu Tong nodded in confirmation. "What?" Xiaoyu exclaimed. "Mu Tong. I was gone for just a moment, and now you're going to school? After hearing their explanation, I thought school didn't sound too bad, so I agreed. Mu Tong explained calmly. But doesn't that mean you'll be stuck in one place for years, unable to go anywhere? Xiaoyou, who loved adventure, muttered, clearly resistant to the idea. Qin picked up on Xiaoyou's concern and quickly clarified, Xiaoyou, the 10-grade academies are different from ordinary colleges. They have a special task system where you must complete specific goals each year to stay enrolled. Plus, there are many other benefits. Although he hadn't attended an academy himself, he had heard plenty about them. Upon hearing that tasks involved going out, Xiaoyou brightened up instantly, exclaiming, let's go to the academy. Yes, we're going to the academy, Mu Tong said, looking at Xiaoyou with a smile on his face. With the issue resolved, Qin finally felt a sense of relief. All right, let's call it a day. Mu Tong, feel free to do as you please. Li Mu and Suing you can continue training, but don't stay up too late. I'm heading to bed. Exhausted from the days spent repairing Xiaoyou's core, he had no energy left for training. In the end, under everyone's watchful eyes, Qin carrying Lao Zhu, wearily ascended the stairs to rest. Early the next morning, Qin woke up bright and early. After taking a few days off, he decided it was time to return to school, especially with the college entrance exams looming. Thanks to Li Mu's updates, he learned that the commotion involving Class 1 had gradually died down, and most people had even forgotten about it. As Qin along with Li Mu and Sun Yu, walked into the classroom, none of the students in the hallway recognized him. This was not surprising, as he had spent the past few months mostly sleeping in the classroom, except for bathroom breaks and physical education classes. Most students had only heard the name Qin but had never actually seen him in person. Wang Yuan, sitting in the front row, immediately recognized him and jokingly approached, saying, the sleeping god has finally arrived. I thought we'd never see you again. I had some things to deal with these past few days, but here I am, Qin replied casually. Wang Yuan then mentioned the challenge issued by Class 1, and Qin nudged Li Mu with his elbow, calmly saying, Li Mu told me about it. It's no big deal. Just wait and see my performance. I've already told brother Xiaoyu, Li Mu added. In fact, besides Sun Yu, no one knew about Li Mu's nightly training sessions at Qin house. The reason for confiding in Sun Yu was because he had not only helped them, but Qin also had a good impression of him. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Li Jin, entered the classroom. He habitually glanced at Qin seat, and was surprised to see this, perpetually absent, student present. Feeling the gaze, Qin looked up and met Li Jin's eyes, giving an embarrassed smile. Li Jin quickly shifted his attention and said to the class, keep it down and follow me. The students got up and headed towards the door with practiced ease. Qin puzzled, asked Li Mu where they were going and, learning they were headed to the Dream Beast Arena, followed along with everyone else. At the Dream Beast Arena, Qin stood idly by Li Jin, dozing off. Just as Li Jin was pondering how to arrange training for Qin a student got injured during a match. Seeing the wound on the student's knee, Li Jin suddenly remembered that Qin angel pig had healing abilities. Qin come over here, Li Jin called out. Qin snapped to attention and, upon seeing the injured student, understood the situation. At Li Jin's prompt, he cast a basic healing spell, sending a healing orb of light toward the student's knee. The wound was enveloped by the warm glow, and within seconds, it was completely healed, as if it had never been there. Chunhao, stand up and see how it feels, Li Jin instructed. Chunhao looked at the fully healed wound in disbelief, jumped up and down a few times, and exclaimed excitedly, Teacher, I'm all better. Li Jin turned to Qin a hint of envy flashing in his eyes, but he quickly returned to his usual demeanor. The healing ability of the Violet Destiny Beast far exceeded Li Jin's expectations. Within mere seconds, the wound was completely healed. Although Qin used only the most basic introductory healing spell, its effectiveness was worlds apart from when others cast it. Even the color of the healing orb was entirely different. All right, continue training, Li Jin said, turning to Chunhao. Got it, teacher, Chunhao replied, then turned to Qin and added, thanks, sleep god. No need to thank me, as long as you're healed, Qin replied with a smile. Li Jin approached Qin and asked, can you also heal the wounds of dream beasts? Aren't dream beast wounds similar to human ones? Why wouldn't I be able to heal them? Qin though a bit puzzled, confidently responded, yes, I can. Li Jin was delighted and patted Qin on the shoulder. That's great. I'll leave the treatment of your classmates to you. Qin nodded in agreement. Instead of sleeping all the time, he figured it would be better to practice controlling the intensity of his healing. This decision thrilled Li Jin. Having Qin meant the students wouldn't have to compete with other classes for the school's limited healers. More importantly, Qin healing was far superior to the other healers on campus. Li Jin immediately gathered the students who were battling and announced the good news. Initially, besides Li Mu and Sun Yu, who were still intensely fighting, the other students were cautious. But once they saw Qian Muyu effortlessly heal the severely injured Li Mu and Sun Yu, they gradually loosened up. By evening, Qian Muyu, Li Mu, and Sun Yu were walking home together. Qian Muyu stretched and rubbed his sore hands. I'm exhausted. Throughout the day, he not only healed his own classmates but also attracted students from other classes. He could only rest when his dream energy was depleted and needed recovery. Brother Yu, you were amazing today. I wish I were as skilled as you, Li Mu said, eyes full of admiration. He had witnessed Qian Muyu's high-intensity healing all day, a level of efficiency and endurance rare among novice contract masters. Sun Yu silently watched Qian Muyu, feeling the gap between them for the first time. Haha, how can I be your big brother if I'm not capable? Qian Muyu laughed. Let's go. Let's call Mutong and head to the gluttonous self-serve hot pot for dinner. It's been days since we last went. He had been busy helping Xiao Yu recover his essence and hadn't had a chance to go out. Sun Yu immediately took out his phone to contact Mutong. Brother Mu, let's meet at the gluttonous self-serve hot pot for dinner. All right, Mutong replied. At noon on May 15th, the arena of Sunshine City's second contract high school was packed to the brim. Today was the day of the challenge between Class 1 and Class 7, initiated by Qian Muyu. The students of Class 1 eagerly finished their lunch early to secure the best spots in the arena. Do you think Qian Muyu will show up? Huang Hao asked with anticipation in his eyes, standing next to Kong Zheng. He will, Kong Zheng replied with unwavering confidence. In recent days, they frequently saw Qian Muyu during training sessions at the Dream Beast Arena. As a healer, Qian Muyu's abilities were indeed remarkable. However, upon discovering that Qian Muyu possessed a support-type Destiny Beast, many began to question the scene they had witnessed. How could someone with a support-type Destiny Beast have scared off Chen Tiantian? Was Chen Tiantian simply too weak? Would the outcome be different if it were someone else? These thoughts inflated their confidence. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the arena. Class 7 is here. Qian Muyu is here, someone shouted. Class 7 had planned to make a collective entrance to demonstrate their strength. At the front of the group, Qian Muyu yawned, appearing nonchalant. Chen Tiantian, standing at the back of Class 1, watched him with a complicated expression. Chen Tiantian, Qian Muyu is here. It's your chance to prove yourself, Li Fei nudged him. I'm not going. If you want to go, you go. Chen Tiantian shook his head, refusing. Ever since it was revealed that Qian Muyu had a support-type Destiny Beast, the students of Class 1 viewed today's duel as a one-sided battle against Class 7. Some even mocked Chen Tiantian. How weak must you be to be intimidated by someone with a support-type Destiny Beast? Although Chen Tiantian had silenced most of the mockery with his strength, there were still a few stronger individuals he couldn't contend with. You came? Zhang Ying approached Qian Muyu, her eyes filled with mixed emotions. I'm here. What are the rules for this duel? Qian Muyu asked calmly. Best of 5. Each class sends out 5 people, and the first to win 3 matches takes the victory. Zhang Ying explained her plan, which he had been considering for days. Initially, she wanted a quick unknown fight with Qian Muyu, but after learning he was a support-type contract master, she felt it would be unfair and opted for a best-of-5 format instead. All right, Qian Muyu agreed with a smile. This suited him perfectly, allowing Li Mu and Sun Yu to test the waters first while he held the line. Both sides returned to their areas to discuss the order of appearance. Who's going first? Qian Muyu asked. I will. Sun Yu volunteered eagerly. It was decided that Sun Yu would go first, followed by Li Mu, with Qian Muyu as the anchor. Remember, don't be afraid of getting hurt. With me here, as long as you have a breath left, I can bring you back. We are the 12 wings, and even if we lose with dignity, Qian Muyu encouraged them. In the ring, Sun Yu faced off against Ji Tiangong from Class 1. Class 1, Ji Tiangong, Apprentice Level 7. Class 7, Sun Yu, Apprentice Level 5. The crowd erupted in surprise. Ji Tiangong's strength was expected, but Sun Yu reaching Apprentice Level 5 just half a month after awakening was astonishing. Most people were still stuck at Apprentice Level 3 during this time. As Sun Yu and Ji Tiangong were about to clash, a familiar voice echoed from the entrance of the arena. It was Shun Qian, the mentor who presided over the awakening ceremony. He had been invited by Li Jin and Hai Zhongtian to serve as the referee for this duel. Not only were the homeroom teachers of the 2 classes present, but other class teachers had also gathered. Most mentors were seated together, while a few stood in their respective class areas, eagerly watching the showdown between Class 1 and Class 7. Shun Qian walked steadily to the center of the arena, positioning himself between the 2 combatants. Are you both ready? He asked. Ready, Sun Yu replied calmly. Let's get started already. I've been waiting for this, Ji Tiangong said impatiently. He had been anticipating this day for half a month, eager to defeat Qian Muyu and restore Class 7's honor. Though he hadn't expected Sun Yu to be his opponent, he was determined to finish the fight quickly so he could face Qian Muyu afterward. Both contestants are ready. Let the battle begin, Shun Qian announced before swiftly stepping aside. Come forth, great scarlet black tiger. Sun Yu immediately summoned his destiny beast. Power bear, suppress it. Ji Tiangong simultaneously called out his destiny beast, a robust power bear, at trainee level 7, of the green attribute normal type, skilled in immense strength and mighty palm techniques. From the sidelines, Li Mu watched the formidable power bear with concern for Sun Yu. Qian Muyu noticed Li Mu's expression and felt a smug satisfaction. That clumsy bear was clearly no match, and it was wise to let Sun Yu go first. Soon, young Li would see their true strength. The battle commenced in an instant. Tiger, unleash your roar and show them our might. Sun Yu commanded. The great scarlet black tiger opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar, sending shockwaves towards the opponents. Ji Tiangong and Power Bear were momentarily stunned, and the tiger seized the opportunity to close in swiftly. By the time Ji Tiangong regained his senses, the tiger was upon them. Power Bear, dodge and use your immense strength, he shouted urgently. Tiger, now's your chance. Use Black Rock Claw. Sun Yu ordered. The tiger's left paw was enveloped in black flames, leaving a trail of burning paw prints as it charged. It leapt behind the Power Bear, striking its back with a powerful blow. Roar! Power Bear let out a cry of pain, caught off guard by the fierce attack, leaving a burning claw mark on its back. Well done, Tiger. That Black Rock Claw was executed perfectly. Sun Yu praised. Li Mu watched with excitement, confident that his own black and white would be even more formidable. Qian Muyu merely smiled, having anticipated these events. Get up, Power Bear. Ji Tiangong called out urgently. Tiger, press the advantage. Another Black Rock Claw to finish it. Sun Yu commanded. Power Bear, roll over and use Mighty Palm. Meet it Heaton. Ji Tiangong quickly adjusted his strategy. The two Destiny Beasts' attacks collided in midair. The Black Rock Claw of the great scarlet black tiger met the mighty palm of the Power Bear, resulting in a thunderous explosion on the arena stage. Lily Xiong was slammed into the ground by De Chi He, whose powerful strike, the impact further aggravating its back injury. Meanwhile, the shockwave from the collision of the two beasts' skills forced De Chi He back. Sun Yu quickly noted that De Chi He was unharmed and immediately issued a new command. Xiao Hu, charge in and finish it with Black Rock Claw. Ji Tiangong watched with a grim expression as Lily Xiong struggled to stand. At that moment, Shun Qian appeared in the arena, intercepting De Chi He's attack, and declared, Sun Yu wins this match. Both contestants recognized the outcome with Shun Qian's appearance. Ji Tiangong had no objections. Lily Xiong had lost its ability to fight during the clash, and he was prepared to concede even without Shun Qian's intervention. He understood his defeat stemmed from underestimating his opponent at the start, which left Lily Xiong vulnerable to De Chi He, whose roar induced dizziness, and on the defensive. Without this blunder, even if he lost to Sun Yu, it wouldn't have been so humiliating. Ji Tiangong sighed, recalled Lily Xiong back into its dream space, and left the arena dejectedly. Shin Qian turned to Sun Yu and asked, Do you need a break? You can have a 5-minute rest after a match? Yes, Sun Yu replied, immediately sitting down to restore his dream power, knowing the Black Rock Claw had taken a toll on his energy. In the audience, Qian Muyu observed Sun Yu's recovery and murmured, Well done. He wasn't surprised by the outcome when Lily Xiong and Ji Tiangong overlooked the roar of De Chi He, who at the beginning, the result was already determined. Meanwhile, Li Mu Zhang and the classmates from Class 7 were cheering enthusiastically for Sun Yu's victory. Sun Yu is amazing. We just need 2 more wins to take this. Look at the faces of those from Class 1. Over on Class 1 side, the students watched Ji Tiangong return in defeat, their expressions somber. They had only regarded Qian Muyu as a formidable opponent, not expecting Sun Yu, who had only awakened 15 days ago, to defeat Ji Tiangong. This lesson taught them not to underestimate their opponents. Zhang Ying, seeing Ji Tiangong return to the class, didn't say much but asked, Who's next? Huang Hao, surprised by the loss in the first match and worried about Class 1's reputation, immediately volunteered, I'll go. We can't lose another one. Confident in Huang Hao's abilities, Zhang Ying nodded. All right. She was certain this round would turn things around. 5 minutes later, Sun Yu opened his eyes and saw Huang Hao standing across from him. You can rest a bit more, Huang Hao said with a confident smile. Don't just lie there after a few hits. No need, Sun Yu replied firmly, declining the offer. Seeing both sides ready, Shun Qian quickly stepped to the center of the ring and announced, Both parties are prepared. Let the duel begin. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly jumped out of the ring. Huang Hao from Class 1, Apprentice Level 10, at your service. Huang Hao declared confidently. Sun Yu from Class 7, Apprentice Level 5, Sun Yu responded calmly. Despite the surprising rank of his opponent, he showed no signs of being shaken. To him, true strength was proven in battle, and rank alone didn't fully represent one's fighting capability. The audience, however, wasn't as composed as Sun Yu. Apprentice Level 10, they whispered among themselves, worried for Sun Yu. After all, Level 10 was almost on the verge of stepping into the beginner realm. Level 10? Huh? This kid's impressive, Qian Muyu remarked with interest. Brother Yu, can Sun Yu win this? Li Mu asked nervously. No, Qian Muyu replied, observing as Huang Hao summoned his destiny beast. But if Sun Yu gives it his all, he might at least prevent him from fighting in the next round. Huang Hao's destiny beast was a blaze fire ape, with blue attributes and fire skills including fire punch, explosive punch, slap, and play. This creature was common in the southern regions of the Dream Federation, but a blue-quality blaze fire ape was rare and often became a tribe king. Tiger, charge in with black rock claw and test its strength. Sun Yu commanded. The great red-black tiger roared and charged straight at the opponent. This time, the roar didn't affect Huang Hao much. If you want to test it, then let me show you the power of my blaze fire ape. Huang Hao ordered. Blaze fire ape, use explosive punch. With a thunderous boom, black rock claw and explosive punch collided heat. Both retreated, with the great red-black tiger retreating slightly more. Sun Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There was still a chance to fight. Huang Hao, on the other hand, was thrilled. This black tiger is impressive, no wonder GTN lost. Blaze Fire Ape, use Blaze Fire 18 punches, show it your strength. The Blaze Fire Ape pounded its chest excitedly and launched a ferocious attack on the great red-black tiger. Sun Yu immediately instructed, Tiger, dodge carefully and look for a chance to use Black Tiger Cannon to finish it. After a round of intense close combat, the Blaze Fire Ape became agitated from missing its target. Huang Hao quickly changed tactics. Use Fire Punch. Let's see you dodge this. Seizing an opening during the Great Red-Black Tiger's attack, the Blaze Fire Ape landed a direct fire punch. The Great Red-Black Tiger was knocked back, but even in midair, it maintained its fighting spirit and unleashed the long-prepared Black Tiger Cannon at the Blaze Fire Ape below. The black flame, like a miniature sun, roared towards its target. As Sun Yu prepared to unleash the Black Tiger Cannon, he was acutely aware that its immense power required a significant amount of dream energy. Currently, his reserves were only sufficient for a single use. The lengthy charge time necessary for this formidable skill explained why the Chi Black Tiger hadn't launched an attack earlier. At the exact moment when the Black Tiger Cannon struck the blazing fire ape, the Chi Black Tiger let out a triumphant roar from midair, only to crash heavily to the ground. A stark bald patch appeared on its otherwise jet-black fur, marked by a clear fist imprint, the result of the blazing fire ape's fiery punch that had scorched the fur away. Little tiger. Sun Yu rushed to the Chi Black Tiger's side to assess its injuries. Relieved to find only singed fur, he exhaled deeply and turned his gaze to the other side of the battlefield. The blazing fire ape, severely injured and covered in wounds, struggled in vain to rise to its feet. What kind of skill is this, with such devastating power? Huang Hao stared in disbelief at his fallen blazing fire ape, rushing over to console it upon hearing its agonized cries. The destructive force of the black flames far exceeded that of ordinary fire, and the blazing fire ape, unable to dodge the area attack of the Black Tiger Cannon, had borne the full brunt of the damage, leaving it in a far worse state than the Chi Black Tiger. Under Sun Yu's care, the Chi Black Tiger managed to stand once more, while the blazing fire ape remained too weak to get up. Do you want to continue? Sun Yu asked, looking at Huang Hao. Huang Hao's expression was complex as he regarded Sun Yu. No, I concede. This outcome caused a stir among the spectators, even catching Qian Muyu by surprise. That blazing fire ape couldn't even withstand a single shot, she murmured to herself. In truth, Qian Muyu had misunderstood the situation. She knew the Chi Black Tiger could use the Black Tiger Cannon, but Huang Hao was unaware of this high-impact skill. It was Huang Hao's lack of preparation for such an explosive attack that gave Sun Yu the upper hand. Once released, the skill's power was indeed overwhelming. Moreover, the blazing fire ape had taken the full force of the Black Tiger Cannon heaten. Had it evaded even part of the blast, the outcome might have been different. As soon as Shen Qian declared Sun Yu the winner, Qian Muyu casually cast 2 healing spells, one on each of the fallen destiny beasts. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the injuries of the beasts began to mend swiftly. Huang Hao, observing the wounds on his blazing fire ape gradually scabbing over thanks to the healing magic, glanced gratefully at Qian Muyu before recalling his beast back into its dream space and quietly leaving the arena. Below the stage, Zhang Ying was deep in thought about the recent battle. Despite being of the same quality, Huang Hao's strength exceeded Sun Yu's by a significant margin, 5 whole levels, to be precise. Such a gap was far beyond what a mere 2 levels could bridge. So why did he lose? Black Tiger Cannon. Hai Zhongtian appeared beside Zhang Ying, offering an explanation. The Red-Black Tiger used the Black Tiger Cannon in the end. It's surprising for a trainee-level Red-Black Tiger to master that move. His complex gaze settled on Sun Yu standing on the stage. Losing to the Black Tiger Cannon is nothing to be ashamed of. Next match, Zhang Ying, it's your turn. Hai Zhongtian took over the lead for Class 1. Zhang Ying nodded solemnly in agreement. Nearby, Kong Zhang hesitated to speak, but ended up with a resigned smile. Although he wished to compete, he knew he couldn't act on impulse. Acknowledging his inferiority to Zhang Ying, he understood that a loss would truly be a loss. Meanwhile, Li Jin approached the Class 7 camp, beaming with delight. He hadn't expected Sun Yu, in addition to Qin Muyu, to be so formidable, defeating 2 students from Class 1 consecutively. At this point, Sun Yu, having exhausted his dream energy, stepped down from the stage, unable to continue into a third match. Sun Yu, well done. Li Jin praised sincerely, causing Sun Yu to feel a bit bashful. Sun Yu glanced gratefully at Qin Muyu, knowing that without him, he wouldn't possess such strength. As Zhang Ying ascended the stage, Li Jin turned to Qin Muyu and asked, "Are you going up?" Although he was their homeroom teacher, he didn't want to interfere in this match. Qin Muyu pondered for a moment and decided to let Li Mu go first. "Let Li Mu go. If he loses, I'll step in. Am I up to it?" Li Mu hesitated, aware that his opponent was Zhang Ying, the class leader of Class 1. Even though he was quite competent among the trainee levels, Zhang Ying was undoubtedly at the primary level, though he wasn't sure exactly which stage. "If you don't think you can do it, are you not going up?" Qin Muyu shot him a look. "Get up there and practice. Wear down her dream energy, and then watch me take her down in no time." Feeling a bit like a pawn, Li Mu reluctantly made his way to the stage. He knew his role was merely to deplete the opponent's dream energy. On stage, Zhang Ying asked, "Isn't Qin Muyu coming?" "He wants me to drain your dream energy first. He'll be up next," Li Mu replied with a smile. Despite feeling a bit put upon, he was determined to take the match seriously. Zhang Ying frowned as she looked toward Qin Muyu in Class 7. Seeing her gaze, Qin Muyu waved back with a grin. Zhang Ying snorted, thinking to herself that this way, no one could accuse her of bullying. Xin Qian took the stage once more. "I trust you're both ready. Let the match begin." With that, he stepped down. Class 1, Zhang Ying, Primary Level 2. Class 7, Li Mu, Trainee Level 6, pleased to meet you. Both summoned their destiny beasts simultaneously. "Come forth, black and white. Sword Soul, let's make this quick." Qin Muyu gazed intently at the azure sword spirit hovering beside Zhang Ying. This sword spirit was of no ordinary caliber, having reached the 2nd tier of the primary level, and its quality was a rare yellow grade. As a water attribute sword spirit, it wielded skills like Misty Sword, Sword Fog, and Double Moon/Dream techniques of the water element. However, among all types of sword spirits, its attack power wasn't particularly remarkable. Still, against an opponent like Heibai, this level of power was more than sufficient to sustain a prolonged battle. "Looks like I can just sit back and watch," Qin Muyu murmured softly. In essence, a sword spirit is a sharp sword. In this world, there aren't just sword spirits, but also blade spirits, spear spirits, axe spirits, and other weapon spirits. These spirits often originate from damaged weapons that, after long exposure to dream energy, have a chance to awaken into spirits. The higher the quality of the weapon, the greater the likelihood of it becoming a spirit, and naturally, the higher the quality of the resulting spirit. Their attributes are determined by the material of the weapon. For example, water-based materials would give rise to a water attribute spirit. However, Zhang Ying's sword spirit was different from those spirits awakened from damaged weapons. Her sword spirit was a destiny beast, a naturally created sword spirit brought into existence directly by the consciousness of Dreamstar. The distinction between these two types of sword spirits is clear. A natural sword spirit is simply a sword of exceedingly high quality, whereas a sword spirit awakened from a damaged weapon inherits all the sword techniques and rich combat experience from its previous wielders. Zhang Ying's sword spirit, though lacking in combat experience, was still incredibly valuable as a high-quality, high-power sword that never wears down. In the Dream Federation, a renowned sword with yellow-grade power typically costs over 1 billion dream coins, far beyond Zhang Ying's financial reach. On the arena stage, Heibai and the sword spirit had exchanged blows several times, yet neither had gained the upper hand. Realizing that the sword spirit's energy wasn't effectively harming Heibai, Zhang Ying made a decisive call. "Sword spirit, merge." As the sword spirit transformed into a sphere of light, it swiftly entered Zhang Ying's body. In an instant, a shimmering crystal sword materialized in her right hand. This was the tangible form of her sword spirit. The fusion not only allowed the sword spirit to manifest physically, but also significantly enhanced Zhang Ying's overall power, though it meant her dream energy would gradually deplete. "Come, fight me," Zhang Ying shouted, charging at Heibai with her crystal sword raised. Qin Muyu, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but admire. That fusion was decisively executed. "Heibai, stop her. Don't let her get close to me," Li Mu urgently commanded. At this moment, the battle had shifted from a clash of celestial beasts to a confrontation between their summoners. Zhang Ying had planned for a swift victory, aiming directly for Li Mu, but she hadn't anticipated such a quick response. Heibai immediately obstructed her path, and a fierce skirmish ensued. Sword clashed against bamboo staff repeatedly, and after several exchanges, the difference in skill became apparent. Zhang Ying, at the early second stage, clearly had the upper hand, while Heibai, at the apprentice sixth stage, was already struggling for breath. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ying decisively unleashed her dream skill, Double Moon Slash. Her crystal sword traced two graceful arcs in the air, forming sharp crescent moons that hurled towards Heibai. Despite its desperate attempts to dodge, one struck home, eliciting a cry of pain. Although water-based attacks weren't its bane, the vast disparity in strength rendered it unable to continue fighting. Heibai, throw me the staff. Li Mu shouted urgently. Are you ready to concede? Zhang Ying demanded. Surrender? Never. At least not until I fall. Li Mu, catching the staff thrown by Heibai, declared resolutely. The battle raged on. Li Mu, being somewhat stocky, couldn't maneuver easily and had to rely on standing his ground with the staff. Zhang Ying, noticing her regular attacks were proving ineffective, hesitated over using another dream skill. It was then she observed a lapse in Li Mu's defense. She increased her assault, unaware it was exactly what Li Mu had anticipated. This seemingly clumsy opponent was feigning weakness to bait her into a trap. Qian Muyu, observing, saw through Li Mu's strategy. That guy is as cunning as I am. Indeed, when Zhang Ying launched an upward strike that sent Li Mu airborne, he seized the chance, raising his staff to unleash a dream skill. The staff expanded rapidly, transforming into a giant pillar aiming to crush Zhang Ying. In the critical moment, Zhang Ying deployed her mist sword, conjuring a dense mist to absorb the blow while she swiftly dodged. The massive staff crashed onto the stage, its power greatly diminished. I'm done. I concede. Li Mu admitted, looking at the staff that had reverted to its original form. He had hoped to deal a severe blow to Zhang Ying but found his attack skillfully neutralized. Though victorious, Zhang Ying paid a price. Her dream energy was reduced to a third, and even with a 5-minute break, it was unlikely she'd recover much. Her classmates from Class 1 didn't celebrate too much, knowing that facing Qian Muyu, with his exceptional healing abilities, Zhang Ying's depleted energy posed a significant disadvantage. Round 3, victory goes to Zhang Ying from Class 1, Xin Qian announced. Li Mu withdrew his injured Heibai and quietly left the stage. Qian Muyu patted him on the shoulder. You did well, leave the rest to me. Qian Muyu, are you confident? Li Jin asked. Qian Muyu turned with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, teacher. That trademark smile put Li Jin at ease. On the stage, Zhang Ying and Qian Muyu locked eyes. You've arrived, Zhang Ying stated. Yes, I'm here, Qian Muyu replied, bowing courteously. Qian Muyu of Class 7, Early Stage 5. Please, let's have a good match. There is a kind of despair that grips you when you realize the strength of your opponent, leaving you uncertain whether to keep fighting. Zhang Ying found herself in this predicament. Her dream power had been depleted by 2/3 due to underestimating Li Mu, leaving her with only a third remaining. Upon learning that Qian Muyu on the opposite side had reached the 5th level of the beginner stage, she knew defeat was inevitable. This feeling mirrored Li Mu's emotions when he entered the arena facing an insurmountable gap in strength. The difference between the 2nd and 5th levels at the beginner stage was vast, far beyond what a novice could bridge. It had taken Zhang Ying half a month just to advance from the 1st to the 2nd level, highlighting the immense challenge of reaching the 5th level. The crowd below the stage reacted in various ways. Beginner stage level 5, you shouldn't even be here, Hai Zhongtian muttered under his breath, long suspecting that Qian Muyu's strength was worthy of the top schools. No way. Really? Is beginner stage level 5 that impressive? The audience buzzed with chatter. Someone explained, it's strong indeed. My brother attends the 3rd contract school in Ocean City, a prestigious school, and their top senior is only at level 4. Shall we continue? Qian Muyu asked with a smile. Of course. Zhang Ying replied without hesitation. Even if I can't win, I want to witness your strength. Qian Muyu sighed. Actually, I don't really want to continue. Oh? Zhang Ying was utterly confused. I'm a support-type contract master, meant to assist others in battle, Qian Muyu elaborated. Fighting is tiring. Why don't you just concede? If you don't want to fight, why did you step up in the first place? Zhang Ying retorted angrily. Surrendering is not an option. I've never lost, you know, Qian Muyu said calmly. The battle was about to begin. Zhang Ying quickly summoned her sword spirit, aiming to finish the fight before Qian Muyu could enter his fusion state. Though the odds were slim, it was her only chance. Qian Muyu had no choice but to summon Old Pig. Let's make this quick. In an instant, 2 light shields enveloped Qian Muyu and Old Pig. Contrary to common perception, Old Pig was not specialized in healing, but was a master of defensive dream techniques. Apart from holy healing and a few basic healing spells, it excelled in defense skills. A secret Qian Muyu preferred to keep under wraps. Zhang Ying's attacks repeatedly struck the light shield, but not even a crack appeared. It wasn't until her 3rd sword strike that a crack formed, only to vanish as the shield repaired itself automatically. You can't break my shield like this, Qian Muyu advised. You need to attack rapidly, not slowly, one strike at a time. Zhang Ying stood there, furious, as her opponent had the audacity to teach her how to break his shield during their fight. Down below, the crowd was stunned, and Li Mu couldn't help but exclaim, Xiao Yu is truly amazing. Sun Yu instinctively nodded in agreement with Li Mu's words. On the stage, they witnessed an unprecedented showdown, a contestant guiding their opponent on how to attack them. It was the first time they had encountered such a situation. On the stage, Zhang Ying angrily gripped her crystal sword and swiftly swung it toward Qian Muyu's light shield. Despite her attack reaching its maximum speed, she couldn't make the slightest dent in the shield. Why is this happening? Didn't you say a quick strike would break it? Zhang Ying panted, demanding an explanation. Qian Muyu calmly explained. I did tell you how to break the shield, but that was for unexpected situations. Now that we're in a duel, of course, I would be prepared for your move. The onlookers exchanged glances, reluctantly admitting that Qian Muyu had a point. After hearing his explanation, Zhang Ying's anger inexplicably subsided. She gazed at the composed, smiling young man opposite her, as if wanting to etch this moment into her memory forever. I'm done. I concede, Zhang Ying said, releasing her fusion state and stepping down from the stage. She feared that continuing would destroy her last bit of confidence. Qian Muyu watched Zhang Ying's retreating figure with a hint of regret, had intended to end the duel with a sword technique, but a few words from him had already sapped her fighting spirit. This duel was really dull. Just a light shield and it's over, he yawned, retracting his shield and returning the old pig to the dream space as he lazily walked off the stage. Xiao Yu, you're amazing, Li Mu said admiringly. No, it's thanks to you. If you hadn't first drained most of Zhang Ying's dream power, I wouldn't have had it so easy, Qian Muyu replied matter-of-factly. He knew that if Zhang Ying were at full strength, he would have had to use his sword technique to win. As a support-type contractor, without an offensive dream beast, he could only slowly deplete his opponent's dream power with the old pig's abilities. Hai Zhongtian looked at the approaching Zhang Ying and offered comfort. Don't be discouraged. Keep working hard. Teacher, do you think I could defeat him at my full strength? Zhang Ying asked, looking up. To be honest, you couldn't beat him, Hai Zhongtian said frankly. Even though he only used the light shield, do you really believe that a level 5 beginner contractor wouldn't have any offensive dream skills? Zhang Ying shook her head. She wasn't naive enough to think Qian Muyu lacked attack methods. Hai Zhongtian surveyed his dispirited class of students and said, let's go back and continue training. The college entrance exam in half a month is what's important. The surrounding students, seeing the first class leave, began to disperse as well. On the other side, Li Jin looked at the enthusiastic students and smiled. Let's go back too. Teacher Hai is right. We need to intensify our training. The upcoming college entrance exam is what truly matters. The Tian Tian Hot Pot restaurant was brightly lit at night. Qian Muyu and his companions sat around the dining table, each busy cooking and enjoying the delicious food before them. Li Mu was enthusiastically recounting the details of a battle earlier that day to Mudong, who was impressed by Sun Yu's performance. Sun Yu put down the freshly cooked sea lobster and, with an uncharacteristic modesty, said, I was just average today. Meanwhile, Qian Muyu was too engrossed in savoring the food to pay attention to their conversation. After they had eaten their fill, Qian Muyu leaned back lazily in his seat and suddenly turned to Li Mu, saying, tomorrow, let's go out for some training. I'll take you to see the wind wolf nest, and if we can, we'll take it down. This was a promise he had made to Li Mu before he had awakened his ability Esto, take him to see the wind wolf nest once he reached the beginner level of strength. But I'm not at the beginner level yet, Li Mu said, puzzled. You don't need to be at the beginner level. Your current strength is enough, Qian Muyu replied, having seen Li Mu demonstrate sufficient self-defense skills in Mudong's virtual realm earlier that day. With Mudong joining them, he decided to fulfill the promise ahead of schedule. Li Mu was immediately excited upon hearing this. Sun Yu, who was unaware of this arrangement between the two, also felt a thrill of excitement. Very few among their peers in Sunshine City were able to hunt outside the city on their own or in teams. Mudong, you should come with us tomorrow, Qian Muyu invited. Sure, Mudong agreed readily, as he and Xiao Yu enjoyed wandering outside the city. All right, it's settled then. We'll set off at 9 tomorrow morning. I'll have Grandpa Fu get us an excuse for school, Qian Muyu said as they began discussing what items they would need to prepare for the next day. The next morning, Qian Muyu stood in front of his house, excitedly announcing, 12-wing squad, move out. As the team leader, he was already envisioning leading even more people in the future. Watching his back, Mudong couldn't help but think their leader was a bit melodramatic. Just then, Xiao Yu floated over to join Qian Muyu in his call, making Mudong shake his head with a smile and join them in Fu's car. Meanwhile, Li Mu and Sun Yu had been buzzing with excitement since they woke up, not finding anything unusual about the situation. Soon, they arrived at the city gate. The outer wall of Sunshine City was 7 meters tall, stretching as far as the eye could see. The registration point for leaving the city was not far from the gate and was bustling with people. So many people! Limu exclaimed in surprise, seeing the crowded scene. He hadn't realized so many people left the city daily. This is nothing. At least there's registration here. Some cities are so crowded that they just don't bother, Mudong said calmly. What? There are cities like that? Isn't that dangerous? Limu and Sun Yu asked simultaneously in shock. Muyu chuckled and explained, yes, places like Ocean City, Sky City, and even our capital, Dream City, don't bother. The areas within 100 kilometers around them are cleared, leaving only weaker dream beasts for trainee and beginner summoners like us to practice on. Brother Xiaoyu, what about around Sunshine City? Limu asked curiously. It's the same here, but the cleared area is only 50 kilometers, Muyu replied. He had noticed this when he first arrived in Sunshine City. Beyond 50 kilometers from the city, there were no advanced dream beasts to be found. At that moment, a scruffy bearded man approached from behind Muyu and interjected, the kid's right. In Sunshine City, we've only cleared the advanced dream beasts within a 50-mile radius. That's a secret among us senior contract masters. How did you know? I came from outside, Muyu replied with a calm smile. Impressive. So young and already traveling with the main group to Sunshine City. The man's eyes flashed with admiration. He couldn't have guessed that Muyu had come alone, as it seemed nearly impossible. In fact, Muyu wasn't entirely on his own. Fu was secretly protecting him, with the agreement to only reveal himself in life-threatening situations. I'm Hu Xiong, a senior contract master and the leader of the Huzi Adventure Group. The man introduced himself enthusiastically. Interested in joining our group? He had been impressed by Muyu's analysis and was even more eager to recruit him after learning he had arrived with a large team. After all, not everyone had the courage to undertake such a journey. Muyu, junior contract master. Muyu introduced himself briefly and politely declined. Thank you for the offer, but I plan to form my own adventure group. Hu Xiong seemed to have anticipated this and nodded. Let's exchange contact information, then. We might have opportunities to collaborate in the future. He had also noticed a few companions around Muyu and thought of inviting them if Muyu accepted, but that plan was evidently a bust. After they exchanged contact information, Hu Xiong sincerely said, even though you didn't join us, I have high hopes for you. Keep it up. You too, Muyu replied. Hu Xiong found the young boy increasingly intriguing and was about to say more when a call came from the distance. Leader Hu, we're done registering. Time to head out. Coming. Hu Xiong responded, turning to Muyu. My team is calling. I'll be off. Let's keep in touch. With that, he waved goodbye to everyone. As Hu Xiong walked away, he realized he had spent quite a while chatting with the young boy and was amazed at how unfazed the kid was upon learning he was a senior contract master. He thought to himself, interesting, very interesting. Leader Hu, you seem quite pleased. What happened? A female team member asked curiously. Hu Xiong glanced back in the direction of Muyu and his group, chuckling. I just invited some interesting young folks to join us, but they turned me down. Hearing this, the members of the Huzi Adventure Group looked incredulously at the group of kids they had actually refused an invitation from a senior contract master. Finally, it was Muyu's group's turn at the registration desk. The staff member momentarily paused upon seeing the young group, but quickly regained a professional demeanor and began asking for basic information. Name, age, how many people? Muyu, 18 years old. 4 people. Muyu replied decisively, deliberately excluding Fu. With Fu's abilities, he could easily leave the city without the need for registration. After completing the registration, the staff member advised, given your skills, it's best not to venture beyond 50 miles from the city. Yes, an uncle just warned us about that. Muyu responded. Would you like to hire a bodyguard service? Bodyguard service? What's that? Limu asked with curiosity. The staff member explained. We can provide you with bodyguards ranging from intermediate to super-level contract masters. They won't take a share of your earnings, but will ensure your safety in emergencies. Of course, there's a fee. You even have super-level contract masters here? Muyu raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear that such a service was available. Yes, we recently had a super-level contract master join us who hasn't taken any assignments yet. You can hire them for just 2 million dream currency. 2 million. The 4 exclaimed in unison, though their reactions varied. Muyu and Mutong found the price suspiciously low, while Limu and Sun Yu were shocked by the high amount. Sensing their interest, the staff member continued, indeed, for 2 million. You can have a super-level contract master accompany you for 7 days, anywhere you wish. Muyu cut to the chase. Miss, isn't that price too low? Is there something wrong with this super-level contract master? Realizing Muyu was knowledgeable, the staff member confessed, to be honest, this contract master was seriously injured before and can now only perform at an advanced level. If you're interested, it's 1.3 million. Despite the limitation, They're still the best among advanced contract masters. Deal, 1.3 million. Take us to meet him. Qian Muyu agreed without hesitation. The staff member, thrilled, called a colleague to cover her shift and promised to treat her to a meal. The referral fee would earn her several thousand, so she was quite pleased. Do we really need a bodyguard? Mu Tong whispered as they followed behind. No, we don't, Qian Muyu answered firmly. With Qian Fu around, they had no need for a bodyguard. He was simply intrigued by the super-level contract master in need of money and wanted to find out more. Then why are we hiring him? Li Mu asked, puzzled. She had assumed it was for safety, but now realized that wasn't the case. I want to figure out what's wrong with him and see if he can be of any use to me, Qian Muyu said with a slight smirk, a shrewd glint in his eyes. The shepherd boy suddenly understood Qian Muyu was scouting for talent. Soon, a cheerful receptionist led Qian Muyu and his group of 4 to a lounge behind the registration desk. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go get the gentleman, the receptionist said, pointing to the snacks and drinks on the table. These are complimentary. Help yourselves. With that, she quickly left the room. Qian Muyu made himself comfortable. Grabbing a snack from the table, he was indeed a bit hungry. The others found ways to occupy themselves. Some took a nap, while others played on their phones. The receptionist, now we know her name, is Wang Ye, approached a nearby door. As she opened it, a wave of noise hit her. People were drinking, playing cards, and chatting loudly. Her entrance brought the room to an abrupt silence. Wang Ye, got new business? A man asked, setting down his beer bottle. Yes, but this one's for Brother Qin, Wang Ye replied with a smile. With that, the man resumed drinking, and the room's lively atmosphere returned. In the corner sat a man drinking alone. Qin Tianyu, the Brother Qin they mentioned. This top-tier contractor had been here for nearly 2 weeks, but his high fee of 2 million had kept clients away, forcing him to lower it to 1 million just yesterday. Brother Qin, we've got a job for 130,000, Wang Ye said as she approached him. The client noticed your injury, so they negotiated the price down a bit. No problem, just tell them it's 130,000. Qin Tianyu waved it off, secretly pleased with the additional 30,000. Soon, Wang Ye brought Qin Tianyu to the lounge. This is Qin Tianyu. He'll be responsible for your safety over the next 7 days. For the next 7 days, I'll ensure your safety, Qin Tianyu declared confidently. As he assessed the seemingly average group of young people, he thought the job shouldn't be too difficult. Qian Muyu sized up Qin Tianyu, immediately finding him agreeable. First impressions were crucial for him when considering someone for his team. He was particularly impressed by Qin Tianyu's confidence, a quality perfect for a team leader. Unlike Li Mu, who lacked self-assurance and was better suited as a follower, or Sun Yu, who became class leader of Class 7 but lacked the innate talent, thus needing the shepherd boy to complement him. Qian Muyu managed to suppress the urge to inquire about Qin Tianyu's injuries. Although his first impression of Qin was positive, he understood that initial impressions do not fully reveal a person's true nature. He planned to carefully observe Qin Tianyu's character and conduct during their journey, only extending an invitation to join the 12 Wings once he was confident about Qin's integrity and personality. In contrast to Qian Muyu's cautious approach, the other 3 were more straightforward in their attitude towards Qin Tianyu. Li Mu felt a strong sense of security from Qin, believing that with such a skilled protector, their journey would be free of danger. Sun Yu was filled with curiosity about Qin, puzzled as to why someone so capable would choose to be a bodyguard. Was it really just for the money? Upon learning Qian Muyu's intentions, Mu Tong also began to quietly observe Qin Tianyu, remaining vigilant since the moment he entered, and overall, he formed a fairly positive impression. I'm the leader of this team, Qian Muyu. Pleased to work with you. Qian Muyu stood up and extended his hand. Likewise, Qin Tianyu replied with a smile, shaking Qian's hand and thinking that this employer seemed easy to get along with. Let's get going then, Qian Muyu said with a smile, rising to his feet. All right. Qin Tianyu nodded, ready to follow. Just as they were about to leave, Wang Ye suddenly remembered an important matter and called out, wait, we haven't settled the payment yet. All right. Qian Muyu paused awkwardly, as did the others, clearly having forgotten about it. Wang Ye swiftly pulled out the contract. Here, sign this and pay a deposit of 1 million. After quickly reviewing the document, Qian Muyu signed his name. How should I pay? A quick scan and transfer will do, Wang Ye said, showing a QR code, and Qian Muyu promptly completed the transaction. All set now, Qian Muyu exhaled in relief. Wang Ye handed the contract to Qin Tianyu. You need to sign too? Feeling a bit self-conscious as a first-time bodyguard, Qin Tianyu signed his name. Wang Ye put away the contract and QR code, nodding in satisfaction. All right, you can go now. Stay safe out there. Goodbye. Qian Muyu waved as he led the team out of the lounge. 5 kilometers outside the city, an intense battle was unfolding on an open field. Li Mu and Sun Yu were engaged in a skirmish with 5 jungle dogs, while Qian Muyu, Mu Tong, and Qin Tianyu stood back, observing the scene. This pack of jungle dogs had coincidentally encountered the group just as they were leaving the city, leading to an inevitable clash. Among the 5 jungle dogs, The leader was a green attribute jungle dog at the 6th level of apprenticeship, capable of using the dream skills of Charge, Gale Step, and Screech. Another was a white attribute jungle dog at the 4th level of apprenticeship, which could use Charge and Screech. Aren't you going to help them? Qin Tianyu asked, unable to hold back his curiosity as he watched the battle. He remembered that as soon as they encountered the jungle dogs, Qian Muyu had sent Li Mu and Sun Yu to engage. Initially, he thought this was just the first wave, but as the fight dragged on for nearly 2 minutes, it became clear that Qian Muyu and Mu Tong had no intention of joining in. No need, those two can handle it, Qian Muyu replied with a smile. By this time, 2 jungle dogs had already fallen. Although Qin Tianyu was initially worried about the danger faced by the apprentice-level warriors, his concerns eased when he saw them summon their bamboo bear and large red-black tiger. At the same time, he grew more intrigued by the strength of Qian Muyu's group. I understand, but wouldn't the battle end quicker if you joined? We're training them. If we stepped in, the fight would have been over too quickly, defeating the purpose, Qian Muyu explained. On the battlefield, after the duo of Heibai and Sun Yu took down 2 jungle dogs, Heibai charged directly at the pack leader. Li Mu and Sun Yu each dealt with one of the remaining jungle dogs. After a prolonged engagement, Li Mu seized an opportunity to strike his opponent's side with a blow, sending it flying. As the jungle dog hit the ground, he immediately executed the dream skill, one strike to the head, causing his staff to expand and crash down heavily on the target. The jungle dog spat blood and fell unconscious, prompting Li Mu to deliver a finishing blow. It was Li Mu's first time killing a dream beast in reality. He took a deep breath to calm himself before turning to assist Sun Yu. Qian Muyu, watching from the sidelines, nodded in satisfaction, pleased to see the staff he had Grandpa Fu purchase overnight being put to good use. Soon, with Li Mu's help, Sun Yu also defeated his opponent. The two then joined Heibai and the large red-black tiger in their fight against the jungle dog leader. With attacks coming from all sides, the leader soon exposed a vulnerability, and the large red-black tiger tore open its chest with a black rock claw, bringing it down with a thud. After the battle, Li Mu and Sun Yu stood discussing the fight. For them, it wasn't particularly challenging. While solo encounters might have been risky, their teamwork proved effective. Great job, have some water and take a break, Qian Muyu said as he approached, retrieving 2 bottles of water from his dream space and tossing them to them. Li Mu caught the water and, hearing Xiao Yu's praise, smiled sheepishly. After Qian Muyu handed water to Li Mu and the others, she immediately approached the corpse of the jungle dog. She crouched down and carefully placed her hand on its head to investigate. This action caught Li Mu's attention. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Li Mu couldn't help but ask. Qian Muyu withdrew her hand, stood up and explained. I'm checking if there are any dream core crystals in these jungle dogs' bodies. She added, a dream core crystal is a special kind of gemstone that can only form after a dream beast dies. Its uniqueness lies in its ability to store at least one dream skill of the beast during its lifetime. Before she finished speaking, she turned and moved on to inspect another jungle dog's body. That must be worth a lot, right? Li Mu immediately saw the business potential. A smile suddenly appeared on Qian Muyu's lips as she called out to Sun Yu. Sun Yu, get Xiaohu over here. We've got to find. This white-gray jungle dog actually produced a dream core crystal. Sun Yu nodded in agreement, then directed Xiaohu to go over, following closely behind. This was his first encounter with a dream core crystal. Li Jin had planned to teach about them at the end of the month, not expecting Qian Muyu and the others to venture out so soon. Under Qian Muyu's guidance, Xiaohu skillfully shattered the jungle dog's skull, extracting a stone that emitted a white glow. Qian Muyu took the crystal from Xiaohu's paw and showed it to everyone. Look, this is a dream core crystal. Since this jungle dog is white-grade, the crystal is also white. How much is this white dream core crystal worth? Li Mu pressed on. Qian Muyu scratched her head, a bit puzzled. Having never sold a dream core crystal before, she was unsure of its value. She looked towards Qin Tianyu and Mudong, hoping they could answer the question. Qin Tianyu had an expert understanding of the market for dream core crystals. Before Mu could even speak, he interjected, the market price for these white dream core crystals ranges from 1,000 to 10,000 dream coins. Top-quality white dream beasts can sell for 10,000. Jungle wolves go for about 7 to 8,000, especially those with the Gale Step dream skill, which are in high demand. Qian Muyu chuckled inwardly, having already used his detection skill to ascertain the details of the dream core crystal in his hand. It belonged to a jungle dog with the impact dream skill of white quality. He carefully put away the dream core crystal and told Li Mu and the others, we'll divide them once we're back in the city. Though they're not highly valuable individually, they add up over time. Seeing Li Mu eager to inspect the other 3 jungle dog carcasses, Qian Muyu patiently explained, it's simple. Just place your hand on the head of the carcass and sense if there's any dream energy emanating from it. Li Mu eagerly tried with 2 of the carcasses but was disappointed with the results. Qian Muyu reassured him, that's normal. For white-quality dream beasts, only 1 in about 20 will yield a dream core crystal. The higher the quality, the lower the probability, because high-quality dream beasts have very powerful dream skills. The last carcass was a green-quality jungle dog, and it was Sun Yu's turn to try. To everyone's surprise, Sun Yu soon broke into an excited smile. Xiao Hu, come over. There's a dream core crystal. Xiao Hu immediately understood and skillfully smashed the jungle dog's head, revealing a dream core crystal emitting a green glow in its paw. This crystal was slightly larger and of a deeper color than the white ones. Using his detection ability, Qian Muyu exclaimed with delight, Sun Yu, this is a green quality Gale Step dream skill, perfect for your Dachi Black Tiger. You should keep it. Really? Sun Yu was both surprised and delighted, but then awkwardly asked, how do I use it? Just have Xiao Hu eat it, Qian Muyu advised. Sun Yu promptly turned to Xiao Hu. Here, eat this. Qin Tianyu watched Qian Muyu thoughtfully from the side, secretly wondering if he had mastered some kind of detection dream skill. Xiao Hu eagerly opened its mouth wide and swallowed the dream core crystal that Sun Yu handed over. Instantly, a mysterious green light enveloped its entire body. This sudden phenomenon made Sun Yu's heart skip a beat, and just as he was about to ask Qian Muyu about it, the green light vanished without a trace. Don't worry, it's a normal occurrence, Qian Muyu explained with a smile. Dream core crystals do this. The white ones emit white light, so naturally the green ones emit green light. Hearing this explanation, Sun Yu felt relieved and turned his gaze back to Xiao Hu, who was lying on the ground. Within a minute, Xiao Hu was up and energized, barking excitedly at Sun Yu. It then proceeded to demonstrate its newly acquired skill Swift Wind Step. Its figure darted around them quickly, moving at twice the speed it had before. It really is Swift Wind Step? Qin Tianyu exclaimed in awe as he watched Xiao Hu's agile movements. He hadn't expected Qian Muyu's investigative dream skill to be so advanced that it could discern information about objects without physical contact. However, as a bodyguard, he quickly composed himself, overthinking would only lead to unnecessary worries. Congratulations, Sun Yu, Li Mu said enviously. He hoped that he too would have good fortune and encounter a dream beast suited to his black and white attributes, ideally acquiring a dream core crystal. Sun Yu, while petting Xiao Hu, who had returned to his side, happily thanked him. All right, let's keep moving, Qian Muyu said, stretching. We've only covered 5 kilometers, and there's a long way to go. With nearly 30 kilometers left to reach the Wind Wolf's lair, she couldn't help but worry about whether they would arrive before nightfall. On the way to the Wind Wolf den, the shepherd boy suddenly stopped and turned to Qian Muyu. Xiao Yu wants to come out for some fresh air. This request had been echoing in the shepherd boy's mind since they left the city. Qian Muyu smiled and nodded. Let it out. It's just us here, so it won't be a problem. He hadn't seen Xiao Yu for several hours either. Xiao Yu had been put into the dream space by accident half a month ago. The shepherd boy had snatched a ghost insect from the evil dog adventure group. To avoid being recognized at the crowded city gates, he had to temporarily tuck Xiao Yu away. With permission granted, the shepherd boy immediately summoned Xiao Yu. Finally out, Xiao Yu cheerfully whirled in the air, then noticed someone was missing. Where's old pig? Still sleeping, Qian Muyu replied with a smile. Seeing the lively Xiao Yu lifted his spirits. He noticed Qin Tianyu's shocked expression and felt a thrill. This meant Qin Tianyu recognized Xiao Yu, indicating he wasn't as simple as he seemed. A double-pupiled ghost. Qin Tianyu exclaimed in disbelief. No, wait, aren't double-pupiled ghosts supposed to be extinct? Could it be an ancient species? Xiao Yu curiously floated over to Qin Tianyu. You know me? Apart from Qian Muyu, this was the second person to recognize it at a glance. Qin Tianyu nodded dumbly, suddenly realizing the group he was protecting was anything but ordinary. He quickly caught up with Qian Muyu, filled with questions. What kind of dream beast would a boy followed by a double-pupiled ghost have? He heard old pig earlier. Could it be some kind of pig dream beast? Throughout the journey, Li Mu had a streak of bad luck. He looked at yet another dream beast corpse in disappointment. Ugh, still no dream core crystal. Shaoli, your luck is terrible. Xiao Yu teased. This was Li Mu's 20th failure, while Sun Yu had already collected 5 white quality and 1 green quality dream core crystals. Along with the ones Qian Muyu and Xiao Yu had gathered, the team had accumulated 11 white quality and 2 green quality dream core crystals. How much longer till we get there? The shepherd boy asked out of boredom, having not been allowed to join the fight. If Xiao Yu hadn't been there to chat with, he might have dozed off already. Almost there. I can already sense the wind wolf's presence, Qian Muyu said, scanning the surroundings. The terrain was very similar to where he had encountered a pack of wind wolves before. Wind wolves? Qin Tianyu became alert. What are you planning to do? Nothing much, just going to take them out, Qian Muyu replied nonchalantly. Qin Tianyu's face turned pale. Don't go too deep. Stay on the outskirts. He didn't want his first mission to end with dragging 4 bodies back. A few days ago, Sunshine City sent a senior contract master to clear out the Wind Wolf Den, and they haven't returned. It's speculated that there are at least 2 high-level dream beasts inside. which is extremely dangerous. Given Qin Tianyu's strength, exploring alone wouldn't be an issue, but protecting Qian Muyu and the other three significantly increases the risk. After all, this is his first mission, and he really doesn't want to put Qian Muyu and the others in danger. Upon hearing about the two high-level dream beasts in the lair, Li Mu immediately showed a look of terror, casting anxious glances at Qian Muyu. Although Sun Yu was also afraid, he tried to remain calm. In contrast, Qian Muyu and Mu Tong seemed not only unafraid but also eager, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Seeing their enthusiastic expressions, Qin Tianyu sighed inwardly. The more he tried to dissuade them, the more determined they became. I didn't expect there to be such secrets in the Wind Wolf lair. Now, I'm even more eager to explore. Qian Muyu exclaimed excitedly. A high-level contract master disappeared inside. This adventure is bound to be thrilling. We must hurry before others beat us to it. Li Mu's face turned pale, his voice trembling. I really don't want to see the Wind Wolves. This news has been spreading for days and is sure to attract many adventurers, Qin Tianyu thought to himself. If it were his former self, he would have joined the crowd too. Seeing that persuading them was futile, he said no more. Soon, the group arrived at the outskirts of the Wind Wolf lair. Indeed, several small teams had already gathered, all heading deeper inside. The Wind Wolf lair is located 35 kilometers outside Sunshine City, nestled in a dense forest. The area around the cave is lush with flowers and trees, and if not for the many adventurer teams, it might have been mistaken for an ordinary scenic spot. Qian Muyu looked around and noticed that the beautiful scenery was marred tree trunks, broken branches, and signs of battle were everywhere. Seeing this, the previously anxious Li Mu relaxed, while Mu Tong seemed uninterested, as the anticipated fierce battle seemed unlikely. Look, there are some kids over there. Kids dare to come to a place like this to die? Wait, look behind them. Oh my god, it's the super contract master Qin Tianyu. No wonder these kids are so bold. Ignoring the surrounding comments, Qian Muyu asked directly, what's going on here? A familiar voice replied, a secret realm has been discovered in the cave. Our leader is inside. A secret realm. Qian Muyu followed the voice. Hey, aren't you members of the Huzi Adventure Group? Hello, pretty sister. We met this morning. Qian Muyu waved enthusiastically. Don't call me pretty sister, just call me Sister Ning. I'm Ning Yang, she replied with a smile. Okay, pretty sister, Qian Muyu said sweetly, sticking to the nickname. Ning Yang didn't correct him again and said, I didn't expect you all to make it here. Our leader was right about you. Hee, it's just a coincidence. We saw many people heading this way, so we followed. Qian Muyu cleverly concealed that they had specifically come for this place. Is that so? Come join us. The leader should be out soon, Ning Yang warmly invited. This arrangement not only ensures the safety of Qian Muyu and his group, but also includes the presence of a significant figure like Qin Tianyu. Upon hearing the suggestion, Qian Muyu's face lit up with a joyful smile. Great, thank you, beautiful sister. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qian Muyu and his companions quickly joined the ranks of the Mustache Adventure Group. The surrounding teams grew tense upon noticing the addition of a super contract master to the group. Although Qin Tianyu was currently just a bodyguard and hadn't reached the level of a super contract master, his skills were comparable to those of a top-tier advanced contract master. While Qian Muyu was chatting enthusiastically with Ning Yang, a shout suddenly erupted from the crowd. They're out, our leader is out. Qian Muyu immediately turned towards the cave entrance, where a group of about 10 people emerged, led by a figure with a prominently displayed emblem of the Dream Alliance Bureau on his chest. This was none other than Wang Ming, the head of the Dream Alliance Bureau. If Qian Muyu hadn't left early, they might have met sooner. Beautiful sister. Who is that leader? Qian Muyu asked curiously. Ning Yang looked at him in surprise. You don't know him? I've only been in Sunshine City for a few months, Qian Muyu explained. Is he famous? He doesn't seem that special. Ning Yang introduced him. His name is Wang Ming, and he's the director of the Dream Alliance Bureau here in Sunshine City. He's been making quite a name for himself lately for capturing members of the Evil Dog Adventure Group, including a high-level contract master with a yellow-quality destiny beast, which was the future core strength of the Evil Dog Adventure Group. Qian Muyu displayed a knowing expression. Wow, that's impressive. He glanced at Mu Tong, noticing the same meaningful expression on his face. Who would have thought that their casual report to the authorities would lead to the complete downfall of the Evil Dog Adventure Group, with even the leader unable to escape? At that moment, Wang Ming began announcing the investigation results. The situation inside the cave has been clarified. It's a 24-hour one-time secret realm, although less than 24 hours remain now. As the crowd stirred, he raised his voice, don't rush. There's more. This secret realm has a special condition only contract masters of intermediate level or below can enter. Get ready and have your beginner-level contract masters come over. The secret realm opens in 1 hour. With that, Wang Ming stepped aside to wait, while the other accompanying personnel stayed inside the cave to rest. Ning Yang hurried over to Hu Xiong, who had just returned, to inquire, "Boss, is there anything special inside the secret realm?" Hu Xiong first excitedly looked at Qian Muyu. "Kid, you're here too." He thought to himself that with this capable youngster around, their team's beginner-level contract masters would surely have support inside. "Uncle Hu," Qian Muyu greeted with a smile. Hu Xiong said cheerfully, "You're all at beginner or apprentice level. So join our team when we go in." "Sure." Qian Muyu agreed readily, understanding Hu Xiong's intention. As for the situation inside the secret realm, Hu Xiong could only tell Ning Yang. "All we know is it's a cold cave, and the explorers were in and out in a minute." "That's it?" Ning Yang asked, puzzled. "The people who went in only stayed for a minute. What could they see?" Hu Xiong explained. Qian Muyu questioned, "Why didn't they stay longer?" Hu Xiong responded confidently, "What do you think we went in there for?" Realizing his mistake, Qian Muyu bid farewell to Hu Xiong and then joined Mu Tong and the others to discuss the upcoming entry into the secret realm. Both the adventure group leaders and the Dream Alliance Bureau personnel were well aware that their mission wasn't just for entertainment. Qian Muyu stood at the entrance of the cave, his expression serious as he addressed the three young herders. "Before we enter the secret realm, does anyone have anything to say?" "Brother Xiaoyu, is it possible for me not to go in?" Li Mu asked timidly. Qian Muyu shot him a sharp look. "No way. Son, you may have a choice, but you must go." Sun Yu quickly waved his hands. "Why am I being dragged into this? I definitely want to go. Why do I have to go?" Li Mu asked weakly. "Because you're too timid. Entering the secret realm will be a good way to build your courage," Qian Muyu replied firmly. Hearing this, Li Mu hung his head and stepped back dejectedly. Qian Muyu continued with a serious tone. "These time-limited secret realms often have random entry points, so we might get separated. Remember, when you're on your own, be extra cautious. If you encounter someone strong, retreat immediately and try to fight. Your main task is to find me and Mudong." He was confident in Mudong's abilities, but was particularly concerned about Li Mu and Sun Yu. Sun Yu nodded solemnly, while Li Mu responded with a half-hearted, "Got it." As time passed, the first group of Dream Union agents arrived, 10 in total, 7 men and 3 women, all looking energetic. Soon after, various junior contract practitioners arrived with their teams, hurriedly catching their breath after the rush to get there. An hour later, Wang Meng stepped forward to announce, "Time's up. You can now enter the cave. Guides will lead you into the secret realm, so don't worry." With that, he led his team into the cave. The other adventurers followed suit. Qian Muyu led Mudong and the others, along with 4 members of the Beard Adventurer team, into the cave. They soon reached a person-sized dimensional portal. A Dream Union staff member directed them. "Just step into the portal to enter the secret realm." Qian Muyu turned to the group with a smile. "You go ahead. I'll bring up the rear." Mudong nodded, saying, "Stay safe," and was the first to step through. Sun Yu and the Beard Adventurer team followed closely behind. "After you, Xiao Li." Qian Muyu gestured politely. "Brother Xiaoyu, do I really have to? It seems so scary." Li Mu hesitated. "Absolutely." Qian Muyu replied with a smile that belied his unwavering gaze. Trembling slightly, Li Mu had no choice but to steel himself and step forward. Qian Muyu watched him with satisfaction. Had Li Mu not gone in on his own, he was prepared to give him a little push. Yawning, he leisurely followed them through. After a moment of dizziness, Qian Muyu found himself in a rocky cave. A cold wind blew through, and he quickly cast a warming spell to fend off the chill. Looking around, he saw that he had indeed landed randomly, with no one else in sight. He immediately became alert, drawing his custom-made yellow-grade longsword, Yu, from his dream space and securing it at his waist as he moved forward cautiously. Before long, he heard footsteps ahead. Slowing his pace, he crept forward and soon spotted a robust wind wolf patrolling the area. This was a basic Tier 2, green-grade common wind wolf, possessing the dream skills Swift Step, Wind Wolf Claw, and Charge. Upon examining the attributes of the wind wolf, Qian Muyu couldn't help but click his tongue. A level 2 beginner wind wolf, this secret realm was indeed no simple place. Without hesitation, he drew the sword from his waist and charged at the wind wolf. In this situation, lurking in the shadows and waiting for an opportunity was not the wisest choice. The wind wolf's keen sense of smell would surely detect his presence in advance. Rather than risk that, it was better to face it hidden. The wind wolf quickly picked up on the commotion behind it and swiftly turned around, locking its gaze on the charging Qian Muyu. This quick reaction was what Qian Muyu had anticipated. Such a loud disturbance couldn't go unnoticed, and if the wind wolf showed no reaction, it would have been suspicious. Qian Muyu's sword traced 2 sharp arcs in the air, executing a cross slash. This was a widely practiced martial technique. Unlike dream techniques, martial techniques could be mastered through diligent practice, though individual insight played a significant role. While martial techniques didn't consume dream power, they did drain physical stamina. Interestingly, they could be combined with dream power to create unique effects. At this moment, Qian Muyu wasn't employing an ordinary cross-slash. Instead, he was using a special move infused with light attribute dream power, a dream martial technique. Two intersecting beams of light attribute energy surged forth, heading straight for the Wind Wolf. The distance was too short for the Wind Wolf to dodge sideways in time. With a pained howl, it was struck directly by the cross-slash, its entire body sent flying. Think you can dodge? Not a chance. Qian Muyu remarked with a smirk as he watched the Wind Wolf collapse. A prominent cross-shaped wound appeared on the Wind Wolf's body, and it let out a final, defiant howl toward Qian Muyu. As Qian Muyu steadily approached, the Wind Wolf realized it was beyond saving. Still trying to get up? Better not. Qian Muyu sneered, executing another cross-slash to decisively end the battle. A brief skirmish ended in an instant. Qian Muyu examined the Wind Wolf's corpse, his eyes lighting up as he discovered a green-quality Dream Core crystal containing the Wind Wolf Claw Dream skill. This was quite a find and could fetch a good price. He quickly stored the Dream Core crystal in his dream space and continued on his way. The presence of Wind Wolves patrolling confirmed his suspicion was on the right path, and the treasure lay ahead. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Xiaoyu, where are we? It was the voice of Lao Zhu, who had just woken up. We're in a secret realm, Qian Muyu explained. Inside the Wind Wolf's lair. Then let me out, Lao Zhu requested with a yawn. Without hesitation, Qian Muyu summoned Lao Zhu. Instead of perching on his head as usual, Lao Zhu flapped his little wings and hovered in the air, his typical combat stance. Suddenly, Lao Zhu halted, sniffing the air. Xiaoyu, I smell human blood to the left. Qian Muyu immediately tensed, sprinting toward the left. As he neared, the scent of blood grew stronger. He slowed his pace, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Sure enough, the scene before him confirmed his fears. A human corpse lay amidst the bodies of 3 dream beasts, with 5 wind wolves feasting on them. One of the dream beasts was a wind wolf. Clearly, the deceased had managed to kill at least one wolf before succumbing. Qian Muyu tightened his grip on his feathered weapon, scrutinizing the 5 wind wolves, whose strength ranged from the first to the 3rd stage. The overpowering scent of blood masked all other scents, creating the perfect opportunity for an ambush. Lao Zhu, get ready. Let's launch the light orb spell together, Qian Muyu whispered. Though not the strongest attack skill, it was the best option given that Lao Zhu only knew this damaging dream skill. Qian Muyu had repeatedly tried to teach Lao Zhu other light attribute damage skills, but to no avail. In just 2 seconds, 2 light orbs formed and hurtled towards the 4 clustered wind wolves. One wolf noticed the danger in time and howled a warning, prompting its companions to scatter. Another wolf, already on the outskirts, charged directly at Qian Muyu. The explosion of the light orbs was overwhelming. Except for the wolf that had sounded the alarm, the other 3 were knocked to the ground. The 2 surviving wolves exchanged glances, with one howling to the sky and the other leaping at Qian Muyu. He quickly shook his head to dispel the dizziness induced by the wolf's howl. Qian Muyu swung his blade in a fierce cross-slash, striking the oncoming wind wolf directly. The sudden attack caught the wind wolf off guard, sending its body flying through the air. Old Zhu seized the opportunity, launching a light orb that precisely hit the wind wolf's wound from the cross-slash, making it the first dream beast to fall in this battle. Nice work, Old Zhu, Qian Muyu praised, as he executed the same move on a second charging wind wolf. However, this wind wolf was more alert and saw through Qian Muyu's initial move, deftly dodging to the side. Wow, this wind wolf is pretty clever, Qian Muyu remarked softly. But his strategy was far from over. He sheathed his blade, leaned slightly forward, and gripped the hilt with his right hand, assuming a unique stance. This unusual posture made the wind wolf pause warily. After a few seconds of standoff, the wind wolf howled, summoning 3 companions who had regained their footing. Have you ever seen my quick draw technique? Qian Muyu asked, a slight smile playing on his lips as he faced the 4 gathered wind wolves. The wolves, no longer afraid, howled and charged at Qian Muyu in unison. Quick draw technique? Qian Muyu swiftly unsheathed and sheathed his blade, unleashing a wave of energy that swept across a 5-meter radius. The 4 ferocious wind wolves were struck midair by the blade's energy, falling to the ground, each split in 2. Old Zhu, clean up and see if there are any dream core crystals, Qian Muyu said impassively. They carefully searched all the dream beast corpses and finally discovered 2 dream core crystals, one from the clever wind wolf and the other from a previously slain contract master's dream beast. The wind wolf's dream core crystal possessed the howl dream skill, rated green in quality. The big-eared rabbit's dream core crystal had the slap dream skill, also rated green. These auxiliary dream skills were a decent find. Qian Muyu was sitting on a rock, about to put away the 2 dream core crystals in his hand, when he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. His gaze shifted between the male corpse on the ground and the 3 figures becoming clearer in the distance, quickly piecing together the sequence of events. This wasn't the tragedy of a lone person facing 6 wind wolves, but rather a failed rescue attempt after 2 people got into trouble. The clues were evident at the scene: a disfigured corpse, the carcasses of 6 wind wolves, and a dead armored rat nearby. The lingering dream energy on the armored rat suggested it had a taunt ability, clearly used to distract the wind wolves and buy time for the other person's escape. Stop! Qian Muyu shouted to the 3 people approaching quickly. The leader, Dong Tian, immediately halted. Wu Qi, are you talking about him? Qian Muyu pointed towards the direction of the corpse. There's only one body here. If you're looking for Wu Qi, that should be him. The man and woman behind Dong Tian maintained a bystander stance. They were strangers to Dong Tian, only agreeing to come to his aid because he promised them the corpses of the 6 wind wolves, which had a decent chance of yielding dream core crystals, a good opportunity for them. They killed him, Qian Muyu said, gesturing to the scattered wolf carcasses. Dong Tian finally noticed the 6 wolf corpses in the darkness, 4 of which were neatly sliced in half with precise, swift strikes. Did you do this? Dong Tian's voice carried a hint of tremor. What do you think? Qian Muyu stood up, a faint smile playing on his lips, and walked away. Dong Tian watched Qian Muyu's retreating figure, swallowing hard, unable to utter another word. He approached the corpse, needing to confirm what he feared. From the tattered clothing, he finally recognized that the body was indeed Wu Qi. The other 2 examined the wolf carcasses, shuddering at the sight of the wolves neatly severed in one blow, a chilling display of skill. They also noticed that the heads of one wind wolf and an unknown dream beast had been smashed, the dream core crystals evidently taken. Qian Muyu walked ahead, expecting Dong Tian to catch up and question him about the armored rat's dream core crystal, but no one appeared. He shook his head with a sigh, how dull, and quickened his pace. As he ventured deeper into the cave, the surroundings grew brighter. The number of wind wolves decreased, but their strength generally increased. Along the way, Qian Muyu lost count of how many wind wolves he had slain. He encountered other people, but still hadn't seen Li Mu and his group. The air was filled with more and more ghostly flames, illuminating the dim environment. These apprentice-level, ordinary-type dream beasts with ghostly attributes had a white dream technique, serving solely to provide light. Their gentle nature meant they never attacked proactively, and even when disturbed, they chose to evade. Meanwhile, Li Mu had already regrouped with Sun Yu. Initially, they could handle the wind wolves with ease, but as they ventured deeper, they faced wind wolves with strength reaching the early 5th level and were relentlessly pursued by a pack. During their escape, they encountered 2 members of the bearded adventurers, who were also fleeing, and the 4 of them scrambled through the cave in a desperate flight. Li Mu initially hoped that the 2 members of the Huzi adventurer group could help them deal with the threat of the wind wolves chasing them. Unfortunately, reality was disappointing. These 2 adventurers were only at the 7th and 6th beginner levels, and they had already exhausted much of their dream power during their escape. Facing 5 relentless wind wolves, they were clearly struggling. Luckily, one of them was skilled in control-type dream techniques and managed to cast a spell that slowed down the wolves' pursuit, temporarily saving them from being caught. The adventurers felt a sense of bitterness and helplessness, silently complaining to themselves, didn't the boss say these kids could protect us? Now it seems like we're the ones protecting them. What rotten luck, being chased by 5 wind wolves. Li Mu sighed heavily, burdened by the situation. Sun Yu also shook his head in frustration, recalling their earlier encounter. The 2 wind wolves they had faced with Li Mu were far stronger than expected. Even though Black and White seized an opportunity to unleash a powerful dream technique, they ultimately had to retreat. To make matters worse, during their escape, those 2 wolves had summoned reinforcements, quickly increasing the number of pursuers to 5. Just then, a member of the Huzi adventurer group suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, there's a light up ahead." Seeing a glimmer of hope, the group quickened their pace. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the secret realm, Qian Muyu was walking aimlessly, yawning as he asked, "Old Zhu, what kind of secret realm do you think this is?" He hadn't encountered any wind wolves for a while, suggesting to him that he might be nearing the end. Old Zhu replied lazily, clearly exhausted from previous battles and eager to return to the dream space to rest. Qian Muyu pondered aloud, "I think it might be an inheritance secret realm, though I'm not sure what type of inheritance it is." He explained that inheritance secret realms could include a variety of types, such as dream beasts, dream techniques, treasures, and weapons. As he spoke, Qian Muyu also noticed the light ahead. Although it lifted his spirits, he maintained a calm pace as he moved forward. Soon, he passed through the area bathed in light, and an awe-inspiring scene unfolded before his eyes. As Qian Muyu stepped into the light, a massive pit suddenly appeared before him. At the center of the pit stood an ancient altar, but what was truly astonishing was the sheer number of wind wolves packed densely around it, at least 1,000 by rough estimation. A gigantic barrier of light enveloped the entire pit, trapping the fierce wind wolves within. Lao Zhu walked forward, lightly tapped the barrier, and remarked, "This barrier is pathetic. It just needs to keep those wind wolves at bay. Qian Muyu replied nonchalantly, though his attention was drawn to a white egg on the altar. Upon inspection, he quickly learned its details. The dream beast egg of a white bone wolf king, undead type defense breed, with the attribute of yellow, possessing undead dream skills. Since it was unborn, further information was currently unavailable. This is a dream beast egg worth a fortune, Qian Muyu thought to himself. Even if I can't use it, it would be perfect for Li Mu and the others. Looking around, he finally noticed more than 20 tunnels surrounding the pit, explaining why he hadn't been able to find Li Mu and his group. Some early arrivals were already resting near the tunnel entrances. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, Lao Zhu, you guys are so slow. Xiao Yu appeared cheerfully beside Lao Zhu. Don't bother me, let me rest for a bit. The exhausted Lao Zhu grumbled, lying on Qian Muyu's head. Seeing this, Xiao Yu decided not to disturb him and instead began to playfully interact with Qian Muyu. Before long, Mu Tong walked over. When did you guys get here? Qian Muyu asked. Just arrived, not long ago, Mu Tong explained, mentioning that Xiao Yu had sensed Lao Zhu's presence, leading them there. Seeing no one behind Mu Tong, Qian Muyu couldn't help but feel worried for Li Mu and the others. He regretted allowing Li Mu and Sun Yu, whose skills were not yet at the beginner level, to enter this dangerous secret realm. While they could handle wind wolves at the beginner's second stage, the wolves here were generally much stronger, and those at the beginner's second stage were rare. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed from one of the tunnels. Help? Is that Li Mu's voice? Qian Muyu asked, alarmed. Yes, Mu Tong confirmed, and the two of them immediately rushed toward the sound. Qian Muyu swiftly drew his feather sword from his waist, with Mu Tong close behind. Inside the tunnel, Li Mu continued to shout, Help! Help! This was the strategy he and Sun Yu had Discasetto first confirm if there was anyone in the lighted area who could assist them. If help arrived, it would be ideal. Otherwise, Sun Yu would have to charge into the light with him and fight the pursuing wind wolves to the last. Just as Li Mu and his group were about to reach the illuminated area, two swift figures suddenly darted past them. Qian Muyu swiftly swung her blade, delivering a fierce strike that sliced the leading wind wolf in half. At the same time, Mu Tong's piercing gaze ability penetrated the chest of another wind wolf, killing both beasts instantly. Sun Yu immediately halted in his tracks, witnessing the breathtaking scene, and couldn't help but gulp. Li Mu, stop running. The boss and the others are here to save us. He instinctively shouted, using the term boss to refer to Qian Muyu for the first time. It's all right, leave the rest to us, Qian Muyu reassured Sun Yu with a comforting smile, while Li Mu was still making his way back. The remaining three wind wolves, stunned by the sudden death of their companions, stood frozen. Just as Qian Muyu and Mu Tong were about to take action again, the wolves snapped back to reality, exchanged a glance, and fled, disappearing into the darkness in an instant. Looks like it's no longer necessary, Qian Muyu chuckled softly, watching the wolves escape. At that moment, Li Mu and two members of the Huzi adventure team returned. Boss, I finally found you. Li Mu cried as he rushed to Qian Muyu, hugging her and sobbing. This place is terrifying. I never want to come back. Haha, it's all right now. I didn't think it through this time. Next time, I won't bring you to such dangerous places, Qian Muyu gently reassured him. Of course, what she didn't say was that once Li Mu's skills improved, they'd all venture into such places together again. The two members of the Huzi adventure team glanced at the wind wolf corpses on the ground, then at Qian Muyu and Mu Tong, remembering what their leader had said before. It turned out that the real powerhouses were these two, not the companions they had been fleeing with. While Qian Muyu was treating the injuries of Li Mu and the others, he attentively listened to their journey's trials. Upon learning that it was the assistance of the two from the Huzi adventure group that saved Li Mu and Sun Yu from a dire fate, he couldn't help but express his heartfelt gratitude to their rescuers. The two members of the Huzi adventure group waved their hands modestly, declining the thanks, while secretly marveling at Qian Muyu's abilities and feeling grateful for his healing aid moments before. Let's head inside. The end of the secret realm is just ahead, Qian Muyu said, leading the now-recovered group towards the light at the end of the passage. Outside, in the clearing, many people had already gathered. They've come out, someone murmured, noticing Qian Muyu and his group emerging from the passage. Nearby, men and women in uniforms from the Dream Union Bureau were also observing them. Except for those two newcomers from the Huzi adventure group, I don't recognize anyone else, a female staff member remarked. Pay attention to the two who rushed in first. They have considerable strength, a male staff member commented calmly before closing his eyes to rest. As a contract master about to advance to the intermediate level, he wasn't particularly concerned with Qian Muyu and the others, who were nearing the 9th rank of the junior level. When Li Mu stepped out of the passage and saw the scene within the light curtain, his legs went weak. There were thousands of wind wolves gathered in the pit. Trembling, he pointed at the pit. Brother Xiao Yu, why are there so many wind wolves here? Don't worry, they can't come out for now, Qian Muyu reassured him, inwardly amused by the reaction he had anticipated. Not only Li Mu, but even Sun Yu and the two from the Huzi adventure group felt their scalps tingle at the sight. To ease their fear, Qian Muyu pointed around. Look, there are already over 30 people gathered here, and there will surely be more when the barrier disappears. He then directed everyone's gaze to the altar in the pit, where, besides a white bone wolf king's egg, there were also rare items like the undead grass and a massive blue-quality skeletal sword. As time passed, more people arrived at the pit, and the light curtain barrier grew increasingly thin. Suddenly, the old pig perched on Qian Muyu's head warned, "It's here." Qian Muyu and the shepherd boy immediately turned their eyes to the altar. At that moment, a dazzling light burst from the top of the altar, and a blurry phantom appeared above it. Is it going to say something? Qian Muyu murmured to himself, unsurprised by this common occurrence in secret realms. In general, those capable of creating secret realms are immensely powerful beings. Above the altar, a faint, ethereal silhouette emerged, its voice distant and mysterious. Preserving a virtual image is but a trivial task for us. Some mighty beings can even pull you directly into their world for a conversation. Welcome, everyone, to my secret realm. I wish you all an enjoyable experience in the final challenge. With an eerie laugh, the silhouette slowly faded away, leaving only a massive countdown overhead, ticking down the last 30 minutes. Qian Muyu watched this unfold and couldn't help but chuckle. The Bone Wolf King was indeed mischievous, leaving behind just a few cryptic words and a countdown before vanishing. An ordinary person might mistake this for the shadow of a winged wolf, given the traces of them scattered throughout the pit. But Qian Muyu knew better. It was undoubtedly the projection of the Bone Wolf King. Its egg was placed right on the altar. Who else could it be? A wind wolf wouldn't dare to steal the Bone Wolf King's egg. However, the egg had been sealed and couldn't hatch for the time being. Impressive. Qian Muyu shook his head in resignation, silently admiring the Bone Wolf King's tactics. The crowd grew anxious with the appearance of the countdown. As Qian Muyu scanned the surroundings, he noticed the number of people had grown to over 60, including a few familiar faces. It wasn't surprising Wang Ming had initially mentioned entering after an hour without restricting additional participants. Hey, aren't those some of the students from Class 1? Li Mu pointed towards Zhang Ying, Kong Zhang, and Huang Hao in the distance. After a closer look, Qian Muyu confirmed their identities. It seems the wind wolves have been mostly cleared by our group. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it here, he mused. Mudong, keep an eye out for me. I need to call someone over. Mudong nodded in agreement. Sure, go ahead. Who are you calling? Li Mu asked with curiosity. Don't ask, Qian Muyu replied with a mysterious smile and turned to walk down the passage. Despite his curiosity, Li Mu didn't follow. He knew that even if he wanted to, Mudong wouldn't allow it. At that moment, Mudong felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand. He glanced at the mark there and recalled Qian Muyu's earlier words, finally realizing the truth. So that's what it is. Hey Mudong, your hand is glowing, Li Mu exclaimed, eyes wide as he pointed to the strange light that suddenly appeared on the back of Mudong's hand. Suan Yu glanced over, silently acknowledging the mysterious mark. Really? Mudong raised his hand and waved it gently in front of Li Mu. The mark faded away like mist. Li Mu looked puzzled, his eyes full of questions. Nearby, Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh at Li Mu's expression, finding it amusing to discover this mysterious side of Mudong for the first time. Meanwhile, the two members of the Huzi adventure group didn't approach. Their faces were grim, still unable to find their missing companion. They had searched thoroughly around the deep pit but found nothing, fearing the worst had happened. Deep in the cave, after ensuring he was alone, Qian Muyu calmly said, 12 Wings Assistance. As soon as the words left his mouth, a light spread from beneath his feet, and a 3-wing symbol appeared on his hand, radiating warmth. More remarkably, a blue screen materialized before him, displaying the message, please select a target to invite, with 2 smaller screens below showing live feeds of Bai Ming and Mudong. Seeing Bai Ming exercising at home, Qian Muyu smiled and unhesitatingly chose him, then clicked the confirm button. The screen immediately displayed, inviting target, please wait. At home, Bai Ming felt the warmth on his hand and knew something was up. This sensation could mean a new member had joined, someone had activated a dream skill, or someone with a similar mark was nearby. He was unaware of a fourth possibility. Regardless, he was ready for anything. When the prompt Qian Muyu has invited you, do you wish to go? Appeared, Bai Ming understood instantly. A pang, enter the dream space. Brother Muyu is calling us, Bai Ming said to the plump figure on the ground. Got it, a pang replied, turning into a beam of light and entering the dream space. Without hesitation, Bai Ming clicked confirm and vanished from his spot. Shortly after, a light flashed before Qian Muyu, revealing Bai Ming's figure. Brother Muyu, long time no see. Bai Ming greeted warmly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qian Muyu led Bai Ming out of the cave. Li Mu instantly recognized Qian Muyu but was puzzled by the stranger accompanying him. Bai Ming introduced himself, and Li Mu was thrilled to recognize him as the Bai Lao Da from their squad's chat group. Suan Yu and Mudong each reacted differently to Bai Ming's sudden appearance. Didn't expect you to join too, Bai Ming said to Mudong. It's pretty convenient, hard not to join, Mudong replied. Bai Ming nodded in agreement, appreciating the convenience of this dream skill. Although it was limited to just one day, it was enough to solve many problems, like summoning a strong ally to increase the chances of securing the ultimate prize. Qian Muyu stood at the edge of the deep pit, his gaze fixed on the countdown on the light screen. 10 minutes left. He turned to face his companions, his expression serious. Get ready, time's almost up, he instructed Li Mu, Sun Yu, and 2 members of the Bearded Adventurers group. You 4, head to the Dream Union's rendezvous point immediately. Remember, safety first, don't act recklessly. The novice contract masters of the Dream Union had already started organizing their team as soon as the 30-minute countdown began, preparing for the impending attack of the Wind Wolf Pack. Except for a few who were absolutely confident in their abilities and remained around the pit, the others had already retreated to the rendezvous point. Got it, Li Mu responded with a firm nod, though his eyes showed a hint of hesitation. But what about you, Brother Xiaoyu? He had been waiting for Qian Muyu to return, which was why he hadn't gone to the rendezvous point alone. Qian Muyu's eyes were locked on the altar at the bottom of the pit. We're going straight in to seize the final prize, especially that egg. We can't ensure your safety. Li Mu glanced at Qian Muyu, then at Mudong and Bai Ming beside him, swallowing hard. He wanted nothing more than to get away from this group of daredevils, fearing Qian Muyu might change his mind and drag them into the wolf pack. Yet, he hesitated, waiting for Qian Muyu's final instructions. All right, Sun Yu, you're in charge of getting them there. Qian Muyu motioned. Yes. Sun Yu responded promptly, quickly leading Li Mu and the 2 from the Bearded Adventurers towards the rendezvous point. He knew he was no longer suited to stay in this perilous place. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, Qian Muyu sighed softly. He regretted his lack of strength. If he were stronger, he wouldn't have had to send them away. Don't sigh. The journey's just beginning. Bai Ming patted his shoulder. Qian Muyu nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Forget about them. It's our time now. This is our first mission, and we can't fail. The goal is simple: the White Bone Wolf King's Dream Beast egg on the altar. I must have it. Understood. Got it. The final 10 seconds of the countdown ticked away amidst the tense atmosphere. 10, 9, 8, 7, 10. As the countdown reached 0, the barrier in the deep pit vanished abruptly. In that instant, the howls of the wolves echoed thunderously, and the wind wolves, unable to hold back any longer, surged towards the top of the pit like an unstoppable tide. At the assembly point, faced with this overwhelming wave of wolves, some couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Can we really win against so many wind wolves? Someone murmured in doubt. Don't panic. Feng Junyi's voice rang out with authority. The wolves may be numerous, but our defensive perimeter is limited. They can't all attack us at once. We need to hold our ground and take them down one by one. His words reached every corner of the assembly point, and after a moment of consideration, people found his reasoning sound, easing the tense atmosphere. Seeing everyone calm down, Feng Junyi turned to Wang Hao, a seasoned level 10 fighter from the Federal Bureau who had previously praised Qian Muyu and the others for their skill. Hao, leave this to me and look for an opportunity to break through the wolf pack. Wang Hao nodded, trusting in Feng Junyi's capabilities. Everyone, prepare for Dream Beast Fusion. Feng Junyi began issuing a series of tactical commands. Group 1, move forward to intercept the first wave coming up the slope. Group 2, unleash your ranged attacks with full force. Group 3, get ready for close combat and maneuvering. Group 4, stack buffs and deploy negative dream skills. Group 5, the healing unit, will be under the command of Lu Yu from the Dream Union Bureau. Use this time to weaken the wolves before they reach us. Take down as many as you can. Under his coordination, the teams moved into action with precision. This was the result of the Dream Union Bureau's meticulous organization beforehand. Though assembling the groups took considerable time, the effectiveness was evident, far surpassing the chaos of fighting individually. Elsewhere, Qian Muyu and Xiaoyu watched the colorful fusion lights at the assembly point with excitement. That's so cool, Xiaoyu exclaimed, eyes wide with wonder. Absolutely, Qian Muyu agreed, shifting his focus to the wind wolves climbing the hillside. It's our turn now. Bai Ming crouched eagerly at the edge. Even the usually calm Mudong couldn't hide his excitement. Who wouldn't be thrilled facing such a vast horde of dream beasts? Fusion. At Qian Muyu's command, a brilliant light enveloped the 3 of them. In an instant, Qian Muyu sprouted a pair of pristine white wings, hovering effortlessly in midair. Bai Ming grew horns and bared his fangs, exuding a fierce aura. Mudong's eyes transformed into mesmerizing pupils, subtle yet powerful enough to induce illusions. Even Qian Muyu dared not meet his gaze. Brother Muyu, you're amazing, Bai Ming exclaimed, seeing Qian Muyu's fusion form for the first time. You look great too, though your belly stands out a bit, Qian Muyu teased. Not a problem. Digest. Bai Ming laughed as he used a dream skill, his physique swiftly shifting from plump to trim. How long does that last? Qian Muyu asked curiously. It doesn't revert after fusion ends, a skill taught by Pang after I advance to the next level, Bai Ming said proudly. Impressive, Qian Muyu admired. It'd be great to control your physique at will. Mudong watched the two banter with a hint of exasperation as the wolf pack drew closer, yet they still found time for light-hearted conversation. The contract mages of the remote squad gathered at the rendezvous point, unleashing a dazzling array of dream skills one after another. Water spheres, fireballs, and incendiary bombs traced graceful arcs through the air, like vibrant fireworks, before landing precisely among the dense packs of wind wolves below. The explosions of dream skills echoed continuously, resembling a grand fireworks display from afar, yet delivering deadly impact. Each wave of attacks effortlessly claimed the lives of 20 to 30 wind wolves, thanks to their overwhelming numbers that formed an almost perfect target. After 2 rounds of intense bombardment, the surviving wind wolves finally managed to climb the high ground. Standing on the front line, Feng Junyi cast dream skills at the wolves that had just ascended while shouting a warning. Watch out in the rear. The wind wolves have reached us. Defense team, hold your ground. Melee team, start your roaming attacks. Don't let a single wolf breach the line. The real close-quarters battle began. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Ying wielded her crystal sword and noticed familiar figures with surprise. I didn't expect to see you here, she remarked to Sun Yu beside her. Sun Yu was positioned near a large red-black tiger, directing it to unleash its black tiger cannon. As a member of the remote squad who hadn't reached the initial level of power, he was placed further back. Li Mu was by his side, and the two covered each other. That's what we should be asking you, Sun Yu replied. We didn't see you before we came in. No wonder you weren't at the Dream Beast Arena today, Huang Hao explained. We were notified by our families to come. It turned out that only Zhang Ying, Kong Zhang, and Huang Hao from their class were present. Their families, connected to the Adventurer Guild, had informed them of the secret realm's appearance and had sent people to escort them from school. If you guys are here, then Qian Muyu must be too, right? Where is he? Huang Hao inquired. Li Mu pointed in the direction they had come from. Brother Xiaoyu is over there. What the heck? Huang Hao exclaimed, following the direction pointed. Although the faces weren't clear, 3 figures could be seen bravely fighting the wind wolves climbing up. Zhang Ying also witnessed this scene, murmuring in disbelief, is he really that strong? A massive blade arc sliced through the air, piercing the bodies of 2 wind wolves. The third wolf narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but was still flung away by the sheer force of the blade's energy. Qian Muyu frowned at the scene, clearly dissatisfied with the efficiency of his kill. His gaze swept over the altar in the deep pit, and suddenly, inspiration struck him. I should have thought of this earlier, he exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Without waiting for Bai Ming and Mudong to react, he grabbed them both and soared into the sky. Brother Muyu, what are you doing? Bai Ming shouted in alarm as he dangled above the dense pack of wolves below. We're heading to the pit, Qian Muyu responded, carrying them toward the altar. This approach was far more efficient than slowly clearing the wolves on the perimeter. A stir erupted among the onlookers. Look, someone's flying straight into the pit, someone exclaimed. The strong fighters who had been battling the wind wolves on the outskirts could no longer hold back and rushed toward the pit. Li Mu watched the scene unfold and finally understood why Brother Xiaoyu had stationed them there. Sun Yu stood nearby, watching Qian Muyu and his companions with envy, secretly hoping to possess such strength one day. Wang Hao couldn't contain himself any longer and dashed from the gathering point. Although he knew that even if he obtained the treasures, keeping them would be uncertain, seeing others seize the opportunity first made him anxious. The wind wolves in the pit, realizing someone was approaching the altar, howled at the sky. Under the command of a particularly powerful wind wolf, some retreated to guard the altar while others continued their assault on the gathering point. To them, 3 mere humans descending into their midst would soon be dealt with. Get ready, I'm going to land, Qian Muyu warned as they neared the altar. Remember, take 1 each, no more. Got it, Bai Ming replied. There were 15 treasures on the altar, and they planned to take only 3, leaving opportunities for others and avoiding unnecessary trouble. In truth, aside from the Bone Wolf King's egg, the other treasures held little value for them. But taking only the Wolf King's egg would draw too much attention. Mudong, Bai Ming, go, Qian Muyu commanded, releasing the 2. Bai Ming immediately unleashed his eye power, combined with his devouring force, piercing and consuming a wolf below in one strike. The trio landed steadily on the altar steps, and the surrounding wind wolves, stunned by the sudden turn of events, hesitated to make a move. Under the altar's bright glow, everything was clearly visible. Wang Hao regretted his previous hesitation, hoping Qian Muyu and his team might leave some treasures behind. Others quickened their pace, their attacks growing fiercer, as one wind wolf after another fell, unable to rise again. The crowd around the altar felt a growing sense of joy as they witnessed the scene before them. With such a powerful presence among them, what was there to fear about this secret realm? Their morale received a significant boost, and they courageously launched attacks on the approaching wind wolves. Some even broke away from the group, emulating Wang Hao and his companions by charging directly downhill. Feng Junyi observed the chaotic scene and wiped the blood from his face, urgently shouting, "Stay calm. Everyone, stay calm. The situation hasn't fully stabilized yet." Bai Ming stood still, chewing and swallowing the 4 wind wolves he had just devoured. He then spat out a dream core crystal and remarked indifferently, "The taste is mediocre." Mu Tong glanced at Bai Ming with disgust. How can there be such a dream skill? It's revolting. Although he knew Bai Ming's destiny beast was a Taodai, this ability still made him uncomfortable. Taodai attributes. Level, primary stage 5. Type, phantom beast. Quality, purple. Dream skills, digestion, devour, roar, Taodai fist. Qian Muyu, looking at the altar, smiled and said, "You guys hold them off first. I'll go collect the eggs, and then it'll be your turn." "No need," Bai Ming replied after a moment of thought. "Help us gather them together. I want the plant on the far left, the wraith grass." The wraith grass could enhance the power of the necromancy type, which was just what his Bone Wolf King needed. The night pearl, Mu Tong added. He happened to be in need of a night pearl, and was surprised to find one here. "All right, hold them off for a bit while I go," Qian Muyu said. He cast a protective light shield on both Mu Tong and Bai Ming before running towards the altar. An elderly wind wolf noticed Qian Muyu heading for the altar and immediately commanded the other wind wolves to launch a fierce attack. "Fly, fly away," Bai Ming shouted, effortlessly punching and sending wind wolves flying. Fortunately, there was only one entrance. Otherwise, with the number of wind wolves, they would have been difficult to fend off. As soon as one was knocked away, another would take its place, coming in an endless stream. Qian Muyu quickly climbed the altar and, without hesitation, stored the Bone Wolf King's egg, the wraith grass, and the night pearl in his ring space. He had already retrieved the 12-wing ring from the dream space and worn it on his finger when he first discovered the dream beast egg on the altar. After completing his task, he immediately turned and dashed down the altar. Bai Ming and Mu Tong were still below, covering his retreat. Wang Hao and his companions felt a wave of relief when Qian Muyu took only 3 items from the altar and left. However, no one dared to linger. Instead, they quickened their pace, eager not to miss the other treasures still on the altar. Qian Muyu moved behind Muni and Bai Ming, immediately reinforcing their light shields and casting healing spells, shifting into a supportive role. Bai Ming, engaged in battle, felt his fatigue easing thanks to the healing, silently praising Muyu's reliable assistance. "What do we do now?" Muni asked after unleashing a powerful gaze attack. Surveying the approaching crowd and the encroaching wolf pack, Qian Muyu decisively replied, "Let's head over to Li Mu's side." He had no intention of drawing more attention now that they had what they came for. The altar no longer held any value for them. "How do we get past them?" Bai Ming asked, eyeing the dense pack of wolves, clearly aware that escaping wouldn't be easy. "Simple. The same way we got in," Qian Muyu said confidently. "Watch me." He stepped forward, channeling a mysterious energy within him. Suddenly, a commanding shout of "Begone!" echoed around them, and the energy burst forth, rapidly spreading outwards. "Holy crap! Muyu, you've mastered it!" Bai Ming exclaimed in shock as the surrounding wind wolves fell or stood dazed. Although he knew Qian Muyu possessed dream energy, he hadn't expected him to wield it so effortlessly. Muni was equally astonished but quickly calmed down, realizing that such capability from Qian Muyu made perfect sense. Qian Muyu, satisfied with the wolves rendered helpless or confused, was about to leave when Bai Ming rushed forward, devouring all the wind wolves within a 5-meter radius and letting out a contented belch. "All right, let's go." Qian Muyu shook his head with a hint of helplessness, then lifted his companions into the air, flying towards their rendezvous point. His dream energy could only affect an area of about 100 meters, and it was primarily the lower-ranked wolves that were incapacitated. The stronger ones were merely influenced but not enough to hinder their escape. As they soared above, Bai Ming belched again, looking down at the furious howling of the elder wind wolf below and laughed triumphantly. "Haha, it's no use howling now, they've all been digested." He spat out 12 dream crystals, remarking with satisfaction, "Not a bad haul." The elder wind wolf, with a middle-level 7-stage strength, was the strongest in the pack. When it saw its companions knocked down by the mysterious energy, it was momentarily stunned. By the time it recovered and attempted to intervene, Qian Muyu and his friends were already airborne. It could only let out a powerless howl before rallying the remaining wolves. "A woo! Follow me. Block the altar entrance." Soon, Over a dozen mid-level wind wolves were stationed around the altar, ensuring that if Qian Muyu and his group tried to return, it would not be an easy task. The elderly wind wolf was filled with regret. It had sent its strongest wolves to intercept the humans ascending the hill on foot, not anticipating an aerial assault. Now, with only a band of moderately skilled wolves left around the altar, Qian Muyu and his companions seized the opportunity to easily capture it. In the distance, several approaching humans slowed their pace upon seeing the formidable wolves return to the altar. They had witnessed firsthand the gruesome fate of a practitioner with a level 7 beginner power, who was torn apart by the pack for recklessly charging in. This bloody spectacle made everyone hesitant to act rashly. It was at this moment they realized that the strength of these wolves far exceeded their expectations. The previous display of power by Qian Muyu and his team had misled them into thinking the wolves were weak. Wang Hao stood still, his gaze shifting between the wolves surrounding the altar and the mangled corpse. With a resigned sigh, he understood that any further assault on the altar's defenses would be suicidal. He glanced at Qian Muyu and his two companions hovering in the sky, his expression complex, before decisively retreating toward the rendezvous point. Others in the pit also grasped the situation and began moving toward the meeting point in unspoken agreement. They knew the priority was to regroup with the main force and eliminate the weaker wolves first. Lingering here would mean missing out entirely once the main group arrived. More importantly, attempting to share in the spoils without contributing wouldn't sit well with those at the meeting point. They might even be treated as enemies alongside the wolves. After all, the rendezvous point was home to powerful individuals, especially the three currently flying, whose destination was the meeting point. These people understood that even if someone managed to defeat Qian Muyu and his team, the formidable members of the Monglian Bureau were still waiting. This battle for the prize was destined to be anything but simple. "Look up at the sky," someone in the crowd exclaimed, pointing upwards. Qian Muyu and his two companions were soaring toward them. They had just retrieved the wind wolf egg from the altar and were now heading back to the rendezvous point. Qian Muyu and his team landed smoothly at the edge of the meeting point. Li Mu, who had been closely monitoring their movements, quickly signaled Sun Yu and the two members of the Huzi adventurer group to join him in welcoming them. For Li Mu, standing behind brother Xiaoyu always gave him a great sense of security. "You're here?" Qian Muyu greeted the approaching group with a wave. "Wow, brother Xiaoyu. You guys were amazing just now," Li Mu said, scratching his head sheepishly. "Just the basics," Qian Muyu replied with a wink. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his feather blade from his waist and, with a swift turn, decapitated a wind wolf that had been quietly creeping up on them. The sudden move startled Li Mu and reminded him that they were still in the midst of a battlefield. From a distance, Feng Junyi was equally taken aback by Qian Muyu's quick reflexes. After swallowing hard, he decided to focus on directing his own team to handle the wind wolves below. "You guys hold this position. I'm going to see if there are any valuable ones among these wind wolves," Qian Muyu announced, scanning the approaching pack. With his dream technique, he could easily assess the quality of the wind wolves. His goal was clear: to find valuable young wind wolves, especially those rare blue-quality cubs. "Don't worry, brother Muyu. We've got this," Bai Ming assured him, kicking away an oncoming wind wolf. Mu Tong promptly handed over a handful of dream beast rings, essential for capturing wind wolves. Qian Muyu accepted them gladly and plunged into the battlefield. Watching Qian Muyu's retreating figure, Li Mu was left puzzled, unsure of what was happening. Meanwhile, Bai Ming naturally assumed command of the team. "Follow me into battle," Bai Ming shouted excitedly, leaping directly into the wind wolf pack. For him, these wolves, with strength only between the third and fifth initial stages, were easy prey. Mu Tong shook his head with a sigh, urging the others to proceed cautiously. Li Mu, on the other hand, felt he should never have joined this chaos, as he suddenly found himself at the front line instead of the rear. Abruptly, Bai Ming let out an ear-splitting roar, causing the nearby wind wolves' heads to explode and even stunning those on the periphery. The astonishing scene left Li Mu in awe, and he began to think that perhaps being with brother Bai was even safer than being with brother Xiaoyu. These poor wind wolves. The young shepherd couldn't bear to watch the scene unfolding before him. He had already foreseen the fate awaiting the pack of wind wolves. At that moment, Bai Ming stood like a war god, his presence so intimidating that the surrounding wind wolves dared not approach. Some even turned tail and fled, distancing themselves from his area. "Haha, if you won't come to me, then I'll come to you." Bai Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement as he charged towards the scattering wind wolves. At this moment, he could finally unleash his full power, no longer constrained by the terrain as he had been at the altar. As the possessor of the gluttonous beast, one of the most formidable attack-type dream beasts, he was a disaster for these wind wolves. Bai Ming's body radiated a fierce aura, his fists enveloped in red dream energy. The energy roiled around his fists, like a wild beast eager to break free from his control. Suddenly, he halted his pursuit, planting his feet firmly as he unleashed a rapid series of powerful punches. Gluttonous fist. With each strike, a spectral image of a gluttonous beast, matching the size of the wind wolves, materialized. In the blink of an eye, a dozen spectral beasts formed before him, launching a frenzied assault on the surrounding wind wolves. This was the unique dream skill of the gluttonous beast. If the enemy did not directly suffer the gluttonous beast's attack, the energy would manifest as smaller gluttonous beasts, fighting independently until they expended their energy and vanished. Bai Ming watched with satisfaction as the small gluttonous beasts he unleashed wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Against their onslaught, the wind wolves were utterly defenseless. He chuckled lightly, retrieving a second-level energy pill from his dream space and casually tossing it into his mouth. In the midst of the descending wind wolf pack, Bai Ming's young Taodai unleashed a series of devastating attacks, clearing a vast swath of enemies. Standing amidst the carnage, he took a moment to regain his dream energy, scanning the surroundings. Not one to waste, he activated his devouring ability, consuming the nearby wolf carcasses. The sound of chewing filled the air, and his dream energy replenished rapidly, a unique feature of his ability. The faster he consumed, the more inexhaustible his energy became. Casually, he tossed a few dream core crystals into his dream space and charged back into the fray. Qian Muyu, weaving through the main force, watched Bai Ming's formidable display with envy. It wasn't the spectacle of combat he coveted, but the powerful dream techniques. In contrast, his only area attack was the dream weapon skill, Blade Draw, which required a long charge time. Glancing at the newly captured juvenile wind wolf dream beast ring in his hand, he mused wryly, looks like I'll have to keep targeting the young and defenseless ones. Then, after healing a nearby injured comrade, he continued his search for new targets. The young man, stunned by Bai Ming's prowess, felt the warmth of healing wash over him and looked around confusedly for its source, only to find Qian Muyu had vanished. Meanwhile, Feng Junyi watched Bai Ming in shock, wondering when such a powerful novice contract master had emerged in Sunshine City. Knowing that the secret realm couldn't accommodate intermediate contract masters, he could hardly believe his eyes. On the altar, the elderly wind wolf could no longer hold back, letting out a resounding howl, a war, commanding the pack to stop hesitating and launch a full assault. From the rear, several wolves with intermediate strength charged uphill. Brother Hao, intermediate wind wolves are coming. Feng Junyi urgently warned Wang Hao, who was busy slaughtering novice wolves at the assembly point. They'll handle it. Wang Hao shouted to the crowd. I'm Wang Hao from the Dream Union Bureau. The situation is critical. Intermediate wind wolves are attacking from below. Those who can, follow me. With that, he dashed forward. Feng Junyi was about to rally the troops when he heard voices responding from all around. The Iron Hand adventurers will take one, a burly man declared, leading two teammates toward a target. Several squads quickly selected their targets and launched their assaults. Watching these fearless warriors, Feng Junyi shook his head with a resigned smile, then resumed directing the remaining contract masters to suppress the downhill wolves. After relentless combat, the wind wolf pack had suffered severe losses, the battlefield littered with their carcasses, interspersed with a few human bodies, a grim testament to the deadly battle against thousands of wolves. As the intermediate wind wolves charged, Bai Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. Finally, some worthy opponents. Turning to Mu Tong, he said, I'll be right back, keep them safe, and dashed towards the two advancing wolves. Mu Tong watched Bai Ming's retreating figure and calmly reassured Li Mu and the others, we'll stay right here. Having witnessed similar scenes before, he'd regained his composure. Li Mu nodded repeatedly, content with the current level of excitement and not eager to move any closer to the action. Unbeknownst to them, a wind wolf adept in stealth dream techniques was creeping up on them. However, before it could strike, it found itself ensnared in Mu Tong's illusion, frozen in place with a comically varied expression. Li Mu stood frozen in place, feeling paralyzed. The aura of intermediate strength was almost suffocating, and he knew that if the ambush succeeded, he would be done for. The herdsman approached slowly, examining the excited, flushed wind wolf with interest. He had sensed this creature with its stealth dream skill long ago, but its exact location had been elusive until it stepped within 3 meters of him, revealing itself. Dealing with this wind wolf, whose strength was far inferior to the captain of the evil dog adventurers locked up in the Dream Union's prison, was easy for the herdsman. He effortlessly pulled it into a virtual illusion. Not bad. This wind wolf could fetch a good price, Qian Muyu said, appearing beside the herdsman and closely inspecting the creature. She quickly listed the wind wolf's attributes. Intermediate level 2, common type, green attribute, 4 dream skill stealth, wind wolf claw, gust step, and charge. With stealth on a green quality, it's definitely valuable. As she spoke, she took out a brand new dream beast ring and captured the wind wolf still immersed in the illusion. When did you get here? The herdsman asked. I headed this way as soon as the wind wolf pack charged. Lucky I made it in time, Qian Muyu replied, satisfied as she put away the dream beast ring. Boss, don't leave. Li Mu finally snapped out of his daze and ran to Qin Muyu, almost in tears. I was scared to death just now. Don't worry, I'm not leaving this time. Qin Muyu reassured him with a smile before turning to the herdsman. When we get back, arrange for some assassination-type dream beasts for training. They need to react faster next time. She had clearly seen that when the wind wolf attacked, Li Mu was completely terrified and unable to fight back. Training definitely needs to be intensified. The herdsman agreed with a nod. Hearing this, Li Mu's face turned pale with fear. This was the first time he found Little Yu so intimidating, planning to put them through assassination training. But on second thought, it was clear that Little Yu cared about them, wanting to improve their weaknesses. With this realization, his expression shifted to one of mixed gratitude and sadness. Sun Yu, standing nearby, shot Li Mu a glance, already anticipating that their training at home would become even more grueling. The difficulty of their hellish training was about to increase. Qin Muyu cast a radiant shield on Mudong and the others, a protective barrier that would last for 10 minutes. Stay nearby and deal with those low-level wind wolves. I'll go support the others. Mudong, I'll leave this area to you. Mudong nodded calmly, his eyes conveying a steadfast belief of, leave everything to me. Qin Muyu offered a reassuring smile to Li Mu, who looked downcast, then turned and dashed towards the main battlefield. On the battlefield, Qin Muyu slashed through the neck of a wind wolf, his sharp eyes spotting a struggling conjurer. He quickly rushed over, casting a radiant shield and healing spell for them. The wind wolf's claws struck the shield and momentarily froze. The conjurer seized the opportunity, delivering a flaming punch to the wolf's head, killing it instantly. Thanks for the help, brother. The conjurer turned and expressed gratitude to Qin Muyu. Qin Muyu waved it off and continued searching for comrades in need. His long blade cut through the air with precision, targeting wind wolves below the 5th tier, taking them down with a single, swift strike. The slope was littered with the fallen wolves, signaling the nearing end of the battle. He approached Bai Ming, who was waging a fierce assault on the wind wolves. Little Bai, you can stop now. Bai Ming immediately halted upon hearing the voice. Brother Muyu, you're here? Earlier, he had pierced through the chests of 2 mid-tier wind wolves with his Taodai fist. With the high-quality dream beast Taoye's advantage, he could replenish his dream power by devouring corpses, creating a combat cycle that turned him into a formidable force on this battlefield. Haha, Brother Muyu, that was exhilarating. Bai Ming exclaimed, covered in blood, thrilled to discover his newfound strength in such a battle. Qin Muyu surveyed the area, noting the wolf carcasses scattered around, and how the remaining wolves dared not approach. Quick, extract the dream cores. We're almost done here. As time passed, the slope was cleared of wind wolves, leaving only those retreating around the altar, awaiting orders from their elder leader. The group gathered to discuss their plan for the altar assault. Feng Junyi stood at the forefront, his gaze sweeping across the teams, lingering a few extra seconds on Qin Muyu's group at the edge, as if trying to etch them into memory. Qin Muyu returned the smile and continued conversing with Bai Ming and the others, yet he remained vigilant. After all, over 200 wind wolves still lurked in the pit, watching intently, temporarily cowed but poised around the altar, ready to strike at any moment. Feng Junyi glanced around and began to report the intelligence he had gathered in detail. According to the investigation, the strength distribution of the wind wolf pack near the altar is as follows. A leader above mid-level stage 5, for elite wolves at mid-level stage 5, and over a dozen members below mid-level stage 5. The rest are ordinary wind wolves below mid-level. This information came from a logistics member sent by the Dream Alliance. Although this member possessed dream skills specialized in detection, their ability was limited to assessing dream beasts at mid-level stage 5 and below, making it impossible to accurately determine the true strength of the aging wind wolf leader. Brother Muyu, how strong is that wolf leader exactly? Bai Ming couldn't help but ask. Qin Muyu confidently replied, mid-level stage 7, with a blue quality, and it has mastered the bloodthirsty dream skill. He had already noticed the leader while at the altar, commanding the other wind wolves. Bloodthirsty? Bai Ming exclaimed in surprise. That's right, Qin Muyu said with a slight smile. It likely consumed the bloodthirsty fruit from the altar. This high-level dream skill is something ordinary dream beasts simply cannot master. He continued his analysis. Here's what likely happened. The secret realm opened, causing the protective barrier of the altar to vanish. The allure of the bloodthirsty fruit's scent was too much for the wind wolf to resist, prompting it to risk climbing the altar to consume it. For wind wolves, this scent is practically irresistible. But the cost was severe, Qin Muyu explained further. The moment it consumed the fruit, it suffered the altar's energy backlash, losing much of its life force instantly. This explains why it's the only aged wolf in the pack. However, as compensation, it gained a 2-stage power boost and acquired the high-level bloodthirsty dream skill. Without the fruit, its strength would have matched that of the other elites, At mid-level stage 5, the maximum strength allowed in this secret realm. As Qian Muyu spoke, his gaze fell on the clear wolf claw marks on the altar's stairs, which corroborated his theory. "We'll take that wind wolf," Bai Ming declared, his eyes glinting with excitement as he stared at the aged wind wolf on the altar. "It's bloodthirsty. If it drops a bloodthirsty dream core crystal, we'll be in for a huge win." "Sounds perfect to me," Qian Muyu nodded with a smile. Noticing the puzzled looks from the crowd around them, he quickly gestured for silence. "Let's keep this under wraps for now. I'll explain what bloodthirsty means once we're out of here." Li Mu and the others nodded in understanding. As Feng Junyi hesitated over how to allocate the most powerful wind wolf, Qian Muyu's voice rang out decisively. "We'll take the mid-ear, 7th level wind wolf." Hearing the familiar voice, Feng Junyi felt a wave of relief and didn't bother questioning how they knew the wolf's strength. "All right, it's yours," he agreed immediately. "By the way, who are you guys?" "Qian Muyu from Sunshine City's second contract high school," Qian Muyu replied candidly. Since he wasn't hard to find in Sunshine City, there was no need to hide. As for the identities of Muge and Bai Ming, that was for others to uncover. His answer stirred a buzz among the onlookers, even prompting a look of disbelief from Huang Hao. Someone turned to Huang Hao. "Hey, Huang, since when did your school have someone like him?" "I mentioned it just last night," Huang Hao explained with a sigh. "He's the one from Class 7, senior year, who beat us." "Oh, it's him." The person finally understood. Regaining his focus, Feng Junyi resumed assigning the tasks. Since the strongest wind wolf is claimed, who will take the others? He had already decided to recommend Qian Muyu to the Dream Alliance Bureau once they exited the secret realm. Soon, the remaining wind wolves were allocated. The Dream Alliance Bureau took on 2 mid-ear, 5th level wind wolves, while the Night Cat Adventure Group and another newly arrived team each claimed one. The weaker wind wolves were left to the other teams to handle collectively. "Move out," Feng Junyi commanded. Qian Muyu quickly laid out their strategy. "Bai, lead the way. Muge, control the target wind wolf. Let's make this quick." He then turned to Li Mu and the others. "Stick with the main group, don't act alone. We'll come for you once we've dealt with the wind wolf." He specifically instructed Sun Yu to keep an eye on Li Mu and promised the 2 members of the Huzi Adventure Group a share of the spoils. With assurances in place, Qian Muyu cast shields of light on his companions. Bai Ming charged into the wolf pack, with Qian Muyu and Muge following closely behind. Meanwhile, the other teams surged forward from the crowd, each targeting their designated wind wolf. In the center of the altar, the elderly wind wolf fixed its sharp gaze on the approaching human squad, realizing the decisive moment had arrived. It unleashed a deafening howl to the sky, and the surrounding pack of wind wolves immediately responded, surging toward the human camp like a tide. Breaking from its usual role of staying at the rear, the aged leader charged onto the battlefield alongside the pack. In an instant, both sides clashed fiercely. However, the wind wolf pack had clearly lost its previous ferocity. Under the relentless assault of the human experts and the barrage of various dream techniques, the wolves quickly began to suffer heavy casualties. "Devourer's fist," Bai Ming shouted, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips as he glanced at the wind wolves immobilized by Mutong's illusions. His fists lashed out with a howling force, effortlessly felling each wind wolf with every strike. "Awesome!" he yelled with exhilaration, pressing forward relentlessly. With Qian Muyu's protective light shield and Mutong's illusionary control, Bai Ming no longer needed to worry about chasing fleeing wind wolves or defending against their attacks. The illusions left the wolves with nowhere to run, while the light shield blocked all threats. At this moment, Bai Ming was like a war god, unstoppable amidst the wolf pack, and every punch left enemies falling in his wake. The trio's coordination was flawless, allowing them to move effortlessly through the pack, taking down wind wolves of varying strengths. The human warriors at the rear watched in awe, swallowing hard and muttering in disbelief. "They're like monsters." Inspired by the trio's heroic display, the morale of the people at the back soared, and the frequency of their dream techniques increased. The elderly wind wolf leader watched as its subordinates were steadily defeated by the trio. Sensing an impending total collapse, it made a swift decision, summoning 2 powerful mid-level wind wolves to its side. Initially, it had intended to handle the 3 humans alone, but witnessing their astounding combat prowess, it realized that it needed to muster stronger forces. Therefore, it led its 2 capable assistants and charged towards the trio. The aging wind wolf charged towards Qian Muyu and his 2 companions, flanked by 2 mid-level wind wolves, exuding an intimidating aura. Seeing their leader take action, the surrounding low-level wind wolves were instantly bolstered, swarming forward even before the leader reached them, encircling the trio. Qian Muyu's eyes sharpened as he decisively unleashed the power of dream energy. "Clear the area, quickly." The advancing wave of dream energy immediately immobilized the lesser wolves, causing the weaker ones to faint on the spot. Bai Ming and Mudong seamlessly coordinated, launching their dream techniques to swiftly eliminate the surrounding wolves. The elderly wind wolf arrived just in time to witness this scene, its fury erupting in a thunderous roar. However, facing this mid-level, green-quality wolf leader, the trio with their high-quality destiny beasts remained unfazed. Is that it? Qian Muyu yawned, a playful smirk on his face. Impressive, the volume. Bai Ming chuckled from the side. Seeing its roar rendered ineffective and met with mockery, the old wolf's anger boiled over. Soon, a blood-red aura surged from its body, enveloping it entirely. Wow, it's bloodlust, definitely bloodlust. Bai Ming exclaimed with excitement, Brother Muyu, leave this wolf to me. With that, he dashed forward, eager to engage in a fierce battle with the bloodlust-empowered elder wolf. Bloodlust significantly enhanced attack power, diminished pain, and allowed for gradual recovery of stamina. Qian Muyu shook his head with a sigh, watching Bai Ming's retreating figure, then turned to Mudong. What about the other two wolves? One for each of us. Sure, Mudong replied calmly, knowing that dealing with mid-level wind wolves was merely a matter of time for him. Qian Muyu quickly cast protective shields and healing spells over the trio, then each charged towards their respective targets. Bai Ming was already engaged in close combat with the elder wolf, landing 2 punches that forced the assisting mid-level wolves to retreat, yelling at them, "Stay out of this." His thunderous shout intimidated the 2 mid-level wolves, even causing the elder wolf to momentarily stagger. Bai Ming seized the opportunity, unleashing his gluttonous punch. Yet, the bloodlust-empowered elder wolf was no ordinary opponent. After taking the first punch, it swiftly regained its senses and dodged the second, allowing Bai Ming to summon his first mini-gluttonous beast. As the battle continued, more mini-gluttonous beasts joined the fray. Surrounded by the gluttonous beast army, the elder wolf howled in protest at Bai Ming, lamenting the lack of a fair, unknown duel. But Bai Ming neither understood nor cared, continuing to direct his beasts in the assault. The desperate elder wolf called for reinforcements, but its 2 allies were already entangled with Qian Muyu and Mudong. Qian Muyu danced around his mid-level wind wolf adversary, his long blade slicing through the air with precision. The wolf, having been hurt several times, grew cautious, instinctively dodging at the sight of the blade's glint. Observing the wolf's wary reactions, Qian Muyu remarked with interest, "Smart little pup, aren't you?" In truth, his strikes had been mere basic slashes, devoid of any dream martial techniques. Qian Muyu observed the wind wolf in front of him and recalled its cleverness during their previous encounter. Being smart might keep you alive longer, but it's time for you to obediently enter the dream beast ring, he said with a satisfied nod. The mid-level wind wolf eyed Qian Muyu, who was talking to himself, and thought that despite his strength, he seemed a bit slow-witted. Taking advantage of Qian's momentary distraction, the wolf decisively turned and bolted. "Hey, you can't just leave," Qian Muyu exclaimed as he leaped into the air to give chase. "Just come quietly into the dream beast ring." As he caught up to the wind wolf, he didn't hesitate to unleash a powerful slash. A massive blade of energy erupted from his sword, pursuing the fleeing wolf. The blade struck its target with precision, sending the mid-level wind wolf flying over a meter away. Qian Muyu landed beside the fallen wolf, relieved to see it still breathing. Good, it's not dead. I was worried it might be, he thought to himself. He considered that the mid-level wind wolf was indeed tougher than the basic ones. Previously, he could dispatch 3 basic wind wolves with a single strike, but this one had endured. Of course, the power of the slash had diminished somewhat due to the distance traveled. Qian Muyu quickly cast a healing spell on the wind wolf, then tied it up and used the dream beast ring to capture it. The other wind wolves in the area, witnessing their leader's capture, dared not approach to rescue it. Meanwhile, Mudong had already finished his battle, even faster than Qian Muyu. His approach was straightforward. He led the mid-level wind wolf a short distance away, then suddenly turned and pulled it into a virtual illusion. After ending his fusion state, he and Xiaoyu unleashed their eye powers, targeting the wolf's vital points. The mid-level wind wolf couldn't withstand the combined impact of their eye techniques and was instantly pierced through the head. After the kill, Mudong and Xiaoyu refused, picked up the dream core crystal from the ground, and headed in by Ming's direction. "You, Tong, stop watching the show and get over here to help. These wind wolves are overwhelming us." Bai Ming's voice carried a hint of urgency. He was currently surrounded by the old wolf and its pack of wind wolves, the battlefield littered with the corpses of those he'd already slain. Through a brutal series of combat trials, the old wolf had sacrificed over a dozen of its pack to discover a way to counter Bai Ming's gluttonous fist technique. As soon as Bai Ming unleashed his move, the old wolf would send in a sacrificial wolf. The gluttonous fist would kill the wolf, but it wouldn't spawn a little glutton. For the old wolf, this was a worthwhile trade-off. Sacrificing a single wind wolf to prevent the emergence of a little glutton, which could otherwise take out at least 2 wolves before fading. Bai Ming was in a tight spot, surrounded by the menacing wind wolves. The little glutton he had previously summoned had long vanished. He couldn't find the space to unleash his Dream Devour technique. This skill required a casting window, but any movement was immediately interrupted by the old wolf and its pack. Desperate, he was forced to rely on level 2 energy pills to sustain his dream power. Hearing Bai Ming's call for help, Qian Muyu and Mu Tong, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally jumped into action. Qian Muyu dashed forward, his long blade slicing through the air, sending out a massive arc of energy. The wind wolves scattered, but one was too slow and was cleaved in two. Mu Tong's abilities were particularly effective against the pack. Any wolf that met his gaze was instantly trapped in a virtual illusion, frozen in place. Bai Ming seized the moment, delivering crushing punches to the incapacitated wolves, obliterating their heads. With the aid of his companions, Bai Ming broke free from the encirclement. Qian Muyu immediately cast a light shield on him and used healing magic to mend his wounds. Haha, that was exhilarating. Bai Ming laughed, unfazed by having to call for help. Let's finish this quickly, Mu Tong said curtly. Re-energized, Bai Ming charged back into the fray, with Qian Muyu and Mu Tong right behind him. The bloodied old wolf watched the trio with despair, letting out a mournful howl. It knew that while it might have stood a chance against Bai Ming alone, the battle was now lost with all three against it. The old wolf looked around at its loyal followers, then glanced back at the distant altar. With a heavy sigh, it let out a defiant howl. Rather than attacking the trio, it lunged toward the summoners on the other side. If it was going to die, it might as well take some with it. Watch out, the wolf leader is coming, the summoners shouted, abandoning their fight with other wind wolves to flee. Qian Muyu took to the air, quickly catching up with the old wolf and blocking its path with a swift strike. Seeing this, the old wolf barked orders to the remaining wolves. Forget about me. Kill those two. It then engaged in combat with Qian Muyu. As the other wolves fanned out in pursuit of Bai Ming and Mu Tong, Qian Muyu sighed at the limitation of his singular attack strategy. After being held back by the old wolf, Qian Muyu had no time to pay attention to the other wind wolves. Cries of panic echoed across the battlefield. Help! A man shouted in despair. Run! The wolf leader is held up. Another man yelled, his voice tinged with hope. Hearing that the wolf leader was restrained, he felt a glimmer of survival and instinctively quickened his pace. The battle gradually became clearer. Nearby warriors, noticing their precarious situation, rushed in to provide support. After nearly 2 hours of fierce fighting, the human side with its warriors and dream beasts had far outnumbered the remaining wind wolves. Looking around, reinforcements were scattered across the battlefield, signaling the end of the battle. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived, Mu Dong and Bai Ming decisively abandoned aiding the two fleeing men and charged towards where the old wolf was. At this moment, Qian Muyu was entangled with the old wolf. Seizing an opportunity, he swiftly unleashed a cross slash, followed by a series of fierce strikes. The old wolf dodged the cross slash, but hadn't yet caught its breath when a dazzling, massive blade light came straight at it. Earlier injuries from the battle with Bai Ming had left it heavily wounded and less agile than in its prime. Boom! The blade light struck the old wolf squarely in the face, sending it flying. Looks like they don't need us, Mu Dong remarked as he arrived just in time to witness the scene. Boring, Bai Ming commented disinterestedly. Qian Muyu, expressionless, looked at the old wolf with a deep knife scar on its face. He casually flicked the blood off his blade and turned to Bai Ming and the others with a smile. It's over. After a brief pause, he pointed to the wind wolf's corpse and instructed, Bai Ming, check if there's a dream core crystal. Don't want to take the blame. And with such a good opportunity, it wasn't a wasted trip. Watch my magic touch. Always a winner. Bai Ming said eagerly as he ran over to the old wolf. He suddenly exclaimed in surprise, oh, it's still breathing. Truly tenacious. Even in this state, it managed to hang on. With a cold chuckle, he added, better hand it over to me. Can't let a good dream skill go to waste. With that, he delivered a final, lethal punch without hesitation. The old wolf unwillingly breathed its last. Bai Ming expertly searched the old wolf's body and suddenly brightened. Got it. With swift movements, Bai Ming retrieved the dream core crystal from the old wolf's head and casually tossed it to Qian Muyu. Qian Muyu caught it effortlessly and examined it closely, a smile spreading across his face. Nice job, Xiaobai. Qian Muyu praised. Is it bloodthirsty? Asked the nearby shepherd boy, intrigued. Qian Muyu nodded in confirmation. Indeed, Xiaobai is truly lucky. He recalled their past gaming experiences, where he had to spend several times more than Bai Ming to draw the same cards. This was precisely why he had Bai Ming loot the corpses, curious if his luck extended beyond the virtual world. The dream core crystal in his hand glowed with a bluish hue, indicating the bloodthirsty quality of the wind wolf's dream skill. Haha, hand it over. Bai Ming chuckled as he approached. Qian Muyu passed the bloodthirsty skill to him. No rush to use it now. We'll deal with it later. Bai Ming nodded, storing the dream skill in his dream space. In Qian Muyu's team, this bloodthirsty skill was most suitable for Bai Ming's Taodai and Sun Yu's Great Red Black Tiger, but clearly, it would be most effective with Bai Ming. Qian Muyu surveyed the battlefield. Clear out the remaining wind wolves, then head to the altar. A few people had already gathered around the altar, standing respectfully at the perimeter, with no one daring to seize the treasure in front of so many watchful eyes. They all understood that taking it now would ultimately mean handing it over. With the last wind wolf down, the battle against the 1,000 wind wolves finally concluded. Standing on the altar, Feng Junyi received a notebook from a teammate. Once everyone had gathered, he spoke. How about we use the data in this notebook for the final distribution of items? Everyone nodded silently, with no objections. As an official representative, Feng Junyi's impartiality was assured. Seeing no disagreement, he sighed in relief, especially noting that Qian Muyu's group on the nearby rocks had no objections either. The list in my hand is provided by our statistician, who has a special dream beast, the data bird, Feng Junyi added. The man beside him then summoned a small bird with glasses, eliciting knowing smiles from the crowd. This data bird looks quite scholarly, Li Mu murmured softly. Qian Muyu petted the old boar in his arms, deep in thought. Data bird. It seems it was discovered only a few years ago. The shepherd boy added, 5 years ago. An adventurer team first encountered them on a newly discovered island. The data bird is a common gray dream beast of the 5th level, with a green quality, belonging to the flying attribute. It possesses dream skills such as shadow form, record, wind blade, and clone. Its unique record skill allows it to meticulously document events it witnesses, causing a sensation upon its discovery and prompting fierce competition among academies. However, due to the misunderstanding that record was not a unique skill, many data birds were hunted, making them rare today. Unique dream skills cannot be extracted from dream beasts in any way, nor can they be inherited through breeding new species. Although there's a slim chance that new species might develop a mutated unique skill, the likelihood is minimal. For lower quality dream beasts, it's more practical to use the original data bird than to invest effort in breeding. Seeing that the Dream Union had brought a data bird, everyone felt reassured, confident that the statistics would be fair and just. Junyi Feng scanned the surroundings and began announcing the achievements of each team. The team led by Qian Muyu has taken down 1 level 7 Windwolf, 7 below level 5, and 234 level 1 Windwolves, ranking first. This astonishing figure left everyone present in silence. A team that had just made its debut managed to eliminate a quarter of the Windwolves, an achievement that was truly remarkable. Boss, did you really kill that many Windwolves? Li Mu looked at the trio of Qian Muyu in disbelief. Qian Muyu turned to Bai Ming, hesitantly saying, I guess so? Bai Ming smiled sheepishly, we got carried away this time. It was easy to lose track and kill more than intended. Everyone knew that Bai Ming alone might have contributed around 200 kills. Junyi Feng continued the announcement. The Munglian Agency has killed 2 level 5 Windwolves, 10 below level 5, and 187 level 1 Windwolves, ranking second. If not for Qian Muyu's team emerging out of nowhere, the top spot would have been theirs for the taking. The Night Cat Adventure team killed 1 level 5 Windwolf, 3 below level 5, and 42 level 1 Windwolves, ranking third. Following them were the Sea Breeze Adventure team, the Round Dog Adventure team, and other teams. After reading out the achievements of all 12 teams, Junyi Feng put down the list and said, there are 12 items in total. Each team will choose one in order of their ranking. Any objections? Everyone shook their heads in unison, tactfully avoiding mentioning the 3 items Qian Muyu's trio had previously taken from the altar. They all understood that bringing it up would be futile and might even offend this powerful team. Qian Muyu showed a curious smile. I didn't expect us to get the first pick. In that case, you two can go. She gestured to the 2 members of the Huzi Adventure team. Isn't that a bit too generous? Li Xianfeng said nervously. It's fine, I keep my word, Qian Muyu assured. But the Dream Core crystal won't be shared with you. No, that's okay, Li Xianfeng quickly replied, feeling grateful to even receive 1 item and not daring to hope for more. Then go ahead, Qian Muyu said with a smile. As the strongest among them, Li Xianfeng nodded and headed towards the altar. Naturally, the important task of making the choice fell on his shoulders. Feng Junyi noticed the members of the Huzi Adventure group approaching and quietly stepped aside. Li Xianfeng nodded at him in greeting and then headed straight to the altar where the items were piled. Soft whispers surrounded them. Isn't that Li Xianfeng? Yes, the newcomer Huzi Adventure group, recruited a few months ago. He's quite lucky to be working with those geniuses. I think they came in together. I saw him with the Huzi Adventure group before. Ignoring the chatter around him, Li Xianfeng quickly selected a blue-quality greatsword from the altar. Although he wasn't sure of its exact value, he remembered the boss lady needed a good sword, so he unhesitatingly stored it in his dream space. As he descended from the altar, Wang Hao stepped up. Li Xianfeng made his way through the crowd, heading towards Qian Muyu under envious gazes. That great sword is impressive. It's of blue quality, Qian Muyu remarked, stroking the old boar in his arms with a smile. Really? Li Xuanfeng's eyes lit up. Qian Muyu nodded in confirmation. He's an honest kid, never lies. Li Xianfeng was overjoyed. Blue-quality weapons were rare, and their leader had previously sought out several master swordsmiths without success. Bringing back this greatsword would surely please the leader, possibly even increasing his investment in Li Xuanfeng's training. Once the last item was taken, someone asked, "How do we get out?" Feng Junyi checked the time and explained, "There's one more hour. We'll be automatically transported out once the time is up." Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed to search the battlefield for Dream Core crystals within the Wind Wolf corpses. The Dream Union Bureau didn't interfere since it was a collective effort, and forced allocation might cause disputes. "Brother Xiaoyu, aren't we going?" Li Mu asked curiously. "No need. We already have plenty of Dream Core crystals, no need to compete," Qian Muyu replied directly. Seeing the two from the Huzi adventure group still standing there, Qian Muyu reminded them, "You can go look as well." Li Xianfeng agreed and went off with his companions to search. "Did you want them to leave to discuss something special?" Mudong asked. "No, just letting them gather some items," Qian Muyu replied with a smile, then retrieved a luminous pearl from his dream space and tossed it to Mudong. At that moment, Bai Ming announced he needed to leave early. "Brother Muyu, I should get going." "So soon? We still have several hours. It's more troublesome with more people, plus we'll see each other at the academy in a few days," Bai Ming said, taking out a few dozen Dream Core crystals. Qian Muyu accepted the crystals. "All right then, see you at the academy." After bidding farewell to Li Mu and the others, Bai Ming activated a special mark in his mind and vanished before their eyes. It was the first time Li Mu, Sun Yu, and Mudong witnessed such a scene, and Mudong became increasingly intrigued by the old boar's unique dream abilities. Qian Muyu noticed his interest. "If you want to try it, you can ask Xiao Bai to teleport you." Mudong's eyes brightened, but he courteously declined. "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, no rush." Afterward, Qian Muyu closed his eyes to rest, while Li Mu and Sun Yu began summarizing the day's gains, a routine they followed after each training session. Mudong followed Qian Muyu's lead and rested his eyes. "Time's up," Qian Muyu announced, opening his eyes. Just as Li Mu was about to ask something, everything went black, and he vanished from the spot. Qian Muyu watched the disappearance of Li Mu and Sun Yu with a smile before being transported out of the secret realm himself. And thus, the expedition to the White Bone Wolf King's secret realm concluded successfully. A few hours ago, just outside the mysterious realm, the adventurer groups that had originally gathered around the Wind Wolf's den had gradually entered the cave. At this moment, everyone was gathered around the entrance of the realm, chatting and waiting for their companions to return. Suddenly, a blinding light burst from the entrance of the realm, forcing everyone present to shield their eyes. "What's going on? Isn't there supposed to be another 5 hours before the realm closes?" someone asked, rubbing their eyes and turning to Wang Hao in confusion. Before the words had fully left their mouth, someone shouted, "Look, someone's coming out." As the light slowly faded, a dozen figures appeared in the same spot. These people looked at each other, equally bewildered, not understanding why they had suddenly been transported out. "Xiao Wu, what's happening?" Wang Meng's gaze fell on a woman dressed in a uniform from the Dream Union Bureau. "Ah, Director Wang, I." Xiao Wu was momentarily at a loss for words. "No rush, take your time," Wang Meng said gently. Xiao Wu steadied herself, took a deep breath, and explained, "I was attacked by a wind wolf inside the realm and got injured. I was resting on the side and had just recovered, ready to move on, when everything went black. When I opened my eyes again, I was already back here." "I see," Wang Meng mused. "It seems the final stage is a closed space, and those on the outskirts are being transported out prematurely." Time passed, and the actual closing moment drew near. Another familiar light flashed, but this time everyone was prepared, so it wasn't as startling. As the light faded, dozens of people appeared in the same spot, and the entrance to the realm vanished. "Wow, we're out already," Li Mu exclaimed as he regained his composure, having forgotten what he wanted to ask Brother Xiaoyu just a moment ago. "Let's go," Qian Muyu said calmly, heading directly towards the bearded adventurer group, with the others following closely behind. Upon seeing Qian Muyu and his group, Hu Xiong sighed in relief and asked with a smile, "How did it go this time?" "Not bad," Qian Muyu replied with a smile. After a brief conversation, Qian Muyu excused himself, politely declining Hu Xiong's invitation to stay. He was indeed tired, and he also wanted to avoid drawing too much attention. Once Qian Muyu and his group had left, Li Xianfeng pulled out the blue-quality greatsword from the dream space and explained to Hu Xiong that it was a gift from Qian Muyu, who had given up his chance to choose the final spoils. Hu Xiong accepted the greatsword, patted Li Xianfeng on the shoulder, and gazed at the cave entrance with a sigh. "Ah, who would have thought I'd end up owing that young man such a big favor?" Not long after, Feng Junyi finished reporting everything that had happened within the realm. Wang Meng thoughtfully stroked his chin, his gaze shifting between the mysterious egg and the deep pit. That egg, it can't be from the wind wolf, he concluded. Turning to his subordinate responsible for data recording, he instructed, Xiao Wang, show me the projection from the pit that was speaking. Xiao Wang promptly took out his phone and skillfully pulled up the video he had recorded earlier, handing it to Wang Ming. As an experienced logistics personnel, recording on-site videos was a basic skill for him. Wang Ming carefully compared the phantom in the video with the egg on the altar, his brow furrowing deeper. This is definitely not a wind wolf egg, he said with certainty. Although identifying which dream beast's egg it was would require consulting the database later, one thing was clear: it was not meant for them. Let's go. Wang Ming turned to leave. What about Qin Muyu and his team? Feng Junyi quickly reminded him. Wang Ming paused and explained. Them? We'll look into it when we get back. As for the boy who disappeared suddenly, it was likely some high-level support dream skill. I know of such skills, but they are rarely seen due to their limitations. He turned to Xiao Wang. Did you get clear shots of their faces? No, I didn't, Xiao Wang admitted, scratching his head. For some reason, the photos and videos turned into gibberish. It's the first time I've encountered this. No worries, Wang Ming said, unfazed. We'll check the internal database when we return. The inability to capture their images only piqued his interest in Qian Muyu's group more. Do you remember what they looked like? Yes, I do. Xiao Wang responded immediately. If he couldn't remember faces, he wouldn't last long in this job. Wang Ming nodded in satisfaction and led the team out of the wind wolf's lair. After them, members of other adventure groups also gradually withdrew, leaving the cave in silence once more. Inside the city gate registration office, Wang Ye was busy with her work when she heard familiar footsteps. Looking up, she saw Qian Muyu and his group standing at the counter. Oh, it's you guys. Why are you back so early? Wang Ye exclaimed in surprise. We went to the secret realm yesterday, and it was exhausting. So we came back early, Qian Muyu replied with a smile. We're here to return your bodyguard. So that's where you went. Wang Ye remarked, clearly aware of the secret realm's appearance yesterday. Hold on. I'll get someone to cover my shift. Soon, Wang Ye led the group to the same lounge they had used the previous day. After hours of travel, everyone was grateful for a brief rest. While most of them closed their eyes to recharge, Qin Tianyu sat alone on the sofa, lost in thought. Before long, Wang Ye returned with a contract and a payment QR code. Just pay the remaining 300,000. Qian Muyu double-checked his signature and promptly completed the transaction. Suddenly, Qin Tianyu spoke up. Let me refund you the 300,000. His words left everyone stunned. Wang Ye, in particular, was exasperated. Wasn't this the guy who needed money for healing? Why would you do that? Qin Muyu asked earnestly. I didn't contribute much these past couple of days, and taking 130,000 feels a bit unfair, Qin Tianyu explained, scratching his head in embarrassment. No need, I don't miss the 300,000. Qin Muyu replied with a laugh, his impression of Qin Tianyu improving. He knew only too well how many people in this world met their end due to greed. As the group prepared to leave, a thought struck Qian Muyu. Could you summon your destiny beast? I know some healing arts that might help. Wang Ye looked skeptically at Qian Muyu, whose abilities seemed modest, but Qin Tianyu, after observing him for a few moments, agreed and summoned his destiny beast. In an instant, a commanding aura filled the room, and an old-looking spear materialized, floating serenely. This is my destiny beast, the Overlord Spear. It was injured during a quality upgrade, Qin Tianyu explained, displaying the spear's detailed attributes. From Super Level 1 to Super Level 4, weapon type, semi-purple quality, and its fire attribute along with dream skills like Dominant Splinter, Break Army, Wandering Dragon, and Scorching Fire 9 forms. Examining the Overlord Spear's stats, Qian Muyu finally understood the issue. After closely observing Qin Tianyu's condition, Qian Muyu quickly identified the issue. It seems you were ambushed during the advancement of your Destiny Beast's quality, leading to a failed progression. This caused a backlash to the Destiny Beast's core, resulting in your significant loss of power, she analyzed. I can help you heal your injuries. Really? Qin Tianyu looked at her in disbelief. Although he hadn't explicitly mentioned his core injury, Qian Muyu seemed to have already figured everything out. Of course it's true. Qian Muyu pointed to the shepherd boy beside her. You can ask him if you don't believe me. She turned back to Qin Tianyu and continued. But you should know. Healing comes with a price. Qin Tianyu noticed the shepherd boy nodding in confirmation, and it dawned on him the shepherd boy had also suffered a core injury before and was cured by Qian Muyu, which was why he followed her. What do I need to do? Qin Tianyu asked eagerly upon learning there was hope for healing, silently praying the conditions wouldn't be too harsh. Just join my adventure team, Qian Muyu said nonchalantly. That's it. Qin Tianyu looked at her in disbelief. Is that really all? Yes, Qian Muyu explained. But since there's a significant power gap between us, the healing process will take quite a while. No problem. As long as I can be healed, Qin Tianyu said excitedly. If you want to join, Come to my place tomorrow morning. Qian Muyu smiled. I'll give you a night to think it over. It was only then that Qin Tianyu calmed down from his excitement and decided to go back and make some preparations. As for considering it, he didn't need to think twice. Finding someone capable of healing core injuries was extremely rare, and he wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He knew that healers for core injuries were few and far between, and he had sought many people to no avail. Joining the adventure team, like the shepherd boy, was of little concern to him. After Qian Muyu left the room with the shepherd boy, Wang Ye turned to Qin Tianyu and asked, "Are you really going to join them?" "This opportunity is one I cannot miss," Qin Tianyu said. Looking at the door, a joyful smile spreading across his face. The Dream Union Bureau in Sunshine City was still brightly lit at night. Wang Ming stood behind Xiao Wang's computer, staring intently at the monitor. Feng Junyi leaned in and made a suggestion. "Why don't we check out the high school junior contract masters ranking?" This list records the rankings of all high school junior contract masters. Any master who ranks high on the list receives special attention from official organizations and, after a detailed assessment of their abilities, is included on the list. Since these are junior contract masters, the list is only circulated internally. Upon hearing the suggestion, Xiao Wang quickly switched pages and deftly entered a mysterious URL. The screen displayed a series of rankings: the National Junior Contract Masters ranking, the National Intermediate Contract Masters ranking, the Strongest Dream Beast ranking, the Rarest Dream Beast ranking, and more. He quickly located the High School Junior Contract Masters ranking list, entered his login credentials, and the list's content appeared before them. At the top of the list was a prominent note: the following rankings are virtual and may not be accurate. The first place was occupied by Imo Shiran from Dream City's first contract high school, with a strength of junior level 7, possessing an ancient dream beast, and a record of having defeated a mid-level 4 dream beast. The second was Mu Tianhao from Rock City's first contract high school, with a junior level 6 strength, possessing an elemental dream beast with purple combat strength, and having defeated a mid-level 5 dream beast. The fifth was by Ming from Chongqing City's first contract high school, with a junior level 5 strength, possessing a phantom dream beast, also with purple combat strength, and having defeated a mid-level 5 dream beast. The three of them shook their heads as they looked at this restricted information. This was why they had previously ignored the list. Much of the information was marked insufficient permissions, and the update speed was extremely slow. What was even more astonishing was that the list was filled with prodigies and geniuses, typically possessing phantom or elemental dream beasts, making them enviously remarkable. However, they eventually found their target. Xiao Wang pointed at the beaming portrait of Bai Ming and said, "Director Wang, this is the one." "Bai Ming? A disciple of the Bai family?" Wang Ming murmured thoughtfully. As a dream police officer, he was all too familiar with the Bai family, a dangerous clan. These families wielded significant power, and typically, dream police would avoid them if possible. "Skip this kid. Help me find information on Qian Muyu. He's from our city's second high school, should be easy to find," Wang Ming instructed. Xiao Wang quickly pulled up Qian Muyu's detailed profile. As a local student, they had the permissions to view the complete information. Name: Qian Muyu. Age: 18. Residence: Zhu Family Village. Level: Junior Level 5. Dream Beast: Angel Pig Purple Quality. Record: defeated Zhang Ying. Affiliation: Sunshine City's second contract high school. Feng Junyi looked at the information, puzzled, and asked, "Director Wang, do you know where Zhu Family Village is?" Wang Ming shook his head and then took out his phone to dial a number. A familiar voice answered on the other end. "Xiao Wang, calling so late. What's up?" After a brief conversation, Shui Ge on the other end expressed keen interest, especially upon learning about the connection between the Bai family heir and a young man. When Wang Ming inquired about Zhu Family Village, Shui Ge responded cryptically, "Zhu Family Village, huh? You can think of it as similar to the Bai family's influence. It's best if you don't know too much more." He also promised to send over some resources as a reward for the information. After hanging up, Wang Ming was in high spirits. As part of the Dream Union Bureau's long-term mission, discovering hidden talents could earn substantial resource rewards. He eagerly suggested, "Let's go out for a meal." "Director Wang, there's still one more person we haven't found," Xiao Wang reminded. "Forget it. I'm in a good mood today. We'll look tomorrow," Wang Ming said, already stepping towards the door. Feng Junyi and Xiao Wang, seeing that Director Wang had given up the search, also left the scene. Shui Ge put down his phone and gazed out the window, lost in thought. After a moment, he picked up his phone again and dialed a number saved as Black Rock King. Meanwhile, on an island in Mengxing, a man was leisurely leaning against a giant pig engulfed in black flames. In one hand, he held a dream beast leg as tall as an adult, and in the other, his ringing phone. "Shui Yuanji, it's rare for you to call. What's up?" "Qian Haoshuan, today I came across a member of your village." Shui Yuanji got straight to the point. "Who?" Qian Haoshuan's interest was piqued, and he even put down the dream beast leg. "Qian Muyu." "What?" Qian Haoshuan's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Qian Muyu, Shui Yuanji repeated. Qian Haoshuan's intense reaction made him realize that Qian Muyu was no ordinary person. In the past, notifying him of discovering a clan member never elicited such a response. It seemed Qian Muyu might be a prodigy on par with Qian Haoshuan. Qian Haoshuan quickly calmed himself and said nonchalantly, "Oh, he's my nephew." He realized he had overreacted. "Is that so? Do you need to increase his clearance?" "No need, just leave it as is." Qian Haoshuan firmly declined, thinking that the kid was probably still holding back his full potential. "All right." Shui Yuanji nodded. He had called to confirm whether a clearance upgrade was necessary. Since Qian Haoshuan refused, he'd leave it to the Qian family to handle. None of these families were simple, especially the Qian family. "Thanks," Qian Haoshuan said before hanging up. He turned to his companions and shouted, "I'm in a good mood today. Everyone eat to your heart's content." "Haha, the boss is awesome," his companions echoed. Qian Haoshuan stood up, gazed at the starry sky, and murmured to himself, "The kid's already 18? Huh? Time flies. Is it finally starting?" At 10 a.m. the next morning, Qian Muyu came downstairs, yawning. After returning last night, he had gone straight to bed without eating dinner and slept until now. "Young master, you're awake." Qian Fu greeted him as he approached. "Good morning, Grandpa Fu." Qian Muyu replied, heading to the dining table to start his breakfast. "Have Li Mu and Sun Yu gone to school?" "Yes, young master. They've already left for school, and the shepherd boy just finished breakfast and went out as well," Qian Fu replied. Qian Muyu silently took a bite of a large, steamed bun and summoned his recently awakened old pig to join him for breakfast. Once they finished eating, he turned to Qian Fu. "Grandpa Fu, I need a purple fruit. Can you help me apply for one?" For him, applying was just a formality. "Of course, young master." Qian Fu nodded in agreement without asking further questions. After all, requesting a purple fruit was clearly for enhancing quality. "Thank you, Grandpa Fu," Qian Muyu said with a smile as he bid farewell, picking up the old pig and heading out the door. Today, he planned to visit the Wanshou Pavilion to sell the Dream Core crystal. The Wanshou Pavilion was a renowned brand specializing in products related to dream beasts, founded by the legendary emperor-level contract master, Shui Wanshou. On the way, Qian Muyu spoke to the old pig. "Old pig, what do you think about me contracting the White Bone Wolf King?" After some serious thought, the old pig replied, "You could, but its quality is low." "Low quality? Huh? I've asked Grandpa Fu to fetch a purple fruit." Qian Muyu chuckled. This idea had suddenly come to him on his way back yesterday. Considering that the old pig was a defense and healing type, adding another defensive dream beast could significantly boost his defenses. At the same level, almost no one would be able to break through his defenses, which was practically another form of invincibility. "If you have a purple fruit, then it won't be a problem," the old pig continued. "A white bone wolf king that has consumed a purple fruit should be called a white bone wolf emperor. It's a royal among the white bone wolf kings and is top tier among defensive types. I saw a white bone wolf emperor in my time, but I'm not sure if any exist today. This might be the last one. Plus, you've reached the 6th stage of the beginner level, so it's time to contract a dream beast." After a day and night of battle, Qian Muyu had successfully advanced to the 6th stage of the beginner level. "That's true. Even if I encounter another good dream beast, I can contract it once I reach the intermediate level." He nodded in agreement. The Wanshou Pavilion was located in the heart of Sunshine City, covering an area of 200,000 square meters. Standing at the entrance, Qian Muyu gazed up at the iconic giant lion head logo rumored to be modeled after Shui Wanshou's destiny beast. "Welcome to the Wanshou Pavilion." A sales associate greeted him as he entered, promptly approaching. "Sir, are you looking to buy a dream beast? We have over 10,000 types of dream beasts at Wanshou Pavilion. Just tell us your needs, and we can find one for you immediately." Qian Muyu skeptically asked, "What if I want a purple quality dream beast?" The sales associate awkwardly explained, "I'm sorry, but purple quality dream beasts are booked for the next 20 years. Would you like to make a reservation?" "They actually have them?" Qian Muyu exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, we do, though they're rare. Each year, we're able to capture around 10 purple quality dream beasts," the sales associate replied, explaining that the reservation price depended on the age of the dream beast. "Do you have a white bone wolf king here?" Qian Muyu inquired. If they did, it would mean the white bone wolf king was not yet extinct. If not, then the one he had might be the last of its kind. "Please hold on," the sales associate said, immediately picking up a walkie-talkie to check. After all, with over 10,000 dream beasts, it was impossible for the staff to remember every type, so they had to rely on the system to look it up. After listening to the message over the intercom, the sales associate looked troubled and said to Qian Muyu, "Sir, I'm really sorry, but the white bone wolf king has been extinct here. According to records, the last one appeared on Dream Star about 2,000 years ago." Qian Muyu nodded slightly, understanding that the white bone wolf king was indeed no more. He quickly changed the topic. "Do you buy dream core crystals here?" "Of course we do." The sales associate's eyes lit up, visibly relieved that Qian Muyu wasn't pursuing those rare items any further. Great, I have over 70 dream core crystals, Qian Muyu stated calmly. Hearing this, the sales associate's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly said, Sir, it's not convenient to trade here. Please follow me. He had no doubts about Qian Muyu's claim, as no one dared to pull tricks in a place like the Beast Pavilion. At this moment, Qian Muyu seemed like a bringer of wealth to him, considering each dream core crystal could earn a 5 commission. Over 70 crystals would amount to a significant sum. They arrived at the designated trading area for dream core crystals within the Beast Pavilion. Rows of bustling trading tables came into view, prompting Qian Muyu to ask, Is it always this lively here? Yes, sir. The sales associate pointed to a nearby large screen and explained, Most people come here to buy dream core crystals. The screen displays the latest listings in real time, and buyers can purchase immediately if they find something they like. Qian Muyu watched the scrolling prices on the screen. Coyote Dream Core Crystal White Quality, 3,000 Dream Coins. Big Head Bird Dream Core Crystal White Quality, 1,500 Dream Coins. Wind Wolf Dream Core Crystal Green Quality, 65,000 Dream Coins. Seeing these figures, Qian Muyu couldn't help but marvel at the sheer value. Is the current price for the Wind Wolf Dream Core Crystal considered high? He asked casually. The sales associate glanced at the price list and replied, It's about the normal range. Qian Muyu nodded, realizing that no one else was currently selling Wind Wolf Dream Core crystals. He promptly pulled out a bag of Dream Core crystals and said cheerfully, Here they are. See how much they're worth. The sooner we sell them, the sooner we can leave. The sales associate opened the bag on the table containing the Dream Core crystals, revealing an array of colors: white, green, and cyan crystals neatly arranged. Staring at the more than 70 Dream Core crystals, he still found it hard to believe. Although he trusted the young man in front of him, seeing it with his own eyes was truly astonishing. Could he have stolen these from home? This thought briefly crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The most pressing task now was to tally up the Dream Core crystals. He began counting them meticulously, one by one. Qian Muyu noticed the sales associate's reaction and assumed he was questioning the quantity. While the associate counted, Qian Muyu glanced at the large screen in the trading area, searching for Dream Core crystals that he and Li Mu might need. Unfortunately, the screen only displayed data without revealing the specifics of the dream skills. The crowd around them was drawn to the table by the sight of the Dream Core crystals, especially the valuable green and cyan ones. Some were eager to inquire about the price, but adhered to the rules of the Wanshou Pavilion. No interruptions during a transaction. Questions could only be asked once it was completed. 60, 61, 62, 71, 72. The sales associate finished counting and looked up to confirm. Qian Muyu nodded seriously. That's right, just give me a rough estimate. In truth, he hadn't counted them precisely. The number he had mentioned earlier was merely an estimate. The sales associate took out a device resembling a thermometer and began scanning the Dream Core crystals. When the device passed over a Wind Wolf Dream Core crystal, the screen displayed the words Wind Wolf, but no dream skill information appeared. What's this? Qian Muyu asked curiously. This is a scent analyzer. It can identify the type of dream beast from the scent of the Dream Core crystal. How does it work? Sorry, I'm not sure about the specifics. Through telepathy, Lao Zhu informed Qian Muyu that the device seemed to contain a special tiny stone. With that, Qian Muyu decided not to press further. Soon, the sales associate completed the classification. A total of 72 crystals, 20 white ones mostly from jungle wolves, priced at 7,000 each. 45 green ones and 7 cyan ones, all from wind wolves, priced at 60,000 and 300,000 each, respectively. That works, Qian Muyu agreed to the price succinctly. Upon hearing that they were from wind wolves, the surrounding crowd surged forward with interest. The sales associate quickly calculated. That's a total of 4.94 million dream coins. Would you like to transfer the funds? The transaction was completed swiftly. After a handshake to seal the deal, Qian Muyu turned and left, skillfully avoiding the eager onlookers wanting to purchase more. He headed straight to the Dream Beast evaluation area, ready to test and sell the captured wind wolves. A charming staff member named Xiao Tian approached him. What service do you need? Evaluate the dream beasts, then sell them. Qian Muyu replied directly. After Qian Muyu responded, Xiao Tian flashed a professional smile and gestured, Please follow me. She led Qian Muyu through several corridors to a secluded dream beast testing area. This testing machine is very advanced, Xiao Tian explained, pointing to the equipment in front of them. It can display all the data on the dream beast, including its dream skills, in just 1 minute. Qian Muyu nodded in understanding and retrieved a dream beast ring from his spatial ring, releasing the wind wolf. The wind wolf, the one with the invisibility skill, lay weakly on the ground. At Xiao Tiantian's signal, 2 security guards carefully placed the wind wolf onto the testing platform. In just a minute, the test data clearly appeared on the screen. When the invisibility skill prominently appeared in the wind wolf skill list, Qian Muyu's lips curled up slightly. We'll offer 500,000 for this invisible wind wolf. Xiao Tian immediately proposed. 500,000 is too low, Qian Muyu said calmly. Although it was of green quality, he knew the wind wolf's value far exceeded that. Realizing Qian Muyu was no amateur, Xiao Tong'an sighed. 700,000 is our highest offer. Deal. Qian Muyu agreed decisively. This price was within his acceptable range, and though there was room for negotiation, he wasn't interested in haggling further. Then, Qian Muyu released 7 more wind wolves. Watching the scene, Xiao Tian exclaimed in surprise, "Did you raid the entire wind wolf den? So many pups." Among this batch, there was 1 adult mid-grade blue quality wind wolf, 4 green quality pups, and 2 blue quality pups. 65,000 for the 2 blue pups, 20,000 for the 4 green pups, and 70,000 for the mid-grade blue adult. How about that? Xiao Tian suggested. The price for the blue wind wolves is a bit low, Qian Muyu remarked, looking at the restrained wolves. I've already added 50,000, considering its high intelligence, Xiao Tian explained. All right, that's fine, Qian Muyu agreed, looking at the pitiful wind wolf and silently apologizing. Sorry I couldn't get you a better price. That's a total of 3,500,000. Should I transfer it? Xiao Tian asked. Yes, please transfer it, Qian Muyu replied, providing his account number again. Soon, a large sum was transferred to his account. Pleasure doing business with you, Xiao Tian said. Qian Muyu looked at the notification of the transfer on his phone, nodded in satisfaction, and then left the evaluation area. He didn't linger at the Beast Pavilion and left directly. This trip brought him a total of 8,440,000, quite a substantial gain. When Qian Muyu returned home from the Myriad Beast Pavilion, only 3 hours had passed. The round trip took an hour, and the transaction itself took 2. His direct and decisive approach to buying, seeing what he wanted and purchasing it without much haggling made the entire process remarkably smooth. After dinner, he immediately headed to the training room on the 3rd floor. Having resolved to form a pact with the White Bone Wolf King, he didn't want to waste any time. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he placed Lao Zhu beside him and then retrieved the Dream Beast egg of the White Bone Wolf King from his ring. The egg was pure white, covered in bone-like patterns, and radiated a strong aura of necromancy, as if announcing its undead nature. Lao Zhu, do you think it will mutate if I form a pact with it? Qian Muyu suddenly wondered. After all, his destiny beast, Lao Zhu, was a pure light attribute dream beast, which meant his dream power was heavily infused with light. Lao Zhu was momentarily at a loss for words, clearly having not considered this possibility before. Seeing its hesitation, Qian Muyu couldn't help but worry. Could it really mutate? Lao Zhu pondered for a moment before cautiously replying, "It will, because my quality is too powerful, and my light attribute is too strong. The egg, being of merely yellow quality, will surely succumb to my influence. What it might become, though, is anyone's guess." I see. So, guided by the light attribute, it shouldn't turn out worse, right? Qian Muyu asked as he placed the egg on the ground, examining it closely. Certainly not. There will only be benefits, not drawbacks. And the benefits could be substantial, given my strength. Lao Zhu answered confidently. It then elaborated on how the difference in quality could affect the outcome. If the Destiny Beast quality was lower than the Dream Beast to be bound, and their attributes clashed, it could damage the Destiny Beast's core. Conversely, the greater the quality gap, the higher the chance of gaining advantages, ranging from learning new dream skills to a complete attribute transformation, leading to better prospects. Reassured by Lao Zhu's confirmation, Qian Muyu relaxed. All right, I'll start the pact now. Lao Zhu nodded and hovered in the air, ready to intervene if anything unexpected occurred. Qian Muyu cast the pact spell in front of the White Bone Wolf King's Dream Beast egg, causing a small pact array to appear beneath it. He bit his finger, letting his blood drip onto the egg. Once the array sensed the blood, it began to glow, enveloping the egg. As more blood fell, the light intensified. When the pact array fully surrounded the Dream Beast egg, Qian Muyu stopped the bleeding and sat calmly nearby, waiting. Though outwardly composed, he couldn't hide his inner tension. After all, this was his first time actively forming a pact with a Dream Beast, unlike his innate bond with Lao Zhu. Soon, he sensed a connection forming with the Dream Beast egg. Just as he felt somewhat relieved, the egg suddenly emitted a powerful undead aura. Grayish-white energy engulfed the egg, which trembled violently as if in some sort of struggle. Its starting, Lao Zhu, usually calm, couldn't help but feel anxious. Qian Muyu nodded silently, aware that the Dream Beast egg was now entering its most critical transformation phase. As time passed, the grayish aura of necromancy surrounding the Dream Beast egg began to change, and a faint glimmer of light quietly emerged. Once this light attribute aura appeared, it flowed gently towards the Dream Beast egg like a trickling stream. As the light attribute spread, the egg's trembling intensified. "It's shaking so much," It won't break, will it? Qian Muyu asked worriedly, watching the violently shaking dream beast egg. It shouldn't, right? Lao Zhu replied with a hint of uncertainty. Of course, Qian Muyu was merely joking to ease the tension. The dream beast egg wouldn't actually be damaged by the trembling. As the light attribute aura was about to claim half of the territory, the necromancy aura's resistance peaked, as if it was about to burst the entire egg. However, this final struggle was in vain, and the light attribute aura successfully broke through. Subsequently, the necromancy aura seemed to resign itself, calming down and sharing the space with the light aura, achieving a delicate balance. Huh, why did it stop moving? Qian Muyu asked, puzzled by the halted spread of the light attribute. Maybe it can only go halfway? Lao Zhu speculated. The two exchanged glances and continued to focus intently on the changes in the dream beast egg. Suddenly, a crisp crack sounded. It's hatching! Qian Muyu exclaimed excitedly. Lao Zhu nodded in confirmation, watching as the first crack appeared on the dream beast egg. As the crack widened, Qian Muyu felt the bond with the dream beast egg officially establish. The crack spread rapidly until the entire eggshell shattered. A small, new type of dream beast tumbled out, arriving at Qian Muyu's side. The attributes of this dream beast immediately became apparent. White Spirit Wolf Emperor level apprentice stage, defensive type, purple attribute, possessing light necromancy dream skills, and abilities such as dual aspect, light source armor, necromancy armor, and evil spirit roar. Qian Muyu squatted down, curiously poking at the white Ling Wolf Emperor rolling on the ground. This newborn wolf pup was entirely snow white, radiating a pure glow, distinct from ordinary dream beasts and fate beasts. Dream beasts are initially the size of an eggshell, gradually growing daily until they reach the 5th level of apprenticeship, when their growth rate slows. In contrast, fate beasts grow in sync with their contract holders, slowly forming a shape in the child's consciousness. Irritated by the poking, the white Ling Wolf Emperor suddenly let out a wailing sound, clearly hungry. Little pup, what's wrong? Qian Muyu asked, momentarily confused. It seems hungry, old pig reminded from the side. Oh. Qian Muyu remembered it hadn't had a chance to eat the eggshell after being born and quickly offered the nearby eggshell to the pup. Seeing the eggshell filled with dream energy, the little wolf immediately began to nibble on it. At that moment, a familiar voice exclaimed, "Wow, what an adorable little wolf pup." Xiao Yu suddenly appeared in front of the white Ling Wolf Emperor, startling the little creature as it was eating. It quickly hid behind Qian Muyu, peeking out cautiously at Xiao Yu. "Xiao Yu, don't scare it," came Shepherd Boy's voice from behind. Ignoring the warning, Xiao Yu made a funny face at the pup. "Little wolf pup, what's your name?" "It's just born, hasn't got one yet," Qian Muyu replied, picking up the pup and, inspired by the unfinished eggshell beside it, added, "Let's call it Danku eggshell." "Haha, Danku, Danku sounds nice," Xiao Yu laughed, spinning in the air. Old Pig and Shepherd Boy exchanged exasperated glances. The pup stared blankly at Qian Muyu, seemingly pondering the meaning of Danku. "Danku, eat up," Qian Muyu urged, pointing at the remaining eggshell. The pup, sensing no threat from the newcomers, Xiao Yu and Shepherd Boy, resumed its meal. Shepherd Boy crouched down to inspect the pup and asked, "Have you bought any milk yet?" "What milk?" "Newborn dream beasts need milk. If you haven't bought any, you should do it quickly." Qian Muyu realized the importance of this task and hurried downstairs to seek Grandpa Fu's help, knowing he had contracted many dream beasts and would know the right kind of milk to buy. After explaining the situation to Qian Fu downstairs, they returned to find the little wolf had finished the eggshell and was playfully running around with Xiao Yu. Seeing the pure white pup, Qian Fu frowned thoughtfully, unable to identify its breed. Qian Muyu explained, "Grandpa Fu, this is the new dream beast evolved from the white bone wolf king, called the Whiteling Wolf Emperor, with equal light and undead attributes." This revelation surprised everyone, especially Shepherd Boy, who assumed it was just an ordinary wolf-type dream beast Qian Muyu had requested from the family. The pup only exuded the light attribute, with no visible undead traits, thanks to its unique dream skill, Dual Face, which allowed it to switch between two attribute forms and completely conceal the other attribute's aura. Such dream beasts with dual face skills are rare, as achieving equal distribution of two attributes is extremely challenging. Understanding the situation, Qian Fu smiled and said, "Young master, I know the kind of milk this little wolf pup needs. I'll go get it now." "Thank you, Grandpa Fu," Qian Muyu said gratefully. Qian Fu smiled as he turned and hurried downstairs to buy some milk, knowing that the little wolf cub's dinner was waiting. After Grandpa Fu left, Qian Muyu waved to Dannying and called, "Dannying, come here." Dannying, who had been playing with Xiao Yu, heard the familiar voice and turned to see Qian Muyu beckoning. He immediately trotted over. Qian Muyu gently stroked Dannying's snowy fur and said softly, "Good boy, Dannying. Let's see you transform." Dannying tilted his head, blinking his big eyes in confusion at Qian Muyu, seemingly unsure of what he meant. It then dawned on Qin Muyu that Dannying was still very young. So, he directly communicated the command through their mental link. Suddenly, under the watchful eyes of Qin Muyu and the others, Dannying's pure white form transformed into a majestic skeletal figure. However, this awe-inspiring appearance didn't last long before it was comically disrupted by Dannying's own reaction. Startled by his new look, he hurried back to Qin Muyu, crying out, "Dad, what happened to me? Where's my fur?" Qin Muyu burst into laughter at Dannying's adorable reaction and reassured him, "It's okay. It's okay. I'll change you back." With another mental command, Dannying instantly reverted to his fluffy self. Delighted to be back to normal, Dannying joyfully danced around Qin Muyu. "Impressive. To emanate such an aura at such a young age, you truly are my dream beast," Qin Muyu praised with satisfaction. The shepherd boy, old Zhu, and Xiaoyu, standing nearby, all nodded in agreement, clearly sharing Qin Muyu's sentiments. In the early evening, after school, Li Mu and Sun Yu headed to Qin Muyu's house. As soon as they entered, their attention was drawn to a small white puppy happily scampering around the living room. This lively little creature was Dan Ku, who had just been born that afternoon. Although a wolf cub, it looked more like a newborn puppy. Having just consumed a special blend of milk bought by Grandpa Fu, it was now energetically frolicking around, while Qin Muyu let it roam freely. After all, the young creature knew nothing yet, and it would naturally begin training as it grew older. Qin Muyu emerged from the living room, scooping up the rambunctious Dan Ku. Limu couldn't help but admire the fluffy little ball, exclaiming, "Boss, this puppy is so cute." Gently stroking the creature in his arms, Qin Muyu explained with a smile, "This is the dream beast I contracted with this afternoon. Its name is Dan Ku." The little one blinked its curious eyes, carefully observing Li Mu and Sun Yu as if trying to memorize these new faces. "Now that we're back, let's have dinner first. We can start training afterward," Qin Muyu suggested. The two nodded in agreement and followed him inside. Just as they finished dinner, the doorbell rang. "Coming," Qin Muyu responded cheerfully. It was Qin Tianyu, arriving as promised, having been given the address the day before. Soon, Qin Tianyu was led to Qin Muyu by Qian Fu. After some brief pleasantries, the group moved to the third-floor training room. The spacious area prompted Dan Ku to become lively again, joyfully playing alongside Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Li Mu and Sun Yu began an even more intense virtual reality training session to prepare for potential encounters with assassin-type dream beasts. Turning to Qin Tianyu, Qin Muyu got straight to the point. "I can help you heal your original wound, but the process will be slow, so you need to be prepared for that. Just being here means I've made up my mind. No matter how slow it is, I'm willing to wait." Qin Tianyu replied with determination. "All right, then let's sign a contract," Qin Muyu said while petting Dan Ku, who was nudging his pant leg. Seeing the puzzled look on Qin Tianyu's face, he explained the contract details as he had previously to Mudong. Qin Tianyu was shocked after hearing the explanation. The contract not only offered healing but also numerous future benefits, with no drawbacks for him. Although Qin Muyu and his team were currently weaker, their rapid growth meant they could catch up to him in just a few years. "I agree," Qin Tianyu said without hesitation. Qin Muyu immediately released the 12-wing contract, and as he flew, Dan Ku excitedly exclaimed, "Daddy is so beautiful and can fly." The contract paper quickly formed, and was handed to the once again astonished Qin Tianyu. After carefully reading it, he signed his name without a moment's hesitation. As Qin Tianyu's pen touched the contract, a sudden heat surged through the back of his hand. Simultaneously, the three-wing mark on the hands of Qin Muyu, Mudong, and Bai Ming began to alter, slowly outlining a fourth wing. In the nighttime of Chongqing City, Bai Ming, who was in the bathroom, felt a familiar heat on his hand. Initially thinking it was a summoning signal, he noticed the mark on his hand extending into the shape of a fourth wing. "Brother Muyu moves fast. It's only been a day and there's already a newcomer," Bai Ming chuckled, picking up his phone to inquire further, when a brilliant light suddenly radiated from his hand. Qin Muyu stared at the glowing fourth wing, glancing questioningly at Lao Zhu. The latter appeared equally baffled, having never entered into a contract with others. This was new territory for him too. At that moment, a wave of information flooded into the consciousness of all four. 12-wing Sharingan exclusive dream skill of the 12-winged angel pig. Contract holders can share their dream power when together and can disable it at any time. Is this a newly unlocked dream skill? It's incredible. Qin Muyu swallowed hard, turning to Qin Tianyu. With this ability, healing Qin Tianyu's core injury would be much more efficient. He realized that when the number of contracts reached a certain threshold, new unique dream skills would be unlocked. Far away in Chongqing City, Bai Ming was startled by the sudden information, even considering asking Mudong to summon him immediately for a celebration. This new ability added another layer of security, much like how Qin Muyu could now draw on Qin Tianyu's dream power to aid in healing. "Does this mean my core injury will heal faster?" Qin Tianyu asked, recognizing the value of this dream skill. "It should," Qin Muyu nodded in confirmation. Want to give it a try? Let's do it. After briefly explaining the treatment requirements, Qian Muyu merged completely in front of Qin Tianyu. The spectacle of 6 pairs of wings left Qin Tianyu and Eggshell mesmerized. Are you ready? Qian Muyu's voice brought Qin Tianyu back to focus. He nodded, summoning the Destiny Beast Overlord Spear and activating the 12-wing sharing. Qian Muyu, who had already activated the sharing, immediately felt an overwhelming surge of dream power and quickly employed holy healing to manage the influx. During this session, the pain was present but far less intense than what Mudong had experienced. Mudong finally understood that the previous agony was due to conflicting attributes. 20 minutes later, after exhausting the shared dream power of Qin Tianyu and Mudong, Qian Muyu disengaged from the merge and landed steadily. This time, he didn't suffer the overexertion he had when treating Mudong. I've managed to repair 1/7 of it. In 7 days, you'll be completely healed. Qian Muyu smiled. Thank you. Qin Tianyu sincerely expressed his gratitude as he put away the Destiny Beast. No worries, we're companions after all. Afterward, Qian Muyu handed Qin Tianyu a 12-wing ring and meticulously explained how to use it. Following the instructions, a large, spear character appeared on the ring's surface. Why did you choose me? Qin Tianyu asked, puzzled. Seeing the abilities Qian Muyu displayed, he dismissed the idea that his own strength was the reason. With such power, Qian Muyu could have chosen far stronger individuals as contract holders. Qian Muyu gave a mysterious smile. Consider it an early investment in you. On June 4, 2077, in the classroom of Class 7, Grade 12 at Sunshine City's 7th High School, the homeroom teacher, Li Jin, stood on the podium with a serious expression, giving final instructions before the college entrance exams. Make sure to arrive at school early tomorrow morning. We will be organizing a group trip to the exam venue, Li Jin said, scanning the room with his eyes. The exam will be held in a special closed-off area, not at our school. If you're late, it's your own responsibility. We won't wait for anyone. A student timidly raised their hand. Mr. Li, what's the address of the exam venue? I'll send it to the group later, Li Jin replied, giving the student a stern look, silently thinking about how there are always a few latecomers every year. Remember, you must be in class by 7 a.m. sharp. He made sure to glance at Qin Muyu's desk. Qin Muyu caught the teacher's gaze and blinked his innocent big eyes, as if to say, why are you looking at me? I've been arriving on time recently. Indeed, ever since he completed the treatment for Qin Tianyu, he had been arriving at school punctually at 7:30 every day without fail. Speaking of Qin Tianyu, after receiving treatment, he had regained his super level 4 strength. Unfortunately, his Destiny Beast fell just short of reaching purple quality, so he bid farewell to Qin Muyu and others to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough. Enhancing a near-purple quality to purple is relatively easier than upgrading from yellow. Once Qin Tianyu breaks through to super level, his Destiny Beast will automatically ascend to purple quality. Although Qian Muyu's family possesses treasures that could aid a Destiny Beast in breaking through, he understood Qin Tianyu's character well enough to know that he wouldn't accept such help. Besides, at 23, Qin Tianyu's true path lay in adventuring and gaining followers. If it weren't for his previous injuries, he wouldn't have settled for working as a bodyguard in Sunshine City. Since then, Qian Muyu, along with Li Mu and Sun Yu, settled into a routine of dozing off during day classes and training their eggshell beasts in the evenings. Does everyone remember? Li Jin reiterated. Yes, we remember. The class responded in unison. Li Jin continued his advice. The key to the exam is stability. Don't act on impulse. If you can defeat lower-level dream beasts, go for them first. Every point counts. Don't disdain low scores and challenge higher-level dream beasts recklessly. Even if you can handle them, save it for the end of the exam. Getting injured and affecting your combat ability is not worth it. It's better to steadily defeat more lower-level dream beasts. After a pause, Li Jin concluded, that's all I have to say. The rest is up to you. I hope everyone returns safely, gets into their desired schools, and leaves no regrets. Class dismissed. See you tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted with cheers. Some students hurried out, while others sat quietly, contemplating the teacher's advice. Qian Muyu yawned, nearly dozing off. Let's go, he said to Li Mu. Li Mu nodded and stood up, with Sun Yu already waiting beside their desks. As they passed the podium, Li Jin suddenly called out to them, do you feel confident? Qian Muyu smiled and released a tiny bit of his aura. Don't worry, Mr. Li. We've got this. Sensing that aura, a smile spread across Li Jin's face. Great. As he watched the three leave, Li Jin murmured to himself, intermediate level 8. In all my years as a homeroom teacher, the highest I've taught was an intermediate level 2 student. I never expected to encounter an intermediate level 8 student. They're almost catching up to me. At 7 in the morning, the classroom of senior year class 7 was already filled to capacity. Qian Muyu sat in his seat, yawning and rubbing his sleepy eyes. It was his first time arriving so early, having sacrificed 10 minutes of his usual sleep. For the past couple of days, he had been going to school alone, as Li Mu and Sun Yu had taken leave to prepare for the college entrance exams at home. The homeroom teacher, Li Jin, entered the classroom, glanced around, and noted with satisfaction that all students were present, especially Qian Muyu, who usually arrived just in time but was now seated properly. Since everyone is here, let's get going. Under Li Jin's guidance, the entire class filed out of the room, heading towards the Dream Beast Arena. The playground was lined with a dozen buses ready to take them to the exam venue. Qian Muyu observed his classmates, who were all full of energy and couldn't help but marvel at their enthusiasm. Class 7, led by Li Jin, arrived at their designated bus. Soon, other classes began to gather at the Dream Beast Arena. Once all classes were assembled, Principal Zhao Yuanzhong appeared at the center of the field. Without saying much, he calmly scanned through classes 1 to 10. Some students shivered slightly under his gaze, realizing it was the unintentional pressure exerted by the principal. Get on the bus, let's move out, Principal Zhao instructed succinctly. The homeroom teachers immediately organized their students to board the buses in an orderly manner. Qian Muyu quickly secured a window seat, with Li Mu following and sitting beside him. As class president, Sun Yu sat with teacher Li Jin near the driver's seat. As the bus started, the interior was unusually quiet, with everyone seemingly lost in thoughts about the upcoming exams. It wasn't until they left the campus that sporadic conversations began to emerge. At this point, Li Jin stood up. It will be a 30-minute ride to the exam venue. Last night, I compiled information on top students from other senior classes. You should take a look to avoid unnecessary conflicts. He retrieved a stack of dossiers from his dream space and handed them to Sun Yu to distribute. Feeling bored, Qian Muyu took a dossier and began to browse through it. Huang Ziheo, Level 3, Dream Beast is Rock Giant Yellow. Second Dream Beast Unknown. Attend Sunshine City First Contract High School. Hualuoluo, Level 1, Dream Beast is Snowfall Bao Yellow. Second Dream Beast Unknown, also from First Contract High School. Zhangmingen, Level 5, Dream Beast is Dragon Fist Messenger Purple. Second Dream Beast Unknown, from Sunshine City Advanced Experimental Contract School. These details were gathered by Li Jin through various channels. Boss, I'm a bit nervous, Li Mu said uneasily, looking at the profiles of these formidable opponents and then at the speeding bus. After intensive virtual realm training in May, Li Mu had advanced to the beginner level, while Sun Yu had reached the 10th level of apprenticeship. However, Li Mu still seemed anxious. Qian Muyu turned to Li Mu and smiled. What are you afraid of? Most of them are early awakeners. Just perform normally, and you'll be fine. There's nothing to worry about, but I'm still really nervous, Li Mu murmured. Then think of it this way. If you don't get into one of the top 10 universities, I won't want you anymore, Qian Muyu teased. Hearing Qian Muyu say he would leave him, Li Mu's already tense nerves became even more frazzled. Xiao Yugu, if I don't get into one of the top 10 academies, will you really leave me? Li Mu's voice trembled slightly. Yes, I will. Qian Muyu replied with a resolute gaze, his tone serious. He wasn't joking if Li Mu failed to get into one of the top 10 academies due to stress. He genuinely intended to end their relationship. Facing Qian Muyu's earnest eyes, Li Mu's heart was in turmoil. You need to learn to control your emotions and stay calm, Qian Muyu said, softening his tone to comfort him. Your abilities are evident. You have to believe in Hei Bai. After speaking, he turned to look out the window, his thoughts drifting to the people and dream beasts he had just seen in his notebook. Li Mu took a deep breath, silently encouraging himself. Yes, with Hei Bai by my side, my abilities are no less than theirs. I can do this. Half an hour later, the bus came to a gradual stop. We've arrived at our destination, let's get off, Li Jin announced as he stood up. The students of Class 7 filed out. Qian Muyu was immediately struck by the sight before him as he stepped off the bus. The parking lot was filled with buses from various high schools across Sunshine City, each with its own unique school emblem. Sunshine City First Contract High School, Sunshine City Advanced Experimental Contract School. Students of all kinds were descending from their respective buses. Follow me, Li Jin commanded loudly. Under his lead, the group arrived at a building with a sign that read Sunshine City College Entrance Exam Venue. It looks so simple. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed this is where our exams are held, the students murmured among themselves. A staff member approached, guiding them to the area marked Sunshine City, Second Contract High School, before departing after a brief exchange with Li Jin. Wait here for a bit, the chief examiner will come soon to explain the exam procedures and rules, Li Jin informed the students. Taking an exam is such a hassle, waiting all morning. Qian Muyu couldn't help but grumble, earning a stern look from Li Jin. At 9 in the morning, several figures appeared on the massive platform in front of the examination venue. A burly man strode to the front of the platform, his booming voice echoing throughout the exam area. I am Wang Pong, the chief examiner for this year's Sunshine City entrance exam. I'm here to explain the rules of the examination. The candidates below immediately quieted down, not daring to make any rash moves. Any mistakes at this point could lead to disqualification. Satisfied with their response, Wang Peng nodded and continued. The rules are simple. The more dream beasts you defeat, the higher your score. The stronger the dream beasts, the more points you earn. The exam area is behind me, divided into 4 zones. A, B, C, and D. Zone A is the deepest, while the iron fence behind me marks the boundary of Zone D. Each zone is separated by iron fences. Crossing a fence signifies entering the next zone. He provided a detailed explanation of the scoring rules for each zone. Zone D, Dream Beasts range from Trainee Stage 1 to 5, worth 15 points. Zone C, Dream Beasts range from Trainee Stage 5 to 10, worth 510 points. Zone B, Dream Beasts range from Primary Stage 1 to 3, worth 20-40 points, increasing by 10 points per stage. Zone A, Dream Beasts range from Primary Stage 3 to 10, worth 40,200 points. From Primary Stage 3 to 9, each stage increases by 10 points, while defeating a Primary Stage 10 Dream Beast grants 200 points and a direct admission to the world's top 10 universities. Upon hearing this, the candidates couldn't contain their excitement but quickly forced themselves to remain calm. Very few among them were capable of defeating a Primary Stage 10 Dream Beast. Wang Peng continued, the exam lasts for 3 days. You must survive in this enclosed area for 3 nights. By noon on the 3rd day, you must return here, or your scores will be void, and you'll have to retake the exam next year or opt for a vocational school. At this point, a cryptic smile appeared on his face, sending chills down the candidates' spines. This year, we've prepared special rewards: Dream Cores, Dream Force recovery items, Dream Beast rings for capturing Dream Beasts, and more. These rewards will be placed in boxes and dropped every hour. You can compete for them based on your abilities. Wang Peng concluded with a hearty laugh, then opened the floor for questions. A shy-looking girl was the first to raise her hand. Chief Examiner, how are the points calculated for support personnel? Support personnel receive the same points as the main attacker. For instance, if you assist a teammate in defeating a Primary Stage 1 Dream Beast, both the support and the attacker receive 10 points. However, in regular team efforts, only the one who lands the final blow earns the points, Wang Peng explained. Hearing this rule, Qian Muyu turned to Li Mu and asked, puzzled, Xiao Li, do you think I count as support personnel? Li Mu suddenly realized and replied excitedly, boss, you definitely are. Qian Muyu couldn't help but smile at this revelation. Although he didn't care much about his role, he found this discovery quite amusing. After addressing the young woman's query, Wang Peng turned his attention to a male student. Just then, a pointed question was raised. Chief Examiner, how do you verify the number of Dream Beasts we've defeated? And how do you determine if we've collaborated with support personnel in taking them down? Wang Peng's expression grew serious as he scanned the room full of candidates. Before entering the examination arena, each candidate is equipped with state-of-the-art technological gear. The arena is not only filled with numerous cameras, but also monitored in real time by nearly 30 recording birds. Moreover, invigilators will be documenting your performance throughout the exam and will provide assistance if necessary. He paused, his tone becoming more grave. But don't think that the presence of invigilators means you can act recklessly. Every year, candidates lose their lives in the arena. Do not attempt to challenge Dream Beasts beyond your capacity. These words immediately caused a visible change in the demeanor of a few restless candidates. Wang Peng continued, as for the concern about collaborating with support personnel, rest assured, we have detailed profiles on every candidate and know exactly who possesses a support-type Destiny Beast. In reality, Wang Peng intentionally refrained from explaining these issues up front, wanting the candidates to voice their concerns themselves to help ease their tension. The questions kept coming. Chief Examiner, can we bring food into the arena? No. Can we use other technological devices? No. It wasn't until 11:30 that Wang Peng announced, this concludes the QA session. We will now distribute the equipment. Staff members began handing out technological devices according to the class order. Qian Muyu received a device resembling a watch, its screen completely black, indicating it was not yet activated. Wang Peng showcased the device. This is the latest technological product designed specifically for this year's examination arena. It will automatically activate once you enter the exam area. You'll have to discover its specific functions on your own. We have just 10 minutes left, so prepare yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Peng and his team, along with the enormous platform, vanished, reappearing behind the candidates. In the blink of an eye, the 10 minutes passed, and the iron fence surrounding the examination area disappeared. Wang Peng's voice boomed across the venue once more. The exam begins now. Candidates may enter the arena. Suddenly, tens of thousands of candidates surged forward, creating a spectacular scene. Some soared through the air, others sprinted and leaped, and still others burrowed into the ground, each mode of entry more astonishing than the last. Qian Muyu was left awestruck, deeply moved by the grandeur of it all. As a chief examiner of the highest rank, Wang Peng's voice could carry for miles. During the QA session, he deliberately chose to respond only to candidates standing in the immediate area before him. By the riverside in Zone D, Qian Muyu sat leisurely on a rock, deeply engrossed in the high-tech device on his wrist that resembled a watch. In stark contrast to the other candidates who were anxiously rushing to earn points, he appeared remarkably composed. This calmness stemmed from his impressive skills. Upon entering the exam area, he had already sent his partners, Li Mu and Sun Yu, off in separate directions to independently hunt for points, giving them the opportunity to gain experience on their own. In a control room somewhere, an invigilator was watching one of the hundreds of surveillance screens, which displayed the scene of Qian Muyu by the river, casually fiddling with his high-tech watch. It had been exactly an hour since the exam began, and during this time, Qian Muyu had been strolling leisurely until he found this picturesque river and decided to stop there. "I know him," Wang Peng remarked as he looked at the screen. "Oh, who is he?" asked another man, showing a keen interest. "Qian Muyu from Sunshine City's Second Covenant High School. He's quite a formidable competitor," Wang Peng explained. "He reached the initial 5th stage over 10 days ago, and he's likely even stronger now. He has trained in the secret realms outside Sunshine City and is rumored to be capable of single-handedly defeating mid-level dream beasts. He's quite an intriguing and mysterious figure." At that moment, Qian Muyu lightly touched the watch's screen, and the black display instantly burst into a blue glow, projecting a virtual blue screen in front of him. The screen first flashed the words "Special Product for College Entrance Exam" and then displayed a complete map of the exam site, marked with the 4 zones A, B, C, and D. Qian Muyu carefully studied the colorful flickering dots on the map and quickly located the color code description in the lower right corner. Red represented attack type candidates, green was for defense type, blue indicated speed type, and white denoted support type candidates. Particularly eye-catching were the oversized red dots, symbolizing special reward dream beasts. Driven by curiosity, he clicked on one of the nearby oversized red dots, which then displayed detailed information. It was a rogue rabbit-level small area boss dream beast, with a power level of apprentice 5th stage quality. Only candidates below apprentice 3rd stage could trigger the reward a random green quality dream core crystal. "This year's exam is really generous," Qian Muyu exclaimed in surprise, suddenly realizing a problem given his initial 8th stage strength. The number of tasks he could complete to trigger rewards was likely very limited. "I can't be this relaxed anymore." He abruptly stood up. "I need to hurry and complete the reward tasks I still can." With that, he dashed towards Zone A. In the control room, the man watching this scene chuckled lightly. "Looks like the kid has discovered the secret of the watch. Things are about to get interesting." After 2 hours of relentless sprinting, Qian Muyu finally arrived at the fence of Zone A. To make every second count, he not only activated his fusion state with Lao Zhu but also unleashed Dan Ke's newly mastered dream skill, Spectral Stride, to boost his speed. "Kid, ahead is Zone A. Are you sure you want to go in?" A deep voice resonated in his ears. Qian Muyu turned to see an examiner who had appeared beside him without him noticing. "Of course," he replied confidently with a grin. The examiner nodded and said no more. It was his duty to question each candidate wanting to enter and observe their attitude. Those with confidence were allowed through, while the hesitant were advised against it. After all, Zona housed dream beasts ranging from beginner level 3 to 10, and those who hesitated could easily meet their demise. Though the exam inherently allowed for some casualties, excessive losses would impact the examiner's rewards and could even lead to penalties. "Examiner, is there anyone else coming in besides me? You're the first to arrive here." "I can't speak for other areas." Qian Muyu nodded and walked straight into Zone A. The examiner's figure vanished, ready to await the next candidate. In the monitoring room, a man chuckled. "This kid's speed and strength are certainly above beginner level 5. Haha, those dream beasts in Zone A are in for a tough time." Wang Peng chimed in. "I can't wait to see the expressions of other talents when they find the level 10 dream beasts already defeated." After disengaging from the fusion state, Qian Muyu summoned Lao Zhu to hover nearby as he stood under a large tree to check his watch. A blue virtual screen appeared, confirming that the number of tasked dream beasts in Zone A was indeed considerable. This was likely due to Zone A's small area and elite gathering place naturally didn't need too many low-level dream beasts. Although the power of the dream beasts ranged from beginner level 3 to 10, most were concentrated between levels 5 and 7. He checked several nearby red dot tasks, but found they all required a level 3 or below to trigger rewards. "Just wait, when I come back, you'll all become dream core crystals." With no other choice, he ventured deeper into the area. The man in the monitoring room laughed. "This kid's expressions are priceless. Brother Pong, how many unconditional kill tasks are there in Zone A?" 5, and he's about to encounter one of them. As Qian Muyu continued forward, he suddenly felt the temperature rise around him. He stopped immediately to check the map and noticed a red-hot light spot not far ahead. Opening the information, his eyes lit up. Ultimate Boss Dream Beast, Scorching Skyfire Bird. Level, Beginner 10. Quality, Blue. Condition, Defeat only, no killing. Reward: a random yellow quality dream beast egg. Soon, he spotted his target in the forest, a bird engulfed in flames, its entire body a fiery red. His detection skill revealed it was an elemental type, mastering dream skills like scorching fire, fire impact, blaze, and fire resistance. No wonder the reward is so generous. It's an elemental type. Qian Muyu licked his lips with excitement and stepped out from behind a tree. The scorching skyfire bird screeched sharply upon seeing him, its flames flaring as it launched a fire impact attack straight at him. Bring it on. Qian Muyu laughed, pulling out you. His body was instantly enveloped in darkness and light, transforming into a new fusion form to meet the attack heat. Everyone in the monitoring room focused intently on the imminent battle. The man smiled and said, "It's starting. Let's see what you're capable of." As the dual energies enveloping Qian Muyu gradually dissipated, they revealed an intricate suit of white fur armor. This unique gear gave him a fluffy appearance, making him look particularly handsome from the front under the soft white fur. Just yesterday, the eggshell had absorbed a necromantic herb, a light attribute fruit of equivalent value, and with the boost from its own dream power absorption rate, it finally advanced to the initial stage. That night, Qian Muyu experienced his first fusion. Seeing his furry reflection in the mirror, he almost thought he had transformed into a giant dog. However, the eggshell actually possesses 3 fusion forms: the current light attribute form, a necromantic form, and the most striking dual attribute form. These forms have similar defensive capabilities and can be switched flexibly according to the opponent's attributes. Facing the blazing fire attribute bird, the Liao Yuan Lai Niao, Qian Muyu chose the light attribute form, as fire has a certain suppressive effect on necromantic attributes. Old Pig, keep an eye on that bird. Don't let it die, Qian Muyu instructed as he summoned Old Pig. Understanding immediately, Old Pig swiftly moved to a safe position nearby. The Liao Yuan Lai Niao, engulfed in scorching flames, charged directly at Qian Muyu. He raised his sword to fend off the fierce attack, inevitably sliding backward after all. Without a strength-based dream beast, maintaining his footing was challenging. Yet, surprisingly, the fiery assault failed to harm him, with even the heat entirely blocked by his light attribute dream power. The Liao Yuan Lai Niao was baffled. What's happening? Shouldn't he have been sent flying? Why is my speed slowing down? As it closed within mere centimeters of Qian Muyu, the fiery impact dissipated. Every dream skill has its limits, except for persistent ones like sacred healing. With the bird's massive head inches away, Qian Muyu smirked. Before the Liao Yuan Lai Niao could react, he sidestepped to its flank and swung his sword. The swift strike split the Liao Yuan Lai Niao in two, but did not kill it. For the first time, the fledgling Liao Yuan Lai Niao felt the harshness of the world, retreating in terror from Qian Muyu. Watching as the Liao Yuan Lai Niao's body began to heal, Qian Muyu remarked with a smile, as expected, no matter the quality, elemental types can fully elementalize. This was what he wanted to verify, and today he finally had his answer. Although the Liao Yuan Lai Niao recovered, a scar remained where it had been struck, and its overall aura had weakened. Alright, no more playing around. Little bird, I'm getting serious now. I hope you don't die from a single strike, or I'll miss out on my reward. Qian Muyu's grin unsettled the Liao Yuan Lai Niao, a feeling it had never experienced before. Qian Muyu swung his sword, and an invisible force surged from within him, channeling through his right hand to the blade, which became cloaked in a black glow. In the control room, Wang Peng urgently shouted, "This is bad. He knows dream power. Quickly, get someone nearby to save that elemental creature. Hurry up, if we delay any longer, the elemental creature will die." Another man, who had been closely watching Qian Muyu, urged repeatedly. Although the staff didn't fully understand what dream power was, they promptly dialed for assistance. The man silently prayed, "I just hope that kid goes easy on it for the sake of the reward. If it dies, there won't be any reward." Yes, there's a reward too. Wang Peng suddenly realized, and his tense nerves instantly relaxed. Thanks to the high school exam task reward system, otherwise, if anything happened to this rare elemental creature, the blazing flame bird, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He had gone through great lengths to secure this magnificent creature for the students to witness firsthand. However, before the plan could be executed, a monstrous figure wielding the power of dreams had already appeared at the Sunshine City exam venue. The blazing flame bird watched Qian Muyu's blade turn pitch black and finally understood the source of its earlier unease. As the smile faded from Qian Muyu's face, the bird's panic intensified. It hurriedly flapped its wings, attempting to flee into the sky. But Qian Muyu wouldn't give it the chance. He dashed forward, unleashing a powerful one slash after another, sending a massive arc of energy hurtling toward the blazing flame bird. In a desperate move, the bird furiously flapped its wings, spewing several balls of flame to intercept the attack. Although the flames managed to neutralize the energy arc, for fireballs continued their trajectory toward Qianmuyu. Seeing this, the blazing flame bird regained its confidence, thinking its opponent wasn't so formidable after all, and launched even more of its blazing fire. Yet, Qianmuyu remained expressionless as the fireballs approached, having already seen through the creature's tactics. This time, he didn't rely on a single move, but instead unleashed a barrage of energy arcs. Caught in the middle of releasing its dream abilities, the blazing flame bird was momentarily stunned by the oncoming barrage, left with no choice but to flap its wings in confusion. As the energy arcs collided with the flames, the fireballs were instantly consumed. A sharp arc of energy sliced through the haze, targeting the blazing flame bird directly. Ah! The bird cried out in disbelief, staring at its bleeding left wing, the pain searing through its body. But before its scream could fade, more energy arcs came whistling through the mist. Overwhelmed by the relentless assault, its eyes filled with despair. Is this the end for me? Just as it resigned itself to its fate, a figure appeared like an angel before its eyes. I'm still alive. Damn it, I can't hold it back anymore. The Invigilator, a man with mid-tier level 7 strength, cursed as he faced the fierce blade light in front of the raging firebird. Just as he was about to falter, two luminous shields appeared in the nick of time, one shielding him and the other protecting the firebird. Under the protection of these shields, the remaining blade lights quickly dissipated into nothingness. Qianmuyu, clad in an armor of white fur, appeared alongside the old pig in the sky. Who are you? Qianmuyu asked, even though he already knew the man was an Invigilator. I'm the Invigilator for this area, the man replied, slightly flustered, looking at the calm young man wielding a long blade. Qianmuyu nodded and gestured towards the trembling firebird behind the man. Does this count as my win? Yes. Yes. The man nodded quickly. He knew all too well that if he said no, this young man might just slay the dream beast he was supposed to protect, a consequence he couldn't afford. All right then, hand over the reward. Qianmuyu smiled. As long as it counted as a win, he was satisfied. Otherwise, he was curious about obtaining a dream core crystal from the bird. Rewards are distributed after the exam concludes, the man explained. Oh, I see. All right then, I'll be on my way. Just make sure to note it down for me. With that, Qianmuyu disengaged from his fusion state and turned away without a second thought. The man exhaled deeply, immediately reporting to his superiors, the raging firebird has been rescued. We saw that, his superior responded. Wang Peng then decided, notify everyone, announced to all sectors. He feared that without some pressure, Qianmuyu might monopolize the remaining unconditional tasks. Soon, an announcement echoed throughout the examination venue. Important notice. The ultimate task in Zone A, defeating the level 10 Firebird, has been completed by Qianmuyu from Sunshine City's second contract high school. The announcement caused a stir among the examinees. Li Mu, having just slain a level 7 Dream Beast, encouraged himself, its brother Xiaoyu. If he's already in Zone A, I need to step up my game. Off to Zone B. Sun Yu, looking at the corpse of a level 1 Dream Beast, quietly muttered, keep going, before heading deeper. Other candidates, too, were spurred on by the news, some marveling at Qianmuyu's prowess while others quickened their pace. By a river in Zone A man punched a level 5 Dream Beast, sending it flying, and then sprinted deeper without a pause. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Zone A woman with a bow of drifting snow firmly declared to the Invigilator, I'm sure I want to go in. You're the second person to enter from my side, the Invigilator said before disappearing. What does that mean? The woman wondered, scratching her head, before resolutely charging into Zone A. The tasks in Area A have all been completed unconditionally. The announcement echoed throughout the examination site. Qianmuyu was sitting on the corpse of a large slime and frowned upon hearing the news. As expected, I was still too slow. Only 5 unconditional tasks, what a pity, he sighed. Though, the distance was indeed too far. It had taken him nearly 20 minutes to travel from the Blazing Phoenix to this swamp in search of the slime. With these dream beasts, if they didn't actively reveal their presence, he could only rely on the virtual map to locate them. He checked the rewards for the kill. Ultimate Boss Dream Beast, Swamp Slime. Level, Beginner Stage 10. Quality, Blue. Condition, Unconditional Kill. Reward, a Dream Beast Egg of a specified type blue. Not bad, Qianmuyu nodded in satisfaction. Although it wasn't of yellow quality, a blue quality Dream Beast Egg could still fetch a good price. He stood up and swiftly struck the slime's head with a blade, revealing a blue Dream Core Crystal. After retrieving the Dream Core Crystal, he moved to a nearby clearing to disengage his fusion state and carefully examined the Dream Skill attributes. Dream Skill, Slime. Quality, Blue. Stowing the Dream Core Crystal into his dream space, Qianmuyu opened the virtual map to check the candidate leaderboard. First place, Qianmuyu 400 points. Second place, Jiang Mingyan 321 points. 3rd place, Wang Zihao 255 points. 10th place, Sun Yu 152 points. 13th place, Li Mu 135 points. Sun Yu's ranking was as expected, but Li Mu's performance was surprisingly good for someone known to be nervous. Seems like he's doing well in the exam. Qian Muyu nodded approvingly, closing the screen. Alright, let's go make some money. Eggshell immediately followed. An old pig lazily flew along. With the unconditional tasks complete, Qian Muyu wasn't in a hurry and began a leisurely journey to earn money. In the monitoring room, a man closed the encyclopedia of Qingshan Ridge dream beasts and muttered while looking at Eggshell, "This little wolf can't be found in the records. Why do you care so much?" Wang Peng said while picking his nose. "There are plenty of dream beasts on Dreamstar that haven't been seen before. Once we get him to the academy, we'll find out. This encyclopedia is useless. There are too many new species, and it can't keep up with annual updates. Besides, not everyone is willing to disclose their dream beasts." The man pondered, considering Qian Muyu's performance, and thought that the existing conditions might not be enticing enough. He quietly took out his phone to make a call. Meanwhile, Qian Muyu continued his hunt, slashing through a demon tree with a blade of light. Eggshell checked it skillfully and shook his head. "Dad, no dream core crystal? That's normal. Let's find the next one." Qian Muyu shrugged it off. Along the way, they had already defeated dozens of beginner dream beasts, collecting nearly 10 dream core crystals, which was a decent haul. Just as they were about to move on, a giant bird-like dream beast flew overhead and dropped a small box. "A supply box? Lucky break," Qian Muyu remarked, watching it land 10 meters away. He casually walked over, waiting to see what it might hold. He had seen such supply boxes before, but they were usually too far away to bother with. "I can't believe it. You're just an apprentice at the 10th level," Hua Luoluo exclaimed, clutching her snowfall bow tightly as she stared at Sun Yu in astonishment. "How do you manage to take down dream beasts with such skill?" Her surprise stemmed from what she had witnessed moments earlier. While searching for dream beasts, she stumbled upon Sun Yu engaged in battle with a level 5 dream beast. From the aura alone, she could tell he was still at the apprentice stage. The difference in aura between an apprentice and a beginner is quite noticeable, especially since he hadn't even merged with his tiger yet. Just as she was about to step in and help, she was taken aback by what unfolded before her. Sun Yu's tiger unleashed a powerful blast, instantly obliterating the level 5 dream beast. Intrigued, she quietly followed Sun Yu, watching him effortlessly dispatch one dream beast after another, all below level 5. Sun Yu, of course, had been aware of her presence all along. His training over the past few weeks had not been in vain, but since she didn't interfere with his hunting, he allowed her to observe. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she revealed herself. "Oh, it's nothing," Sun Yu replied modestly, scratching his head. "You've reached level 3, too. With enough practice, it becomes second nature." The two of them had exchanged information about their abilities upon meeting, a candidness typical of youth that was both amusing and endearing. After all, one's strength is not something to be shared lightly. "Wow. When I was at the 10th apprentice level, I wasn't nearly as strong," Hua Luoluo marveled. "What kind of intense training have you been through?" Sun Yu gave a mysterious smile, his attention suddenly drawn to something in the distance, reminiscent of the scene he had encountered with Qian Muyu earlier. "Look, a supply crate. Let's go," he exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to dodge Hua Luoluo's enthusiastic inquiries and dash towards the crate. "Hey, wait for me, wait," Hua Luoluo called out, quickly chasing after him. Meanwhile, Qian Muyu was just about to gleefully open the supply crate that had landed nearby when he heard a voice exclaim, "Hold on!" Qian Muyu looked around and was surprised to see a set of triplet brothers standing before him. His curiosity was piqued. Triplets were rare, and there was a rumor that their destiny beasts had unique traits. Now was the perfect chance to see if the stories were true. Without hesitation, he stored the supply box in his ring and faced the trio with a calm smile. "Is there something you need? Why did you just take it without asking?" "I've been waiting here for ages," the eldest of the triplets, Huang Zhangyu, immediately protested. "I found it first, so naturally, I took it," Qian Muyu replied nonchalantly. "But you can't keep it all to yourself." Huang Zhangyu raised his voice. "Yeah, finders should share with others. You should give us a share," the second brother, Huang Daxing, chimed in. Qian Muyu stroked his chin in mock contemplation. "How about this? Let's have a fight. Whoever wins gets to keep it. What do you say?" At this suggestion, the youngest brother, Huang Haimian, shrank back and whispered, "Big brother, second brother, maybe we should just leave." As Huang Zhangyu hesitated, Huang Daxing checked his wristwatch for the virtual map. "Don't worry, big brother. He's an auxiliary candidate. His attack power must be weak." The map indeed showed a green dot, indicating the opponent had an auxiliary-type destiny beast. "I'm not picking on you. You can all come at me together. 3 against 1, surely you're not scared?" Qian Muyu said, casually patting the eggshell beside him. The eggshell let out a contented howl, while the old pig lazily lay on Qian Muyu's head, uninterested in the upcoming battle and only looking forward to a rest after the mission. Hurry, big brother. There are 2 more dots approaching, Huang Daxing urged. Together, we can definitely beat him. Spurred on by his brother, Huang Zhongyu made up his mind. Fine, you asked for 3 against 1, so don't say we're bullying you. Besides, each of us only has 1 dream beast, so it's technically 3 against 2. Qian Muyu chuckled at this. No problem. Let's begin. Eggshell merge. Not far away, Hualuoluo and Sun Yu were observing the scene. Shouldn't we go over there? Hualuoluo asked. Let's just watch from here, Sun Yu replied calmly, not revealing that Qian Muyu had instructed them to wait. All right then, Hualuoluo said thoughtfully, clearly sensing there was more behind this situation. By now, Qian Muyu had completed his merge with the eggshell but didn't attack immediately. He was eager to see what was special about the triplets' dream beasts. After all, mastering the merge, a divine dream skill, wasn't easy for beginners. It required practice. Most people, except those with weapon types, needed a few seconds to prepare when they first learned to merge. As the number of their fusions increased, the trio's fusion speed gradually accelerated until they reached a state of instantaneous fusion, much like Qian Muyu. Moments later, 3 distinct figures appeared before Qian Muyu, each showcasing their unique fusion forms. The leader, Huang Zhongyu, transformed his lower body into writhing octopus tentacles, with his hands also taking on a tentacle-like shape, all while firmly holding a flute. The second, Huang Daxing, had an even more peculiar form. His limbs and head turned into sharp points, making his entire body resemble a constantly wriggling, realistic starfish. As for the third, Huang Haibian, aside from retaining human-like arms and legs, his body had become a yellow block, with large eyes blinking adorably. Their destined beast attributes were then revealed. Huang Zhongyu, beginner tier, rare quality, blue attribute. Water-based dream skills include sonic water, flute playing, and tentacle wrap. Huang Daxing, beginner tier, rare quality, blue attribute. Water-based dream skills encompass self-regeneration, splitting, and water star. Huang Haibian, beginner tier, level 3, rare quality, yellow attribute. Water-based dream skills feature fluid body, joyful heart, and void summon. Their destined beasts are all marine creatures, nothing particularly special about that. Qian Muyu observed silently. You didn't seize the initiative? Huang Zhongyu was surprised after completing the fusion. I'm not concerned with a few seconds, Qian Muyu replied with a light chuckle. Go ahead and make your move. Since I can't see anything special, I might as well discover it in battle. Huang Zhongyu nodded in agreement and turned to his companions. Since he's not making the first move, let's show him what we're capable of. All right. Huang Daxing and Huang Haibian responded in unison. All 3 simultaneously unleashed their dream skills. Huang Zhongyu's flute began to play, emanating a blue glow that formed into sonic water waves. Huang Daxing's 5 sharp points lit up with blue light, firing water-shaped stars. Huang Haibian opened a dimensional rift beside him, summoning a massive jellyfish. Sonic water. Water star. Void summon. The sonic water waves, filled with dense water stars, and the giant jellyfish all charged towards Qian Muyu. Bring it on. Qian Muyu's battle cry echoed across the battlefield. Qian Muyu watched as the 3 Mengji charged towards him, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With a swift motion of his long blade, he unleashed a fierce cross slash, followed by 2 powerful single slashes. The 4 intersecting blade energies surged directly at the Mengji of the 3 Huang brothers. At the moment when the blade energies collided with the Mengji, a deafening clash erupted, shrouding the scene in a thick, vision-obscuring mist. Will he be all right? Huang Haibian asked worriedly. He should be fine. I saw the power in those 4 blade energies he released, Huang Zhongyu replied, swaying slightly as he spoke. Just as Huang Daxing was about to speak, a sharp blade energy suddenly shot out from the mist, causing him to dodge frantically. The energy grazed past him, leaving a deep mark on the ground. The 3 brothers gulped nervously. As the smoke cleared, they saw Qian Muyu standing there with a triumphant smile, next to the neatly halved body of a giant squid. Is that your squid? Huang Daxing asked, trembling. Yes it is, Huang Haibian replied, his legs weak. It was the first time he had seen his summoned squid dispatched so swiftly and cleanly. Show me whatever Mengji you've got left, Qian Muyu said, lightly swinging his sword with a smile. From a distance, Hualuoluo murmured, that expression just screams trouble. Be careful, he might hear you. Sun Yu warned kindly. There's no way he can hear from this far. I don't believe it. Before Hualuoluo could finish her sentence, she caught Qian Muyu's teasing gaze and meaningful smile. She froze, turning to Sun Yu. He can really hear us? Yes, let's just watch quietly, Sun Yu nodded. In reality, Qian Muyu didn't have such keen hearing. He was aware of their conversation through Lao Zhu's sound transmission, a skill Qian Muyu had spent several days mastering, which transmits sound using dream energy. Big brother, what should we do? Huang Daxing looked to his elder brother for help. Huang Zhongyu's eyes lit up. I've got it. Let's use that move. Which move? The one we stumbled upon a few days ago. But we've only used it once. Huang Haimian said nervously. Let's give it a try. At worst, we concede. He doesn't seem like he'd give us a hard time. Huang Zhongyu sensed that Qian Muyu bore no malice. Otherwise, he would have attacked already. He turned to Qian Muyu, raising his voice. Give us some time to prepare our final mangji. If you can withstand it, we'll concede. All right, I'm curious to see what you've got. Qian Muyu agreed, anticipating the scene he'd been eager to witness. The three brothers disbanded their fusion, revealing three unique dream beasts beside them. An octopus holding a flute, a pink starfish, and a sponge with arms and legs. What peculiar dream beasts, Qian Muyu remarked, intrigued by the sight of such creatures in reality for the first time. With a command from Huang Zhongyu, the three dream beasts began to glow with a blue light. The starfish and sponge transformed into orbs of light, merging with the octopus. It's a fusion technique, Qian Muyu exclaimed, watching in awe. This skill, only mastered by super-level dream beasts, required a deep bond of friendship to successfully execute. When the fusion skill is successfully executed, its effect rivals the merging of a conjurer and their dream beast, but with far greater power. This is due to the dream beast's attributes surpassing those of a conjurer. The reason the triplets can use the fusion skill likely stems from their innate, deep bond. This inherent friendship is at its peak, granting their destiny beasts this unique ability. However, this fusion skill has its limitations. While it is quite effective at their current level, its advantage will diminish as they grow stronger. At present, they can only fuse with one dream beast, which is not as powerful as Octopus Guy merging with both Patrick and SpongeBob simultaneously. More importantly, this bond-based effect only applies to their destiny beasts, and not to any future dream beasts they may contract. Qian Muyu frowned as he observed the fused Octopus Guy. How ugly, he remarked. Octopus Guy now had a bizarre appearance, retaining his original limbs, but with a starfish-like spiked head and a body that had transformed into a square, sponge-like form. Octopus Guy, unleash the sonic starfish cannon, shouted Huang Zhongyu. Octopus Guy immediately began playing his flute, and as the melodious sound filled the air, countless small holes on his sponge-like body began to emit a blue glow. The spikes on his head also shimmered with the same light. In an instant, these blue lights coalesced into several starfish shapes, propelled by sonic waves and water currents, rapidly flying towards Qian Muyu. Just as the attack was about to hit, his head spikes fired a water element laser cannon. Facing this formidable combination attack, Qian Muyu remained calm and softly commanded, light armor, light shield. Instantly, a golden armor enveloped his body, surrounded by a spherical light shield. He chose not to counterattack with a slash, instead wanting to gauge the power of the opponent's fusion skill. Even if the light shield and armor were breached, he had his full body armor as a trump card, offering significant defense. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Huang Sponge anxiously asked, Boss, is he really okay this time? Huang Daxing remained silent. Soon, a silhouette emerged from the dust. Impressive, quite powerful, Qian Muyu remarked, nodding in approval. At this point, the light shield before him had dissipated, leaving only the golden armor intact. For someone at an elementary 8th level, the fact that the light shield was broken demonstrated Octopus Guy's formidable strength in his fused state. Is he a monster? The three brothers stared wide-eyed at Qian Muyu. I'm done, Qian Muyu said, sheathing his sword and ending the fusion state. Having achieved his goal, continuing the fight was pointless given the disparity in their abilities. The three brothers nodded vigorously. We're done, you can come out now. Qian Muyu suddenly called out towards the nearby woods. Oh? The Huang brothers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure if others were present. Hua Luoluo stared in awe as Qian Muyu emerged from the smoke, exclaiming, wow, he's so powerful. Such a strong dream technique, and it only pierced through one layer of the light shield. She recalled the battle scene earlier. Qian Muyu had previously used two defensive dream techniques. Now, one layer of the light shield was gone, but the second layer of light armor remained intact, without a single crack. The thought of such a dream technique hitting her sent a shiver down her spine. Sun Yu remained silent, observing the scene intently. At that moment, Qian Muyu softly asked, Are we being asked to leave? Yes, let's go. Sun Yu nodded and walked directly towards Qian Muyu. The Huang brothers were stunned to see a man and a woman emerge from the side, thinking, they were here all along. Boss, Sun Yu greeted Qian Muyu respectfully as he approached, making Hua Luoluo realize that this gentle-looking expert was indeed Sun Yu's leader. Qian Muyu nodded with a smile and turned his gaze to Hua Luoluo. And who might she be? Aren't you going to introduce us? Before Sun Yu could respond, Hua Luoluo enthusiastically chimed in. Hello, great master. I'm Hua Luoluo. Qian Muyu. He replied simply, thinking that this girl was quite the extrovert. Everyone froze upon hearing the name. Hua Luoluo was the first to react, exclaiming, no wonder you're so strong. You're the one who first defeated a level 10 dream beast. Qian Muyu smiled modestly. Well, with my abilities, taking down a level 10 dream beast is manageable. In the ensuing conversation, Qian Muyu explained the unique ability of the Huang brothers' fusion technique, a rare dream technique only twins or triplets could master. He advised them to advance to taking on higher-level dream beasts, as their current power allowed them to use their combined Sonic Star Cannon technique only 3 times. Taking the advice to heart, the Huang brothers wisely took their leave, not daring to mention the supply box. Curiosity getting the better of her, Hua Luoluo asked, Master, what level are you? Level 8 beginner, Qian Muyu replied straightforwardly, but you shouldn't ask such questions so casually, or you might get in trouble. His answer left Hua Luoluo speechless with shock. She thought to herself, this expert is a monster. I'm only at level 3 beginner, and he's already at level 8. Finally, Qian Muyu turned to Sun Yu, who had been quietly standing by. What brings you here? I came over when I saw the supply box, Sun Yu explained with a grin. I didn't expect to run into you, boss. Qian Muyu took out a golden fruit from the dream space and handed it to Sun Yu. The fruit emitted a gentle glow, clearly not an ordinary item. Here, give this to Xiaohu when you have the chance, Qian Muyu said casually. What is this? Sun Yu asked, puzzled, as he accepted the fruit. It's a Huanggua, Qian Muyu explained. Xiaohu's current level is quite low. Eating this will upgrade him directly to a yellow quality. That way, you can also reach the beginner level. Sun Yu was shocked and quickly tried to return the fruit. Boss, I can't accept something so valuable. This isn't of much use to me, Qian Muyu replied earnestly. Besides, in a few days, you need to follow Mudong to the Dream Forest. Being too weak will only hold you back. Sun Yu paused, then looked at Qian Muyu with gratitude and nodded firmly. He immediately summoned his great red-black tiger, thinking that with the boss right there was no better time than now. Xiaohu, eat up, Sun Yu said, offering the Huanggua to the great red-black tiger. The tiger drooled at the sight of the Huanggua and devoured it without hesitation. After consuming the fruit, it lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Hua Luoluo, standing nearby, was stunned. Knowing the value of the Huanggua, she realized it was incomparable to an ordinary yellow-quality dream beast. How many times had she been shocked today? This world seemed to constantly surprise her. Qian Muyu nodded in satisfaction. It'll wake up soon. Once it does, I'll be on my way. She then cast a protective light shield over the great red-black tiger to prevent any attacks during its quality upgrade. With that done, she sat aside, idly playing with an eggshell. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, a commanding female voice declared, the Huang family triplets are reserved for our Tide Sea. They're yours, no contest. The man watching Qian Muyu quickly responded, with others echoing in agreement. Everyone knew that the triplet water attribute dream beasts with a combined technique were meant for Tide Sea. No one else could compete. Haha, you can forget about Sun Yu, laughed a man from the Dream Forest. Although they didn't know Mudong, Qian Muyu's words hinted that Mudong's strength was undoubtedly above Sun Yu's. The people in the monitoring room were astounded by how Qian Muyu could casually produce a Huanggua of beginner level 8. The man observing Qian Muyu sighed, realizing his previous offer wasn't enough, and immediately called Shui Yuanji. At this point, everyone eager to recruit Qian Muyu began making calls, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 days had passed. On the morning of the 3rd day, at 7 o'clock, Qian Muyu was leisurely fishing by the riverbank in Zone D, with Dongge happily playing nearby and Lao Zhu lazily perched on his head. 2 days earlier, after the great red-black tiger successfully advanced to yellow quality, Qian Muyu embarked on a hunting spree. With the strength of an 8th-level beginner, he roamed Zone A like it was his own playground. To the dream beasts ranging from level 3 to 9, he was a nightmare. Most were slain with a single strike, and few could withstand 2. Once he felt he had cleared Zone A sufficiently, he prepared to move on to Zone B for further hunting, only to be stopped by an invigilator. After some negotiation, the invigilator promised a reward of dream core crystals of varying qualities upon the exam's conclusion, which persuaded Qian Muyu to halt his hunting plans. With nothing else to do, Qian Muyu had a sudden inspiration and decided to transform into a test site doctor. He shuttled back and forth between zones A, B, and C, offering medical services to examinees in need. His fee was simple: 1 dream core crystal, regardless of quality. This led to everyone in his vicinity carrying a white quality dream core crystal just in case. During his day as a doctor, he encountered several amusing incidents. The most notable was his encounter with Jiang Mingyan, who possessed the purple quality destiny beast, the Dragon Fist Messenger. Jiang Mingyan attacked him on sight, unleashing a dragon-shaped wave with a punch. In haste, Qian Muyu deployed a light shield and light armor. Although the shield cracked, it instantly repaired itself in front of Jiang Mingyan. This was the first time Jiang Mingyan, since awakening the purple quality dragon fist messenger, had encountered such a situation. After a tentative exchange, Jiang Mingyan had to admit he was no match for Qian Muyu. Amusingly, Qian Muyu managed to extort a cyan dream core crystal from him as emotional compensation and kindly performed a healing spell before leaving. Additionally, he met Huang Zihao, who was hunting with two subordinates. Qian Muyu offered them treatment services for the price of one green dream core crystal, earning Huang Zihao's praise. Now, with over 4 hours remaining until the end of the exam, Qian Muyu was intently watching his fishing rod. Suddenly, he felt a tug and excitedly shouted, "Here we go, Dongye. Get ready. The little fish is coming. The little fish is coming," Dongye exclaimed, eagerly waiting by the fishing rod. Qian Muyu opened the leaderboard for the second time and was pleased to see the rankings. She was at the top with 5,000 points. Jiang Mingyan was second with 2,225 points, and Huang Zihao was third with 1,555 points. Further down, Sun Yu was 7th with 1,255 points, and Li Mu was 10th with 1,137 points. She nodded in satisfaction, then was drawn by the enticing aroma wafting nearby. Old Zhu and Eggshell were engrossed in sharing a freshly roasted mud crab, its golden shell revealing succulent meat inside. This crab was a prize Qian Muyu herself had fished earlier in Novice Level 3, common quality mud crab with the water dream skills of bubble blowing and earth digging. She closed her high-tech watch and eagerly joined in the feast, finding the fragrant roasted crab irresistible. By now, the exam gathering area was bustling with students who had returned early. Since the start of the exam, students had been trickling back every hour. Some were rescued by examiners after being attacked by dream beasts. Others, too timid to face the challenge, chose to live an ordinary life. And some were injured too severely by advanced dream beasts to risk staying until the next day. Those who returned before the third day had already gone home, leaving only today's returnees on site. At the Sunshine City's second contract high school grounds, Li Jin was waiting idly for his class to show up. Other classes had students returning one by one, but his class remained empty. Who will be the first to return? It better not be that kid, he muttered to himself, just as Qian Muyu appeared, carrying old Zhu. Just as I thought, it's you who's back first, Li Jin said with a smile. Good morning, Mr. Li. Has no one else returned yet? Qian Muyu greeted him. Nope, you're the first from your class. Oh, I thought someone might have come back before me. Qian Muyu admitted sheepishly, that's why I came out only now. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and she had assumed she wouldn't be first. So, how are you feeling? Confident? Li Jin asked curiously. Don't worry, Mr. Li. I'm at the top of the leaderboard, solidly. Li Jin was momentarily stunned. Really? Absolutely, 5,000 points, rock solid. Great, great. Li Jin exclaimed excitedly. This score required defeating 100 level 4 dream beasts. In his tenure as a homeroom teacher, he'd never seen anyone achieve 5,000 points. The previous record was around 3,000 points, held by a prodigy from Sunshine City Advanced Experimental Contract School. This meant that once the results were announced, Sunshine City's second contract high school could very likely become number 1. As Qian Muyu's homeroom teacher, Li Jin was moved to tears. Understanding Li Jin's emotions, Qian Muyu smiled and stood aside, waiting for her classmates to arrive. As time passed, more students emerged from the exam area, displaying a range of emotions. The students from Class 7, Grade 3, also began to return. You're back, Qian Muyu waved at Sun Yu as he approached. Yeah, Sun Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Did Hua Luoluo leave eventually? Qian Muyu asked, curious. No, couldn't get her to leave, Sun Yu replied with a straight face. I see, I get it. Qian Muyu chuckled, patting Sun Yu on the shoulder. I have to go, Sun Yu said, as the class president, hurrying off to greet other classmates. After tomorrow, the class would no longer be his responsibility. Go on, go on. Qian Muyu waved cheerfully as he bid farewell to Sun Yu. Not long after, Li Mu returned from the exam area with a beaming smile. Not bad this time. You ranked 10th. Qian Muyu remarked approvingly as Li Mu approached. Hee, brother Xiaoyu. I've actually moved up to 9th now, Li Mu corrected him shyly. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Qian Muyu said, Wow, you've climbed up a spot in just a few hours. I was just lucky, Li Mu admitted, scratching his head bashfully. On the way back, I ran into a few second-level dream beasts gathered together and managed to take them down, which bumped me up to 9th. Impressive. Come on, tell me about your adventures over the past few days, Qian Muyu said, settling into a comfortable spot. It's not like we have anything better to do right now, so I'd love to hear your story. Li Mu readily agreed and began sharing his experiences from the past few days. Before they knew it, it was already noon. At that moment, The previously vanished iron fence reappeared before everyone. A few examinees who were about to leave Area D were suddenly blocked by the fence, causing them to cry out in surprise, but their protests went ignored. Rules were rules. If you didn't leave in time, the exam ended, and your results were voided. Fortunately, all the students from Class 7 of Senior Year 3 had arrived at the meeting point on time and weren't trapped inside the fence. In contrast, several students from Sunshine City's second contract high school found themselves stuck for failing to exit in time. Let's go. Li Jin instructed his class. Teacher, shouldn't we wait for the chief examiner? A student asked, puzzled. No need, Li Jin explained. The chief examiner has other matters to attend to right now. We can leave directly. His main duties are to explain the rules before the exam and supervise during it. After the exam, he has more work to do. It's finally over. Qian Muyu sighed deeply, expressing his genuine relief. The next afternoon was bright and sunny. Having just finished their exams, Qian Muyu and Mu Tong were lounging on sun chairs in the backyard, basking in the sunlight. Old Ju was dozing off on a wooden bench nearby, while Danky was playfully splashing around in the pool with Xiaoyu. Mu Tong's contract ghost bug, rarely seen, was trailing behind Xiaoyu like a little tail. Li Mu and Sun Yu hadn't come over today, probably waiting at home for the final exam results. Gazing at the drifting clouds, Qian Muyu turned to Mu Tong and asked, when do you plan to head to Miss City? In a couple of days, once Sun Yu has sorted things out at home, Mu Tong replied with his eyes closed. The two continued their idle chatter. As they talked, Qian Fu approached with a man in tow. Young master, you have a guest, he announced. Qian Muyu opened his eyes and recognized the man as the examiner who had stopped him from continuing to defeat the dream beasts during the exam. He stood up with a smile and said, have you come to deliver the dream core crystals? That's right. I've been specially sent to bring you your reward, the examiner replied with a smile. As the top scorer in the exams, Qian Muyu was worth the personal visit. Well, hand them over then, Qian Muyu said, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile. Although his family didn't lack dream core crystals, earning them himself was always more satisfying. The examiner retrieved a bag of dream core crystals from the dream space and handed it to Qian Muyu. Weighing the heavy bag in his hand, Qian Muyu nodded in satisfaction, his smile widening. Why are they giving you so many dream core crystals? Mu Tong asked curiously as he walked over. They were worried I'd wipe out all the dream beasts during the exam, so this is the reward for not continuing, Qian Muyu explained. After handing over the dream core crystals, the examiner took out a dream beast ring from a borrowed space ring. Is there a dream beast egg in here? Qian Muyu asked as he accepted the ring. Yes, it's a reward for completing the task. A random yellow quality dream beast egg. I also have some blue quality ones. What type do you need? Lay them all out for me to see, Qian Muyu said without hesitation, placing the dream beast ring into his own ring. With his god-level detection ability, he could identify the most valuable dream beast egg at a glance. The examiner carefully laid out all the blue quality dream beast eggs on the ground. Licking his lips at the sight of the array of eggs, Qian Muyu began to inspect them one by one. Rocket Leopard Dream Beast Egg, Rare Quality, Blue Attribute, Fire Dream Skill. Sunlight Elf Dream Beast Egg, Elemental Quality, Blue Attribute, Light Dream Skill. Fire Goose Dream Beast Egg, Common Quality, Blue Attribute, Fire Dream Skill. When he reached the second Sunlight Elf Dream Beast Egg, Qian Muyu's eyes lit up, but he patiently reviewed all the eggs. After confirming the others were relatively ordinary, he decisively picked the Sunlight Elf Dream Beast Egg. Qian Muyu gazed at the Dream Beast Egg in his hands, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. This was a rare elemental type. There was no way he could bear to sell it. He thought of Li Mu, who was in need of a dream beast. This could be a perfect choice, but he wasn't sure if Li Mu would accept it. Gently stroking the egg's shell, he pondered to himself, the government officials surely recognize that this is a Sunlight Sprite Dream Beast Egg. After all, every Dream Beast Egg's unique characteristics are meticulously documented. Though this blue-quality Sunlight Sprite is rare, it's not entirely unprecedented. Now, if it were a White Spirit Wolf Emperor Dream Beast Egg, that would truly be something extraordinary. Qian Muyu's own was the first ever, not even recorded. This new egg would definitely require the expertise of those skilled in Dream Beast techniques to research and document it thoroughly. Whether they intentionally included an elemental type in this batch or not, since I've chosen it, it's mine, Qian Muyu said with a smile. This is the one. The examiner nodded in agreement, swiftly gathering the remaining Dream Beast eggs. Unaware of the true value of the egg in Qian Muyu's possession, he might have been green with envy had he known. After tidying up, he teased Qian Muyu. The task is over, so I won't linger. But you'd better be prepared. You might have quite a few visitors soon. Got it, Qian Muyu replied with a grin, escorting the examiner to the door. Once it was closed, he hurried back to the backyard. Seeing him return, Mudong immediately asked, you seemed different earlier. What's the story behind that Dream Beast egg? Having spent nearly a month together, He had noticed Qian Muyu linger a bit longer when choosing the second egg. It's an elemental type, a sunlight sprite. Qian Muyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. No wonder. Mudong shared in his excitement. As a companion, he understood the immense value of an elemental dream beast. Whether they bonded with it or let someone else, it could significantly enhance combat and survival abilities. Shortly after the surveillance personnel left, a clear doorbell rang at the entrance of Qian Muyu's home. When Qian Fu opened the door, he saw a man standing outside. As their eyes met, Qian Fu immediately sensed that the man shared the same level of power as himself. Who are you? Qian Fu inquired. Sorry to intrude, I'm Mu Qianyuan, a teacher from Qingmu Ridge, the man replied, taking out a business card from the dream space and handing it to Qian Fu. Upon hearing this, Qian Fu understood the visitor's intentions. He accepted the card with a smile and said, Come with me. Mu Qianyuan followed Qian Fu to the backyard, where he immediately spotted Qian Muyu lying down. His gaze was quickly drawn to the young shepherd and several dream beasts beside Qian Muyu, and his eyes noticeably paused when he saw Xiaoyu. Is that a double-pupiled phantom ghost? Sensing the attention, Xiaoyu turned to look at Mu Qianyuan and instantly appeared in front of him. You know me? Double-pupiled phantom ghost, Mu Qianyuan confirmed with a nod. Xiaoyu excitedly vanished from sight to share this discovery with Eggshell. After listening to Grandpa Fu's introduction, Qian Muyu stood up and approached Mu Qianyuan. Hello, Teacher Mu. Let's sit down and talk. Once Qian Fu brought out fruit tea and snacks, Mu Qianyuan began to elaborate on the history and unique features of Qingmu Ridge. After speaking for a good 10 minutes, he finally asked, So, are you interested in coming to Qingmu Ridge? You haven't mentioned the conditions yet, Qian Muyu reminded him, slightly exasperated, as he finished his second glass of fruit juice. Mu Qianyuan then listed a series of terms: 10,000 dream stones, 10 random blue quality dream core crystals, 1 blue quality dream beast egg of any kind, 1 random yellow quality dream beast egg, and 1 entry slot to the exclusive wood forest garden of Qingmu Ridge. After some negotiation, the final terms were settled: 20,000 dream stones, 1 yellow quality dream core crystal, a selectable type yellow quality dream beast egg, and 3 opportunities to enter the wood forest garden. Once the contract was signed, Mu Qianyuan turned to the young shepherd. Are you interested in joining us at Qingmu Ridge? Thank you, but I plan to take the exam at the fantasy forest, the shepherd politely declined. Mu Qianyuan nodded with regret, then stood up to take his leave. As they escorted Mu Qianyuan to the door, 2 more recruitment teachers arrived. Upon learning that Qian Muyu had already chosen Qingmu Ridge, they exchanged a few pleasantries and quickly departed. 3 days after the exams concluded, Qian Muyu's home was still bustling with activity. Representatives from various academies came in a steady stream. Even though it was widely known that Qian Muyu had already signed a contract with Qingmu Ridge, many held onto a glimmer of hope and continued to inquire. It wasn't until this morning that the visits finally subsided. By afternoon, Li Mu and Sun Yu appeared at Qian Muyu's house. Having wrapped up their own affairs, they finally found the time to visit. The 3 of them convened in the training room on the 3rd floor for a chat. Have you both joined Qingmu Ridge and Dream Forest? Qian Muyu asked directly. We have, Li Mu replied with a grin, and Sun Yu nodded in agreement. During their conversation, Li Mu detailed the terms offered by Qingmu Ridge, followed by Sun Yu, sharing the benefits of Dream Forest. Qian Muyu nodded in approval, remarking, not bad. Although the terms offered to Li Mu were slightly less favorable than his own, they were still quite generous for Li Mu. Oh, by the way, Qian Muyu said, retrieving an elemental dream beast egg from the dream space, I have a dream beast egg here. Would you be interested? Sun Yu quickly declined. I better not. He had already acquired a yellow fruit during the exam and felt it inappropriate to accept more. Wow, what's this dream beast egg? Li Mu asked, scratching his head with curiosity. An elemental sunshine elf, Qian Muyu explained with a smile. Seeing the eagerness in their eyes, Qian Muyu decided to give an in-depth explanation of the different types of dream beasts. Nearby, Mu Tong was training his ghost insect, appearing indifferent to the basic knowledge he already mastered. Qian Muyu systematically introduced the 7 categories: common, rare, weapon, defense, elemental, phantom, and ancient types. He used examples to illustrate the characteristics of each type, from the common power bear to the rare bamboo bear, from Zhang Ying's sword soul to his own eggshell armor, and finally to the most mysterious elemental type. When discussing the elemental type, Qian Muyu highlighted their unique ability as nature's darlings, being able to transform their bodies into elemental states, allowing attacks to pass through and self-repairing in a short time. However, he also pointed out that this ability wasn't invincible, as each repair consumed dream power and stamina, and dream power could penetrate elemental defenses. Such a precious gift, I better not take it, Li Mu said, tempted but cautious. Qian Muyu locked eyes with Li Mu and asked meaningfully, look into my eyes. Do you really not want it? Li Mu glanced at Qian Muyu and nodded sheepishly. If you want it, just take it. No need to be shy with me, Qian Muyu said, pushing the sunlight spirit dream beast egg towards Li Mu. Li Mu carefully accepted the softly glowing egg. Phantom beasts are rarer than elemental ones, Qian Muyu began to explain in detail. These dream beasts are born with the strongest purple quality. And her eyes sparkled with excitement. These dream beasts are incredibly powerful. Seeing that Li Mu and Sun Yu seem to not fully grasp this, Qian Muyu gave an example. Do you think Brother Bai is strong? Strong. Li Mu nodded without hesitation, recalling Bai Ming's rampages. And what about Brother Mu? Strong. Li Mu and Sun Yu replied in unison. They experienced Mu Tong's unpredictable illusions every day and knew them well. Mu Tong, who was training ghost insects nearby, allowed a small smile at the praise. Their dream beasts, the Taodai and the double-eyed ghost, are phantom beasts, Qian Muyu added with a smile, though Little Yu is in a bit of a unique situation right now. Hearing this, Li Mu and Sun Yu swallowed hard, finally understanding why they were so formidable. Qian Muyu continued to introduce the last category, ancient species, also known as reincarnation species. These dream beasts were all super-level beings in their past lives and were reborn as destiny beasts by consuming the reincarnation fruit. They retain their previous quality, all above purple, and can guide their contract masters with their past knowledge. As she spoke, she looked fondly at the old pig in her arms. Isn't that cheating? Li Mu couldn't help but protest. Who said it's easy to get a reincarnation fruit? Qian Muyu chuckled. It's not something easily obtained. Can we eat the reincarnation fruit? No, that's one of the rules of Dreamstar. No matter what method is used, humans cannot consume or destroy the reincarnation fruit. Li Mu pouted in dissatisfaction, but Qian Muyu continued her explanation. My old pig and Mu Tong's Little Yu are both ancient species. The old pig was a rare species before, which is why Little Yu is special. Its original species was overridden by the ancient attribute. She concluded, so, don't underestimate ordinary or rare species. You never know, the ancient species you encounter might have been an ordinary one in its past life. Qian Muyu smiled as she began to elaborate on the essence of dream power. Dream power is an ability that emerges when humans reach a certain level of mastery over their own dream energy. Its most notable feature is the ability to directly attack the physical forms of elemental beings, preventing them from evading through elemental transformation. However, this isn't the most formidable aspect of dream power. Its true strength lies in its capacity to provide immense offensive and defensive capabilities. She paused, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. This results in armor becoming somewhat redundant in advanced stages. Imagine, once you can envelop your entire body with dream power for protection, what use would ordinary armor be? At your current stage, though, these armors are still useful. But at the super level and beyond, when everyone has mastered dream power, traditional armor loses its significance unless you can forge armor from a whole block of dream origin stone. But that's nearly impossible, Qian Muyu continued. The dream origin stones discovered so far are all small fragments. They're sufficient for crafting rings, weapons, or even small shields, but a full suit of armor. Even if you had that idea, you'd instantly face isolation and attack. That's the reality. No one would allow a single person to monopolize so much dream origin stone. As for mixing a small amount of dream origin stone with other materials to craft armor, she shook her head. It's more practical to simply cover your body with dream power. The strength of dream power depends on the user and how well they have developed it. Everyone can learn dream power, though the speed of comprehension varies. Furthermore, only by mastering dream power can one ascend beyond the super level. Qian Muyu spoke with a serious tone. The levels beyond super are Spirit, King, Emperor, and Saint. Hearing this, Li Mu wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling his mind overwhelmed. Sun Yu, thoughtful, asked, Boss, is mastering dream power really the only way to reach the spirit level? Is there no other method? Oh, I almost forgot. Qian Muyu clapped her hands suddenly. Besides dream power, there's dream aura and dream sound. Dream sound is quite similar to dream power and is accessible to everyone. When a person's neural and auditory senses reach a certain level, they can predict the direction of an enemy's attack. Those with greater strength can even foresee all of an opponent's moves in the next few seconds. Seeing the two with puzzled expressions, Qian Muyu chuckled. It's alright if you don't understand now. In the coming days, Grandpa Fu will personally teach you about dream power and dream sound. She retrieved 4 bottles of juice from the dream space and distributed them. After taking a sip, she mentioned the last ability. As for dream aura, it depends on the individual. What do you mean by that? Li Mu asked, puzzled. You said dream power and dream sound can be learned by anyone. So why is dream aura special? Qian Muyu didn't answer immediately. Instead, she released a wave of dream aura. Li Mu and Sun Yu instantly felt an overwhelming pressure, staring at her in shock. That's dream aura. Qian Muyu resumed her gentle smile, sipping her juice as she explained. It's an extremely rare ability, found in only 1 person out of 10 million. So few. Li Mu exclaimed. It's not that bad, Qian Muyu replied calmly. Last year, The population of our Dream Federation was 7 billion, which means at least 700 people possess Dream Aura. However, not everyone is aware of their gift, as Dream Aura requires specific conditions to be awakened. Qian Muyu patiently explained to Li Mu the way to cultivate the power of dreams. He pointed out that becoming a user of dream energy involves 3 key steps. First, you need to have the innate ability for it. Second, you must activate this power under specific conditions. And finally, you need guidance from an experienced mentor. Xiao Yugu, is it really necessary to have someone teach you to master dream energy? Li Mu asked with a curious blink. Silly. Qian Muyu chuckled and rolled his eyes at him before explaining, having a mentor simply makes the learning process faster. Without guidance, you can still figure it out on your own, but it might take a month, a year, or even 10 years. To wield dream power as effortlessly as I do, progress would be quite slow without instruction. After hearing this, Li Mu gulped and cautiously asked, Boss, do you think I have the potential for this? Qian Muyu's smile turned mysterious. Who knows, want to give it a try? Seeing the strange smile on Qian Muyu's face, Li Mu quickly waved his hands. No, I don't want to. That's good. Qian Muyu nodded. I'll go ask Grandpa Fu to teach you and son you how to cultivate dream power and dream sound. With that, he stretched and walked out the door. Once Qian Muyu left, Li Mu immediately leaned over to Sun Yu and whispered, Old Sun. The boss's expression was terrifying just now. Sun Yu nodded in agreement indeed. It's the first time I've seen him make that face. As Qian Muyu was carrying the old pig downstairs, he spotted Qian Fu just after he hung up the phone. Grandpa Fu, could you please guide Li Mu and Sun Yu in cultivating dream power and dream sound? Qian Fu turned and replied with a smile. No problem. Thank you, Grandpa Fu. Qian Muyu said with delight. What he hadn't told Li Mu and Sun Yu was that even if they entered the academy, they might not learn these abilities. It's a necessary step toward achieving a super realm, and the school only teaches it to those who make special contributions to the institution. Young master, the Sunshine City government called to invite you to receive a reward tomorrow. Are you going? Qian Fu asked. This was a reward prepared by the city government for the top 100 students in the college entrance exam. With the higher the rank, the more substantial the prize. Of course, they'll go. There's no reason to pass up a reward, Qian Muyu replied without hesitation. Then, the two of them headed back upstairs together. The entrance of the Sunshine City government building was bustling with people, and today's awards ceremony made it even more lively than usual. Qian Muyu and Mudong stepped out of Qian Fu's car. Mudong, feeling bored at home alone, decided to join them. As family members of the award recipient, they were entitled to witness this ceremony of honor. Li Mu and Sun Yu had gone straight home after training last night, as they were also set to receive awards today and naturally wanted to come with their families. A city government staff member stopped Qian Muyu and his group at the entrance to inquire if they were attending the awards ceremony. Qian Fu promptly showed the information sent by the city government, and the staff member quickly stepped aside, watching the handsome top scorer of the college entrance examination walk into the building. Following the directional arrows, they arrived at the conference hall, which was already half filled. Shortly after, Li Mu and Sun Yu, along with their families, took seats beside them. These parents were quite familiar with Qian Muyu and Qian Fu, as their children had been training at Qian Muyu's home. Initially, they were worried that their children might be led astray, but seeing their significant improvement put their minds at ease. As it neared 10 o'clock, the conference hall was packed. A gentlemanly elder stepped onto the podium. He was Li Ning, the mayor of Sunshine City. Amidst enthusiastic applause, Li Ning announced that the year 2077 was a miraculous year, with Qian Muyu from Sunshine City's second contract high school breaking the record with a score of 5,000 points, surpassing Lin Feng's 3255 points from the Sunshine City Advanced Experimental Contract School. Thunderous applause erupted once more, as Qian Muyu and Li Ning exchanged smiles, relishing this moment of glory. After Li Ning's 2-hour-long speech, the much-anticipated award segment finally began. Wang Peng, the familiar chief exam officer, took the stage to announce the winners. The first place, Qian Muyu, received 10,000 dream stones and a random yellow quality dream beast egg. The second place, Jiang Mingyan, was awarded 10,000 dream stones and a specified type blue quality dream beast egg. The third place, Huang Zihao, received 10,000 dream stones and a random blue quality dream beast egg. Qian Muyu joyfully went on stage to receive his award, contemplating the good price he could get for the yellow quality dream beast egg. Li Ning personally handed him the dream beast ring containing the egg and the check, to which Qian Muyu expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Since the award was being given in groups of 10 for a photo, he stayed on stage for a while. Meanwhile, in a noodle shop opposite the Dream Union Bureau, a group of people was closely monitoring the building across the street. A scrawny man named Evil Dog confirmed with his subordinate, Green Dog, that Mo Xiaofan was indeed detained inside the Dream Union Bureau. Learning that the city government was holding an awards ceremony, leaving the Dream Union Bureau understaffed, Evil Dog immediately ordered action. Let's show them the might of the Evil Dog Adventure Group. With that command, The group charged towards the Dream Union Bureau, ready to launch a daring prison break. In the Sunlight City Government Hall, the awards ceremony was in full swing. Suddenly, a woman in a Dream Union Bureau uniform hurriedly approached Wang Ming and whispered urgently in his ear, "Director, bad news. The Mad Dog Adventure Group is attacking the prison." What? Wang Ming and the officials around him were shocked. Attacking the Dream Union Bureau at such an important moment. Was the Mad Dog Adventure Group courting disaster? It's true. The Bureau is on the brink of being overrun, the woman confirmed with a look of urgency. Wang Ming sprang to his feet, ready to seek permission from Li Ning, who was hosting the ceremony. Before he could approach, Li Ning waved him off, signaling, "Go ahead." Despite the alarming news, Li Ning maintained a composed demeanor at the awards ceremony. The audience watched Wang Ming's sudden departure with murmurs of curiosity. Li Mu turned to Qian Muyu, asking, "Boss, what's happening?" "It seems the Dream Union Bureau is under attack," Qian Muyu replied with a slight frown. "But with Director Wang on the case, it should be manageable." However, he couldn't help but wonder why the Mad Dog Adventure Group would take such a risk for a minor leader. Meanwhile, inside the Dream Union Bureau, a massive explosion shattered the peace. The main gate was reduced to rubble under the force of a powerful dream technique, and Mad Dog led his crew out, looking at Deputy Director Zhang lying amidst the debris. He sneered, "Deputy Director Zhang, farewell." "Mad Dog, do you realize the consequences of this?" Deputy Director Zhang coughed up blood. A wolf claw mark dented into his chest, yet he still managed a warning. We'll head straight to the Chaos Continent." "You can't touch us there," Mad Dog retorted with a cold smile. He had chosen to attack during the city government's awards ceremony, knowing the Dream Union Bureau's defenses would be weakest then. The group swiftly retreated, and Wang Ming arrived shortly after. Guided by Deputy Director Zhang, he immediately pursued Mad Dog's crew. Sensing the pursuers closing in, Mad Dog instructed his team, "Follow the planned escape route. I'll cover the retreat." Soon, Wang Ming confronted Mad Dog. Both activated their fusion states. Wang Ming transformed into a warrior clad in an earth-toned turtle's hell armor, while Mad Dog revealed his werewolf form. What shocked Wang Ming even more was that Mad Dog had consumed a dream fruit, greatly enhancing his power. The arrogant howl of the wolf echoed through the forest, heralding an impending fierce battle. "Dream fruit!" Wang Ming exclaimed, suddenly realizing that the fierce dog before him had surpassed the super level and ascended to the spirit level. This realization tightened Wang Ming's chest. He knew all too well that only Dream Beast envoys who had reached the spirit level could withstand the power of the dream fruit. Anyone at the super level who dared to consume it would be overwhelmed by its immense energy. Being able to contract a third Dream Beast was the hallmark of achieving the spirit level. "That's right," the fierce dog admitted with a casual laugh. He was lingering here to buy time for his companions to escape. Having consumed the evil wolf fruit, he was exceedingly confident in his speed, assured that he could easily escape even if reinforcements arrived. Wang Ming frowned deeply. Although he had also just broken through to the spirit level a few days ago, he hadn't yet contracted a third Dream Beast, putting him at a slight disadvantage in terms of strength. "Brother Wang, watch out. Take my evil spirit claw," the fierce dog shouted, his figure flickering as his hand was enveloped in dark energy, forming the shadow of a wolf's claw. Wang Ming was not one to back down. He immediately unleashed his crocodile punch, a crocodile phantom surging from his gauntlet. The fierce dog let out a light snort, deftly dodging the attack and swiftly appearing behind Wang Ming to launch a surprise assault. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, with the fierce dog clearly having the upper hand in speed and attack power. A heavy blow from his wind wolf tail struck Wang Ming's face, leaving the robust director momentarily dazed, though not knocked down. "You're not up to it," the fierce dog taunted from a short distance away. "It seems your years as the director at the Dream Union have made you rusty." Wiping the blood from his mouth, Wang Ming shouted angrily, "Come at me again." Just then, the fierce dog suddenly sniffed the air, as if sensing a dangerous presence. "I'm out. See you next time. It seems a real expert is coming." With that, his figure vanished, leaving Wang Ming standing there, still trying to process what had just happened. It wasn't until Wang Peng's silhouette suddenly appeared beside him that Wang Ming snapped back to reality. Wang Peng, having just finished the award ceremony, sensed the battle aura and swiftly flew over, now gazing at Wang Ming, whose mouth was stained with blood. "Where are they?" Wang Peng asked coldly. "They've gone in that direction," Wang Ming sighed, pointing towards where the Evil Dog Adventure Group had departed. Wang Peng nodded and immediately unfurled his gale wings to pursue them. His speed was so formidable that the evil dog quickly sensed the looming danger. They had no choice but to halt and await Wang Peng's arrival. Escaping was nearly impossible given Wang Peng's contract with the Gale Wings at Spirit Level 10, not to mention that the rest of their group hadn't gone far. The Gale Wings not only possessed the yellow attribute, but also boasted various dream skills like Windblade, Stormblade, and Tornado. Why did you stop running? Wang Peng asked coolly as he caught up with them. You're too fast. There's no escaping, the evil dog replied with a grin. Might as well fight you before we leave. Before the words were fully spoken, the evil dog lunged at Wang Peng. Without further delay, Wang Peng swiftly flapped his wings, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently in the powerful winds. Countless invisible wind blades materialized and slashed towards the evil dog. The evil dog dodged left and right within the gusts, but couldn't completely evade the wind blades, quickly accumulating several wounds. As the opponent closed in, Wang Peng began to retreat slowly. Suddenly, the evil dog let out a cold snort and unleashed an earth-shattering roar. A torrent of dark attribute sound waves erupted from his mouth, striking Wang Peng directly. The impact hurled Wang Peng backwards, shredding his shirt and revealing a chest covered in bloodshot veins. Dream Skill Overview. Evil Spirit Claw. Dark attribute dream power envelopes the hands, forming spectral wolf claws capable of inflicting significant damage. Earth Spirit Shield. Summons 4 massive earth attribute round shields. Tail Whip. Attacks using a powerful tail strike. Crocodile Punch. Condenses dream power into the fist, manifesting a crocodile's open mouth as a phantom during attacks. Stormblade. Rapidly flaps wings to create successive wind blades. The taste of the wailing spirit isn't bad, is it? The hellhound smirked as he watched Wang Peng collapse to the ground. Wang Peng stood up expressionlessly, brushing the grass off himself. He observed the hellhound's rapidly healing wounds and calmly deduced, "You must have eaten the dream fruit. No wonder your power and recovery are so formidable." This battle was proving to be extremely challenging for Wang Peng. Even though he had reached spirit level 10, he found no clear advantage against the hellhound, who had consumed the dream fruit. "Can't you just let me leave in peace? I need to get to the Chaos Continent," the hellhound chuckled. "If you're going to the Chaos Continent, then let me see if you're qualified." Before Wang Peng finished speaking, he vanished from his spot. The two clashed instantly, exchanging blows before quickly separating. The hellhound immediately launched an attack with his evil spirit claw, but Wang Peng deftly dodged and countered with a wind fist. Unyielding, the hellhound spun around to strike with his tail. The collision of their forces produced a deafening roar, causing the surrounding trees to topple under the violent impact of the dream energy. As the battle intensified, the hellhound charged once more. At this moment, a pair of wolf fang-shaped twin blades appeared in Wang Peng's hands. "It's the twin fang wolf weapon," the hellhound exclaimed, stepping back in surprise, a hint of envy in his eyes. "No wonder something felt off. Your dream beast hasn't fully merged." Wang Peng didn't respond, instead swinging his twin blades to unleash the twin wolf slash. The wolf-shaped blade lights pursued the hellhound with a life of their own, forcing him to use the evil spirit claw to disperse them. The hellhound's gaze turned fierce as he charged at Wang Peng again. Familiar with this attack pattern, Wang Peng accelerated the movement of his wings, creating an even more violent storm. The shattered trees around them were swept further away, and the hellhound's body was marked with several new wounds in the gale. "You forced me to use my full power," the hellhound roared, his entire body erupting with a crimson aura, his speed reaching its peak. Sensing danger, Wang Peng attempted to retract his wings for protection, but it was too late. The hellhound was already above him, both hands raised high. Double Spirit Claw. 10 deep gashes appeared on Wang Peng's body instantly. If he weren't a spirit level 10 contract master, this strike could have been fatal. Ugh. Wang Peng spat out blood, staring at the hellhound in disbelief before collapsing. "Next time, don't underestimate others," the hellhound remarked before swiftly departing. Shortly after, Wang Ming arrived at the battlefield with 2 others. The area had been leveled, and they found Wang Peng lying there, covered in blood. "Quick, save him!" Wang Ming urgently shouted. An elder immediately cast a healing spell, and under the green glow, Wang Peng gradually regained consciousness. Upon learning that the hellhound had used a berserk ability, Wang Ming was shocked and wanted to pursue him. However, Wang Peng explained that with the hellhound's speed in his berserk state, he had likely already escaped. In the end, Wang Peng suggested capturing a member of the Black Forces to replace him, to avoid the Dream Union losing face. This proposal reminded Wang Ming of the complexities of the Chaos Continent, leading him to decide to resign from his position as director and follow Wang Peng to the Chaos Continent. "Alright, once I've sorted things out here, you can come with me," Wang Peng agreed readily. 2 nights later, Qian Muyu, Mudong, and Li Mu were sprawled on the sofa in the first-floor living room, their eyes glued to the TV. The Sunshine City channel was broadcasting a news report about the attack on the Dream Union 2 days ago. Qian Muyu recalled that after the city government awards ceremony had concluded, as they were leaving with the crowd, he noticed a figure examiner Wang Peng rushing towards the Dream Union. Now, he was intently watching the news, mainly to find out if the group known as the Evil Dogs had managed to escape. The news footage showed several individuals claiming to be members of the Evil Dogs Adventure Group, who were quickly apprehended by the police. Boss, they look terrifying. Like they mean business, Li Mu whispered. Fake. Qian Muyu responded firmly. What? Li Mu was incredulous. Can the news be fake? You can tell by their physique and demeanor. They're clearly much weaker. How could such a weak group dare attack the Dream Union? Qian Muyu explained. They were standing there, their legs trembling, some even too scared to move. Definitely fake. Mudong nodded in agreement. None of the people who chased me are among them. What do you mean? Li Mu and Sun Yu looked at Mudong, puzzled. These people who were caught are the ones from the Evil Dogs Adventure Group that chased me before, Mudong explained. Qian Muyu added with a smile. It was me who called the police to have them arrested. But don't tell anyone. Li Mu and Sun Yu looked at them in surprise, not expecting the case to be related to them. Li Mu felt a newfound respect for Qian Muyu. Come on, let's go upstairs to train, Qian Muyu said, turning off the TV and leading the way upstairs. Knowing that the real Evil Dogs Adventure Group members were still at large, watching the news seemed pointless. Training was the priority. In the past few days, besides keeping an eye on the Evil Dogs Adventure Group incident, Qian Muyu had also collected his school rewards 1,000 dream stones and a randomly chosen blue-quality dream beast egg. As the top scorer on the school leaderboard, his rewards were naturally the most generous. In the training room on the third floor, Li Mu and Sun Yu quickly immersed themselves in training. Qian Muyu found a spot to sit down and took out 3 dream beast rings of varying sizes from his spatial ring. These were for the 2 yellow quality and 1 blue quality dream beast eggs he had obtained. He carefully examined each egg. The first was an ink octopus dream beast egg, a rare yellow attribute. The second was a cuckoo pigeon dream beast egg, a common blue attribute, a decent support type dream beast. The last was a shadow wolf king dream beast egg, a rare yellow attribute. Seeing the shadow wolf king dream beast egg, Qian Muyu's eyes lit up. This dream beast matched perfectly with the eggshell and was very suitable for Sun Yu. He put away the other 2 dream beast eggs, intending to sell them later, planning to make decisions when he reached Qingmu Ridge. After Li Mu and Sun Yu completed their first virtual realm training session, Qian Muyu called Sun Yu over. This is a shadow wolf king dream beast egg, yellow quality, a rare speed-type dream beast, perfect for you, he said, tossing the dream beast egg to Sun Yu. Sun Yu swiftly caught the flying dream beast egg and glanced at Qian Muyu with a hint of hesitation on his face. Boss, I just took a yellow fruit from you earlier. Accepting this too seems a bit much. Just take it. Why all the fuss? Qian Muyu shot him a look, her tone firm. Besides, I don't need it, and selling it would be a waste. Next time I give you something, just take it without hesitation. Got it? She deliberately put on a stern face, glaring at Sun Yu and Li Mu with a fierce look. The two were startled by her sudden raised voice and quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing their reaction, Qian Muyu finally smiled with satisfaction. Go ahead and form the contract. Since it was a yellow quality dream beast, Sun Yu naturally didn't refuse. He nodded solemnly and began the contract ceremony. Mudong and Xiaoyu, noticing the event, approached with interest. Son, are you starting the contract? After Li Mu's contract with the Sunlight Elf last night, it was now Sun Yu's turn for his first contract. Unlike the thrilling experience with Qian Muyu, this one went exceptionally smoothly. Soon, the first crack appeared on the dream beast egg surface, quickly spreading as a small black paw emerged, marking the completion of the contract. A little black wolf cub broke out of the shell, appearing before everyone. Sun Yu couldn't contain his joy as he looked at the little creature. This is my new partner? How adorable! Qian Muyu smiled at Sun Yu's delight and turned to ask Mudong, are you leaving tomorrow? Yes, we're heading over there to make some preparations, Mudong replied, his gaze still on Sun Yu. All right then, since you're leaving tomorrow, we'll head out the day after, Qian Muyu said after a moment's thought. It didn't make much difference to her whether they left earlier or later, and arriving early would allow for some preparation. Boss, are we leaving the day after tomorrow? Li Mu quickly confirmed. Yes, so you should go home and get ready, Qian Muyu replied with a smile. We'll fly directly to Qingmu City. Got it. Li Mu nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Sun Yu was playfully interacting with the black wolf cub, which had already finished eating the eggshell. With prior notification from Mudong, Sun Yu's preparations were already in place. In that case, let's wrap things up early, Qian Muyu suggested, looking at Li Mu. Li Mu, you don't need to come tomorrow. We'll meet directly at the airport. Sure. Li Mu nodded once more, confirming his understanding. Qian Muyu took one last look around the living room on the first floor, his gaze sweeping over every familiar corner. As he pushed open the front door and stepped outside, he gazed up at the five-story villa that had been his home for several months, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Grandpa Fu, let's go, he said, turning to Qian Fu beside him. Yes, young master. Qian Fu nodded with a smile, carefully locking the door behind them. They settled into the back seat, with a young driver from the Qian family at the wheel. Since Qian Fu was accompanying the young master to Qingmu City this time, he was seated in the passenger seat. The car smoothly made its way to the Sunshine City Airport. Upon arrival, Qian Muyu and Qian Fu had just stepped into the terminal when they heard a familiar voice calling out, "Boss! Grandpa Fu! Over here! Over here!" Li Mu, who had arrived half an hour early, was enthusiastically waving. "You're here so early?" Qian Muyu said with a smile as he approached. "Had nothing to do at home, so I came early," Li Mu replied, scratching his head sheepishly. In truth, it was because Qian Muyu had helped book his ticket, and he didn't want to seem too casual about it. Although he could easily buy his own ticket, booking together ensured they sat next to each other. After passing through security, the three waited in the departure lounge. Half an hour later, they boarded their flight to Qingmu City. "Ah, finally, I can catch some sleep," Qian Muyu said, settling comfortably into his seat. "Boss, are planes really safe?" Li Mu, flying for the first time, asked nervously. "Don't worry, every passenger plane is escorted by at least one powerful dream beast, so it's very safe," Qian Muyu reassured him. This was a benefit provided by the Dream Federation. Without it, ticket prices would be higher. Within the Dream Federation, dream beasts were generally below the king level. If a wild king level dream beast was found, the Federation would negotiate. Either it remained neutral and harmless, or it was sent to the Chaos Continent. If it refused, the Dream Federation had ways to handle it. An hour later, the plane touched down smoothly at Qingmu City Airport. Qian Muyu yawned as he followed Li Mu off the plane. As a first-tier city in the Dream Federation, Qingmu City's airport was bustling with people. Qian Muyu summoned his old pig and held it in his arms, ready to move forward, when he suddenly stopped. His expression lit up with a genuine joy that Li Mu had never seen before. Noticing this, Qian Fu gestured for Li Mu to remain silent. "Ah, that annoying cat is here." The old pig's expression fell instantly. "What are you talking about?" Qian Muyu rarely rolled his eyes at the old pig, quickly striding towards a silhouette he knew all too well. Despite not having seen her for nearly 2 years, he recognized her instantly. "Is he here yet? Is he here yet?" The woman ahead asked the white cat in her arms. "Bauer, he's here. Listen to me count. 3, 2, 1. Turn around." The white cat yawned, playing along. "Huh." The woman suddenly turned around, her face lighting up with a smile as she saw Qian Muyu less than a meter away. "Hee hee, did I scare you?" "You did," Qian Muyu replied, patting his chest, though a smile played on his lips. "Xiaoyu, long time no see," the woman said happily. "Bauer, long time no see," Qian Muyu responded, his face beaming with joy. "Tricky cat, long time no see." The lazy pig yawned, its gaze falling on the small white cat cradled in Bauer's arms. "Lazy pig, long time no see." The white cat casually waved a paw in greeting. At that moment, Li Mu and Qian Fu walked up slowly behind Qian Muyu. Qian Fu beamed, looking at Bauer and said, "Miss Han, you're as beautiful as ever." "Grandpa Fu, stop teasing me." Han Bauer lowered her head slightly, a hint of shyness in her voice. "Haha, I'm not making it up." Qian Fu laughed heartily, then asked, "Miss Han, where's Han Ling?" "Sister Ling went over there," Han Bauer replied, pointing in a direction. Qian Fu nodded and turned to Qian Muyu. "Young master, I'll go catch up with some old friends over there." "Grandpa Fu, go ahead. There's no one here who would dare harm us," Qian Muyu replied with a smile. With that, Qian Fu headed in the direction Han Bauer had indicated. "Boss, who is she?" Li Mu asked in a hushed voice. "She's your future deputy leader, Han Bauer," Qian Muyu introduced with a grin. "Nonsense, when did I agree to that?" A mischievous glint appeared in Han Bauer's eyes. "Well, then, let me formally invite you to be the deputy leader of our 12 Wings Adventure Group," Qian Muyu said earnestly. "All right, since you're formally inviting me, I reluctantly agree," Han Bauer said, unable to hide her delight. Watching her expression, Li Mu thought to himself, "This doesn't look reluctant at all. You're Li Mu, right?" Han Bauer turned to him and asked. "Yes," Li Mu nodded quickly. "Indeed, quite like Bai Ming," Han Bauer said, scrutinizing Li Mu. "Oh, I forgot to tell you," Qian Muyu suddenly remembered, scratching his head as he explained. "Bai Ming's not chubby anymore. After advancing to the beginner level, he got the digestion dream skill, allowing him to slim down instantly." "Wow, so envious. I wish I could have that," Han Bauer exclaimed sincerely. "Yeah, so envious. I wish I had it too." Qian Muyu echoed her sentiment. As they were about to continue their conversation, the lazy pig in Qian Muyu's arms suddenly lifted its head and looked at the white cat in Han Bauer's arms, saying, "I smell something stinky." "Haha, lazy pig, you finally noticed." The white cat opened its eyes and smiled meaningfully. Hearing the white cat's response, the lazy pig looked up at Han Bauer, who was smiling broadly, in disbelief. "Sister Han, is it true?" "It is true." Han Bauer watched Lao Zhu with a slight smile, as a swirl of black light appeared at her feet and formed into an ordinary black puppy. "Stupid pig, stop trying to spy on me," the Chaos Hound said, looking directly at Lao Zhu. It was a level 4 primary phantom beast with a purple attribute, capable of using dark dream skills like Chaos Claw, Chaos Roar, and Skyward Tail. Stupid dog, don't talk to me like that, Lao Zhu retorted, giving the Chaos Hound a sidelong glance before turning his curious gaze to the white cat. I can't believe you all actually reunited. Of course, I'm the one and only fortune teller in the world, the white cat said proudly, lifting its head high. Although this celestial cat had reached level 9 in the primary stage and was an ancient species with a rainbow attribute, its dream skills were all supportive, like calculation, interference, fortune telling, and future prediction, without any attack skills. This meant that before reaching the primary level, Han Bauer had to rely on her swordsmanship, making her journey tougher than Qian Muyu, who had light shields and light balls at his disposal. Nonetheless, with her abilities in calculation and future prediction, Han Bauer's combat strength was above average. Calculation allowed her to anticipate her opponent's attack direction, and although future prediction only provided a brief glimpse and was unstable, it was still quite useful in battle. Now, with the Chaos Hound under contract, Han Bauer's power had risen to the top tier. Why are you looking at me? You already know my attribute, the celestial cat said, puzzled as it looked at Qian Muyu. Although it could interfere with others' attempts to discover its true attributes, this depended on the person trying. Haha, I just wanted to see what level you're at now, Qian Muyu replied with a smile. Level 9 in the primary stage. I got delayed a bit while looking for Xiao He, Han Bauer explained. I'm only at level 10 in the primary stage myself. It seems you had a smooth time finding Xiao He, Qian Muyu nodded with a smile. Hee, all thanks to Xiao Bai, Han Bauer said, stroking Xiao Bai affectionately. Boss, what are you guys talking about? Li Mu asked, looking confused and thinking how impressive it was that Han Jia had 2 purple dream beasts. I'll explain later, Qian Muyu replied briefly. Let's walk and talk, Qian Muyu suggested. Alright, Han Bauer agreed. As they walked, she explained in detail the 2 ways to use the reincarnation fruit. One is to wait for 100 to 10,000 years after death to reincarnate as a human with the original quality of an ancient destiny beast. The other is to choose to become a dream beast egg before death, with the quality reduced to purple, waiting to be discovered and contracted. The second method allows for quicker reincarnation but comes with greater risks. Some dream beasts set simple challenges to be found, while powerful ones create numerous trials. In cases like Xiao Bai and Xiao He, they prearranged for one to reincarnate as a destiny beast and the other to become a dream beast egg, setting up a special challenge that only a destiny beast could pass, ultimately to be captured by the same contractor. She concluded by noting that a dream beast egg must be touched by a person to hatch. In a remarkable feat surpassing even those who use special artifacts to hasten the incubation of their offspring, the father of the egg employed a unique method to delay its hatching. While this method couldn't prevent the hatching indefinitely, it did significantly prolong the process. Qian Muyu arrived just in time, as the egg had yet to crack open. Boss, look over there, Li Mu suddenly pointed ahead, where a person was holding a sign with the words, Qingmu Ridge, clearly written on it. So early, and someone's already here to pick us up, Qian Muyu muttered under his breath. Turning to Han Bauer, he asked with a smile, Bauer, are you headed to Qingmu Ridge too? I chose Qingmu Ridge over Dream Forest even before you mentioned it, Han Bauer replied with a nod and a smile. Why? Qian Muyu asked curiously, wondering about Han Bauer's reasoning since he had a specific goal for going to Qingmu Ridge. Han Bauer shrugged and explained, in the Dream Federation's 4 major academies, the War God Hall is full of brutes, which I don't like. Tide Sea is a haven for water-type Dream Beast contract masters, which isn't relevant for me. As for Dream Forest, I find the illusionists there too troublesome. So, I chose Qingmu Ridge. As for the other 6 academies, I don't want to leave the Dream Federation so soon. Qian Muyu and Li Mu nodded in agreement, even if they didn't fully grasp her reasoning. Qingmu Ridge is a great choice. Bai Ming is headed there too, Qian Muyu remarked with a grin. Isn't Big Bai supposed to go to the War God Hall? How did you convince him to come to Qingmu Ridge? Han Bauer exclaimed in surprise. She was accustomed to calling the celestial cat Little Bai, thus referring to Bai Ming as Big Bai. Haha, a month ago he said he wanted to team up with me, so I brought him along, Qian Muyu explained. The War God Hall must be devastated. Han Bauer imagined the expression on their faces upon hearing the news. As they chatted, they approached the sign holder. Hello, senior. We're this year's freshmen, Li Mu greeted proactively. Hi, I'm Zhangzhe. Could I see your admission letter? The sign holder asked. Li Mu promptly retrieved his letter from the dream space and handed it over. Just as Qian Muyu was about to produce his own letter, Zhangzhe waved it off, saying, one will do. After verifying the authenticity of the letter, Zhangzhe made a call in front of them. Although the letter was clearly genuine, protocol had to be followed. Soon, a female student arrived and took the sign. Zhangzhe then turned to the trio and said warmly, follow me, I'll take you to Qingmu Ridge. Qian Muyu and his group followed Zhangzhe to the airport exit, where a large bus with Qingmu Ridge emblazoned on its side awaited them. Hop on, we're leaving soon, Zhangzhe gestured. Inside the bus, Qian Muyu and Han Bauer naturally chose seats next to each other. Li Mu, a bit disappointed, had no choice but to sit with Zhangzhe behind them. Scattered throughout the bus were other new students and a few guides, creating an unusually quiet atmosphere. Shortly after, a female guide boarded with 2 more students, and the bus set off. An hour and a half later, the bus came to a gentle stop at the entrance of Qingmu Ridge. Qian Muyu opened his eyes, about to yawn, when he felt a weight on his shoulder. Turning, he saw Han Bauer's peaceful face resting against him. He smiled softly and gently patted her arm. Bauer, we're here. Han Bauer groggily opened her eyes and met Qian Muyu's bright gaze, blushing instantly. She quickly sat up and turned to stroke the small white cat lying on her lap. Meow. The cat looked at her pitifully, and Han Bauer awkwardly explained, "We've arrived." The cat immediately communicated with the old pig resting on Qian Muyu's lap. "Lazy pig, time to wake up." The old pig's ears twitched, thinking, "As long as I don't open my eyes, I'm still asleep. Time to get off." Zhangzhe's voice came from behind. Qian Muyu stored the old pig in his dream space and followed the others off the bus. The sight of Qingmu Ridge was breathtaking. The entire campus seemed to be a living tapestry woven from trees, flowers, and hills. Most striking was the entrance gate made from real trees, surrounded by bustling students, teachers, and dream beasts. "This gate is really made of trees," Li Mu exclaimed. "I thought the photos online were fake." Zhangzhe chuckled. "You'll find even more wonders inside. The campus isn't just filled with trees. There are all sorts of tree, flower, and insect-type dream beasts. They're part of Qingmu Ridge, and as long as you don't provoke them, they're harmless. However, harming them without reason can lead to disciplinary action, and in severe cases, expulsion." His eyes showed a hint of envy. "If you get along well with them, you might even form a contract." Just a few months ago, Senior Sha Chao formed a contract with a yellow-quality bright tree dream beast. "Sha Chao is our senior," Li Mu eagerly added. "He even helped me awaken my destiny beast." "So, you're from Sunshine City's second contract high school," Zhangzhe mused, glancing at Qian Muyu. "I heard your school produced an impressive individual this year. Is that you?" Qian Muyu smiled openly. "I don't know about impressive, but I did come in first." Upon hearing Qian Muyu's response, Zhangzhe paused for a moment, surprised it was indeed him. He quickly broke into a playful grin. "Master, I might need to cling to your coattails from now on." Qian Muyu chuckled. "No problem at all." Zhangzhe continued. "Senior Sha Chao returned to campus to help you awaken your destiny beasts because he took on a mission. It's a green-level task that awards 30 points upon completion, but it requires a light attribute dream beast. This is a benefit provided by the school for those with a light attribute dream beast contract, and it can be claimed once a year. You'll understand how to accept such missions once you officially join Qingmu Ridge and visit the mission hall." "Senior, is bringing us to Qingmu Ridge also part of a mission?" Li Mu asked curiously. "That's right. It's a white-level mission and highly sought after," Zhangzhe explained with a smile. "All you have to do is bring a freshman to Qingmu Ridge and explain some basics to earn 10 points. Since I've brought the 3 of you today, I'll get 30 points once I submit the task." "Senior, can you keep doing this mission after submitting it?" Qian Muyu inquired. Zhangzhe shook his head. "No, there are a limited number of slots available each day, so you have to be quick to grab one." Qian Muyu nodded thoughtfully, realizing how competitive this task was. As they chatted and walked, they soon arrived at a treehouse with a sign that read "New Student Registration." "We're here." Zhangzhe pointed to the treehouse. Inside, Qian Muyu saw 5 registration desks, each with a line of 1 to 3 people. They followed Zhangzhe to the shortest line. It wasn't long before it was their turn. The female staff member, who had just finished registering a new student, looked up and smiled at Zhangzhe. "Zhangzhe, not bad. You brought 3 at once." "Sister Huang Ling, just lucky," Zhangzhe replied with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Huang Ling turned to Qian Muyu and his friends. "Who's first?" "I'll go," Li Mu volunteered, handing over his Qingmu Ridge admission letter. He had already observed the registration process while in line. Huang Ling took the letter, glanced at it, and then retrieved a form from a drawer, handing it to Li Mu. He accepted it and began filling it out diligently. Qian Muyu carefully filled out the registration form, writing his name in the name section. He proceeded to fill in gender, male, age, 18, level, beginner level 10. When he reached the destined beast section, he entered information for 2 dream beasts, a rare purple quality angel pig and a defensive purple quality white spirit wolf king. Finally, he noted Sunshine City Second Contract High School as his graduating school. While filling out the dream beast information, Qian Muyu hesitated briefly, but remembering that his abilities had already been revealed during the college entrance exam, he decided to fill it out truthfully. Once done, he handed the form over to Huang Ling, who was chatting with Zhangzhe. Huang Ling took the forms from the 3 students and first reviewed the earliest arrival, Li Mu's details. Noticing that Li Mu had contracted an elemental sunlight elf, she looked up with interest to see what this contractor looked like. Although elemental dream beasts were present in the academy, she was curious to see this particular contractor. Is there something wrong with my form? Li Mu asked, puzzled by the sudden attention. No, everything's correct. I just wanted to see what someone who contracted an elemental beast looks like, Huang Ling replied candidly. She then moved on to examine Han Bao's information. Qian Muyu leaned over to look as well and saw that Han Bao's destined beast was listed as a rare purple quality fortune cat. Just as Qian Muyu was internally marveling at the fortune-telling cat, it suddenly communicated telepathically, "Want me to predict your future? Later, you can predict for old pig," Qian Muyu joked. The fortune cat excitedly jumped out of Han Bao's arms. Really? Kidding, Qian Muyu responded with a smile. Not fun, the fortune cat said sulkily. It turned out that old pig was unwilling to see the fortune cat because its predictions were often inaccurate a few years ago, frequently causing old pig to encounter various misfortunes, such as suffocating in its sleep or slipping while walking. It was uncertain if its prediction accuracy had improved over time. Huang Ling wasn't surprised by the fortune cat suddenly speaking, given it was noted on the form. However, Zhang Zhe was initially startled, but quickly adjusted, as talking dream beasts weren't uncommon in the academy. Han Bauer was also surprised by her pet, playfully scolding, "You scared me? What were you whispering about?" Han Bauer asked curiously. "It wanted to predict old pig's future, but I didn't let it," Qian Muyu explained. Huang Ling, upon confirming Han Bauer's identity, asked, "Are you the top scorer in the Cold Winter City entrance exam?" "Yes, senior," Han Bauer replied with a smile. Huang Ling nodded and checked Han Bauer's name on the special student list, which recorded the top 5 entrance exam scores from each city who had been admitted. After reviewing Qian Muyu's form, Huang Ling looked at both of them in surprise. It was the first time she had encountered 2 new students consecutively possessing dual purple quality dream beasts, and both were top scorers. Typically, top scorers had either 1 purple and 1 yellow, or 1 purple and 1 blue, with some not even having contracted their first dream beast. Dual purple was indeed rare. "Are you the top scorer in the Sunshine City entrance exam?" Huang Ling asked Qian Muyu for confirmation. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, she marked the corresponding spot on the list and then discussed accommodation arrangements. Qian Muyu and Li Mu opted for a 4-person room, while Han Bauer chose a double room. During registration, Huang Ling paused momentarily but quickly continued the process. After completing facial recognition, Huang Ling distributed the latest Greenwood Ridge electronic watches to each of them. Once Zhang Zhe's task confirmation was processed, she indicated it was time to pay the fees. The 3 of them scanned and paid, after which Zhang Zhe was responsible for leading Qian Muyu and Li Mu to their dormitory, while Han Bauer waited for a female student to guide her. As they parted, Han Bauer smiled and said, "You guys go ahead, let's have dinner together tonight." Qian Muyu nodded in agreement, knowing they'd see each other often from now on. He and Li Mu then followed Zhang Zhe away from the treehouse. Zhang Zhe led Qian Muyu and Li Mu through the campus, quickly arriving at the male dormitory area. Before them stood rows of 4-story villas, each surrounded by lush greenery. "Is this where we'll be staying?" Li Mu asked, clearly amazed by the nature-infused architecture. "Yes, it is," Zhang Zhe confirmed with a smile. "This is 401. Qian Muyu glanced at the door number, a smile tugging at his lips. Li Mu stepped forward and scanned his face on the door's recognition system, which promptly swung open. "Now that the door's open, I won't intrude any further," Zhang Zhe said, preparing to leave. "Thank you for your help, senior," Qian Muyu said sincerely. "It was no trouble at all," Zhang Zhe replied, waving his hands dismissively before turning to leave. As the 2 stepped into the dorm, they were greeted by a familiar figure lounging on the sofa, smiling broadly. Beside him stood a gentle-looking man, curiously observing the newcomers. "Bai Ming," Li Mu exclaimed with delight. "What are you doing here?" Though Qian Muyu had sensed someone inside, he didn't expect it to be Bai Ming, who had clearly concealed his presence. "Surprised?" Bai Ming grinned, leaping up from the sofa. "I made arrangements with the school ahead of time." Qian Muyu now understood why Huang Ling had hesitated when assigning their dorm. Bai Ming introduced the man beside him. "This is Shang, my personal therapist," and Shang greeted them softly, and Qian Muyu introduced himself and Li Mu in return. "Boss, did you just call me to Bai?" Bai Ming suddenly realized. "Because Xiao Bai is here too," Qian Muyu explained. "Is Big Sister here at Qingmu Ridge?" Bai Ming asked, astonished. "Yes, we ran into her at the airport today. She's at the girls' dorm now." "That's fantastic. Way better than the War God Palace." Bai Ming was thrilled. "The scenery is nice, the environment's great, and most importantly, the support is stronger." And Shang quietly observed Qian Muyu, pondering what kind of strength this person must possess to make the boss leave the War God Palace. The afternoon slipped away in light-hearted conversation. As evening approached and everyone finished organizing their rooms, they followed Qian Muyu to the school gate. They had planned to dine at a Taodai chain buffet hot pot restaurant. At the gate, Han Bauer joined them, arriving alone. After exchanging greetings, Bai Ming, familiar with the area, led them to the hot pot restaurant, chatting and laughing along the way. Once inside, they headed straight to the Supreme Pavilion for seating. Qian Muyu then released Lao Zhu and Danker, readying for the long-awaited dinner. Han Bauer released her two dream beasts, Xiao Bai and Xiao He. As soon as Xiao Bai saw Bai Ming, it greeted him warmly. "Hello, Big Bai." "Big Bai is not very good," Bai Ming joked while releasing his Taodai. At this moment, Anshang revealed his dream beast for the first time, a petite flower fairy spirit. It shyly hid behind Anshang, curiously observing the people around. This flower fairy spirit was a level 10 apprentice, considered rare, with yellow attributes and wood-type dream skills, including rapid growth, healing aura, healing spell, and plant control. "This is little flower fairy," Qian Muyu remarked with a gentle smile, looking at the adorable little spirit. "Yes, I just formed a contract with it not long ago," Anshang replied, gently stroking the flower fairy's forehead and holding it in his palm. "So cute," Han Bauer said as she leaned in for a closer look. "I have a little spirit too. It can keep the flower fairy company," Li Mu said, summoning his sunshine spirit, a glowing, orb-like spirit with a youthful face. "Wow, this is adorable too. Is this the sunshine spirit?" Han Bauer asked, turning to Li Mu. "Yes, Sister Han," Li Mu answered, scratching his head sheepishly. While they were discussing the cuteness of the spirits, Qian Muyu and Bai Ming had already started eating, uninterested in the conversation. "Why haven't you contracted a dream beast?" Qian Muyu asked Bai Ming, puzzled, while eating. "Haven't found the right one, and I want to eat the dream fruit," Bai Ming replied. "You really plan to eat the dream fruit?" Qian Muyu asked in surprise. "Yes, I plan to eat it once I reach the intermediate stage. Eating it now might be too much for my body," Bai Ming explained with a smile. "True, your Bai family is something else, willing to let you eat the Taodai fruit that hasn't been consumed in 1,000 years, Qian Muyu said after a moment of silence. "Haha, in these times, you have to be willing. Besides, doesn't your family also have a legacy dream fruit? It's just that your destiny beast when asked you," Bai Ming laughed. "Haha, indeed it did. But, let's not talk about it. Let's eat. The era is just beginning," Qian Muyu replied with a mysterious smile. Qian Muyu knew these things because the Qian and Bai families had maintained close ties for thousands of years. As the young master of the Qian family, she naturally knew secrets that ordinary people did not. Once Bai Ming consumed the Taodai fruit, he would become incredibly powerful with the combined strength of the dual Taodai, similar to the infamous dog with the evil spirit wolf destiny beast who had consumed the evil spirit wolf fruit. After dinner that evening, everyone returned to their dorms. From then on, Qian Muyu and Han Bauer developed a habit of dining together in the cafeteria, while devoting the rest of their time to their own training. Before the official start of the school year, many of Qingmu Ridge's facilities and areas remained closed to new students, so they could only practice diligently in their dorms. With the semester approaching, a freshman ranking competition, crucial for class placement, awaited them. During these days, Qian Muyu visited the Resource Management Department to collect the reward promised by Mu Qianyuan, 20,000 dream stones and a yellow-gray dream core crystal. As for the yellow-gray dream beast egg, he decided to hold off, still contemplating which type to choose. His entry slot for the Wood Forest Garden had been directly recorded in his account information, accessible through the Qingmu Ridge app or the electronic watch provided at enrollment. As more freshmen arrived, a mysterious ranking list quietly circulated. One day, Li Mu returned with several sheets detailing the top 50 freshmen of the year. The top 5 on the list were as follows. 1. Bai Ming. Level, Primary Stage 7. Dream Beast, Purple Grade Taodai Phantom Beast. Record, nearly swept through the entire Chongqing City Entrance Exam A zone, stopped in time by examiners. Note, Taodai Chain Buffet is a family business. 2. Mu Qiuhuan. Level, Primary Stage 7. Dream Beast, Purple Grade Frost Snow Spirit Tree. Status, top scorer in Qingmu City Entrance Exams, strongest of the Mu family generation. Background, shares the surname with the headmaster. 3. Yu Dai. Level, Primary Stage 7. Dream Beast, Purple Grade Rafflesia Flower. Specialty, expert in toxic techniques, strength comparable to Mu Qiuhuan. 4. Qian Muyu. Level, Primary Stage 8. Dream Beast, Purple Grade Angel Pig and an unidentified quality small white dog. Record, cleared the Yangguang City A zone exam room in one day, breaking Lin Feng's record. 5. Han Bauer. Level, Primary Stage 6. Dream Beast, Purple Grade Fortune-telling cat and a small black dog. Incident, melted a section of the exam room in Hantong City during exams. July 1st arrived quickly. That morning, Qian Muyu and the others got up early and donned the school uniforms issued by Qingmu Ridhea's simple green short-sleeved shirt and shorts with the school emblem. The emblem was a minimalist design. 3 stylized hills within a circle, with grass-like waves and the school name below. As they reached the sports field, Thousands of chairs constructed from grass and wood were neatly arranged, prompting Shang to exclaim, "Which teacher crafted these? Such control." Qian Muyu chuckled. Achieving this without a king-level ability would be quite challenging. Seeing Han Bauer waving, they hurried over. Han Bauer introduced her new roommate, Tong Yao Yao, and they all took their seats. Li Mu then asked a question that had been bothering him. "Boss, why does no one ever notice the big sister's appearance?" Han Bauer gently stroked the small white creature in her arms and explained, "That's due to Xiao Bai's dream skill interference, which prevents others from seeing my true appearance. Even if they do, they quickly forget." At exactly 9 o'clock, the field fell silent. A middle-aged figure appeared on the podium. "Welcome to Qingmu Ridge. I am the headmaster Mu Qianqiu. I am Principal Mu Qianqiu." This simple self-introduction instantly set the new students on the field abuzz. The name Mu Qianqiu was already very familiar to the mover 2,000 years ago. This legendary figure took the helm as principal and elevated Qingmu Ridge to one of the world's top 10 universities. This history was repeatedly emphasized by the admissions staff and on the Qingmu Ridge app. Now, seeing this legendary figure in person, the students couldn't contain their excitement. Looking at the over 5,000 new students seated on the field, Mu Qianqiu smiled kindly and said, "I've been principal for many years and have said countless words. If you don't mind, I'll repeat what I've said before." "We don't mind," the new students responded in unison. Mu Qianqiu then launched into an hour-long speech, concluding with, "I hope you can grow happily during your years at Qingmu Ridge." The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. "Tomorrow, you will begin the freshman ranking competition," Mu Qianqiu continued. "As for the details of the competition, Mr. Shun will explain them to you. Let's warmly welcome Mr. Shun." A young man, Shin Duo, stepped onto the stage, acknowledged Mu Qianqiu, and began to explain the rules of the ranking competition in detail. The competition will start at 8 a.m. the next day at this location. Over 5,000 new students are divided into 10 groups, with about 500 in each group. First round, the top 250 from each group advance, the rest enter Class D. Second round, the top 120 from the 250 advance, the rest enter Class C. Third round, the top 50 from the 120 advance, the rest enter Class B. Fourth round, the top 20 from the 50 advance, the rest enter Class A. The final 200 winners enter the core Class S, which is divided into Class 1 and Class 2 based on their final ranking. Shin Duo particularly emphasized that judges would supervise the entire competition to ensure the participants' safety. The whole event would last 11 days, 5 days for the first round, 2 days for the second, 1 day for the third, 1 day for the fourth, and the final 2 days for the Class S division. In the audience, Qian Muyu and Bai Ming had already received their group assignments. Qian Muyu was placed in Group C, while Bai Ming was in Group A. They joked that this arrangement was better, as it saved them from competing against each other. Mu Qianqiu returned to the stage one last time to announce the end of the freshman assembly, and then he disappeared from the stage. As the students began to leave, Qian Muyu stretched and suggested they go eat. Bai Ming, rubbing his grumbling stomach, readily agreed. On the morning of July 2nd, at 7:30 a.m., Qian Muyu was woken up by Bai Ming, still looking sleepy. Sitting on his bed and rubbing his drowsy eyes, he mumbled in confusion, "Why so early? We have 5 days, don't we?" Standing by the bed, Bai Ming excitedly explained, "Boss, the earlier we go, the sooner we can come back. Show them what you've got, and then you won't need to come again." In truth, he was just too excited to sleep and decided to wake everyone else in the dormitory. Yawning, Qian Muyu reluctantly said, "All right, move aside. I need to get up." After Bai Ming stepped back, the four of them quickly got ready and headed to the field. Due to the vastness of Qingmu Ling, it took them nearly an hour to reach their destination. When they arrived at the field at 8:30, they were amazed by the scene. Li Mu exclaimed, "Wow, so many people. Why are there so many people? Don't they sleep?" The crowd on the field was even larger than the day before. And Shang quietly explained, "They must be the seniors here to watch the excitement." The original seats had been cleared, replaced by 100 arenas made of grass and wood, 10 for each group. Bai Ming expressed concern about the sturdiness of the arenas, but Qian Muyu pointed to the flowing dream power on them and reassured him, "Don't worry, they're very sturdy. I'll go first. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave. Let's meet back here at 10, Qian Muyu said with a yawn as he headed towards Zone C. Upon reaching Zone C, he noticed a screen displaying real-time rankings and realized that just participating in matches would earn him a rank. His arrival caused a stir, with whispers spreading around, "Is that Qian Muyu, the top scorer from Sunshine City?" Smiling, Qian Muyu approached an empty arena, placed the old pig he was carrying down, and signaled to the referee. Yawning at the crowd below, he taunted, "If you're coming up, hurry up. I'm waiting to go back to sleep." This provoked Lin Lang, a skilled contender who ranked 12th in the Qingmu City exams. The audience buzzed with debate, some doubting the strength of a top scorer from a third-tier city, while others were confident in Qian Muyu's victory. When Qian Muyu announced his strength level as beginner level 10, the entire crowd fell silent. Lin Lang regretted his rash challenge, quietly stating his own level as beginner level 5. As the referee declared the match started, Qian Muyu immediately summoned his long unseen weapon, Feather, and a massive blade light instantly struck toward his opponent. In the rush, Lin Lang only managed to deploy a soil shield for defense. Before he could even enter a fusion state, the referee was already standing in front of him. Why? Lin Lang asked in confusion. The words of Teacher Shun from yesterday still echoed in everyone's ears. Once the referee intervenes, it means the match is over. At that moment, the earth shield Lin Lang had conjured was instantly shattered by the fierce blade aura unleashed by Qian Muyu. The blade aura, undeterred, charged straight toward the referee. The referee remained calm, simply waving his hand, causing the formidable blade aura to vanish into thin air. He turned to Lin Lang and asked, "Could you have stopped that blade aura?" Lin Lang swallowed hard, shaking his head in fear and awe, thinking to himself, "Is this the power of a beginner at the 10th level?" In a flash, the referee returned to his seat at the center of the arena. Qian Muyu glanced curiously at the referee before turning to the crowd below, asking, "Anyone else?" With a complex expression, Lin Lang glanced at Qian Muyu and quietly stepped down from the platform. The referee scanned the crowd and announced, "If no one challenges within 10 minutes, the contestant will advance automatically." The audience looked up at Qian Muyu, who stood on the platform holding his blade, and fell into silence. Whispered conversations spread among the crowd. "He's too strong. It's better not to fight. Just move him up to Class S." Some thought it unnecessary to challenge, others felt the timing wasn't right, and more were unwilling to face humiliation. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. On the large screen in Zone C, Qian Muyu's name appeared at the top, marked with advanced. No challenge within 10 minutes. "Thank you, everyone," Qian Muyu said with a smile, nodding to the audience below before gracefully leaping off the platform, quickly disappearing from sight. He thought to himself, "It's still early, and there are too many eyes here. I might as well check out other groups." With that, he left Group C and headed toward the other groups. Qian Muyu found himself in the A group competition area without realizing it. As soon as he arrived, he saw Bai Ming walking towards him with a tired expression. "Finished?" Qian Muyu asked with a smile. "Too boring. I only needed one punch," Bai Ming replied, shaking his fist in front of Qian Muyu. "One punch and they didn't dare to come back up." "Same here," Qian Muyu replied casually. "With just one slash, they backed off." Bai Ming sighed. Qian Muyu patted his shoulder reassuringly. "It's always like this in the first round. Real experts don't show up this early. We'll meet worthy opponents in the later rounds. Let's go check out other places." After they left, the crowd around the A group started buzzing with conversation. "Who is that guy? Why is One Punch Guy leaving with him?" "That's Qian Muyu from Group C. I just came from there. He's impressive too. Advanced with just one strike. Scary. Why aren't these two in the Temple of War instead of being here at Qingmu Ridge?" When they reached Group B, they saw Shang fighting in the ring. Shang had already elementalized, which didn't surprise Qian Mu after spending days together. He knew Shang possessed a purple attribute water spirit at beginner level 7, mastering skills like rain invocation, water control, water bubble, and water healing. However, Shang wasn't a combat specialist and was engaged in a war of attrition with his opponent. Other contestants noticed the water spirit's weaknesses and kept challenging him. "Let's move on," Qian Muyu said to Bai Ming. "This will take a while." Despite the attrition strategy, Shang's relaxed expression and the judge's appreciative gaze suggested his advancement was certain. The judge seemed interested in seeing Shang's full capabilities before declaring victory. Soon after, they encountered Han Bauer. "Bauer, did you win?" Qian Muyu asked. "Yes, it was easy." Han Bauer briefly recounted her victory like Qian Muyu and Bai Ming. She won with a single decisive move. "Looks like we can relax for a few days," Qian Muyu said with a smile. "The early rounds shouldn't be too tiring. Of course, with our skills, the top 10 is a sure thing," Han Bauer replied confidently. Afterward, Bai Ming went to find Shang, while Qian Muyu and Han Bauer headed to Group E to check on Li Mu. Given that Li Mu was only at beginner level 4, Qian Muyu was a bit worried. Many new students at this level had blue-quality destiny beasts. When they reached Group E, Li Mu was in the ring battling an opponent. He was in fusion state, wielding a bamboo stick in intense combat. The surrounding crowd was murmuring that Li Mu is quite strong. "Yeah, he's already defeated 4 people. Look, He-Sha is about to give in." Li Mu seized the opportunity and delivered a decisive strike aimed at He-Sha. He-Sha quickly conceded, and the judge stepped in to block the blow, announcing, "Li Mu wins." Li Mu exited the fusion state, breathing heavily. As a contestant prepared to step up, the judge declared, "Li Mu has defeated 5 students of the same level and successfully advances." The contestant groaned in frustration. Li Mu looked at the judge in surprise, who smiled and complimented him. "Well done." Li Mu scratched his head shyly and stepped down with a smile. Not bad, that last strike was powerful, Qian Muyu said, approaching to commend him. Han Bauer chimed in, little chubby, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Hearing the compliments from Qian Muyu and Han Bauer, Li Mu turned around bashfully and scratched his head, saying, I'm still far from being as good as you guys. You're already very strong, Han Bauer replied, looking at Li Mu with a serious expression. Indeed, very strong. To consecutively defeat 5 geniuses from other regions at the same level is no small feat, Qian Muyu added. Li Mu was momentarily taken aback by their words, a slight blush rising on his cheeks, and he shyly scratched his head again. Qian Muyu then cast a healing spell on Li Mu, saying, let's take another stroll and then head back for lunch. Feeling his energy gradually returning, Li Mu closed his eyes to sense it for a moment, then opened them and quickly followed. On a large tree not far from the training ground, Mu Qianyuan was watching the matches with a bored expression. With his abilities, this distance didn't hinder his observation. Suddenly, a red-haired man appeared beside him. Lin Feng, what brings you here to watch the matches? Mu Qianyuan asked curiously. I'm going to be the judge for the final round, so I wanted to check out any promising new talents, Lin Feng explained. Have you spotted any good ones? There are a few. Bai Ming from Group A, Qian Muyu from Group C, and a few others from different groups, Mu Qianyuan replied with a smile. Bai Ming and Qian Muyu must be quite strong, right? Lin Feng mused. Extremely strong. Much stronger than we were back in the day, Mu Qianyuan laughed. As a few green woodpeckers flew overhead, Lin Feng gazed at the clear blue sky and said, looks like we have a good chance of taking first place in the national competition in 3 years. It's been years since Qingmu Ridge claimed the national title. There's no hope for the sophomores and juniors, so we'll have to rely on the freshmen. The chances are high. Mu Qianyuan nodded confidently. Qian Muyu, who broke my record, was personally recruited by Shui Ge. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to recruit him. After a moment's thought, he added with a smile, I just didn't expect Bai Ming and Qian Muyu to get along so well and come to Qingmu Ridge together. I heard that after Bai Ming joined Qingmu Ridge, someone from the War God Hall's admissions office almost got a beating from their superiors. Is that true? Lin Feng asked curiously. Haha, it's true. I even went to take a look myself, Mu Qianyuan replied with a hearty laugh. At 10 a.m., after the contestants gathered at the entrance of the playground, they dispersed, since advancing to the next round was already guaranteed, making it unnecessary to linger. Around noon, after having lunch, Qian Muyu and Han Bauer arrived at the task hall of Qingmu Ridge. With the conclusion of the opening ceremony, the task hall officially opened to new students. They were greeted by bustling crowds and dream beasts, some checking the task board, others lining up to receive tasks. Particularly striking was the fact that many dream beasts were also serving as staff, silently illustrating the harmonious relationship between humans and dream beasts at Qingmu Ridge. A burly giant bear noticed the two at the entrance and approached them, saying, Are you this year's new students? Qian Muyu paused briefly and nodded. Yes, we're just here to take a look. She silently observed this raging bear super level, rare quality, purple attribute, with general dream skills, though other attributes were unclear due to high dream power requirements. Han Bauer blinked her curious eyes and asked, Why can you talk? Is it because you've reached super level? Haha, I just recently leveled up to super, the bear replied kindly. Wow, congratulations. Han Bauer sincerely congratulated him. The bear waved them over with a smile. Follow me. He then led them inside the task hall, explaining along the way, the task hall is one of the important functional areas of Qingmu Ridge, with numerous tasks being published and claimed daily. He pointed to an electronic screen. Look there, that's the task hall's point system. The screen displayed clearly. Tasks are categorized into 6 levels: white, green, cyan, blue, yellow, and purple, with purple tasks offering over 100 points. Each person can take up to 5 tasks at a time. Points can be exchanged for dream stones, dream skill fruits, attribute fruits, and other items via an electronic bracelet or the Qingmu Ridge mobile app. The bear raised his electronic bracelet and added, If you're at Qingmu Ridge, exchanged items will be delivered to your dorm within a day, or you can choose to pick them up at the resource management department. Is there a time limit for taking tasks? Qian Muyu asked. It depends on the task. Some have time limits, some don't, and the task description will specify this, the bear explained as he led them to a crowded area. This is where tasks are claimed. The screen above shows the latest tasks, while the tablets on the tables have all available tasks. The two leaned in to check the task list on the tablet. Seek sparring partner. Assist in testing new dream skill power intermediate level 1 or above. White task, 2 hours, 7 points. Green forest mountain range herb gathering escort. Ensure the safety of herb gatherers intermediate level 5 or above. Green task, 1 day, 15 points. At this moment, a young girl at the counter joked, Bear, leading newcomers again? Haha, just keeping busy and earning some money for drinks, the bear replied heartily. After a brief exchange, he continued introducing to the two, you can take these tasks not only here but also via the electronic bracelet and phone. Even the electronic bracelet? Han Bauer asked in surprise. Yes, the electronic bracelet has the same functions as the phone. These features were unlocked after the start of school, so feel free to explore them, the bear explained while sipping water offered by the young girl. Thank you. Han Bauer expressed her gratitude sincerely. No need to thank me, just leave a good review, the bear said, taking out 2 evaluation forms from his space ring. The 2 promptly marked the 5-star option. The bear put away the forms and smiled. With your good reviews, I can enjoy a few more bottles of wine. Both Dream Beast and contract staff at Qingmu Ridge receive Dream Coins and point rewards based on their ratings. The young girl added, don't mind him. Mr. Bear just loves his drink. We don't mind at all. Mr. Bear explained everything very well. Han Bauer laughed. Since Mr. Bear likes drinking, I have a few bottles. No, no. I prefer earning to buy them myself. The bear waved his hands. The young girl also chimed in. You better not give them. Seeing this, Han Bauer didn't insist. The wine was actually from her dream beast, Xiao He, who had developed a taste for it after trying some once and often stored some in the dream space. Upon hearing the offer to give wine to the bear, Xiao He nearly drank all the stored wine, but was thankfully stopped by Xiao Bai in time. After a brief goodbye, the two made their way back to their dormitory. With their understanding of the task hall complete, it was time to focus on cultivating dream power. After all, they needed to prepare for upcoming battles, and Qian Muyu was just a step away from advancing to intermediate level 1. Time seemed to fly by as the eve of the final round of the ranking competition arrived. In the training room of Dorm 401, Qian Muyu was engaged in an intense sparring session with Bai Ming. Each dorm room came equipped with this training facility, and its most unique feature was the ability to automatically repair damaged floors using dream stones. The more severe the damage, the more dream stones it consumed, with a maximum of 50 stones needed to fully restore the room. Qian Muyu, clad in a white fur armor with pure white wings gracefully fluttering behind him, was locked in fierce combat with Bai Ming, who was in fusion mode. After a period of intense battle, he lightly landed on the ground. Bai, let's call it a day. I've pretty much adapted to the combat state, he said. These past few days had been significant for Qian Muyu. He had not only advanced from the 10th rank of the beginner level to the 1st rank of the intermediate level, but also started focusing on practicing dual fusion. He had specifically invited Bai Ming to spar today to test his offensive and defensive capabilities in the dual fusion state, and the results were quite promising. Upon hearing this, Bai Ming immediately exited his fusion state and sat down to rest. Qian Muyu also left his fusion form, took out several bottles of water from the dream space to share with everyone, and walked over to Bai Ming with an eggshell in hand. When are you going to eat the dream fruit? He asked. After the freshman ranking competition ends, Bai Ming replied, taking a sip of water. Having also advanced to the 1st rank of the intermediate level, he was just 1 step away. Qian Muyu nodded in agreement and suddenly seemed to remember something. He got up and sat down in front of Li Mu, looking at him with a serious expression. Feeling a bit uneasy under the direct gaze, Li Mu asked, Boss, is there something you need me to do? After a moment of contemplation, Qian Muyu got straight to the point. I think your level is a bit low, so I want to help you improve it. With that, he took out a completely purple fruit from the dream space and handed it to Li Mu. This scene shocked Bai Ming and Shang, while the clueless Li Mu naturally accepted the fruit and asked, puzzled, Boss, what is this? The purple fruit. It's for your black and white. It can elevate their quality to purple, and there's even a chance for mutation, Qian Muyu explained with a smile. Originally intended for the white bone wolf king, who had already mutated and evolved into the white spirit wolf emperor, the fruit was now perfectly suited for the increasingly impressive Li Mu. Holding the purple fruit with trembling hands, Li Mu asked in disbelief, Boss, can I really have this? Yes, I've noticed that you've grown a lot during this time, especially since you walked out of the college entrance exam, Qian Muyu affirmed confidently. Thank you, boss. Li Mu exclaimed excitedly. Haha, keep it down. Let black and white have it. Qian Muyu chuckled. Li Mu turned and called out, Black and white, you're in for a treat. This is a great gift from the boss. Watching the purple fruit in Li Mu's hands, black and white slowly crawled over. When Heibai accepted the purple fruit from Li Mu's hand, its eyes sparkled with anticipation. It chirped joyfully at Qian Muyu, a pure smile spreading across its face. The sight warmed Qian Muyu's heart, as if he were being healed. Heibai delicately savored the purple fruit, taking bite after bite until it had devoured the whole thing. Then, it quietly lay down on the ground and soon fell asleep, watching enviously from the side. And Shang couldn't help but tease, Boss, when will I get a purple fruit too? Bai Ming raised an eyebrow with a smile. No purple fruit, but how about a taste of my fist? No, no thanks. And Shang waved his hands frantically, prompting a hearty laugh from Bai Ming. The four of them focused their attention on Heibai. Suddenly, a purple glow enveloped Heibai, and its form began to change. Boss, is Heibai going to be okay? Li Mu asked anxiously. It should be fine, Qian Muyu replied, trying to reassure him although he had never seen the effects of the purple fruit himself. Bai Ming explained timely, don't worry, I've read in official records that dream beasts undergo changes when they upgrade in quality. It's perfectly normal. With this reassurance, Li Mu felt a bit more at ease. As time passed, the purple light became more solid, forming a cocoon that completely encased Heibai. Qian Muyu mused. It seems the difference between yellow to purple and blue to yellow is quite significant. Sun Yu's great red-black tiger didn't cause such a spectacle when it evolved. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound echoed, followed by a series of shattering noises. A bamboo stick pierced through the cocoon, revealing a transformed Heibai standing before them, not lying down anymore, but standing upright, holding a bamboo stick in one hand and a small wine jar in the other. Wow, impressive! Bai Ming exclaimed with genuine admiration. Although Heibai had only grown about 5 centimeters taller, the change in its form made it strikingly different. After examining it closely, Qian Muyu exclaimed with delight, Panda Drunken Master, Stage 7, Rare Species, Purple Attribute, with dream abilities like Iron Skin, Overhead Strike, Wind and Fire Stick Technique, and Drunkenness. It's directly advanced to the highest form of the bamboo bear. Turning to Li Mu, Qian Muyu smiled, congratulations. Only exceptionally gifted bamboo bears evolve into Panda Drunken Masters. But don't celebrate too soon. There's a freshman ranking match tomorrow, and you need to get familiar with Heibai's new abilities quickly. Oh right. Li Mu suddenly remembered the competition. Without hesitation, Qian Muyu entered a fusion state, his body clad in white fur and armor. Come on, I'll be your sparring partner. And so, throughout the entire night, Li Mu struggled to break through Qian Muyu's defenses. On July 11th, the Qingmu Ridge field was abuzz with excitement as it hosted the final round of the freshman ranking competition. The field was more crowded than ever, and Qian Muyu noticed the surge in attendance. The 10 remaining arenas stood empty, with all eyes fixed on a red-haired man who had suddenly appeared in the sky. Look, that's Teacher Lin, exclaimed the senior students in astonishment. Lin Feng landed steadily in one of the arenas and surveyed the crowd. I am Lin Feng, the chief referee for this final round. Let's get straight to the point. I will be judging all 10 arenas, he declared. As soon as he finished speaking, flames erupted around him, and 9 identical fiery clones formed, neatly aligning themselves beside him. That's the flame clone, Qian Muyu whispered to himself. Han Bauer leaned in and reminded him, this Lin Feng is the one whose record you broke. Really? It's him? Qian Muyu scratched his head in confusion, noticing Lin Feng smiling at him. The crowd erupted into chatter. Who is he? This year's top scorer in the Yangguang City College entrance exam. They say he broke Teacher Lin's record. Really? Absolutely. He scored 5,000 points this year. After Lin Feng announced the start of the competition, he took a seat at the judges' table, while his 9 clones each moved to one of the remaining arenas. Seeing that all eyes were on him, Qian Muyu sighed and was the first to step onto an arena. I was hoping to take it easy, he complained to Lin Feng. Haha, finishing early is not so bad. Lin Feng replied with a laugh. Qian Muyu turned to the audience and called out, Qian Muyu, Intermediate Stage 1. Anyone who wants to challenge me, come on up. Seeing no challengers, Lin Feng added, if no one steps up in half an hour, he will be declared the winner. Someone in the crowd urged, Sunji, didn't you say you wanted to face him the other day? Did I say that? Sunji quickly denied it, realizing Qian Muyu was already at the Intermediate Stage 1 level. Just then, a strong and robust man emerged from the crowd. If no one else is coming, I'll give it a try, he announced. Lei Ming, the undisputed top scorer in the Qingmu Ridge exclusive exam. Someone recognized him. Once Lei Ming stepped onto the arena, both quickly entered their fusion states. Qian Muyu fused first with his eggshell, clad in white fur armor and wielding a feather blade, while Lao Zhu stood by for support. Opposite him, Lei Ming held the thunder blade, its blade crackling with electricity, faintly echoing with dragon roars. Qian Muyu silently checked his opponent's weapon attributes. Thunderblade, Intermediate Stage 1, Purple Quality, with skills including Thunder Dragon Slash, Thunder Strike, Rising Dragon, and Thunder Moon Slash. Do you want to go first? Lei Ming asked. If you're letting me, I won't hold back. Qian Muyu replied, swinging his blade to unleash a light attribute slash. Lei Ming laughed heartily. That's not enough. He then executed the Thunder Dragon Slash, which instantly shattered the light slash and charged straight at Qian Muyu. Calmly, Qian Muyu summoned a light shield, which, though cracked by the impact, began to mend itself almost immediately. You're strong. You too. They exchanged smiles, then simultaneously entered their dual fusion states. The fusion light enveloped Qian Muyu, as Old Pig transformed into a sphere of light and merged into his body. Instantly, a pair of pure white, jade-like wings unfurled from his back, and his feet gently lifted off the ground. Meanwhile, across from him, Lei Ming was undergoing a more dramatic transformation, his head morphing into a dragon-like shape. Though lacking dragon horns, a massive tail sprouted, and his body became encased in shimmering dragon scales. Dream fruit, huh? Qian Muyu mused quietly. The audience buzzed with chatter. Some freshmen puzzled over why the powerful Lei Ming wasn't in the Temple of War, while senior students excitedly proclaimed that Qingmu Ridge had a shot at the World Championship. Half-dragon, luckily not a full dragon, or I'd really have to concede, Qian Muyu thought with relief, then smirked. Come, let me see if you can break through my defense. Haha, here I come. Lei Ming laughed, brandishing his Thunder God Blade, charging at his opponent with the speed of lightning. Unfazed, Qian Muyu instantly summoned his light armor and light shield, forming a dual-layer defense, while a mysterious force infused his blade, turning it jet black. That's Dream Force. Lin Feng, standing at the edge of the arena, recognized it immediately. As their blades clashed, waves of Dream Force rippled across the arena. The crowd quickly retreated, leaving only a few dozen freshmen who could withstand the aura, while the senior students observed from a distance, adhering to the rules. After a dozen clashes, Lei Ming sensed something amiss and pulled back, asking, "How can your strength be this immense? If you don't know about Dream Force, then I think you've already lost." Qian Muyu replied with a smile, launching a fresh assault. Though aware of Dream Force, Lei Ming hadn't expected someone his age to wield it so adeptly. Qingmu Ridge truly deserves its place among the world's top 10 academies. I came to the right place, he exclaimed with a laugh. In that moment of distraction, Qian Muyu seized the opportunity, executing a cross slash with his blade. Caught off guard, Lei Ming was sent flying. A slowly healing cross-shaped wound etched across his chest. Keep going. Lei Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, but remained fiercely determined. In the renewed clash, Lei Ming leapt into the air, his Thunder God Blade crackling with electricity. Thunder slash. Qian Muyu advanced instead of retreating. Roar of light. The soundwave impact sent Lei Ming retreating once more. How do you know a sonic dream technique? Lei Ming asked in surprise. Wolves mastering sonic dream techniques isn't that unusual, Qian Muyu replied effortlessly. The battle raged on, and as Qian Muyu began to feel a hint of fatigue, he decided it was time to bring the fight to an end. He soared into the air, preparing to unleash his final strike. Lei Ming looked up at Qian Muyu, who had just leapt into the air. Initially, he thought his opponent was merely adjusting his stance, but to his surprise, a sharp blade of energy was already slicing toward him. Damn it! Lei Ming shouted, quickly swinging his sword to unleash a Thunder Dragon slash in defense. As their energy blades clashed, he glared at his airborne adversary. You're cheating. How am I cheating? Qian Muyu asked, genuinely puzzled, as he effortlessly dispelled the incoming Thunder Dragon slash with another energy blade from his sword. You can fly. I've always been able to fly. It's part of my skills. If you can, come up here and join me. Qian Muyu chuckled, then unleashed a flurry of sword attacks. The cascading energy blades descended like a meteor shower. Not to be outdone, Lei Ming quickly countered with his own powerful slash. Their energy blades collided fiercely above the arena, momentarily locked in a stalemate. Qian Muyu's strikes infused with dream power, while Lei Ming wielded the might of the Thunder God Blade, expertly parrying each assault. Suddenly, Qian Muyu's lips curled into a sly smile as he unleashed a roar of light, followed by another energy blade. Lei Ming was caught in a dilemma. Dodging the roar meant breaking his rhythm and risking being hit by the previous onslaught. Reluctantly, he continued his blade clash and simultaneously launched another Thunder Dragon slash in retaliation. However, the sonic form of the roar of light not only made Lei Ming cough up blood, but also slowed his Thunder Dragon slash. Qian Muyu easily dodged the sluggish attack, seizing the opportunity to launch another fierce assault on the breathless Lei Ming. Yield! Lei Ming finally shouted, overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of energy blades. Hearing this, Qian Muyu descended with a gentle laugh, and with a wave of Lin Feng's hand, all the suspended energy blades dissipated into harmless sparks. You're such a cheat, Lei Ming grumbled, still dissatisfied. I'm a support character. If I don't play a little dirty, how else would I win? Qian Muyu replied, chuckling as he cast a healing spell on his opponent. Wow! Lei Ming exclaimed, feeling his body rapidly recovering. What kind of support are you? I wouldn't have known if you hadn't mentioned it. Qian Muyu just laughed heartily. Once Lei Ming confirmed his full recovery, he quietly stepped down from the arena. Does anyone else want to challenge me? Qian Muyu asked, looking at the crowd below with a confident smile still on his face. When the crowd below the arena heard Qian Muyu's words, no one dared to step forward and challenge him. Even those cultivators who had been waiting for the right moment to strike abandoned their plans after witnessing Qian Muyu's ability to fight effortlessly in midair. After all, facing an opponent who could soar through the sky was a challenge they were not prepared for, as they themselves had yet to master flight. Lin Feng, acting as the referee, scanned the audience before directly calling out, Bai Ming, would you like to step into the ring? No, thanks, Bai Ming replied with a laugh, shaking his head. He's my big brother. We spar often enough. His words brought a sudden silence to the crowd as they realized why Bai Ming had followed Qian Muyu so loyally all these years. But it also raised a bigger question. What kind of power did Qian Muyu possess to earn Bai Ming's respect as a leader? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded with understanding and smiled. No wonder Bai Ming chose Qingmu Ridge, he remarked before turning to another contender. Mu Qianhan, do you want to challenge him? No, Mu Qianhan replied, shaking his head. At our current level, we're no match for him. On the stage, Qian Muyu had already reverted from his fusion state, yawning with boredom as he cradled his old pig companion. Watching Lin Feng continuously ask others if they wanted to fight, he muttered under his breath, this is so dull. After consulting the last of the top new students, Lin Feng announced, since no one has stepped forward, Qian Muyu is this year's top freshman. Does anyone object? No objections, the crowd responded in unison. Lin Feng turned to Qian Muyu. Congratulations on becoming this year's top freshman. So it's over just like that, Qian Muyu murmured to himself before thanking the audience and stepping down from the stage. Meanwhile, the other freshmen began their matches. 10 arenas erupted in fierce battle simultaneously, while the arena Qian Muyu had occupied was now taken by Bai Ming and Mu Qianhan. Bai Ming, intermediate level 1, Bai Ming said, stretching his limbs. Mu Qianhan, intermediate level 1. Mu Qianhan's cold voice seemed to chill the air around them. Both quickly entered their fusion states. Bai Ming retained his previous form, while Mu Qianhan's blue robe was adorned with delicate snowflakes, and he wielded an ice blue branch. The temperature around them plummeted, causing Li Mu to shiver. He turned to Qian Muyu and asked, Boss, do you think Brother Bai can win? As long as Mu Qianhan hasn't bonded with another dream beast, Big Bai won't lose, Qian Muyu replied after a moment's thought. After all, the Taodai is one of the strongest attack-type dream beasts, while the Frost Snow Spirit Tree, although of purple quality, is a control-type dream beast and slightly less effective in direct combat. He silently analyzed the attributes of the Frost Snow Spirit Tree. Intermediate level 1, rare species, purple quality, with dream skills such as Frost Snow Aura, Frost Snow Flower, Ice Spike, and Blizzard. He then cast a warming spell on his nearby companions. The battle commenced. Bai Ming charged at his opponent without hesitation, unleashing a Taodai punch. Although Mu Qianhan managed to dodge the initial strike, he was caught off guard when the Taodai punch transformed into a smaller Taodai that continued its pursuit. Hastily, he released an ice spike to counter it, a conical shard of ice whistling through the air toward the little Taotai. Bai Ming gave Mu Qianhan no time to catch his breath. Just as Mu was dealing with the small Taotai, a deafening roar came crashing down on him. The sudden sound wave left Mu Qianhan dizzy, but he quickly regained his composure. With a swift motion of his hands, a crystal-clear ice shield materialized in front of him. Bai Ming's figure closed in like lightning, and his Taodai fist struck the ice shield with unstoppable force. With a sharp crack, the sturdy ice shield shattered like thin paper, and the force of the punch continued to land on Mu Qianhan's abdomen. Mu was sent flying backward, blood spilling from his mouth in midair. So strong! The onlookers beneath the stage couldn't help but exclaim. Is that Bai Ming from the Temple of War? No wonder the admissions office would get in trouble for not recruiting him. Lin Feng watched the scene, barely containing his urge to laugh. Qian Muyu turned to Li Mu and said, after today, let Bai train with you. I almost forgot. You haven't faced him yet. What? Li Mu's heart sank at the thought of sparring with Bai. On the stage, Bai Ming looked at the fallen Mu Qianhan and smiled. Want to continue? No, I concede. Mu Qianhan admitted, spitting out more blood and acknowledging the gap in their abilities. Lin Feng promptly announced Bai Ming's victory. Anyone else? Bai Ming eagerly waved his fist. To everyone's surprise, Lei Ming, having just recovered, leapt onto the stage and grinned. Let me have a go. The fight with your brother left me frustrated. Great. I haven't had enough either. Bai Ming responded enthusiastically. Lei Ming immediately entered a dual combination state, and Bai Ming didn't hesitate to launch his attack. For the next half hour, the two engaged in a thrilling hand-to-hand combat that captivated the audience. Ultimately, Bai Ming, leveraging the power boost from his bloodlust technique, narrowly claimed victory, securing second place in the freshman ranking competition. The final round of the ranking competition has concluded. After 2 days of intense competition, the final rankings for the 200 new students were settled by 6 p.m. on the second day. Standing on the sports field, Lin Feng glanced over the freshmen below. His tone was gentle yet firm. The rankings have been published. You can check them on your phones or smartwatches. Tomorrow marks your official first day at the academy. Remember, skipping class on the first day is not a good idea, and your instructors might not be pleased. With that, he stretched lazily and turned to leave. On the leaderboard, Qian Muyu, Bai Ming, Lei Ming, Han Bauer, and Mu Qianhan occupied the top 5 spots. Qian Muyu glanced at the rankings and nodded with satisfaction. Let's go find a place to eat and discuss tomorrow's class schedule. Bai Ming and Han Bauer followed closely. Their rankings had been confirmed on the first day. Meanwhile, Li Mu and Shang and Tong Yaoyao had only secured their spots in Class 1 today. Li Mu stared at his 15th place ranking, still somewhat dazed. It wasn't until Qian Muyu called back to him, Li Mu, stop daydreaming, let's go, that he snapped out of it and jogged to catch up. Coming, boss, he replied. The group chatted and laughed as they headed to a hot pot restaurant. On the morning of July 13th, to avoid being late and penalized on the first day of class, Qian Muyu and his friends got up early. Bai Ming, Li Mu, and Shang were already waiting outside the dorm, while Qian Muyu was still dawdling inside. Brother Muyu, if you don't hurry, we'll be late, Bai Ming called out. I'm coming, Qian Muyu shouted back, rushing out the door with a bun in his mouth. When the 4 of them arrived at the S-class classroom, the room, capable of seating over 100, was already more than half full. Han Bauer saw them enter and smiled. You guys are pretty early. I had no choice, Bai Ming woke me up, Qian Muyu yawned, resting his head on the desk to catch some sleep. Not long after, Lei Ming came over and tapped on Qian Muyu's desk. Hey, wake up. Bai Ming handed Lei Ming a warm bun. Don't bother. Once the boss is asleep, no one can wake him. At exactly 9 a.m., a middle-aged man entered the classroom, and the chatter immediately died down. His gaze swept across the room, pausing briefly on Li Mu, before he smiled. I'm Yuan, your lecturer. He began directly. Today, we'll be learning about the levels of human ability and lifespan. The levels of human ability are apprentice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, super, spirit, king, emperor, and saint. You all know this, right? Yes, the students replied in unison. Those who didn't know now did, and those who did were reminded once more. Yuan glanced around the classroom with a smile and began explaining the lifespan limits of humans at different power levels. Apprentice-level practitioners, as long as they don't suffer from major illnesses or disasters, can generally live healthily to around 100 years old. Some can even surpass the century mark. He paused, then continued, whereas junior practitioners can live up to 150 years. Even if you stop practicing now, maintaining good health could allow you to live to that age. He then detailed the lifespan limits for higher levels. Intermediate practitioners can live to 200 years, advanced to 300, and super-level practitioners can reach 500 years. At the spirit level, lifespan can extend to 1,000 years. This level marks a significant threshold, where a practitioner's physical abilities undergo a qualitative leap, setting them apart from the super level. Yuan took a sip from his cup before continuing. King-level practitioners have a lifespan limit of 1,500 years, emperor level can reach 2,000 years, and those at the imperial level can live up to 3,000 years. The highest, saint level, can live up to 5,000 years. Reaching this level is exceedingly rare. However, he added, these are lifespans granted by power alone. There are also rare fruits that can further extend life, such as the sacred fruit. This fruit not only allows those at the imperial level to break through to the saint level, but also extends the lifespan of those already at the saint level, although the effect is somewhat diminished. As for how much it can extend life, there is no definitive answer since no one who has consumed a sacred fruit has yet died of old age. After his explanation, the students eagerly asked questions. Someone inquired if there were other fruits besides the sacred fruit that could extend life, to which Yuan replied that the life fruit also had this ability, as did some special dream beasts. When asked whether these dream beasts were common, he shook his head and said, these dream beasts are extremely rare. If you manage to capture one, it would fetch a high price. You can look up specific dream beasts in the library. Finally, when a student curiously asked about his own power level, Yuan laughed and answered, haha, I'm at the king level. After spending a few days attending classes at Qingmu Ridge, Qian Muyu gained a fresh perspective on how the school operated. Surprisingly, the attendance policy wasn't as strict as rumored. On the first day of class, Teacher Yuan simply strolled around the room before starting the lesson, without taking attendance. The tales about severe punishments for skipping class seemed to be nothing more than unfounded gossip. The course schedule at Qingmu Ridge was quite unique. Every evening, Teacher Yuan would post the next day's schedule in the class group chat. This schedule, decided upon by the teachers, allowed students to choose whether to attend based on their interests and needs. If they felt confident in their understanding of a subject, they could opt out of attending the class. Beyond the standard academic courses, Qingmu Ridge also offered specialized classes like combat techniques, practical training, and dream beast cultivation. These courses were generally open to all students, regardless of their class, as long as they were interested. The only exception was when a class's teacher taught one of these courses, in which case it was exclusive to their own students. Through observation, Qianmiyu noticed that the main differences between Class S and other classes were twofold. First, Class S students were all ranked within the top 100 of their grade. Second, Their instructors were mostly of king-level strength, whereas other classes had teachers with spirit-level strength. Other than these aspects, the differences were minimal. While the school granted students considerable autonomy, it also implemented a corresponding assessment system. The last month of each semester featured a month-long challenge competition. If challenged, a student had to respond within 3 days, unless facing a breakthrough or entering a secret realm. The scope of challenges was limited. For example, a student ranked 2000 could challenge up to rank 1900, and a student ranked 200 could challenge up to rank 190. This system also provided lower-grade students the opportunity to advance. If a student from Class C defeated a student from Class B within their challenge range, they could move up to Class B in the following semester. This mechanism made the freedom to skip classes a decision that required careful consideration. Today, Qianmuyu decided to skip the early classes and slept in until 10 in the morning. He was lounging on the dormitory sofa, browsing the Qingmu Ridge task board on his phone, when Bai Ming came downstairs, yawning. "Brother Muyu, you didn't go to class today either?" Bai Ming's eyes lit up. Qianmuyu raised his phone with a grin and said, "Today's classes seemed too boring, so I'm looking for some interesting tasks to do instead." "Haha, I also found the classes boring, so I skipped them too." "Found any good tasks?" Bai Ming asked curiously, leaning over to see. Coming from prominent families, they had already learned much of the course content in their childhood, which starkly contrasted with classmates like Li Mu and Shang, who lacked such educational opportunities growing up. At Qingmu Ridge, these exceptionally gifted students show little interest in the standard courses. Compared to the teachers of their childhood, the current instructors struggle to offer them much inspiration. Their purpose for being here is straightforward: to experience campus life, complete tasks, earn points, and exchange them for various rare items. The exchange list at Qingmu Ridge is extensive and dazzling. 10,000 points plus 5 purple tasks can be exchanged for a random purple quality Dream Beast egg. 10,000 points plus 3 purple tasks allow you to select a yellow quality Dream Beast egg. 5,000 points plus 1 purple task can get you a random yellow quality Dream Beast egg. 2,000 points plus 2 yellow tasks can be traded for a spot in the wood garden. As Qianmuyu scanned the list, something caught his eye: the legendary undead fruit was available, requiring only 500 points for exchange. Although the treasury held many treasures, the point requirements were indeed steep. He learned that besides completing tasks, submitting treasures and Dream Beast eggs could also earn points, though the exchange rates weren't favorable. For instance, handing over a yellow quality Dream Beast egg only granted 1,000 points, much less than the 2,000 points needed for exchange. Unless one urgently needed points to purchase power-enhancing items, such trades weren't wise. At that moment, a particular task caught Qianmuyu's attention. He handed his phone to Bai Ming, showing a mission on the screen. Task: eliminate a Chaotian tiger in the Qingmu Mountains. Description: the Chaotian tiger has been acting erratically, frequently attacking vulnerable humans. A warrior is needed to eliminate it, with an estimated strength of mid-level 5. Requirement: above mid-level 1. Quality: green. Deadline: within 7 days. Points: 20. Want to go together? Qianmuyu asked Bai Ming as he retrieved his phone. Sure. Bai Ming replied enthusiastically, a smile on his face. They both understood the real goal wasn't just eliminating the Chaotian tiger, but exploring the potential treasures hidden within the Qingmu Mountains. Around midday, inside the Qingmu Ridge cafeteria, "Bauer, are you joining me for a trip to the Qingmu Mountains tomorrow?" Qianmuyu asked, swallowing the last bite of his meal and looking up. "What are you going there for?" Han Bauer curiously put down her chopsticks. Qianmuyu recounted his morning's experience in detail. Han Bauer listened, a smile forming at the corner of her mouth. "All right, I'll go with you. In that case, you should take on a few more tasks related to the Qingmu Mountains," Qianmuyu suggested. "Great idea. Since we're going, we might as well take on several tasks to make it worthwhile." So besides the main task of hunting the Chaotian tiger, Qianmuyu took on 4 more related tasks. The next morning, Qianmuyu, Bai Ming, and Han Bauer gathered at the school gate. Using the virtual map on their smartwatches, they set off towards the Qingmu Mountains, located 70 kilometers east of Qingmu City. This mountain range stretches over 100 kilometers, with most dream beasts ranging from low to high level in strength. Although there are some with super strength, they are rare and tend to stay deeper within. After nearly 2 hours of running, the trio finally reached the entrance of the Qingmu Mountains by noon. To their surprise, the entrance had turned into a bustling little market, filled with vendors selling fruits and dream beasts hunted from the mountains. "It's so lively here," Han Bauer exclaimed, with Qianmuyu and Bai Ming nodding in agreement. Around them, voices could be heard calling out for teammates. "We need one more. Looking for a healer, intermediate level 5 or above." "It seems like there are a lot of valuable things inside," Qianmuyu said excitedly. "Such a crowd means there are plenty of opportunities." Without lingering, the 3 headed straight into the depths of the mountains. Soon, a jungle bear of the 10th level strength fell to Bai Ming's Taotai fist. Qian Muyu quickly moved in, delivering a punch to crush its head, and harvested a white dream core crystal. Big White, we've got lunch sorted. Qian Muyu chuckled. Leave it to me. Bai Ming, being the heir of the Taodai chain hot pot, had culinary skills that rivaled those of a master chef. The trio set up a makeshift stove by the lake, releasing their dream beasts to join them. Xiaoshi and Lao Zhu chatted nearby, envious of Bai Ming's cooking skills. Xiao Wei was experiencing the enticing aroma for the first time, while Eggshell circled around Bai Ming, drooling. Soon, the sumptuous wild feast was devoured by all. I'm so full. Qian Muyu lay back on the grass with a toothpick in his mouth, while Han Bauer played with the increasingly lovable Eggshell. Brother you, what's next? Bai Ming asked. Let's rest for a bit, then we'll go find the Chaotian tiger and complete any tasks we come across on the way, Qian Muyu said after a moment of thought. Staobai, can you locate the Chaotian tiger? Qian Muyu turned to ask the white kitten lying not far away. Meow. Don't underestimate a Tianji cat. Finding that dumb tiger is a piece of cake, Xiaobai responded haughtily. With confirmation, Qian Muyu closed his eyes, enjoying the brief respite. With the ability of Tianji cat, Qian Muyu wasn't in a hurry to find the Chaotian tiger. After a brief 1-hour rest, both the people and dream beasts naturally woke up, ready for the upcoming mission. Qian Muyu lazily sat on the soft grass, yawning as he glanced at Xiao Bai nearby. Xiao Bai, wake up, it's time to work. Meow. Xiao Bai stretched gracefully and strolled over to Qian Muyu. Qian Muyu retrieved a strand of Chaotian tiger's fur from the dream space, a clue he had received when he took on the mission from the task hall. Providing relevant clues about the target dream beast was a standard procedure in the quests issued at Qingmu Ridge. After all, searching for a dream beast in the vast Qingmu Mountains without any leads was like finding a needle in a haystack. This is a Chaotian tiger's fur. Calculate where it is, Qian Muyu instructed, handing the fur to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai took the fur and immediately used its calculation ability. A small star formation appeared beneath the fur, flashing for a few seconds before vanishing. Xiao Bai opened its bright cat eyes and said, I see it, about 10 kilometers to the left. Let's go. Qian Muyu decisively stood up, quickly storing the eggshell back into the dream space. Bai Ming and Han Bauer also put away their dream beasts, leaving only Xiao Bai out. With the general direction determined, they needed more precise tracking. Qian Muyu approached Lao Zhu, holding the fur to its nose. Lao Zhu, give it a sniff. We'll need you later. Although the eggshell and Xiao He also had tracking abilities, Qian Muyu preferred using Lao Zhu. Lao Zhu sniffed carefully. Got it. Qian Muyu nodded in confirmation and returned the fur to the dream space. Immediately, the three of them set off swiftly in the indicated direction, embarking on their tracking journey. In a forest, they were nearing the spot that Xiao Bai had mentioned, about 10 kilometers to the left. As Qian Muyu ran, he turned to the old pig flying beside him and asked, Old pig, have you caught the scent of the skyward tiger? I have. Follow me, the old pig replied, flying directly toward a cave on the left. Let's go. Qian Muyu and his companions quickly followed the old pig to the cave entrance. It's inside, the old pig said, turning to look at them. Are there any other dream beasts in there? Qian Muyu asked. The old pig sniffed with his pig nose and said, Yes, but not many. The most formidable one is the skyward tiger. After learning that the most powerful creature inside was the mid-level, Stage 5 skyward tiger, the three of them discussed briefly and decided to charge in directly. Given their strength, dealing with a mid-level, Stage 5 dream beast was straightforward enough. Even if the skyward tiger were of purple quality, the three of them combined could handle it with ease. Of course, it was unlikely to be of purple quality. Then, the three humans, one pig, and one cat rushed into the cave. Deep inside, a winged tiger was happily feasting on the carcass of a wolf-like creature. This was one of its minions, which had brought the kill from outside. A few days ago, after failing to attack a few weak conjurers outside the cave, it had stayed inside, knowing that those who escaped would surely return with reinforcements for revenge. So, it had been lying low, avoiding any outings. It planned to hide for over a month until things calmed down before resuming its hunts for weaker conjurers. After all, conjurers were not only delicious, but also boosted its strength more quickly than peaceful cultivation. This discovery came after it first consumed a conjurer, leading to its frequent hunts, though it hadn't expected the recent setback. Just as the skyward tiger was about to continue its meal, a loud crash echoed through the cave. One of its minions' bodies was suddenly thrown before it. Stunned, the skyward tiger looked up to see several figures in the distance. Have they found me so soon? The skyward tiger thought, snapping back to reality and letting out an angry roar. The powerful roar quickly reached Qian Muyu and his companions. You think you're the only one with a loud voice? Bai Ming scoffed, digging at his ear before unleashing a furious roar back at the skyward tiger. The two roars reverberated throughout the cave. This isn't good, they're strong. The Skyward Tiger noted its remaining minions trembling and sensed the danger. Skyward Tiger level, mid-level stage 5, type, rare, quality, blue, attribute, wind, dream skills, roar, wind blade, wind fury claw, hurricane roar. Qian Muyu glanced at the Skyward Tiger and then at the dozen or so other dream beasts around them, saying to Bai Ming, "Bai, the Skyward Tiger is yours. We'll handle the rest." "Got it," Bai Ming replied, instantly entering a fusion state and charging at the Skyward Tiger. Watching Bai Ming rush forward, Qian Muyu shook his head and turned to Han Bauer, who was smiling nearby. "Let's go." "All right." Han Bauer nodded. They both entered their fusion states. Qian Muyu fused with Dan Ku, while Han Bauer, instead of fusing with Xiao Bai, fused with Xiao He. A tail sprouted from Han Bauer's back, emitting a black dream energy, and her hands became long and sharp. With their transformations complete, they charged at the surrounding dream beasts, aided by the pig and cat. The Skyward Tiger, seeing Bai Ming charging, roared again, this time unleashing a gust of wind along with its roar toward Bai Ming. "Wow, that's some wind," Bai Ming exclaimed as he was nearly blown back. "If that's how you want it, then I won't hold back." As he spoke, his body began to transform. Soon, Bai Ming, in his humanoid Taodai form, stood before the Skyward Tiger. "Haha, let's see if you can make the wind any stronger," Bai Ming taunted. In his Taodai form, the hurricane had no effect on him. He stood, laughing at the Skyward Tiger, which continued to unleash its hurricane roar. After the freshman ranking competition, Bai Ming had quickly consumed the dream fruit and, after enduring considerable pain, gained the power of the Taodai. Now, with the dual power of the Taodai, Bai Ming was exceptionally strong. Even Qian Muyu's light shield couldn't withstand a full-force attack from Bai Ming. Only the light armor could offer some resistance. The Skyward Tiger was dumbfounded, watching Bai Ming stand unaffected in the hurricane, unsure of what to do next. Qian Muyu quickly approached Bai Ming and raised her hand to cast a shield of light. She and Han Bauer had just finished dealing with the dream beasts nearby and returned, only to find Bai Ming still standing there, laughing. "Haha, you're all back." Bai Ming nodded in acknowledgement, then turned and charged towards Chao Tianhu. Seeing the return of Qian Muyu and Han Bauer, Chao Tianhu was immediately thrown into a panic. It glanced around and saw its subordinates lying dead all over the place. Before it could mourn for them, Bai Ming was already upon it. In haste, Chao Tianhu unleashed a sharp wind blade, sending it hurtling towards Bai Ming. Bai Ming, facing the incoming wind blade, couldn't even be bothered to dodge. With a casual punch, he shattered it into pieces. "It's over," Chao Tianhu thought, as fear engulfed it upon seeing its wind blade so easily deflected. It regretted attacking those summoners earlier, but it was too late for regrets now. Bai Ming closed in instantly, delivering a fierce Taodai fist aimed directly at Chao Tianhu. In a panic, Chao Tianhu mustered its right claw, quickly gathering turbulent wind element dream energy to form a wind fury claw in defense. At the moment of impact, Chao Tianhu's wind fury claw shattered instantly, its paw twisting out of shape. Bai Ming's Taodai fist continued its trajectory, smashing into Chao Tianhu's abdomen. The massive force sent Chao Tianhu flying, crashing through several stone pillars before slamming heavily against the cave wall, coughing up blood. Bai Ming flashed to Chao Tianhu's side and said coldly, "Still alive, huh?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, he delivered another Taodai fist to Chao Tianhu's head. Chao Tianhu's head exploded into a mist of blood, and a blue dream core crystal fell to the ground. Bai Ming nodded in satisfaction, picked up the dream core crystal, tossed it to Qian Muyu, and clapped his hands, saying, "It's over. Great stuff. Blue dream skill. Hurricane roar." Qian Muyu exclaimed in delight, his eyes gleaming as he examined the Chao Tianhu dream core crystal handed to him by Bai Ming. Bai's luck never fails. After Bai Ming disengaged from his fusion state, he approached Qian Muyu. "Brother Yu, what should we do next?" "First, let's check if there's anything valuable left in the cave. Then we'll head out to complete the other tasks," Qian Muyu replied while moving towards the Chao Tianhu's carcass. He carefully stored the body in his storage space, knowing it was a crucial mission item that needed to be verified by the mission hall to earn points. Once they confirmed there was nothing left in the cave, the trio set out to complete their remaining tasks. With Lao Zhu and Xiaobai's help, they managed to finish most tasks by evening, leaving only 3 that required traveling 30 kilometers beyond the Aoki mountain range. These tasks had a generous deadline of 15 days, so they decided to return to Aoki Ridge to rest and prepare to tackle the deep mountain missions the following day. The 30-kilometer boundary of the Aoki mountain range was significant. It marked the safe zone within 100 kilometers of Aoki City. Beyond this perimeter, not only would they lose safety guarantees, but the strength of the dream beasts they encountered would also increase as they ventured deeper. As night fell, the mission hall buzzed with more activity than during the day. Most people preferred to submit their tasks in the evening. "So many people," Qian Muyu remarked, just as he noticed a giant bear approaching them. "Long time no see." the bear greeted warmly. Good evening, Mr. Bear. Hanbauer replied with a smile. Are you here to submit tasks? The bear inquired. Yes, thank you for your help. Qianmuyu nodded. The bear led them to an empty table and began operating a tablet. Just give me your student ID or task information. 2077 S1001. Qianmuyu reported his student ID. The bear paused, eyes widening as he looked Qianmuyu up and down. You're this year's top freshman? That's right, Qianmuyu confirmed with a smile. The bear was secretly thrilled top freshmen were future big clients, and helping them with tasks meant more earned points, which in turn meant more fine wine to enjoy. He quickly confirmed Qianmuyu's 5 tasks and requested to inspect the mission items. Qianmuyu presented the Chao Tianhu carcass and the other 4 items one by one. The bear swiftly processed the points for the other 4 tasks, leaving only the Chao Tianhu carcass, which required special examination. For the Chao Tianhu, we'll need to run it through a machine for inspection, the bear explained. Understood, Qianmuyu nodded, then gestured to his companions. I've finished my part. It's their turn now. The bear paused for a moment, then nodded as if to signal them to continue with the procedure of reporting their student numbers. Bai Ming and Hanbauer stepped forward one after the other, skillfully handing over the mission items. When the bear received the last dream beast carcass, a hint of surprise flickered in its eyes. It hadn't expected to see Qianmuyu accompanied by Bai Ming and Hanbauer today, and it felt secretly pleased to be on duty, planning to celebrate after work. Thank you, Mr. Bear, Hanbauer said after confirming that the points had been credited on her digital watch. You're welcome. Next time, just come directly to me with your missions, the bear replied with a smile. Sure, as long as you're here, we'll definitely look for you, Qianmuyu promised with a smile, clearly satisfied with the smooth transaction. She then asked, Brother Bear, we're planning to go deep into the Qingmu Mountains tomorrow. Do you have any mission recommendations? Hearing that they planned to venture into the depths of the Qingmu Mountains, the bear immediately pulled out a tablet, carefully selecting suitable missions for them. With its suggestions, the group quickly accepted 12 new tasks. After bidding farewell to the bear, the group returned to their dormitory building. As Qianmuyu and Bai Ming opened the door, they found Li Mu and Shang waiting on the sofa. Boss, where did you go today? Li Mu asked eagerly. Mission in the Qingmu Mountains, Qianmuyu replied casually, then began recounting the day's adventures. While Qianmuyu and her companions were drifting into sleep, a certain island in the chaotic region was still bustling with activity. At dawn, the island's inhabitants commenced their search operations, with some having stayed up all night. In one of the camps, a group of people sat around a scarred man, having breakfast. Boss, is it true there are dream fruits on Gorilla Island? One team member inquired. There should be, the scarred man replied, scratching his head in thought. But we've been searching for half a month, and we've scoured Gorilla Island several times without finding anything, another team member expressed out. After a moment of contemplation, the scarred man made a decision. All right, let's search for another week. If we still can't find anything, we'll withdraw, regardless of what the other adventure teams do. Understood, the group responded in unison. The towering peaks of the Qingmu mountain range stood majestically as the first light of dawn broke. Qianmuyu and his 2 companions arrived early at the mountain's entrance, wasting no time as they ventured deeper into the range. They faced 15 tasks scattered throughout the mountains, and if they didn't start early, returning before sunset would be a challenge. Fortunately, with the help of Xiaobai and Lao Zhu, their reliable assistants, they could precisely locate each target. Even so, reaching these locations required their own effort. The tasks wouldn't complete themselves. For others with similar skills, accomplishing even one task in the vast expanse of the Qingmu Mountains would be a significant achievement. While Qianmuyu and his group navigated the mountains, night had already fallen in the land of chaos. Another day with no results? The scarred man asked, eyeing his weary subordinates as they returned. Nothing, one replied with a shake of his head, while another sighed, sinking onto a roadside rock. The scarred man frowned deeply. Could it be that the elusive dream fruit wasn't on this gorilla island after all? He had paid 50 million dream coins to a reputable merchant for this information. Though not an astronomical sum for their adventurer group, the gorilla-classified dream fruit held immense personal value for him. Besides, the information wasn't sold exclusively, so the merchant wouldn't dare risk deception. As he pondered, a brilliant beam of light suddenly shot up from the island, splitting into 2 smaller beams that darted in different directions. A secret realm, the scarred man realized instantly. The dream fruit is inside the secret realm. Follow me, he commanded, already sprinting towards the light, with his team close behind. Once the light vanished, several summoners excitedly discovered a dimensional rift. It turned out that a man had accidentally stepped on a gorilla footprint, triggering the secret realm. Soon, the leaders of 4 adventurer groups gathered. Shualong and Wolf Fur, a stout woman with a swaying gait, a burly man wielding a spiked club, and the scarred man himself. After some probing, they determined that the secret realm only allowed summoners below the 10th level of the intermediate rank. When a summoner of the 7th level of the advanced rank attempted entry, he was promptly repelled. This revision retains the original narrative elements while enhancing readability and imagery through a more concise structure and vivid details. Each character's traits and the unfolding events are fully presented, yet the expression is more succinct and impactful. High-level adventurers from ranks 2 to 6 took turns attempting to enter the secret realm, only to be repelled by an invisible force. All eyes inevitably turned to the sole rank 1 member of the group. Under the hopeful gaze of the others, the weakest member cautiously stepped into the secret realm and surprisingly made it through. Damn restrictions! The stout woman couldn't help but curse. This power threshold was a disaster for their adventure team. There wasn't a single rank 1 member among them. The scarred man scanned the other 3 and said in a deep voice, "Since the conditions are clear, we'll move out together in 15 minutes. This secret realm has 2 entrances leading in different directions." He had previously witnessed the large beam of light splitting into 2 smaller beams and was well acquainted with the phenomenon. All right, the others agreed in unison. Meanwhile, Qian Muyu was squatting down, inspecting the corpse of the tasked dream beast, hoping to find a dream core crystal, but he shook his head in disappointment. As he stood up, a white light streaked across the sky above him, heading straight for the depths of the Qingmu Mountains. His gaze followed the light instinctively, watching as it finally landed in the distance and transformed into a towering white beam. "What is that?" Bai Ming murmured in confusion. "The secret realm's entrance," Qian Muyu realized. Before he finished speaking, the 3 of them instinctively sprinted toward the beam. They all knew that the entrance to the secret realm was time-sensitive. Once missed, it couldn't be entered. At the same time, in the Yushan area, a small bluebird was alerting a nearby man and woman. It lightly perched on the woman's shoulder, cheerfully reporting, "Xiao Jing, it's a secret realm. Such good luck." The woman beamed with joy. The man, looking at the sudden appearance of the secret realm entrance ahead, also broke into a delighted smile. "Let's go." As Qian Muyu sprinted forward, she noticed 5 people gathered at the entrance to the secret realm from a distance. "Stop right there." A burly man stepped out from the crowd, blocking the path of Qian Muyu and her 2 companions. "Aren't you going into the secret realm?" Qian Muyu asked calmly. The burly man flashed a knowing smile. "We tried. Anyone above the 1st advanced level can't get in. One of our companions, who was at the 1st advanced level, went in but never came out. Those of us at the 2nd or 3rd advanced levels got bounced right back. This realm only admits those at the 1st advanced level. Can you let us in then?" Qian Muyu looked at him steadily. "Sure." The man revealed his true intention, "but it'll cost you 50,000 dream coins for the 3 of you." "We don't have that kind of money." "Then you'll just have to wait until more people show up," the man retorted bluntly. Their plan was clear: charge while the crowd was thin, and retreat when it grew. Qian Muyu's lips curled into a cold smile. "If that's the case, don't blame us for what happens next." She knew well that the secret realm's entrance opened unpredictably, sometimes vanishing in an instant, other times staying open for a day. "What, you want to fight? You 3 with your mid-level skills think you can take on 5 advanced contract masters?" The man laughed loudly, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. "Let's find out." Qian Muyu chuckled softly. The trio instantly entered their 2nd stage fusion state, with Bai Ming launching the first attack, a powerful punch aimed straight at the man's face. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from the trio, the man's expression shifted. He quickly stopped his companions who were about to join the fray. "Stay back." He entered his own fusion state to counter the attack. As their fists clashed in an intense confrontation, the man was ultimately forced back a step. "Enough, you can go in," he conceded readily. Qian Muyu signaled to Bai Ming, "Let's go, Bai." Without hesitation, the 3 of them dashed into the secret realm. Watching their disappearing figures, the man explained to his puzzled companions, "They're strong. Even if we beat them, we wouldn't get any money. Better to conserve our energy for the next group." Inside the secret realm, the sky stretched clear for miles. After flying a brief circuit, Qian Muyu disengaged from her fusion state and landed, remarking, "This place is quite vast." "It seems we weren't randomly dispersed," Bai Ming replied. At that moment, Han Bauer, wearing a pair of white glasses, little Bai in her fusion state had just glimpsed the next few minutes of the future with her precognition ability. Although it had consumed a 5th of her dream power, with the 12 wings sharing the burden, the impact on the trio was minimal. "Most of the dream beasts on this island are gorillas," Han Bauer said. She had completed her 12 wings contract, codename G, meaning Heaven's Secret, in an apartment outside Qingmu Ridge after enrolling. "Now that we know it's Gorilla Island," Qian Muyu nodded, "let's explore and see what treasures this island holds." Qian Muyu and her group were positioned at the edge of the island, still quite a distance from its interior. As they advanced further inland, the first group of gorillas came into view. A particularly large gorilla took the lead and attacked first. With a powerful swing of its arms, it lifted a massive boulder and hurled it towards the trio. The attributes of these gorillas appeared before them. Intermediate level 5, green attribute, equipped with basic dream skills like pounding, gorilla punch, and throwing. Haha, this really is Gorilla Island. Bai Ming laughed heartily as he charged towards the incoming boulder instead of retreating. Leave them alive. Qin Muyu called out to Bai Ming. She swiftly drew her sword, its blade shimmering with a cold light, and unleashed several slashes at the airborne boulder. Even with the added force from the gorilla's throwing skill, the boulder shattered under her sharp blade. Bai Ming used the opportunity created by the shattered boulder to nimbly weave through the debris and engage the gorilla's hedon. The fragments of the boulder crashed to the ground, sending up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, Qian Muyu and Han Bauer saw that Bai Ming had already subdued all 5 gorillas. Qian Muyu approached and called out to her companion, Danko, go find out what's going on. Danko wagged its tail and approached the gorillas, barking inquisitively. Initially, the gorillas stubbornly remained silent. Sensing this, Danko delivered a sharp swipe with its paw, knocking the lead gorilla to the ground. Intimidated, the gorillas finally began to speak, revealing everything they knew to Danko. Danko happily trotted back to Qian Muyu, relaying the information it had gathered. After listening, Qian Muyu gently patted Danko's head, pondering aloud. So, there are indeed other people on this island? It turned out that the gorillas had been following orders from a mysterious voice, instructing them to intercept outsiders on the island, which led to the confrontation. Upon receiving the intel, Bai Ming swiftly took action, skillfully shooting through the heads of several gorillas. The gorilla carcasses, along with the dream beasts caught in the river, were soon transformed into a hearty lunch. Danko relished the rare gorilla meat, enjoying the meal with great delight. So, what's next? Bai Ming asked, satisfied as he packed away the cooking utensils from the dream space and patted his stomach contentedly. Over there. Qian Muyu pointed towards a massive gorilla statue in the distance. The statue clearly marked the location of the final treasure, though it was still some way off. The trio quickly tidied up the area and set off towards their target. On their way, they came across a large banana grove, where an intense battle was underway. At the center of the fight were 3 special mutated banana trees, taller than the ordinary ones around them, with fruits of a deeper hue, clearly indicating their exceptional value. Gorilla Banana. Quality, green. Effects, increases satiety, slightly boosts dream power, more effective on gorilla-type dream beasts. Giant Gorilla Banana. Quality, blue. Effects, significantly increases satiety, greatly boosts dream power, more effective on gorilla-type dream beasts. Trait, one can sustain a day's satiety, dream power boost usable once a month. These giant gorilla bananas look great. We should grab one. Qian Muyu's eyes lit up, and the trio quickened their pace toward the battleground. Captain, someone's coming, a man shouted after fending off a black gorilla, alerting the portly man locked in combat with the giant gorilla. I know, replied the man known as Wang Pangpang, clad in brown bear fur armor, as he swung a spiked club at the giant gorilla. The nimble creature easily dodged and continued its fierce assault. Titan Gorilla. Level, Advanced Stage 1. Type, Rare Species. Quality, Yellow. Attribute, General. Dream Skills, Titan Gorilla Punch, Gorilla Roar, Heavy Strike, Enlarge. Lu He, go negotiate with them. Wang Pangpang instructed, realizing his strength lay more in defense than offense, and he was struggling to subdue the Titan Gorilla. Lu He kicked away a charging gorilla and ran toward Qian Muyu and his companions. At this moment, Qian Muyu and his team stood by a gorilla banana tree, observing the battle. This secret realm isn't simple. Even the garden's guardians are advanced stage 1 yellow quality Titan gorillas, Qian Muyu analyzed to his companions. Not necessarily, maybe this banana grove is particularly important, Han Bauer responded with a smile. Bai Ming, excited, added, doesn't matter how tough it is, we'll find out by trying. Since eating the gluttonous fruit, he hadn't had the chance to test his true combat power, as the mid-level dream beasts they'd encountered so far hadn't been challenging enough. Lu He approached, maintaining a safe distance, and asked, we're the Flying Pig Adventurers, who are you? Students from Qingmu Ridge, do you need help? Bai Ming responded loudly. Lu He nodded in understanding, realizing that a secret realm entrance must have appeared near Qingmu Ridge. Since you're from one of the top 10 academies, Qingmu Ridge, how capable are you? Qian Muyu stepped forward, smiling. Our skills might be average, but we're good enough to assist you. Lu He looked at Qian Muyu, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. Although the group in front of him seemed hostile, as long as their demands weren't too excessive, negotiation wasn't out of the question. After all, if they dared to cause trouble knowing a higher power was present, they must have some backing, and it certainly wasn't coming from Qingmu Ridge. Qian Muyu's gaze settled on the 3 banana trees behind him, a slight smile playing on his lips. We want one of these banana trees, and half of the fruit from the other 2. In Qian Muyu's view, this request was quite restrained. He was well aware that a fierce battle awaited inside the gorilla statue. Given that a height-tier titan gorilla had already appeared, who knew what other creatures might be lurking within? Rather than shedding blood now, it was wiser to keep these people as potential pawns. Besides, defeating them wouldn't be easy, especially the hefty fellow currently grappling with the titan gorilla. His ability to control a yellow-quality dream beast was impressive in terms of defense, even if his offensive capabilities were average. Isn't that a bit too much? Lu Ha frowned at Qin Muyu. Just then, Wang Pongpong's voice rang out from the battlefield. You can ask for that much, but first, show us what you're capable of. You won't be disappointed, Qian Muyu replied, watching Wang Pangpang, who had just pushed back the titan gorilla, with interest. Seeing that the captain had spoken, Lu Ha didn't argue further. Hurry up and lend a hand. With that, he rushed towards the battlefield. Let's go. Make it quick before anyone else shows up to complicate things. Qian Muyu instructed Bai Ming and the others. Here I come. Bai Ming shouted, immediately entering his dual fusion state and charging towards the titan gorilla where Wang Pangpang was engaged. Qian Muyu glanced helplessly at Bai Ming, who had already rushed forward, then turned to Han Bauer. Let's join in as well. All right. Bai Ming leaped into the air, his Taotai fist aimed directly at the head of the titan gorilla. The titan gorilla, currently entangled with Wang Pangpang, let out a thunderous roar that momentarily stalled Bai Ming's advance. Undeterred by the setback, Bai Ming concentrated the energy of his Taotai fist into a smaller Taotai and launched it forward. The titan gorilla, underestimating the attack, swung its fist to meet it, only to be met with searing pain. It howled in agony, abandoning its fight with Wang Pangpang to charge furiously at Bai Ming, who had just landed. Huh. Charging at me is exactly what I wanted. Bai Ming laughed as he rushed forward to meet the beast. In an instant, he and the titan gorilla were locked in fierce combat right before Wang Pongpong's eyes. The intense clash, lasting only a few seconds, left Wang Pangpang awestruck. He actually consumed a dream fruit. His attack power is incredible, he thought to himself. Bai Ming's transformation into a beastly form was undeniable proof of having eaten the rare dream fruit. Wang Pangpang glanced at Qin Muyu with envy. A full body armor. The merged form of a full-body armor defensive dream beast is even rarer than a dream fruit awakener. His gaze shifted to Han Bauer, and he finally relaxed. At last, a normal merged form. With his mindset adjusted, Wang Pangpang rejoined the battle. Simultaneously, Qian Muyu headed straight for Lu Ha, where the Earth Gorilla posed a formidable challenge, second only to the Titan Gorilla. The Earth Gorilla, a mid-tier level 10 rare species with blue attributes, wielded dream skills like Earth Gorilla Fist, Stomp, and Gorilla Roar. Lu Ha, engaged in combat with it, suddenly felt a light attribute shield envelop him, slowly healing his injuries. I'll help you out, Qian Muyu shouted, slashing at the Earth Gorilla. Their attacks collided midair, sending Qian Muyu flying, but not before his blade left a bleeding gash on the gorilla's fist, which quickly began to heal. Not bad. Let's see how many of my blade beams you can withstand. Qian Muyu taunted as he soared through the air, unleashing a series of light attribute blade beams. The Earth Gorilla hurled stones to counter, but the dream-enhanced beams shattered them effortlessly. The beams struck the gorilla's chest, carving a deep wound and sending blood spraying. The Earth Gorilla howled in agony. Hearing the anguished cries of the Earth Gorilla, Lu Ha snapped back to reality, his eyes locking onto Qian Muyu, who was fiercely battling the beast. It's not Atai, he muttered under his breath, seizing the opportunity to charge back into the fray. This unexpected strike left the Earth Gorilla severely wounded. Sensing the opportunity, Qian Muyu immediately took action, brandishing his long sword and unleashing a series of powerful slashes. This time, instead of a single blade light, a dozen brilliant arcs of light converged from all directions towards the Earth Gorilla. The gravely injured Earth Gorilla ceased its wailing, its eyes growing dazed as it gazed at the impending storm of blade lights. Lu Ha shrewdly discerned the gorilla's intent, opting not to attack Heaton but instead to block any potential escape routes. Sure enough, as the gorilla regained its senses, it attempted to flee to the side. Lu Ha was ready. Forming hand seals, he swiftly conjured a solid earth wall in the gorilla's path. This was no ordinary mud wall. Even the Earth Gorilla's full-force strike couldn't break through it instantly. In desperation, the gorilla hastily punched the wall, leaving only a crack. In that moment of hesitation, the blade lights descended from the sky. Although only 4 or 5 of them hit their mark, the impact was powerful enough to be fatal. The Earth Gorilla, bleeding profusely, collapsed heavily to the ground, its chest heaving violently. Do you want this gorilla? Qian Muyu asked as he landed. Lu Ha pondered for a moment, then shook his head, saying, No, kill it. All right. Qian Muyu swiftly brought down his blade, decisively ending the Earth Gorilla's life. This formidable Earth Gorilla could have escaped with its speed, but it was undone by the seamless cooperation between the two men. Qian Muyu crouched down to inspect the gorilla's head, disappointedly shaking his head upon finding no dream core crystal. Standing up, he looked at Lu He. Shall we continue? Yes. The battle on Qian Muyu's side had already concluded, but the fierce fight between Bai Ming and the Titan ape was still ongoing. Each time Bai Ming was sent flying by the Titan ape's massive palm, he would resolutely get back up, charging forward with an increasingly excited expression. This relentless fighting spirit seemed to frustrate the Titan ape. Though the Titan ape held the upper hand, Bai Ming's Taodai fist was causing it significant trouble. If it blocked, the pain was excruciating. If it didn't, it would summon small Taotais to harass it. Seeing Bai Ming charging once more, the Titan ape changed its strategy, activating a transformation skill that instantly tripled its size. The now gigantic Titan ape lifted its foot to kick Bai Ming, but Wang Pangpang, glowing with golden light, bravely stepped in front of Bai Ming. Although Wang Pangpang was sent flying by the kick, it provided Bai Ming with an opportunity. A full-force Taodai fist struck the Titan ape's foot, causing the colossal creature to crash to the ground, toppling the surrounding banana trees. The window of opportunity was brief, and seeing this, Qian Muyu, Lu He, and others quickly joined the fray. Han Baoer's dark attribute shells, Bai Ming's Taodai fist, Yi-Dao slash, and Dali Vajra palm, among other long-range dream techniques, bombarded the fallen Titan ape. Under this intense barrage, the Titan ape finally lost its breath, reverting to its original size. Meanwhile, others on Gorilla Island also noticed the battle. By a riverside, Yi and Jing observed the distant signs of combat, but chose to remain inactive due to the distance. In another grassy grove, Long Tian's team also detected the battle indications, but likewise decided not to intervene. Back on the battlefield, seeing their leader fall, the remaining apes either fled in panic or were swiftly dealt with by the members of the Flying Pig adventure team. After the battle, Qian Muyu called Bai Ming to dig up the giant banana trees, while the others began harvesting the few giant banana fruits. Soon, Qian Muyu and Bai Ming successfully unearthed the first giant banana tree. With a deafening crash, the towering gorilla banana tree fell to the ground. Qian Muyu, quick on his feet, swiftly stored the fallen tree into his ring, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. They immediately began assisting the Flying Pig adventure team in harvesting the gorilla bananas. Wang Pangpang meticulously counted the pile of fruit on the ground, a total of 65 bananas, he announced, turning to Qian Muyu. Just give me 30, Qian Muyu replied with a smile. Sure. Wang Pangpang agreed without hesitation. Qian Muyu deftly collected 22 bananas, leaving 8 to be distributed on the spot, one for each person, including the dream beast. Everyone eagerly began tasting the bananas, and even Wang Pangpang couldn't resist swallowing hard as he watched them enjoy the sweet treat. He picked one up and took a bite himself. With the first bite, a rich, sweet flavor burst in their mouths. This is delicious, Bai Ming exclaimed with satisfaction, while Han Baoer frowned slightly. It's so sweet, maybe a bit too sweet. As they savored the fruit, they suddenly felt a gradual increase in their strength. It actually boosts our power, Wang Pangpang exclaimed, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Perhaps giving away half of the fruit was too generous, considering such power-enhancing fruit could fetch a high price on the market. At that moment, Qian Muyu's dream power surged unexpectedly. Oops, didn't mean to level up, he said sheepishly, scratching his head as his strength jumped from mid-level 2 to mid-level 3. Han Baoer also advanced to mid-level 2, while Bai Ming remained at his original mid-level 2. However, Eggshell and Little Black showed the most significant improvement, each gaining over a level. Seeing their newfound strength, Wang Pangpang approached and asked, "Do you want to join us on our journey?" "No," Qian Muyu replied decisively, well aware that their collaboration was only temporary and wishing to remain unbound. "All right then," Wang Pangpang said, nodding with regret before turning towards the other 2 gorilla banana trees, clearly remembering that there were still 2 more precious trees to harvest. Meanwhile, Qian Muyu, accompanied by Bai Ming, headed towards the gorilla banana trees, planning to dig up a few to take back. Whether as gifts or for family, these gorilla banana trees were indeed a rare and valuable present. After digging up a few trees in the gorilla banana grove, Qian Muyu and Bai Ming exchanged brief pleasantries with Wang Pangpang and his group before setting off toward the gorilla statue. They deliberately slowed their pace, not wanting to reach their destination too soon. Through their conversation with Wang Pangpang, they learned that this secret realm originated from Ape Island in the Land of Chaos. Besides the Flying Pig adventure team, there were 3 other adventure teams present. Apart from the entrance in the Qingmu mountain range, there was another entrance, though its exact location was still unknown. "Brother Muyu, shouldn't we hurry to the statue?" Bai Ming asked, after knocking back a black gorilla with a punch, glancing at the now clearly visible statue. "Let's wait a bit longer," Qian Muyu replied calmly, slicing down a green gorilla with his blade. Just then, he heard faint footsteps approaching from the surroundings. Feigning ignorance, Bai Ming continued to inquire, "Why?" With a slight smile, Qian Muyu waited for the intruders to get closer before suddenly speaking up, because someone's coming. Before he finished speaking, his long knife was already striking at an invisible enemy in front of him. Simultaneously, Bai Ming and Han Bauer launched attacks on other hidden foes around them. "We've been found out," cried one of the men, hastily raising his weapon to block. However, Qian Muyu's strike broke through his weapon, leaving a deep wound on his chest, blood gushing out. Bai Ming and Han Bauer quickly wrapped up their fights as well. A woman was sent flying by Bai Ming, spitting blood, while another man was pierced near the heart by Han Bauer's sword. The three attackers were swiftly subdued, lying sprawled on the ground. "Brother Muyu, let's heal them, or they might not make it," Bai Ming suggested. Qian Muyu nodded and cast 3 healing spells, stabilizing their injuries. "We just wanted to rob you, not kill you," the leading man weakly explained. "I know, otherwise you would be dead," Qian Muyu replied with a smile. They had held back because the attackers showed no intent to kill. Through Han Bauer's questioning, they learned that these three were from Prison Hill in the Star Federation. A secret realm entrance had suddenly appeared there, and they had followed a larger group inside. When Qian Muyu admitted he didn't know where Prison Hill was, the man explained that they were from Hell's Gate in the Star Federation, and Prison Hill was right next to it. Hell's Gate is one of the Star Federation's prestigious institutions, specializing in training assassins, and is renowned as a paradise for assassins. "You guys are from Star Federation's Hell Gate, one of the world's top 10 academies," Qian Muyu said with a knowing smile. "What a coincidence. We're students from Dream Federation's Greenwood Ridge, also one of the top 10 academies." This revelation left the trio from Hellgate stunned. Their minds flashed back to their teacher's words. Students from Greenwood Ridge were supposed to be weak. Yet, the strength displayed by these individuals before them shattered that belief. "Are you freshmen this year?" Bai Ming asked with keen interest, sizing them up. "Yes." The young man nodded quickly, fearing that any hesitation might lead to trouble. "Do you have any particularly strong newcomers this year?" "We do," the young man admitted, not daring to hide the truth. "The top 10 at Hellgate this year are exceptionally strong, especially the first and second ranked." These facts were no secret, and it wouldn't be long before Dream Federation found out anyway. Bai Ming leaned in closer, eyes gleaming with curiosity. "What are their names? Are they here?" "The first is Yimo, the second is Sima Jing," the young man listed. "Both of them are indeed on Prison Mountain today, but I'm not sure about the others." "Interesting," Bai Ming said, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Han Bauer exchanged a glance with Qian Muyu, confirming the young man's words were true. Satisfied, Qian Muyu nodded and cast a healing spell on each of the three on the ground. Once they had regained some strength, Qian Muyu smiled warmly and said, "Since you've provided us with information, and I've healed you, it's time to hand over your treasures." "What do you mean?" the young man asked, momentarily confused. "What else could it be? Your treasures, of course. Hand them over." Qian Muyu rolled his eyes. Han Bauer couldn't suppress a laugh, and even Bai Ming cracked a wry smile. It dawned on the trio they were being robbed in return. Remembering their teacher's advice, "Be prepared to be robbed when you rob others," the young man chuckled bitterly and began retrieving items from his dream space. The other two followed suit reluctantly. "That's all there is," the young man said, looking sorrowfully at the pile of items on the ground. After Han Bauer confirmed the haul, Qian Muyu happily stored the loot in his ring and patted the young man on the shoulder. "You guys carry on, we're leaving." The three students from Hellgate could only watch their retreating figures with rueful smiles, left to nurse their wounds in silence. After leaving the Hellgate trio, Qian Muyu led by Ming and Han Bauer to a cave near a gorilla statue. After clearing out the dream beasts inside, Bai Ming, feeling bored, sat on a rock and asked, "Brother Muyu, what are we doing here?" "Summoning someone." Qian Muyu turned his head and explained with a smile. "Summoning someone? Who?" Bai Ming scratched his head in confusion. "You dummy, did you forget that we 12 wings can summon each other?" Qian Muyu looked at him with exasperation, while Han Bauer couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh right." Bai Ming suddenly realized, "I forgot about that dream skill." Indeed, apart from using it once a few dozen days ago, this ability hadn't been utilized again. In his excitement, he had completely forgotten about it. Qian Muyu skillfully activated the 12 Wings Mutual Assistance skill, and 2 new icons appeared on the blue screen. He smiled slightly and selected the icons for Mudong and Qin Tianyu, confirming his choice. He specifically chose Qin Tianyu to test if he could summon him into the secret realm. Han Bauer watched everything with curiosity, as it was her first time witnessing the 12 Wings Mutual Assistance in action. Having seen it before, Bai Ming sat idly in the distance, keeping an eye on the cave entrance. Meanwhile, in the dream forest of Mist City, Mudong, who had just finished his classes and returned to his dormitory, suddenly froze. In response to his roommate Sun Yu's questioning look, he briefly explained, "Qian Muyu needs me for something." Then, to Sun Yu's astonishment, he vanished into thin air. In a city within the Chaos Zone, Qin Tianyu, who was enjoying drinks with friends at a tavern, suddenly stood up. He bid a hasty farewell and went to a nearby hotel to book a room. This was his first summon since joining the 12 Wings. The system prompted him to seal his strength to the advanced level before entering the secret realm, which he confirmed without hesitation. Back in the cave, Qian Muyu, observing the changes on the blue screen, smiled and said, "They're here." A dazzling blue light flashed, and Mudong appeared before them. "Hey Qian Qian, bye-bye, long time no see." Xiao Yu greeted cheerfully, then noticed Han Bauer. "Hello, pretty lady. I'm Xiao Yu." "Hi Xiao Yu, I'm Han Bauer." Han Bauer couldn't help but smile at Xiao Yu's lively personality. "Xiao Yu, it's been a while." Qian Muyu replied with a smile, then turned to Mudong. "So, how are you finding the dream forest?" "It's been pretty good," Mudong replied. The shepherd boy calmly responded to everyone, when suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth in front of them. All eyes were immediately drawn to the light, watching intently with bated breath. "Wow, it actually worked!" Qian Muyu exclaimed in delight. He had been worried that the summoning of Qin Tianyu might fail, but seeing the familiar figure emerge from the light, his anxious heart finally settled. "Ha ha, I'm here." Qin Tianyu's figure fully appeared, his hearty laughter echoing among them. A joyful smile spread across Qian Muyu's face. "Haha, I really didn't expect it to work." With Qin Tianyu joining them, their chances of securing the ultimate treasure in this secret realm were significantly increased. To ensure better teamwork, Qian Muyu immediately introduced Qin Tianyu to Bai Ming and the others. After the introductions, he curiously asked, "How were you summoned here?" "I thought the summoning had failed." Qin Tianyu found a rock to sit on and explained. "The system indicated that only those below high-level stage 1 could enter this secret realm. Just when I thought I had no chance, I received another message saying they could seal my strength to high-level stage 1. So here I am." "No wonder." Qian Muyu nodded thoughtfully. Bai Ming looked at Qin Tianyu with interest. "So you're at high-level stage 1 now?" "That's right. I can only exert the strength of a high-level stage 1. Qin Tianyu replied with a smile. "Shall we give it a try?" Bai Ming suggested excitedly. Qin Tianyu was momentarily taken aback by the suggestion and turned to Qian Muyu for his opinion. "Give it a go." Qian Muyu encouraged. "It'll help us understand each other's strength better, and we can coordinate more smoothly later." He was well aware of Qin Tianyu's exceptional abilities. When they first met in Sunshine City, despite Qin Tianyu being temporarily weakened by injuries, his aura of strength was unmistakable. Now, with his destiny beast upgraded to purple quality, his presence was even more formidable. "Be careful," Qin Tianyu said to Bai Ming as he stood up. "My destiny beast has recently advanced to purple." This only fueled Bai Ming's fighting spirit further, and he shouted excitedly, "Battle!" "Haha, battle!" Qin Tianyu replied with enthusiasm, equally fired up. Bai Ming and Qin Tianyu quickly entered a fusion state. Armed with the Overlord's sky-breaking spear, Qin Tianyu charged at Bai Ming without hesitation. Standing nearby, Qian Muyu closely examined the weapon in Qin Tianyu's hand, sensing something different from when she first saw it. She immediately activated her detection skill, and the attributes of the Overlord's sky-breaking spear appeared before her eyes. Advanced first-level seal, purple quality, fire attribute, equipped with dream skills like sky-breaking strike, heaven inquiring stab, 9 styles of scorching fire, and wandering dragon. It really is different now. This spear, like the black and white, has completely transformed into another form, Qian Muyu murmured to herself from a safe distance. As the battle was about to begin, Bai Ming quickly found himself at a disadvantage. "Haha, Big Bai really can't hold up?" Qian Muyu laughed. This outcome was within her expectations even with its seal. Qin Tianyu remained a super level 6 contract master, and with the purple quality Overlord sky-breaking spear, Bai Ming stood no chance. Sure enough, Bai Ming was sent flying by Qin Tianyu's spear. Getting up from the ground, Bai Ming waved his hands repeatedly. "I give up. No more fighting. I surrender. There's no way to fight back. The gap is too wide." Qin Tianyu exited the fusion state and asked with a smile, "Haha, are you hurt?" Internally, he was surprised by Bai Ming's resiliency. An ordinary intermediate contract master would probably not be able to get up after such a hit. Yet Bai Ming seemed unscathed. Truly, someone capable of becoming a member of the 12 Wings is extraordinary. "No worries, you're really strong." Bai Ming dusted himself off and walked towards Qin Tianyu. "Not bad. Once you reach my level, you'll definitely be even stronger." Qin Tianyu replied earnestly. "Of course," Bai Ming replied with a confident smile. Qin Tianyu paused for a moment, then broke into an amused grin. "All right, everyone, gather around." Qian Muyu called. "Let's share our strengths and dream skills and plan how to seize all the treasures near the gorilla statue." This time, she had no intention of leaving any for others like before. As they gathered to discuss, each released their respective dream beasts. It was then that Xiao Yu noticed 2 familiar figures. "Hey, isn't that the fortune teller and the black dog?" Xiao Yu suddenly appeared beside Han Bauer, looking at Xiao Bai and Xiao He. Long time no see, little rascal, Xiao Bai greeted warmly, while Xiao He lay motionless on the ground with an aloof demeanor. They had already heard from Lao Zhu that Xiao Yu had been resurrected. Hee, fortune teller, give me a reading. Xiao Yu floated in front of Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Why else would I ask? Just as Xiao Bai was about to perform a dream skill, Lao Zhu, Qian Muyu, and Han Bauer all shouted in unison. No. Han Bauer gently patted Xiao Bai's head. Don't mess around. But the little rascal asked me to, Xiao Bai said, feeling wronged. If it asks you to do it, you really will? Wait until after we've grabbed the treasure, Qian Muyu said helplessly. Xiao Bai reluctantly nodded in agreement and told Xiao Yu, I'll help you later. Why can't the fortune teller do a reading now? Xiao Yu asked, puzzled. Right now, the fortune teller's power is low, and the readings are usually inaccurate, often predicting bad luck, Lao Zhu explained from experience. Xiao Yu hovered in the air, lost in thought. Will you still want a reading later? Xiao Bai asked eagerly. It had been a long time since it had given someone a reading, and it was one of its favorite things to do. Yes. Xiao Yu decided, after some thought, to keep the promise. Even if it turned out to be bad luck, it would only be temporary, and with its luck, maybe a good outcome could be predicted. Haha, I'll make sure to give you a great reading. Xiao Bai promised with confidence. Qian Muyu and the others could only shake their heads at the two mischievous creatures and return to their discussion. As Qian Muyu and his group were engrossed in their lively discussion, several teams had already gathered around the gorilla statue. Captain, we've arrived, a man said, standing beside Wang Pangpang and Lu He, pointing at the massive gorilla statue ahead. At the statue's base, there was a conspicuous door, a discovery that caught Wang Pangpang by surprise. He had assumed it was merely a decorative statue, but it turned out to hold a secret, possibly the final treasure hidden within. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, Wang Pangpang, you're here. It was Long Tian, accompanied by his men, greeting them with a smile from a short distance away. Haha, not too late, am I? Wang Pangpang replied with a grin. No, perfect timing. We just got here ourselves, Long Tian replied, then inquired. Was that big commotion earlier you're doing? Haha, just stumbled upon a bunch of banana trees. Interested in a trade? Wang Pangpang proposed. Sure thing. Long Tian agreed enthusiastically. The two quickly gathered together to discuss the details of their exchange. As they were deep in conversation, another group appeared on the horizon. It's the Snow Wolf Adventurer team, one of Long Tian's men noted. A man with a crew cut was leading a dozen others toward them. How can you have a trade without us? The crew cut man joked as he joined the conversation. Haha, of course, we wouldn't leave you out, Long Tian responded warmly. Before long, the atmosphere of trade spread around the gorilla statue. Besides these three adventure teams, other groups from Qingmu Ridge and Prison Mountain also joined in. In no time, the area around the statue's entrance transformed into a bustling marketplace. When Qian Muyu and his group of 5 arrived, they were taken aback by the bustling scene. However, they quickly immersed themselves in the trading frenzy. Since no one else seemed in a rush to explore the statue, Qian Muyu and his team decided not to hurry either. The trade at the entrance of the gorilla statue continued until nightfall. Initially, the traders were focused on exchanging the spoils from Gorilla Island, but as time went on, they began to showcase and trade unique items from their own homelands. Because of the cultural differences among the three regions, these specialties were quite rare in other places, keeping the trading bustling until 8 p.m. Once the trading concluded, the crowd quickly dispersed, each returning to their respective groups. Only the high-level practitioners gathered to discuss strategies for attacking the gorilla statue. Qian Muyu and his companions stood nearby, not joining the discussion. What's the use of this grass? Han Bauer asked curiously as she watched Qian Muyu toy with the gorilla grass he had just traded for using gorilla bananas. It can enhance the physical attributes of gorilla-type dream beasts, but the effect isn't significant. It's not very useful to us, just interesting, Qian Muyu explained with a smile. At that moment, Bai Ming approached them. Did you find them? Qian Muyu asked. No, there were too many people, Bai Ming replied, shaking his head. He had left the group earlier to search for the top 2 freshmen of the Hell Gate, but returned empty-handed. It's normal not to find them. You don't know what they look like. Relying only on instinct is indeed difficult, Qian Muyu reassured him. Shortly after, the leaders of the 3 adventure groups, along with 6 other high-level practitioners, headed toward the gorilla statue's entrance. The Fat Cat adventure group was automatically excluded since they had no high-level members. These experts, some arriving alone, others in pairs, hailed from Qingmu Ridge and Yu Mountain. We've made a decision, Long Tian announced, stepping forward. We're going in together to take down the gorillas. As for the distribution of treasures, it's every man for himself. With that, he and Wang Pangpang pushed open the door at the statue's base. That discussion was pointless, Bai Ming remarked, exasperated. Qian Muyu chuckled at his comment as the others surged toward the entrance. Let's go in too. Qian Muyu led his team through the door, discovering 4 more doors inside. The fourth one, Qian Muyu decided. They climbed the stairs to the second floor, where they were met with a vast arena filled with dense groups of guerrillas engaged in battle with other contractors. A contractor noticed them standing still and called out, "Don't just stand there, join us in the fight." When they didn't respond, the contractor cursed under his breath and moved on. Qian Muyu spotted a distant door guarded by a high-level Titan gorilla. "Let's charge straight for it, take down that Titan gorilla, and head upstairs." "That's the spirit," Bai Ming exclaimed excitedly. With that, Bai Ming, Mu Tong, and Qian Muyu entered their second-level fusion state, while Qin Tianyu and Han Bauer activated their first-level fusion. Bai Ming and Qin Tianyu led the charge, with the others following closely behind, launching a direct assault on the Titan gorilla. The shepherd boy's illusion swiftly took effect, causing the gorillas along the path to fall into a trance, standing motionless with vacant eyes. Bai Ming and Qin Tianyu seized the opportunity, charging at the now unconscious gorillas like a combined harvester. Their attacks were swift and precise. Bai Ming's fists landed accurately on the gorillas' heads, while Qin Tianyu's spear targeted their hearts with deadly precision. The gorillas fell one after another, the scene reminiscent of a grain field being harvested. Seeing this, Qian Muyu realized he had overestimated the gorilla's strength. He quickly abandoned his initial plan to protect others and joined the fray. Han Bauer followed closely, diving into the slaughter. The contract masters on the second floor watched in awe, especially the one who had initially suggested they act together, now utterly stunned. "I didn't know they were this powerful," someone exclaimed, urging, "Quick, let's charge now. Follow the experts to the third floor." Qian Muyu and his group paid no attention to the reactions behind them as they reached the formidable Titan gorilla guarding the entrance. "Take it down quickly," Qian Muyu ordered coolly. Having seen the team's capabilities earlier, he knew this high-level Titan gorilla posed no threat. Qin Tianyu and Bai Ming launched a synchronized attack on the Titan gorilla. "Let me handle this," Qin Tianyu shouted, his overlord Skybreaker spear enveloped in fiery energy, the tip glowing a brilliant red, surrounded by searing currents. Piercing strike. His form blurred, disappearing from sight, and reappeared behind the Titan gorilla in an instant. A massive hole exploded in the Titan gorilla's chest, blood gushing everywhere as its enormous body crashed to the ground. "Ugh, disgusting," Qian Muyu exclaimed, using a cleansing spell to quickly remove the bloodstains. "That was too easy," Bai Ming commented, standing beside the fallen Titan gorilla. He casually punched its head, causing a yellow dream crystal to drop out. "Now that's more like it," Bai Ming said, picking up the crystal with satisfaction. "Let's move to the third floor." Qian Muyu signaled to the others, leading the charge through the door Qin Tianyu had opened. On the second floor, the contract masters watched as Qian Muyu and his team departed, their minds replaying the astonishing scene of Qin Tianyu effortlessly defeating the Titan gorilla. The gatekeeping Titan gorilla, while its strength was unfathomable, was at least an advanced dream beast based on the surrounding gorillas. Yet, it was easily killed by a single dream technique. This forced the contract masters to reassess their chances of competing for the final treasure against such formidable opponents. Some chose to retreat, believing that staying on the second floor to hunt ordinary gorillas was a wise choice after all. There were plenty of them, and the opportunity to obtain dream crystals was not scarce. However, some were unwilling to give up and continued to advance to the third floor. Although the path cleared by Qian Muyu and his team was once again occupied by gorillas, the loss of their leader and the recent display of power had left the remaining gorillas visibly intimidated. Without the persistent voice in their minds urging them on, they might have already fled. Yimo and Sima Jing stood in a corner of the second floor, also gazing at the open door. "Yi, should we still go for it?" Sima Jing asked. "Let's give it a shot. How will we know if we don't try?" Yimo replied after a brief hesitation. Witnessing the prowess of Qian Muyu's group had shaken his confidence, but the thought of not trying was hard to swallow. The two of them skillfully activated their invisibility dream technique, easily bypassing the still terrified gorillas and quietly slipping through the door. Meanwhile, Qian Muyu and his group each took an energy pill and effortlessly reached the entrance to the third floor. As they pushed open the door, they were met by a group of formidable gorillas. While this floor had only a third of the number of gorillas as the second floor, their strength was significantly higher, ranging mostly from mid-level stage 5 to 8. "Haha, so many gorillas," Bai Ming exclaimed excitedly. Qian Muyu sighed. "We're still too early." Then, with a smile, he added, "Let's go, aim for the door on the other side. If you gorillas are so eager to meet your end, we'll oblige." Roar. Lights roar. The shouts from Qian Muyu and Bai Ming froze the charging gorillas in their tracks, with a few even collapsing immediately. Seizing the moment, Qin Tianyu, wielding the Overlord's Skybreaker spear, dashed into the gorilla horde, unleashing the blazing Fire 9 styles, filling the space with flames. Mudong followed closely, casting illusions to assist. Under the 12-wing contract's enhancement, the five moved in perfect harmony, immune to each other's attacks, freely unleashing their ultimate moves. Bai Ming's gluttonous fist blasted a gorilla apart, and the battle raged on fiercely. Why are there still so many? Qian Muyu, impatient, unleashed his dream energy, instantly felling a large number of gorillas, leaving only a few standing in confusion. Brother Muyu, that's not fair. How can you use dream energy? Bai Ming said, feigning sadness as he looked at the fallen gorilla horde. Qian Muyu glanced around, observing the significantly reduced number of gorillas affected by the dream aura. Nodding in satisfaction, he remarked, there were too many before. It feels much better now with fewer of them. Although Qin Tianyu was momentarily stunned when Qian Muyu released the dream aura, he quickly regained his composure and continued attacking the remaining dazed gorillas. Surprisingly, the team leader seemed unfazed by Qian Muyu's ability to use the dream aura. With the aid of Qian Muyu's dream aura, the squad swiftly reached the door leading to the 4th floor. Guarding it were 2 height-ear level 3 gorillas, a forest gorilla and an earth gorilla. Both had lost their will to fight, staring fearfully at Qian Muyu and his team, inwardly screaming, these people are terrifying, like demons. Why did the gorilla lord send us against them? The forest gorilla's attributes showed. High-level tier 3, rare species, blue attribute, mastering skills like forest gorilla punch, slap, reckless charge, and cannon blast, among other basic dream skills. Are you going to step aside willingly, or do we need to force our way through? Qian Muyu asked calmly. The 2 gorillas exchanged glances and wisely moved aside, clearing the path. Qian Muyu nodded approvingly. Well done. The 5 of them then pushed open the door and entered the passage to the 4th floor. The gorillas quickly shut the door behind them, relieved that these monsters had moved on. Meanwhile, Yimo and Sima Jing had just arrived on the 3rd floor and were struck speechless by the scene before them. They witnessed Qian Muyu negotiating with the guard gorillas, but were too far away to intervene in time. The 3rd floor was littered with fallen gorillas, with only a dozen still standing, creating a hellish spectacle. However, soon enough, the fallen gorillas began to rise again. What happened here? Yimo asked, frowning. It seems someone among them released the dream aura, Sima Jing speculated. No wonder, but it's still terrifying. Yimo muttered to himself. So what do we do now? Sima Jing asked, eyeing the closed door and the 2 gorillas by it. We have to wait. Once the people from the 2nd floor arrive, we can deal with these gorillas together. Their morale is low, and their fighting capability is greatly reduced. With reinforcements, we should be able to handle them easily, and then we can proceed to the 4th floor, Yimo replied reluctantly. Given their current strength, even facing a demoralized group of gorillas, they stood little chance of victory. As Qian Muyu and his group of 5 stepped into the passageway leading from the 3rd to the 4th floor of the orangutan statue, they immediately noticed a stark difference from the previous levels. On their left stood 3 tightly shut doors, marking the entrances from other routes to the 4th floor. These 4 doors converged at a grand, golden door at the passage's end, which gleamed conspicuously. The walls of the passage were adorned with a series of oil paintings, depicting the adventure of a man and a Titan orangutan. The story unfolded from the initial awakening of the Titan orangutan, to the first contract with the dream beast, and ultimately to the creation of the secret realm with his contract partners. This is the legacy realm, Qian Muyu remarked as he observed the paintings. The group continued to recover their spent dream energy while admiring the murals, slowly making their way toward the golden door. They had arrived early, and it would be a while before other contract masters opened the doors to the 4th floor. Bai Ming noticed that the attire of the man in the paintings was quite different from that of contract masters in recent decades. 1020, said Qin Tianyu, who was leading the group. How do you know? Bai Ming asked curiously. The date is written on the last painting. March 1st, 1020, Qin Tianyu replied, pointing to the top of the artwork. A legacy of orangutans, wonder what it holds for us. Qian Muyu mused, glancing around. Han Bauer smiled and said, we'll find out once we go inside. With everyone watching, Qian Muyu pushed open the final door. A magnificent hall, resplendent with gold and jade, lay before them. The number of orangutans inside was significantly fewer than before, with less than 20 present. There are so few orangutans here, Bai Ming exclaimed in surprise. Few, but not to be underestimated, Qian Muyu said after using a detection skill. Guarding the treasures are 2 high-level, 5th-stage Titan orangutans, while the others are all at least mid-level, 8th stage or above. It seems the other advanced orangutans are guarding different floors. Unlike the previous floors, these orangutans did not immediately attack. Instead, they watched the group silently. The seats in the hall held the treasures of the secret realm, including 5 precious items like the dream fruit. This is meant to forge a contract master who is at the top of their class. Qin Tianyu marveled. Qian Muyu quickly devised a plan. Charge straight in. Qin Tianyu, take the left, Bai Ming, the right. Mutong, use your illusions to distract the other orangutans. Bower, provide support whenever needed. Give it your all-time for dual fusion. In an instant, the five entered their dual fusion state. Mutong appeared almost ethereal. Qin Tianyu donned a red headband that fluttered dramatically in the breeze. Qin Muyu cast light shields on each of them and commanded, "Go!" As they charged forward, the orangutans roared in unison, with cries of anger, light, and chaos echoing throughout the hall. The fourth floor echoed with deafening roars as nearly 20 gorillas' cries completely drowned out the voices of Qin Muyu and his companions. The powerful sound waves caused Qin Muyu and his group of five to stagger and lose their balance. Wow, it's so loud. Quiet down. Dizzy and disoriented, Qin Muyu quickly regained his composure with the help of Lao Zhu's strong immunity and immediately released the Dream Aura. However, since these gorillas were at least at mid-level 8, the Dream Aura's effect was much weaker than on the third floor. Only 3 gorillas succumbed, falling to the ground, while the rest, though not fainting, were clearly affected. They had to resist the Dream Aura and endure the roar of their comrades. Damn, these gorillas are making my eardrums burst. Watch me take you down. An infuriated Bai Ming recovered and launched the first charge. Qin Tianyu could no longer hold back and followed closely behind. The 2 high-level 5-stage gorillas guarding the seats immediately commanded the others to counterattack. A team of powerful gorillas responded to the command and charged towards Qin Muyu's group. Qin Muyu leaped into the air, delivering a series of slashes. Bai Ming entered a bloodthirsty state, relentlessly unleashing his gluttonous fist. Although these gorillas weren't foes that could be defeated with a single punch, they were up against the combined efforts of 5 people. Qin Tianyu executed the 9 forms of blazing fire, with his overlord's sky-splitting spear igniting into flames hotter than before, distorting the air with heat waves. With each thrust and stab, the flames danced out like raindrops. Simultaneously, a swarm of ghost insects poured from Mudong's sleeves, encircling a mid-level 9-stage gorilla alongside the flames. Amidst its screams, the gorilla was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. This scene intimidated the surrounding reedied gorillas, snapping them back to their senses and causing them to scatter in all directions. The 2 high-level 5-stage Titan gorillas roared angrily and charged to the front line, engaging in fierce combat with Qin Tianyu and Bai Ming respectively. With the aid of Mudong's illusions, Bai Ming gained the upper hand in his battle with the Titan gorilla. Each time the Titan gorilla thought it had struck Bai Ming, it realized it had only hit an illusion, while the real Bai Ming appeared at its side, delivering a ferocious gluttonous fist. This coordination made the once formidable high-level 5-stage opponent much easier to handle. On the other side, Qin Tianyu, relying on his superior strength, was nearing the end of his battle with the other Titan gorilla. As long as he wasn't interrupted by other gorillas, he would soon be able to take it down. Meanwhile, Han Bauer skillfully maneuvered among 6 Titan gorillas on the other side. She used her agile movements to dodge continuously, seizing opportunities to unleash her Chaos Claw to inflict heavy damage. The gorillas were caught in a dilemma by her tactics. If they turned to flee, they would suffer a painful strike from the Chaos Claw, leaving them no choice but to passively engage with her. Han Bauer, leveraging Xiao Bai's abilities, continued to weaken her opponent's strength while on the move. Qin Muyu swiftly approached the chair and began storing the treasures on it into his ring one by one. As he was about to take the last earth fruit, he hesitated. Could taking this last earth fruit end the secret realm? He muttered to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he decided not to store it just yet, and instead turned towards the battlefield where Bai Ming and the others were fighting. Ending the secret realm now seemed premature. It was better to deal with these gorillas first. Bai Ming looked up and saw the flash of a blade in the sky, recognizing Qin Muyu's figure. He's here, Bai Ming remarked briefly. Yep, I'm here, Qin Muyu replied with a smile, unleashing another powerful slash. By now, the Titan gorilla before them had been beaten into a daze by Bai Ming and Mudong, and was swinging its fists wildly in a chaotic attack. As Qin Muyu joined Bai Ming, Qin Tianyu was on the opposite side of the Titan gorilla, skillfully wielding the Overlord's skybreaking spear. The fiery spear in his hands conjured a dragon-shaped flame illusion. Dragon's roar, Qin Tianyu shouted, thrusting the spear towards the Titan gorilla. A fiery dragon shot out from the spear, roaring as it flew. The heavily wounded Titan gorilla sensed danger and tried to dodge, but the dragon pursued relentlessly, forcing it to halt and unleash its Titan gorilla fist in a skyward roar. Its hand swelled to several times its size to meet the oncoming fire dragon. The fire dragon opened its massive jaws and easily pierced through the Titan gorilla's hand. The intense flames quickly spread across its left hand, reducing it to ashes under the searing heat. The Titan gorilla let out a harrowing scream. Qin Tianyu didn't relent, releasing a second dragon. As the Titan gorilla was distracted by the pain, the fire dragon pierced through its chest. Under the scorching heat, A huge cavity appeared in the gorilla's chest. It looked down at its chest, its eyes gradually losing focus, and finally, it slowly closed its eyes. Satisfied, Qin Tianyu nodded and rushed towards Han Bao's location, where 6 more gorillas awaited his attention. Blazing fire technique? Qin Tianyu shouted, gripping his overlord's spear, which was engulfed in fierce flames, as he charged towards the group of gorillas prowling nearby. With each strike, a gorilla was swept aside. Before he could complete the full sequence of moves, 6 gorillas lay motionless on the ground. Let's go support the captain, Qin Tianyu briefly signaled to Han Bao, then dashed towards the rampaging Titan gorilla. So brutal. Han Bao murmured as she glanced at the 6 gorilla corpses on the ground, feeling a twinge of sympathy. As she followed Qin Tianyu, she couldn't help but think, being powerful really makes a difference. Meanwhile, the Titan gorilla, under siege from Qian Muyu and his 2 companions, had gone berserk. Its eyes were blood red, attacking any living thing in sight, even its own kind, causing significant casualties among the gorillas. This chaos was the result of the shepherd's illusions combined with the relentless attacks by Qian Muyu and by Ming. Although the Titan gorilla's resistance to illusions had improved, its inability to hit its enemies was driving it to madness. Qian Muyu unleashed another blade of energy, remarking, "A high-level, 5-stage Titan gorilla is tough to kill." Despite their relentless barrage of dream techniques, the Titan gorilla remained stubbornly upright, mainly because Qian Muyu and Bai Ming's levels weren't high enough to deliver a lethal blow. "I refuse to believe you won't fall," Bai Ming panted, launching a powerful devourer's punch. This time, the Titan gorilla couldn't withstand it, collapsing with a thunderous crash. The 3 of them froze for a moment at the sight. Just as Bai Ming was about to laugh triumphantly, Qian Muyu quickly reminded him, "Stop laughing and finish it off now." The 4 of them coordinated seamlessly. Qian Muyu delivered successive slashes, Bai Ming unleashed another devourer's punch, the shepherd cast his eye technique with bloodshot eyes, and Qin Tianyu, who had just arrived, executed his sky-piercing stab, vanishing in an instant. Boom. The 4 dream techniques struck the Titan gorilla simultaneously, the explosion echoing through the 4th floor, shrouding the area in thick smoke. Without delay, they turned to deal with the remaining gorillas. When the smoke cleared, all that was left was the shattered corpse of the Titan gorilla. Bai Ming stepped forward to smash the gorilla's skull, retrieving a yellow dream core crystal. The group quickly cleared the battlefield, collecting a total of 3 dream core crystals. After disengaging from their fusion state, they rested near the seats, enjoying the healing effects of Qian Muyu's holy restoration. Finally, it was time to distribute the spoils. The shepherd received a purple fruit, Bai Ming got a pair of purple gauntlets, Qin Tianyu was given the Titan gorilla's dream beast egg, and Han Bao received a rage fruit. Just as Qian Muyu declared the expedition a success, the doors to the 4th floor swung open, and a crowd of people poured in. "Haha, treasures, here I come. Sorry, looks like you guys are a bit late." "The treasure's already mine." Qian Muyu stood in the center of the grand hall, offering an apologetic smile to the crowd pouring in through the door. The group at the entrance swept their shocked gazes over the hall, taking in the scattered gorilla corpses. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. The sight of the once powerful gorillas now lying dismembered on the floor was beyond belief. "Boss, all the gorillas are dead." A man gulped, turning to report to his leader, who had been laughing heartily. The leader's laughter faded as his eyes, filled with a mix of emotions, settled on Qian Muyu. "A true master indeed. You managed to wipe out all the gorillas on the 4th floor in such a short time." This group, it turned out, were contract masters who had rushed over from the 4th passage. After Qian Muyu and his team had left, they'd struggled to clear the 2nd and 3rd passages to get here, hoping to grab a share of the spoils before the strongest fighters tackled the 4th level. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late, and the scene before them told the whole story. "It's all those gatekeeper gorillas' fault," someone grumbled quietly. "They held us up like maniacs." Qian Muyu chuckled. "Well, it all worked out in the end." Just then, a man noticed a brown fruit placed on a seat beside Qian Muyu. He speculated that other treasures might have already been collected, leaving only this one behind. More importantly, could this be the elusive dream fruit their leader had been searching for? "Sir, may I ask if there's a dream fruit among these?" he ventured. "There is," Qian Muyu replied generously, retrieving a gorilla-shaped dream fruit from his ring. "It seems to be of the gorilla variety." This revelation sparked greed in some of the onlookers. 5 individuals suddenly broke away from the group, charging at Qian Muyu. "The dream fruit is mine. Die." Qian Muyu's team exchanged knowing smiles. In an instant, Bai Ming and Qin Tianyu sprang into action, one unleashing a devourer fist, the other performing a heaven-shattering strike. Simultaneously, Shepherd Boy's illusion magic halted the 2 at the front in their tracks. Bai Ming and Qin Tianyu's attacks landed with precision, and 2 bodies fell to the ground. Seeing this, the remaining 3 came to their senses and turned to flee. "Help! I was wrong. Don't kill me. If you were prepared to steal, then prepare to face the consequences. Bai Ming and Qin Tianyu showed no mercy, swiftly dispatching the last three in front of the crowd. The leader wiped sweat from his brow, relieved that he had resisted the urge to snatch the treasure. Anyone else want to try their luck? Qian Muyu asked with a smile. The crowd shook their heads vigorously. Once composed, the leader inquired, "Can I buy it from you? The price is negotiable. You can, but you'll have to wait until you come to Qingmu City." Qian Muyu beamed brightly. "Why not now?" "Because we're leaving, and besides, you can't afford it right now. Remember to come to Qingmu City." With that, Qian Muyu stored the last earth fruit into his dream space. At that moment, everyone's bodies began to fade, and a voice echoed through the secret realm. 1 minute left until the end of the secret realm. Suddenly recalling he didn't know the other man's name, the leader hurriedly asked, "Sir, what's your name?" "Oh, I'm Qian Muyu. If you're interested in the dream fruit, make sure to bring enough dream coins to the Qingmu City auction on August 15th. Qian Muyu replied with a grin. August 15th marks the monthly auction day in Qingmu City. Qian Muyu has decided to send the dream fruit to the auction house, allowing various factions to bid against each other. The month-long preparation time should be sufficient for forces from the Land of Chaos and the Star Federation to arrive on site. Not far away, a man and a woman quietly observed the illusory figure of Qian Muyu, their eyes reflecting complex emotions. "Ah, we're still a step too late," the man sighed softly, and then their figures gradually faded away from the grand hall. The scene shifts to the main entrance of the secret realm on Ape Island. This entrance is always open, unlike the separate entrances, allowing free passage. The leaders of 4 adventure groups were spread around the entrance, waiting for their team members to return with their spoils. Suddenly, the entire Ape Island began to tremble violently. As the shaking intensified, someone shouted in panic, "What's happening? Why is the island shaking?" "I don't know either," another person responded. It's the secret realm, merging with reality." Someone from one of the adventure groups recognized the phenomenon. Before they could finish, a massive ape statue slowly emerged from the ground. The snow wolf, sensing something unusual beneath the surface, immediately shouted, "Back up, something's coming out of the ground." Everyone quickly retreated. At the same time, a rain of apes began to descend from the sky over Ape Island. Trees that had not existed before broke through the ground and grew rapidly. This phenomenon lasted for half an hour before gradually subsiding. Everyone stood frozen, staring in shock at the newly appeared ape statue. Just then, a dazzling white light burst forth around the statue, and the members of the 4 adventure groups who had previously entered the secret realm appeared in the light. Those emerging from the secret realm looked around in confusion, and someone asked bewilderedly, "Didn't we just leave the secret realm? Why is the ape statue still right in front of us?" The scarred man was no stranger to the merging of secret realms with reality. He understood that although a secret realm exists in another dimension, it is just as real. The possibility of merging depends entirely on the creator's design. If merging is enabled, the secret realm naturally integrates with reality when it ends. If not, it remains isolated in another dimension. Only those who have reached the Emperor level have the power to break the spatial barrier and transfer items from the secret realm to the real world. This ability far surpasses the scarred man's current capabilities. The strength of a secret realm spatial barrier is directly proportional to the creator's power. The stronger the creator, the harder the barrier is to break. Of course, no one would go to the trouble of bringing a worthless secret realm into reality. Clearly, the creator of the Gorilla Island secret realm had set up partial merging. They selectively incorporated valuable items like the gorilla statues, dream beasts, and some rare plants into reality, while excluding common materials like soil, rocks, and water. These excluded materials would eventually transform into dream energy and disperse throughout the world. The scarred man approached the gorilla statue, observing Long Tian, who had suddenly appeared around it, and asked, "Long Tian, what happened in the secret realm?" "Boss, after entering the first gate, I fought my way through gorillas until the 3rd level. While battling 2 high-level stage 3 guard gorillas, I suddenly heard a countdown saying the ruins were ending, with only a minute left. So I hurried out," Long Tian explained, pointing to the statue beside him. Hearing this, the scarred man frowned, looking up at the massive gorilla statue. Meanwhile, the chubby man and Snow Wolf were also gathering information from Wang Pang and Flathead. Their experiences were similar to Long Tian's, except they had entered the 2nd and 3rd gates. Clearly, the real experts had entered through the 4th gate, clearing the way to obtain the ultimate treasure. The 3 adventure group leaders simultaneously turned their gaze to the plump woman. The plump woman chuckled. "Why are you looking at me? Don't tell me you actually think my team got the ultimate treasure?" She turned to a man beside her, Jin. "Tell them what happened." Jin, the man who had laughed loudly on the 4th floor earlier, readily explained, "Boss, our gate did get cleared, but the credit doesn't go to us. A group of 5, all very strong, took out the second-floor guards in front of us and rushed to the third floor. By the time we caught up, the floor was littered with gorilla corpses. On the fourth floor, all the gorillas had been dealt with, and the 5 were sitting by the treasure seat, having already claimed the treasure. The plump woman laughed heartily, clearly taking pleasure in the fact that the other 3 had also come back empty-handed. The other 3 remained silent, each with a different expression. Do you know where they came from? Snow Wolf asked. Flathead immediately replied, Boss, I know. The other 2 branch entrances are near the Qingmu Mountains by Dream Federation's Qingmu City and the Inferno Mountains by Star Federation's Hell City. Snow Wolf sighed. Such bad luck. One branch entrance by Qingmu Ridge, another by Hellgate. These 2 are among the world's top 10 academies, so it's not surprising to see 5 experts emerge. Scar turned thoughtfully to Jean, his gaze intense. Did you ask them if the treasure includes the dream fruit? At that, Jean slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Oh, right. I almost forgot about that. The leader of those 5 people told me directly that they have the dream fruit and even showed it to us. The fruit looks like a little monkey. They said if we want it, we should bring enough dream coins to the auction house in Qingmu City on August 15th. As soon as he finished speaking, for sharp gazes fixed on Jean, causing him to shiver involuntarily under the sudden intensity. Don't scare him. The plump woman quickly shielded Jean behind her, then gave a warm smile. Well done. You'll be rewarded. With the leader's protection, Jean finally regained his composure and thanked them profusely. Ha, indeed. He deserves a reward. Scar laughed, retrieving a bag of dream stones from the dream space and tossing it to Jean. If Jean hadn't asked, they might have missed this crucial information. Not to be outdone, the Hefty Man and Snow Wolf each took out a bag of dream stones and handed them to Jean as well. With 3 bags of dream stones in hand, Jean was overjoyed, surprised that a simple question could yield such generous rewards. Scar surveyed the group, raising his voice. Now that we know the whereabouts of the monkey fruit, there's no need to linger here. However, the Secret Realm's Monkey Island has merged with the real-world Monkey Island, undoubtedly hiding many treasures. Let's gather what we can and then prepare to head to the Dream Federation. Got it, boss. Everyone responded in unison. In the dream world of Lianbong, it was a bustling night in Qingmu City at the entrance to the secret realm of Ape Island in the Qingmu Mountains. Although the entrance had already disappeared, the crowd remained reluctant to disperse. Among the crowd were anxious adventurers waiting for their companions to return, onlookers eager to get first-hand information about the secret realm, and merchants keenly waiting to acquire rare items from the realm. Around, Stout Man was surveying the crowd, seemingly sizing up potential buyers. At that moment, a small, thin man hurried to his side and quietly reported, Boss, the entrance to this secret realm was open for only an hour before it vanished. The stout man nodded with a hint of regret. It seems it was indeed just a sub-entrance, not the main one. The opening time was too short. He had just arrived after his class, clearly missing the prime opportunity. Suddenly, a dazzling white light erupted from where the entrance had been. The stout man's eyes lit up. It's over. The secret realm has ended. As the light faded, a group of people materialized out of thin air at the original spot. Qian Muyu glanced around, confirming that Mudong and Qin Tianyu had been transported away. He immediately turned to the newly conscious by Ming and Han Bauer, saying, Let's go back to Qingmu Ridge. The 3 of them discreetly left the crowd, using Lao Zhu's concealment abilities and Xiao Bai's interference effects. However, the stout man, Qian Duo, had already noticed them. Despite a mysterious force trying to disrupt his perception, he was able to track Qian Muyu and his companions because he had locked onto them from the start. Interesting. They must have something valuable. Qian Duo thought with delight, quietly following them with his subordinate Feng Sheng. Qian Muyu sensed the followers behind them and recognized them as Qian Duo and Feng Sheng. He decided to ignore them for now and deal with it once back at Qingmu Ridge. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of the Dream Forest, Sun Yu, who was training with Black Tiger and Shadow, heard a commotion downstairs. He immediately went down with his dream beasts to investigate. He saw Mudong standing there, leaning against the wall and asked, How did it go? Mudong looked around, realizing he had been transported back to the dormitory. He turned to Sun Yu, smiling. Not bad. I got a purple fruit. Purple fruit? Sun Yu's eyes widened in shock. His recent studies had taught him that purple fruit was even more precious than dream beast eggs of the same quality. Pleased with himself, Mudong took out the purple fruit from his dream space, unable to suppress his laughter. Seeing Sun Yu's envious gaze, he then summoned Xiao Yu and Ghost Insect, preparing to let Ghost Insect enjoy the hard-earned purple fruit. As Xiao Yu emerged, she looked at Sun Yu with an excited smile on her face. Haha, Xiao Sun, you have no idea how thrilling this adventure was. We took all the treasures from the secret realm. Sun Yu gazed at her curiously, about to ask a question, but Xiao Yu waved her hand dismissively. Hold on, I'll tell you in a bit. She then turned to Mudong and said, Xiao Mu, quickly give the ghost bug the purple fruit. I just had Xiao Bai do a divination, and luck is definitely on our side. After they defeated the gorillas and sat down to rest, Xiao Bai had performed a divination for Xiao Yu. Mudong hesitated for a moment, recalling what Qin Muyu and Lao Zhu had said earlier, feeling a bit doubtful. Are you sure it's okay? What if the divination is unfavorable? Won't it cause the ghost bug to regress? Xiao Yu animatedly explained, no, even if the divination is unsuccessful, the ghost bug's quality will still be upgraded to purple. The only thing is that the chance of mutation will be greatly reduced. If there was originally a 1 chance of mutation, a bad divination might reduce it to 1 in 1,000 or even 10,000. Xiao Bai's divination can sometimes influence others around him, particularly his own dream beast contracted with him. The ghost bug hovered pitifully nearby, almost in tears. This is my chance to improve, not yours, big brother. After pondering for a moment, Mudong decided to let the ghost bug eat the purple fruit immediately. Whatever the outcome would be after consuming it, he left it to fate. If Xiao Bai's divination turned out to be favorable, it would be a big success. If not, it wouldn't matter, as even the worst outcome was better than the current state, albeit requiring more resources in the future. There was also a chance it wouldn't affect the ghost bug at all. Afterward, they headed to the training room, with Mudong preparing for the ghost bug to consume the purple fruit, while Xiao Yu shared the day's secret realm events with Sun Yu. In a hotel room in the Chaos Lands, Qin Tianyu opened his eyes and recognized the place he'd been before. Am I back? How amazing, he murmured to himself. Smiling, he turned to open the door, intending to find a tavern for a drink. Today's experience had left him feeling elated. The mutual assistance effect of the 12 wings was indeed as described in the contract, allowing him to teleport directly to his partners. No matter how strong his own abilities were, he could still teleport directly, although it required sealing his strength. Additionally, he had witnessed the strength of his future partners, which left him in awe. With such partners, the future looked promising indeed. As Qian Muyu led Han Baoer and the group into Qingmu City, she deliberately slowed her pace. Suddenly, she stopped and turned, chuckling towards a spot behind them. Qian Duo, come on out. Qian Duo, who had been trailing them at a distance, realized his cover was blown and approached with a smile. Qian Bai Han, what a coincidence. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Must have been tiring following us around, Qian Muyu teased. Not at all, not at all. You've had a long day yourselves, Qian Duo quickly replied. Not too bad, we had a fruitful day, Qian Muyu nodded. It's late, so let's chat tomorrow. Come find me at the dorm, she suggested. As the class entrepreneur, Qian Duo not only had impressive skills, but had also compiled a top 50 list of the strongest freshmen. Sure. I'll come by in the morning, Qian Duo said, his eyes lighting up. No, make it afternoon at 1, Qian Muyu quickly corrected. After all, they were exhausted and needed a good sleep in the morning. All right, Qian Duo agreed, slightly taken aback but nodding nonetheless. The group continued towards Qingmu Ridge. Bai Ming suddenly turned and raised a fist at Qian Duo and Feng Shang, who were still trailing behind. Why are you guys still following us? Want a taste of my fists? Startled, Qian Duo hastily explained. Bai, it's late, and I need to head back to the dorm too. My nerves are shot. My nerves are shot, Bai Ming said, embarrassed as he scratched his head, having spent the day hunting gorillas and now seeing them in everyone. Let's go, Qian Muyu said, casting a helpless glance at Bai Ming. After escorting Han Baoer to her dorm, Qian Muyu and Bai Ming returned to their own. It was nearly 2 a.m. by then, and Li Mu and Anxing were already asleep. Fighting off sleepiness, Qian Muyu took a quick shower and fell onto his bed, fast asleep. It wasn't until 11 a.m. the next day that Qian Muyu woke up. After a quick wash, he headed downstairs to find Bai Ming regaling Li Mu and Anxing with yesterday's adventures. You're in high spirits. Li Mu greeted Qian Muyu with a smile as he came down. Good morning, boss. Anxing and I brought back lunch for you. They had noticed his door was shut tight that morning and figured he had returned late, so they brought back food after their classes. Sitting down, Qian Muyu's stomach growled at the sight of the spread. Nice, Li Mu, taking good care of us now. Hee. Li Mu chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly. Qian Muyu summoned Old Pig and Eggshell to find their own food and join the meal. Satisfied after eating, he marveled at the Qingmu Ridge cafeteria's reputation as one of the world's top 10. Watching Li Mu and Anxing still chatting with Bai Ming, Qian Muyu remembered something. He retrieved 6 giant gorilla bananas from the dream space. 3 each, one for yourself, 2 for your dream beasts. Eating them should boost you a full rank. Li Mu and Anxing accepted without hesitation, expressing their gratitude. Thanks, boss. They no longer hesitated in accepting Qian Muyu's gifts, knowing that strengthening themselves was key to keeping up with their leaders. Oh, and there's more, Qian Muyu added, pulling out 4 additional fruits and handing 2 each to Li Mu and Bai Ming. Li Mu held 2 fruits in his hand and curiously asked Qian Muyu, Boss, what are these? These are power fruits, specifically for dream beasts with general attributes. They can enhance their strength, Qian Muyu explained. Bai Ming took a power fruit and handed it to Ah Pang, who was lying at his feet. Without hesitation, Ah Pang devoured the fruit like a snack. After sensing the effects, Bai Ming said, "Not bad. The first one increased strength by 1%, but the second one was only half as effective." Li Mu nodded and gave the fruit to his dream beast, Hei Bai, who also swallowed them without hesitation. "Here's a water gorilla's water punch for you," Qian Muyu said, taking out a blue dream core crystal and tossing it to Enshang. She had noticed Enshang's battle on the arena earlier and saw that he could only attack with water bubbles, which seemed inadequate. Enshang followed a purely supportive path and didn't really need attack skills. Due to his modest background, he hadn't purchased any attack-type dream skills. Bai Ming chose him mainly because he was lucky enough to awaken an elemental type, purple quality support dream beast. Through Bai Ming's efforts, Enshang became his dedicated healer. As for the flower fairy that Enshang later contracted, Bai Ming had actually transferred it to him after obtaining it through the college entrance exam. "Thank you, boss," Enshang sincerely thanked as he accepted the dream core crystal. Even though he didn't necessarily need an attack skill, having an additional combat option was always good. As for how Qian Muyu knew the dream core crystal contained water punch, everyone tactfully refrained from asking it's a skill of the boss, and knowing wouldn't enable them to replicate it. After chatting for a while, Li Mu and Enshang got up to attend their classes. Unlike the well-established Qian Muyu and Bai Ming, they needed classroom instruction more. Seeing them leave, Qian Muyu and Bai Ming went upstairs to train. The time for Qian Mu Duo's appointment was approaching, so he decided to train with Bai Ming for a while first. A streak of gray spectral energy sliced through the sky. Suspended in midair, Qian Muyu was now encased in a suit of gray skeletal armor, a stark contrast to the white wolf fur armor he usually wore. This skeletal armor not only exuded an aura of authority and power, but also endowed him with the ability to unleash attacks with necromantic attributes. With a sweeping motion, he no longer emitted the usual dazzling yellow blade of light, but instead, a chilling gray force of necromancy. On the ground below, Bai Ming faced the oncoming spectral blade with a calm demeanor. He neither dodged nor flinched, meeting it head-on with a punch. After a resounding crash, Qian Muyu descended slowly, releasing the fusion state. "So, how about it? Much stronger than before, right? It should cover the weakness in your offensive power," Qian Muyu said with a smile. Bai Ming mused. "The corrosive nature of the necromantic attribute is getting stronger." "Haha, that's the result of leveling up," Qian Muyu explained. "While the light attribute is gentle, its attack power is indeed lacking. The necromantic attribute, although not as aggressive as fire or dark attributes, is similar to poison with its unique corrosive effect. Overall, it's definitely more powerful than the light attribute." As the two practiced their dream skills, the doorbell of dorm room 401 suddenly rang. "Qian Duo is here," Qian Muyu said quietly, and he and Bai Ming went downstairs to open the door. Sure enough, Qian Duo was standing outside, greeting them politely. "Good afternoon, Brother Qian. Come on in." Qian Muyu welcomed him with a smile. As Qian Duo entered, he noticed Bai Ming sitting on the sofa feeding Ah Pang and quickly greeted him. Qian Muyu got straight to the point. Duo, you're here to learn about our findings in the secret realm, right?" "Yes, Brother Qian. And if you could share more about the secret realm itself, that would be even better," Qian Duo replied with a smile. Although news of the secret realm hadn't spread widely, he chose to come directly to Qian Muyu for information instead of wasting time gathering rumors. Qian Muyu nodded and explained. "The secret realm is called Gorilla Island, and about 80% of the dream beasts there are gorilla type." He briefly described the realm and added, "I have not only special items from there but also goods from the Star Federation and the Chaos Lands." The Star Federation items were seized from the Hell Trio, who had amassed quite a collection. The Chaos Lands items were acquired through trades at the Gorilla Statue Gate. Qian Duo's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to inquire about the specifics, Qian Muyu began clearing the snacks off the table into his dream space and then set out a bounty of items from the Star Federation and Chaos Lands. Wow, so many. Even Bai Ming, who was well-traveled, couldn't help but be amazed. Although he had seen these spoils before, it was only now that he truly grasped the extent of their haul. Qian Duo was momentarily stunned, then excitedly moved closer to examine and start sorting through the items. "What do you think? Not bad, right?" Qian Muyu asked with a grin. "Fantastic." Qian Duo looked up, beaming with excitement. "You can take all of these. All of them for me?" Qian Duo set down the dream core crystal he was holding, incredulous. "Yes, just pay the original price, and whatever you sell is yours," Qian Muyu confirmed with a nod and a smile. Qian Muyu's generosity far exceeded Qian Duo's expectations. Not only did he entrust all the items to him for sale, but surprisingly, he only asked for the original price. "Really?" Qian Duo looked at Qian Muyu in disbelief. "Really?" Qian Muyu affirmed with a nod. Qian Duo opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. These were valuable items from the Star Federation and the Land of Chaos, which could easily sell for a premium of 10 to 20 in the Dream Federation market. Even with a markup of 30 to 40, they would still sell well if he took his time. Yet Qian Muyu was only asking for the original price, allowing Qian Duo to keep all the extra profits. Calming his excitement, Qian Duo earnestly said, Qian Gu, there's no need for many thanks. If you ever need to buy or sell something, or if you're looking for any information, just let me know. I'll get it done. Haha, sure. I'll reach out if I need anything, Qian Muyu replied with a smile. With a broad smile, Qian Duo carefully packed up the items on the table and stood up, saying, Qian Gu, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll go make the sales arrangements now. Go ahead, sell them while there aren't many people doing so. In a few days, when more people are selling, the prices will drop, Qian Muyu advised. Okay, I'm off then, Qian Duo said, bidding farewell to Qian Muyu and Bai Ming before leaving dorm room 401. He clearly remembered Qian Muyu mentioning the transaction in front of the gorilla statue gate earlier and knew this was indeed the best time to sell. Although those entering the secret realm brought back many items from the Star Federation and the Land of Chaos, the impact was minimal compared to the large population of Qingmu City. Moreover, these items were available locally in Qingmu City, albeit at higher prices. Why give everything to him? Bai Ming asked curiously. Looking at the closed dormitory door, Qian Muyu explained with a smile, I'm too lazy to sell them myself, and I don't want to bother my family, so I let him handle it. Plus, I want to see how much dream currency he can earn. If he's capable and sells a lot, we can consider working with him long term. We need a reliable merchant, after all. Selling items ourselves every time is too time-consuming. True. Bai Ming pondered for a moment and agreed. After Qian Duo left, Qian Muyu and Bai Ming continued upstairs to focus on their training. Qian Muyu decided to take a day off today, setting aside his tasks temporarily. The deadline was still far off, and with their abilities, they could complete it in just a day. The next morning, sunlight poured over the entrance of Qingmu Hill. During dinner the night before, Qian Muyu had arranged with Han Bauer to go to Qian Fu's newly acquired villa to plant the Xingxing banana trees. As he stood at the gate, it wasn't long before he saw Han Bauer running towards him. He waved to catch her attention. Sorry to keep you waiting, Han Bauer said apologetically as she reached him. Not at all, I just got here myself. Let's go, Qian Muyu replied with a smile. Okay. Han Bauer nodded in agreement. They headed towards a car parked nearby. Han Bauer opened the door to find Han Ling already seated in the back, with Qian Fu in the driver's seat. Hi Ling Jia, Grandpa Fu. Long time no see. Han Bauer greeted with a charming smile as she got in. Qian Fu couldn't help but smile back at her expression. Qian Muyu took the front passenger seat, exchanged a few pleasantries, and indicated they could set off. The car made its way to a spacious villa nearby. Once there, Qian Muyu got out and surveyed the large open space in the yard, pleased that it was ample enough to plant over a dozen Xingxing banana trees. Grandpa Fu, let's start planting, Qian Muyu said enthusiastically. Though Qian Fu had been secretly keeping an eye on Qian Muyu and knew he'd ventured into a secret realm, he was still puzzled by this sudden tree planting plan. Qian Muyu explained that these were special trees from the secret realm, with fruit that could enhance strength, particularly effective for simian dream beasts. As he spoke, he produced the largest Xingxing banana tree. Qian Fu examined this unfamiliar tree closely. Even with his extensive experience as an 8th-rank king, he had never seen anything like it. Qian Muyu offered each of them a Xingxing banana to taste. After eating, both of them felt their dream power increase, with Qian Fu noting an improvement equivalent to 1/80th towards his next level, which was significant at his rank. Then, Qian Muyu brought out 12 more Xingxing banana trees, suggesting they plant 2 here, with the remaining 10 split between Qian Fu and Han Ling, 5 each. In fact, Qian Muyu had cut down a total of 17 trees, having already given 5 to Bai Ming. After planting 3 trees, Qian Muyu admired the symmetrical arrangement with satisfaction. Han Ling stayed behind to tend to the trees, ensuring they would thrive, while Qian Fu drove Qian Muyu and Han Bauer back to Qingmu Hill. Upon returning to the school gate, as they discussed their next steps, a man approached them with a group of 3 or 4 others. Han Bauer noticed a group of people approaching them and instinctively frowned, coming to a halt. What do they want? No idea. Let's wait and see, Qian Muyu replied calmly. The man leading the group quickly reached them. Are you Qian Muyu? Yes, and you are? Huang Tao. Is there something you need? Qian Muyu asked with a smile. I'm here to buy something from you. Huang Tao got straight to the point. What is it? The dream fruit. Upon hearing this, Qian Muyu pondered for a moment, a smile playing on his lips. Sure, 10 billion dream coins and it's yours. Huang Tao and his group fell silent at this. After a moment, one of Huang Tao's sidekicks couldn't help but speak up. Are you joking? If you want it, that's the price. Qian Muyu shook his head, thinking that even at an auction, the dream fruit would fetch at most 5 billion. But if they were willing to pay 10 billion, he wouldn't mind letting it go. That's way too expensive. How about 1 billion? Huang Tao countered. Qian Muyu rolled his eyes. That's daylight robbery. 1 billion might get you a regular dream beast's fruit, but the Titan Gorilla's dream fruit is another story. Huang Tao's face darkened. Are you really not selling? He was tempted to admit he was there to strong-arm them, but remembering his boss's instructions to maintain a good impression, he held back. I am selling. Just for 10 billion. Otherwise, wait for the auction next month and try your luck there. Hearing Qian Muyu's plan to auction the dream fruit, Huang Tao was taken aback. This was bad news. An auction would definitely drive the price higher. Do you know who I am? Huang Tao's tone turned icy. Huang Tao, right? You just mentioned it. Or do you have another name? Qian Muyu feigned curiosity. As silence fell over them again, Qian Muyu took Han Bauer by the arm and walked past them. Since you're not talking, we'll be on our way. If you're interested, come find me with 10 billion. Huang Tao glared at their retreating figures. The subordinate who had spoken earlier made a gesture. Brother Tao, should we? Not now. Let me check with the boss first. Huang Tao shook his head. Their mission was to buy the dream fruit, and if they couldn't, they needed to report back and plan their next move. After escorting Han Bauer back to her dorm, Qian Muyu returned to his room, sat on the sofa, and dialed Qian Duoduo's number. Hey, Qian, what's up? Can you look into a guy named Huang Tao for me? Huang Tao? Why is he after you? He wanted to buy my dream fruit for 1 billion, but I didn't sell. I want to know his background. What? You have a dream fruit? Qian Duoduo exclaimed on the other end. After hearing about the Gorilla Island's secret realm from Qian Muyu yesterday, he had been looking for buyers, not realizing Qian Muyu had acquired a dream fruit. Yeah, didn't I mention it? No. It's a Titan Gorilla's dream fruit, Qian Muyu added. This type of dream fruit was documented in official guides. A Titan Gorilla's dream fruit should be worth at least 3 billion. Offering 1 billion is robbery. Qian Duoduo said urgently. Haha, that's why I'm planning to auction it in a few days. An auction is a good idea. You'll get a great price. Qian Duoduo agreed, recognizing it as the best option. Enough about that. You still haven't told me about Huang Tao. Qian Muyu steered the conversation back on track. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Duoduo said, it's probably not Huang Tao who wants to buy it. It's his boss, Mu Ming, who is after this dream fruit. Who is Mu Ming? Qian Muyu asked, puzzled. Qian Duoduo began to explain slowly. It's a long story. From what I know, last year, their family's ancestor successfully advanced to the emperor level. Emperor level? Qian Muyu repeated softly. That's right. Qian Duoduo continued. The ancestor who advanced to the emperor level is from Mu Ming's lineage. Since the ancestor's advancement, Mu Ming has received resources that have significantly elevated his status. In just a few months, he jumped from advanced stage 1 to advanced stage 5. You should know, he used to be just an ordinary person with a blue-grade destiny beast. Now, not only has his destiny beast been upgraded to yellow grade, but it has also undergone a mutation. I found out that he hasn't contracted a dream beast since reaching the advanced level, so this dream fruit is likely for his own use. I see, Qian Muyu mused. Advancing so quickly with yellow-grade resources must mean he's relying on them heavily. This kind of advancement, built on resources, is far inferior to steady cultivation. Occasionally using resources is fine, but if he keeps doing this, his dream power will become unstable, and his strength will be superficial. Qian Duoduo added, ever since his ancestor advanced to the emperor level, Mu Ming has become quite arrogant, acting like a little tyrant at school. A little tyrant? Qian Muyu couldn't help but laugh. Yes, he likes to stir up trouble. So that's what everyone calls him privately, Qian Duoduo said. Qian Muyu fell into brief silence. Qian Duoduo kindly reminded him, that's all I know. If you can avoid provoking him, it's best not to, considering he has an emperor-level ancestor backing him. Thanks for the warning, Qian Muyu chuckled. Whether I provoke him or not depends on whether he decides to provoke me. Sensing the calm confidence in Qian Muyu's voice, Qian Duoduo had an epiphany. Someone whom even the Bai family members were willing to follow was certainly not ordinary. Keep in touch, Qian Duoduo said with a laugh. Will do. Qian Muyu hung up the phone, shaking his head with a light smile as he headed upstairs to the training room, thinking to himself, I intended to learn more about Huang Tao, but I ended up uncovering such an interesting character. In the senior dormitory area of Qingmu Ridge, a group of over 10 people sat in a circle, their eyes fixed on Mu Ming, who was lounging on the sofa. Huang Tao had just finished recounting his altercation with Qian Muyu, and the room fell into silence. With one leg crossed, Mu Ming thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Does anyone know about Qian Muyu's background? He asked. A man named Kaiyang quickly responded, Boss, I don't know the specifics about Qian Muyu, but the guy with him, Bai Ming, is from a prominent background. He's part of the Bai family self-service restaurant group, the largest in the Ming Federation. Anything else? Mu Ming asked, eyes closed. Kaiyang continued, If someone like Bai Ming is willing to follow Qian Muyu, it suggests that the Qian family's power is at least on par with the Bai family, if not more. In a place like the Ming Federation, where power reigns supreme, families that control large industries usually have at least one emperor-level conjurer. Mu Ming murmured to himself, comparable to the Bai family? He recalled his grandfather mentioning that the Bai family had 5 emperor-level conjurers, guarding various regions of the Ming Federation. However, he knew well that the number of emperor-level conjurers didn't fully reflect a family's power. For instance, his family originally had 2 emperor-level conjurers, but after the ancestor advanced to the king level, only one remained. Having figured this out, Mu Ming smiled. Who wants to test their strength and give them a lesson? He planned to have his subordinates teach Qian Muyu a lesson first, and then negotiate the sale of the dream fruit. If they refused to sell, they would continue the pressure until they complied. Huang Tao immediately volunteered. Boss, I'll go. He was eager to redeem himself after failing to acquire the dream fruit earlier. Mu Ming, amused by his enthusiasm, said, all right, you and Kai Yang go together. One of you is at high-level stage 1, the other at stage 2. Don't let me hear that you couldn't handle them. Huang Tao thought it was impossible to lose, considering their opponents were only at the intermediate level, but he confidently assured, don't worry, boss. We'll get it done. The next morning, in the Qingmu Mountains, Qian Muyu, Bai Ming, and Han Bao arrived early, ready to delve deeper into the mountains for their mission. Meanwhile, Huang Tao and Kai Yang had been tailing them. They had investigated Qian Muyu's recent activities the previous afternoon and discovered his habit of skipping classes to go out. They had waited at the school gate that morning and caught sight of their target. Brother, aren't they tired of following us? Should we just deal with them now? Bai Ming finally spoke up, unable to hold back. They had noticed the tail as soon as they left the school and were waiting for the others to make the first move. Qian Muyu chuckled. If they're not making a move, let's finish our task first. Bauer, activate the interference and lose them. Han Bauer nodded, patting the little creature in her hands. 2 dream skills enveloped the trio, and they quickly sped into the depths of the mountains, vanishing from Huang Tao and Kai Yang's sight. Damn it, their trail disappeared. Huang Tao shouted in frustration. Kai Yang inspected the ground. Their footprints have been scrambled. We can't tell which way they went. We'll have to wait at the Qingmu Mountain Market. Huang Tao was even more annoyed. I told you we should have acted sooner, but you insisted on assessing their strength. Kai Yang sighed. I didn't expect them to be in such a hurry. Meanwhile, having shaken off their pursuers, Qian Muyu and his companions were discussing their next move. Those amateurs, we lost them so easily. Bai Ming scoffed. Qian Muyu shook his head. Forget them. Let's focus on the task. He had expected the tale to last a bit longer, but they had lost them surprisingly quickly. Han Bauer couldn't help but laugh at their expressions. Then, the 3 of them turned their attention back to completing their mission. As evening approached, Qian Muyu and his team finally completed their last task. Bai Ming, after delivering a powerful punch to the final dream beast, collapsed onto the ground, complaining, I'm exhausted. I'm not doing this kind of boring task again. Qian Muyu swiftly stored the beast's body into the dream space and smiled. Let's not push ourselves so hard next time. Spreading 15 tasks over 3 days would be better. Doing it all in one day is just too tiring. Absolutely, Han Bauer chimed in, rubbing her sore legs. Today was nothing but running. Even though we knew where to go, we had to rush to the next spot right after finishing each kill or collection. Let's head back and take a few days off. Qian Muyu suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up. Oh, right. There are 2 people waiting for us at the entrance of the Qingmu Mountains. It might be a good way to end this dull day. Hearing this, Bai Ming perked up and jumped to his feet, excited. Yeah, let's go meet them. At the marketplace near the entrance of the Qingmu Mountains, Huang Tao and Kai Yang had been standing guard all day. They had released all their dream beasts to keep a close watch on the entrance, determined not to miss Qian Muyu's group. They're coming out, Kai Yang whispered urgently. Following his gaze, Huang Tao indeed spotted Qian Muyu and his companions emerging from the market. Once they were out of the market's bounds, Huang Tao sprang forward and shouted, Stop right there. Qian Muyu turned around, a teasing smile on his face. Finally showing yourselves? We've been slowing down just for you. This remark infuriated Huang Tao. He and Kai Yang immediately entered their dual fusion state. Huang Tao's hands transformed into lobster claws, with 2 long antennae sprouting from his head, while Kai Yang's back was shielded by a crab shell and his hands turned into pincers. Qian Muyu eyed their forms and couldn't resist a jab. You guys look just like shrimp soldiers and crab generals. You're asking for it. Huang Tao roared, clasping his hands together to form a water sphere. Take this water dragon cannon. Block them for me, Qian Muyu instructed his team. Ready for the confrontation? Huang Tao watched as Qian Muyu and his 2 companions charged forward. He turned to Kai Yang and whispered, The water dragon cannon needs time to gather power, just like Sun used Black Tiger Cannon. Yang nodded in understanding and quickly stepped forward. With a series of hand signs, blue dream energy surged around him and Huang Tao, forming water shields. With these shields, they won't break through your defense easily. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, Bai Ming was already upon Yang, striking the water shield with a heavy punch. Yang felt the shield tremble violently, a sense of alarm rising in his heart. So strong. Huh, that's right. Try my gluttonous punch. Bai Ming laughed wildly as he gathered dream energy into his fist, unleashing an even more powerful blow. Not to be outdone, Yang countered with his crab punch. The clash of energies erupted into a gale, sweeping through the surrounding trees. As Yang and Bai Ming were locked in combat, Qian Muyu and Han Bauer flanked Huang Tao from both sides. Seeing that Huang Tao was about to complete the water dragon cannon, Qian Muyu swiftly waved his hands, launching several light-infused blades. Water dragon cannon. You better hold off. Han Bauer followed closely, aiming a chaotic claw at the water shield. The blade struck first, causing the shield to shudder violently. Sensing trouble, Huang Tao hesitated, unwilling to abandon the nearly formed water dragon cannon. But as Han Bauer's chaotic claw and the second wave of blades struck, the shield shattered. Damn, their power is too strong. Forced to act, Huang Tao turned and unleashed the partially formed water dragon cannon at Qian Muyu. Though only 80% complete, its power was half of what it would be at its peak, but he had no other choice. Facing the incoming giant water bubble, Qian Muyu didn't retreat. Instead, he raised dual defensive dream techniques and charged straight ahead. The water bubble collided with the defensive aura, resulting in a deafening explosion. This rewrite maintains all the original plot elements while enhancing the intensity and vividness of the battle, seen through a more concise narrative structure and detailed descriptions. The roar echoed through the forest as Yang, locked in fierce combat with Bai Ming, curiously glanced in the direction of Qian Muyu and the others. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ming delivered a powerful Taodai punch straight at Yang. Yang reacted swiftly, turning to shield himself with his crab shell, his iron arm instantly enveloped in a silvery gray dream force. However, Bai Ming's punch easily penetrated the already fractured water shield, striking Yang's crab shell and forcing him back several steps. Yang steadied himself and retaliated with a punch towards Bai Ming, renewing their intense clash. With Yang's defensive capabilities and strength, he could hold off Bai Ming for a while. Meanwhile, on Qian Muyu's side, the giant water bubble only managed to destroy one layer of his light shield, leaving his light armor unscathed. Huang Tao watched in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Qian Muyu disdainfully charged forward with his blade, retorting, "Why not?" Han Bauer seized the opportunity and clawed at Huang Tao. Awakened by the attack, Huang Tao quickly blocked Qian Muyu's blade with his fist, but black mist began to emanate from the area Han Bauer had scratched. Such poison! Huang Tao exclaimed in horror at both his wound and Han Bauer. She smiled faintly, saying, "This isn't poison." Her sword, shrouded in black dream energy, struck towards Huang Tao without hesitation. Huang Tao blocked with his lobster claw, and Qian Muyu took the chance to attack from behind, slashing at Huang Tao's back. In one moment, Huang Tao parried Han Bauer's sword, and in the next, he was severely injured by Qian Muyu, blood gushing out. "Why does it hurt so much? I'm at a high level," Huang Tao shouted in confusion. Qian Muyu and Han Bauer showed no mercy, continuing their relentless assault. Huang Tao, enduring the pain, swung his long whiskers at Qian Muyu and attempted to seize Han Bauer's sword with his claw. "Oh, still fighting back," Qian Muyu remarked as his blade clashed against Huang Tao's whiskers, producing a sharp sound. He stepped back momentarily before renewing his attack. Han Bauer's sword was caught by Huang Tao, but she chuckled softly, delivering a chaos claw strike with her left hand. As Huang Tao was about to mock her, he was left with 5 claw marks. Qian Muyu seized the moment for a series of slashes, and Huang Tao, using all his strength, hurled Han Bauer towards the blade's trajectory, yelling maniacally, "Ha ha, die." Han Bauer gave a mysterious smile. "Why be afraid?" The blade passed through her body, striking Huang Tao directly. With a scream, Huang Tao was sent flying and lay unconscious on the ground. "Not dead, are you?" Qian Muyu approached Huang Tao, and after confirming he was still breathing, he gave him an energy pill, smiling, "Good, you're not dead. It wouldn't be fun if you were." Yang heard Huang Tao scream and couldn't help but look back, just in time to see Huang Tao being knocked away. "What are you looking at?" Bai Ming, noticing Yang ignoring him again, furiously punched Yang back a few steps. "Humph, ignoring me again," Bai Ming muttered, retrieving a pair of purple gloves from the secret realm of Gorilla Island from his dream space. With the gloves on, he launched a fierce attack on Yang. Seeing Bai Ming's aggressive approach, Yang hastily summoned a water shield, only for it to be shattered by Bai Ming's Taodai punch. Bai Ming's powerful Taodai fist struck Yang's face with the force of thunder. Kai Yang's face contorted instantly, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. "Umph. Now you know what I'm capable of," Bai Ming sneered, relentlessly pursuing the airborne Kai Yang. Kai Yang spat out a mouthful of blood and, seeing Bai Ming charging at him, quickly deployed his flying shield. The crab shell on his back detached at an incredible speed, shooting towards Bai Ming like a sharp blade. Bai Ming faced the incoming shell head, delivering a powerful punch. Upon impact, the shell only lasted a few seconds before being sent flying. How is this possible? Just because of a pair of gloves, he's suddenly so strong. Kai Yang stared in disbelief. "Ha, die now." Bai Ming, having gained the upper hand, pressed his attack. Kai Yang hastily summoned a water shield while countering with a crab punch. The two punches collided with a deafening boom. With the water shield support, the crab punch barely managed to withstand the Taodai fist. "Ha ha ha, the combination of my crab punch and water shield is unbeatable." Kai Yang laughed triumphantly. "True, I can't break through now, but you forgot I have allies." Bai Ming smirked. Kai Yang was momentarily stunned, and in that instant, the blade light from Qin Muyu and the dark cannon from Han Bauer struck him hidden. Caught off guard, Kai Yang was blasted away once more. Bai Ming quickly approached the fallen Kai Yang, noting his bloodied state. He taunted, "Still conscious, are you? Cough, cough. What do you want? Do you know you're in big trouble? My boss is Mu Ming." Kai Yang coughed up more blood, trying to threaten them. "I don't know Mu Ming, but I do know you're about to pass out," Bai Ming replied, landing a punch to Kai Yang's abdomen. Kai Yang spat blood onto Bai Ming before losing consciousness. Bai Ming looked at the bloodstains on himself with distaste, fed an energy pill to the unconscious Kai Yang, and called out to Qin Muyu, "Boss, clean up spell, please. This is disgusting." Qin Muyu chuckled, casting a cleaning spell that instantly removed the blood from Bai Ming. She glanced at the two on the ground and said to Han Bauer and Bai Ming, "Let's go." In the middle of the night, on a campus path, Huang Tao and Kai Yang supported each other as they staggered along. They had changed into clean clothes, but their pale faces still betrayed their exhaustion as they slowly made their way toward Mu Ming's dormitory. "Huang Tao, are we really just going back like this?" Kai Yang asked worriedly. "What else can we do? They'll find out eventually," Huang Tao sighed in response. They hadn't anticipated the incredible strength of Qin Muyu and his group. They had heard rumors about their prowess, but only in intermediate-level competitions. Now, their abilities far exceeded that, with each member capable of contending with advanced first- or second-level opponents. Had they known earlier, they would have brought more skilled allies to help, avoiding the near-death experience. Qin Muyu and his friends had shown mercy. Otherwise, their bodies might have been left undiscovered in the woods. Soon, they arrived at Mu Ming's dormitory. "Boss, they're back," a man reported to Mu Ming, who was sitting on the sofa. "Open the door and see what's going on," Mu Ming gestured. When the door opened, the man immediately noticed their pale faces and realized something was wrong. "What happened to you? Let's talk inside," Kai Yang sighed. While Huang Tao remained silent, too ashamed to speak. Mu Ming's expression darkened upon seeing them. Once inside, he directly asked, "Tell me what happened." Seeing Huang Tao's reluctance to speak, Kai Yang reluctantly explained, "Qin Muyu's group now has the strength of around advanced level 3. We couldn't beat them, and they spared our lives." He then detailed the day's events as Mu Ming requested. After hearing the full story, Mu Ming surprisingly consoled them. "It's not your fault. I didn't expect contractees with purple quality dream beasts to be so powerful. With only blue to yellow quality destiny beasts themselves, they underestimated the strength of purple quality dream beasts. Usually, they would avoid purple contractees of the same level, but they hadn't expected opponents a level below to be so formidable. What they didn't know was that even among purple dream beasts, there were varying strengths, and they had unfortunately provoked the strongest ones. "Boss, I'm sorry for letting you down," Huang Tao stammered. Mu Ming waved it off. "It's all right. We let them go this time, so they probably won't be stepping out again soon. We'll have to think of other strategies." He explained that any action within Qingmu Ridge required a legitimate channel, like applying for a challenge match. On the arena, injuring someone severely was permissible, but killing required a death match application. However, most people avoided death matches since everyone wanted to live a bit longer. The group then began brainstorming and discussing their next steps. The next morning, Qin Muyu woke up early. After missing several days of classes, he decided to attend with Li Mu and the others to show his face. He also planned to submit a task with Han Bauer after the morning classes, as they had returned too late the previous night. After breakfast, the four of them headed to the classroom. Just as Qin Muyu sat down next to Han Bauer, intending to take a nap, a large hand slapped his desk. "Long time no see. Why haven't you been coming to class lately?" Lei Ming asked with a grin. Qin Muyu yawned and replied, "I've been busy with tasks and took a trip to a secret realm." "You went to a secret realm?" Lei Ming asked eagerly, as it was the current hot topic. Qin Muyu briefly recounted his experience in the secret realm, and Lei Ming grew even more excited. Next time you find a secret realm, make sure to take me with you. Like Bai Ming, he was enthusiastic about sparring with skilled opponents. I'll definitely let you know next time I come across another secret realm, Qian Muyu promised with a smile. Soon, the teacher entered the classroom and began the morning's lesson. A few nights later, Li Mu and Qian Muyu were having dinner together. As Li Mu picked at his food, he hesitated, glancing at Qian Muyu. Boss, something strange happened in my combat skills class these past few days, Li Mu finally said. What was strange about it? Qian Muyu asked, looking up at him with his mouth full. Before, almost no one would challenge me during class, but now, every time I go, there's suddenly a lot more people challenging me, Li Mu explained, frowning. In the combat skills class, the instructor only spends about a third of the time explaining techniques, leaving the rest for students to engage in practical training. After all, the course emphasizes practice over theory. Qian Muyu swallowed his food, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Isn't that a good thing? Well, it is, but it's exhausting. I don't get a break, Li Mu complained, feeling aggrieved. Are you getting hurt? No, not really. Ever since Li Mu's skill level had advanced to the purple tier, it had become difficult for ordinary students to injure him. Qian Muyu analyzed. This is probably because Mu Ming's side can't deal with me, so they're targeting you instead. What? Li Mu exclaimed in surprise. Haha, they're actually helping you improve your combat skills. Just keep fighting. As long as it doesn't kill you, you'll be fine. Qian Muyu laughed. Boss. Li Mu felt even more wronged. Mu Gongzi is paying people to train you. Isn't that great? Just go for it. As long as you're still breathing, and Shang and I will make sure you're back on your feet and ready for class the next day. Qian Muyu completely ignored Li Mu's pleading look. Yeah. And Shang chimed in softly from the side. Meanwhile, in Mu Ming's dorm, a group of over 10 people had gathered. Kai Yang was reporting to Mu Ming, Boss, our strategy against Li Mu doesn't seem to be working. Why not? There aren't many freshmen who can beat Li Mu, and the ones we hired all got knocked down by him, Kai Yang explained. His strength might not match Qian Muyu's, but among the freshmen, he's one of the best. Mu Ming fell into thought when one of his underlings suddenly suggested, since the freshmen can't handle him, why not get some second-year students to teach him a lesson? Mu Ming's eyes lit up. Let's do that. Go find a few second-year students, and the price is negotiable. The next afternoon, Qian Muyu, Bai Ming, and Lei Ming followed Li Mu to the combat skills class venue. This was a spacious area specifically designed for practical training, accommodating multiple student battles simultaneously. After hearing about Li Mu's experiences that morning, Qian Muyu decided to see for himself, and Bai Ming and Lei Ming tagged along. Since they hadn't taken this class before, they let Li Mu lead the way. As they arrived at the venue, they were greeted by a sea of students. The area was divided into 3 sections, each occupied by first, second, and third-year students. The first-year group was the most noticeable, with nearly 200 students neatly seated at the front. The second-year section had about half the number of the first years, and the third-year group was even smaller. This distribution was not surprising. By the third year, most students who needed to learn combat skills had already completed the course. Those still attending were primarily support-type contract practitioners who hadn't taken the classes in their first 2 years. For these practitioners, combat skills weren't a priority, so they typically caught up in their third year. As for the first-year support-type newcomers, most attended out of curiosity and might not return the next day. The combat skills course had a unique structure, with the entire curriculum repeating every month. This meant the teacher could cover all the material in a month. Whether students mastered it or not was up to them. If they didn't, they could either attend the course again the following month, or watch the lectures on the Qingmu Ridge app. Li Mu noticed an unusually large number of second-year students today and remarked, there are so many second years today. Were there not this many before? Qian Muyu asked curiously. No, only about 2/3 of this, Li Mu recalled. Qian Muyu immediately speculated. It seems Mu Ming and the others, seeing that the first years couldn't beat you, have called in the second years. Li Mu was taken aback. Really? We'll find out soon enough, Qian Muyu said, his eyes settling on 2 familiar figures in the crowd, a slight smile playing on his lips. Bai Ming also recognized the pair and chuckled. Isn't that Huang Tao and Kai Yang over there? Who are they? Lei Ming asked with curiosity. They're third-year seniors. We just beat them up a few days ago, Bai Ming explained. Lei Ming laughed and commented. Guess they're not much then. Qian Muyu nonchalantly added. They're okay. Just the shrimp soldiers and crab generals combo. Haha. Qian Muyu sat idly on the field, waiting for the teacher to start the class, when a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. At the same time, Li Mu also recognized the newcomer and exclaimed, Sha Chao. Sha Chao, holding a cup of milk tea, was leisurely walking toward the third-grade area. Hearing the call, he turned and saw Li Mu, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He remembered this junior well, as he was the first to awaken a yellow-quality destiny beast under his guidance. Sha Chao changed his original direction and headed toward Qian Muyu and Li Mu. smiling as he said, "It's you too." "Hello, senior." Qian Muyu and Li Mu greeted in unison. "I understand why Li Mu is here, but what about you? You shouldn't need to attend this class, right?" Sha Chao looked at Qian Muyu. Considering her status as the top student in Sunshine City and the champion of the freshman competition, it seemed unlikely she was there to learn combat techniques. Qian Muyu chuckled. "Li Mu is being targeted. So I came to check it out." Li Mu scratched his head in embarrassment. Sha Chao frowned at this. "Who's bothering you?" "It's nothing serious. Just that Mu Ming wanted to buy my dream fruit and, after being refused, decided to pick on me." Qian Muyu explained briefly. "Dream fruit? Mu Ming?" Sha Chao pondered. "Do you need help?" "I know a bit about Mu Ming's side. His ancestor has just advanced to the emperor level." "No need. We can handle it." Qian Muyu shook her head. "If you really can't resolve it, come to me," Sha Chao suggested. "Or you can find Lin Feng. Brother Lin will surely help." As they chatted, the instructor, Mu Qianyuan, arrived at the front of the field. Seeing Qian Muyu and others who weren't supposed to be there, he paused and then telepathically asked, "What brings you here?" "Good afternoon, Teacher Mu. Li Mu's being bullied, so I came to see," Qian Muyu replied. Mu Qianyuan understood, and then began the class as usual. Qian Muyu almost fell asleep listening until Mu Qianyuan announced the end of the lesson, allowing students to engage in free battles. A first-year student immediately rushed up to Li Mu. "Li Mu, I challenge you." Bai Ming teased. "Li Mu, you're quite popular, huh?" Li Mu accepted the challenge awkwardly, while Lei Ming and Bai Ming went off to spar with second-year students. Qian Muyu stayed to watch, and Sha Chao headed to the third-grade area. Li Mu demonstrated the wind and fire stick technique, with the burning bamboo stick breaking through the opponent's shield wall and sending them flying. The opponent conceded, spitting blood, clearly not expecting Li Mu to be so powerful. Qian Muyu was secretly amazed. In just a few days, Li Mu has become so decisive. "I really should thank Mu Ming." Li Mu, brimming with confidence, looked around. "Who else wants to come? I'm ready." The surrounding crowd fell silent, clearly impressed by this new side of Li Mu. Huang Tao stood a short distance away and turned to Kaiyang, asking, "Is he really that formidable?" Kaiyang paused before replying, "He wasn't this strong yesterday. Not sure what happened today." He then glanced at Luan beside him and asked, "Should we send in the second-year students now?" Luan, the very person who had given Mu Ming advice the night before, hesitated before saying, "Let's wait a little longer." Seeing Li Mu's impressive combat prowess made him question whether the second-year students he had gathered could handle him. Half an hour flew by. The scene on the field was astonishing one by one. The first-year students were sent flying by Li Mu's powerful strikes, each left with serious injuries and faces marked by defeat as they struggled to get back on their feet. "You're too weak. Send someone stronger," Li Mu taunted, scanning the hesitant first-year students. Qian Muyu, watching from the sidelines, was nearly dozing off. No wonder he said he wasn't injured. With this level of skill, they can't touch him even if they take turns. Huang Tao, hearing Li Mu's provocation, turned to Luan and said, "Let them go." Nodding, Luan addressed the second-year students observing the match. "You've seen his strength, and I've given you the intel. If you think you can take him, step up." A second-year male student eagerly stepped forward. "Finally, it's our turn. Let me test his strength." He approached Li Mu. Despite the one-sided battles earlier that made it difficult to gauge Li Mu's true power, they dared not underestimate him, as such prowess was rare among first-years. "Here they come." Qian Muyu mentally signaled Li Mu. Li Mu paused, then nodded and shouted, "Who's next?" "I'll take you on," a voice called from the crowd. People made way as the speaker approached Li Mu. "Su Bo, second year. Up for a fight?" Su Bo grinned. According to the rules, a second year had to get consent to challenge a first year. "Bring it on." Li Mu unleashed a powerful aura. "Wow." Qian Muyu was once again amazed by Li Mu, barely recognizing him. Su Bo immediately entered his dual combination state, while Li Mu first disengaged from his fusion with Heibai, opting instead to merge with his sunlight spirit. This was a tactical decision, though he was merely a contract master who had reached the initial 10 stages thanks to his gorilla banana. Merging with the sunlight spirit allowed him to elementalize, providing greater strategic flexibility. More importantly, no one knew he had contracted an elemental beast. Heibai appeared beside Li Mu, holding a small wine gourd and a bamboo stick, while Li Mu was surrounded by several light attribute spheres. Su Bo, now transformed, had limbs resembling a kangaroo's and an upper body covered in crocodile skin armor. Retrieving the iron rod Qian Muyu had given him from his dream space, Li Mu said to Heibai, "Let's show him what we're made of." "I will." Heibai tied the wine gourd to his waist, brandishing the bamboo stick as he charged alongside Li Mu. Su Bo was momentarily stunned upon seeing the talking Heibai. "This isn't right. They said Li Mu only had a yellow quality destiny beast. How did it become purple?" he thought, regretting his decision. Had he known Li Mu possessed a purple destiny beast, he wouldn't have joined the fray. Subo was doing some quick mental calculations. Offending a contract master with a purple tire destiny beast was a whole different ballgame compared to a yellow tier 1, and the cost was astronomically higher. But with Li Mu and his beast charging at him, he had no choice but to brace himself for the confrontation. Suddenly, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Half of the onlookers froze, their jaws dropping in disbelief at the sight of Li Mu's destiny beast. It was unmistakably of purple quality. This revelation hit like a bolt of lightning, instantly causing an uproar among the spectators. No way. When did Li Mu's destiny beast advance to purple? No wonder it's so powerful. Quick, find that person. We've all been duped. The crowd erupted into chaos, with half of them turning on their heels to hunt down the mysterious figure who had given them their assignments. These individuals were no fools. They knew all too well the vast difference between offending a yellow tier and a purple tire contract master. The compensation alone was 10 times as much. Those who had accepted the challenge initially were prepared to sever ties with Li Mu. The intelligence they received had pegged him as merely a contract master with a yellow tier destiny beast. Offending someone like that for the tempting reward of 100,000 dream coins seemed like a risk worth taking. For ordinary contract masters, this sum was incredibly enticing, far beyond what experts like Qian Muyu or Bai Ming could offer. But now, everything had changed. Crossing a contract master with a purple tire destiny beast was a blunder that 100,000 dream coins couldn't begin to cover. Having landed themselves in hot water, their only recourse was to find the orchestrator behind this mess and demand the 900,000 in compensation they were owed. A dramatic wave of debt collection was about to unfold on Qingmu Ridge. The distant sound of Black and White's voices made Huang Tao, Kai Yang, and Luan freeze in their tracks. Huang Tao was the first to react, his eyes scanning the frantic first-year students searching for them. With a smirk, he taunted Luan. Haha, who gave us this intel? Luan, frustrated, growled, stop talking and let's get out of here. Kai Yang, maintaining his composure, turned on his heel and sprinted in the opposite direction. Huang Tao, seeing this, decided to ignore Luan and fled in another direction. It was only then that Luan snapped out of his daze and hurried to follow Kai Yang. A few second-year students, roped in to help, watched the trio make their escape and finally realized what was happening. Damn, we almost got duped, one exclaimed angrily. Good thing I didn't jump in first, another said with relief. However, none of them pursued the fleeing students, instead choosing to disperse. After all, Huang Tao and his friends hadn't paid them yet, so they had no reason to give chase, though they silently cursed the deception. As per the usual arrangement, Huang Tao and his group would settle accounts after the battle during the break. Sitting nearby, Qian Muyu couldn't help but burst into laughter at the unfolding drama. Haha, this is too funny. No wonder so many people are challenging Li Mu. They have no idea that Black and White have already advanced to a purple-grade dream beast. While others were still on the hunt for Huang Tao and his friends, the battle between Li Mu and Su Bo had reached a fever pitch. Flame Fist. Su Bo's hands ignited as he charged at Li Mu. Li Mu's iron staff also flared up with fire as he met the attack Eden, with Black and White skillfully executing the wind and fire staff technique from the side. Su Bo, undeterred, landed a powerful punch on Li Mu's iron staff, resulting in a deafening clash. Just as Black and White's bamboo staff was about to strike Su Bo's side, his crocodile armor shimmered with a bright silver light, colliding with the bamboo staff. Get off me! Su Bo shouted, kicking Black and White away with a grunt of pain. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mu launched a light sphere. Su Bo reacted swiftly, smashing the light sphere with a flame fist from his other hand. With his sneak attack thwarted, Li Mu quickly put some distance between them. This isn't easy. Su Bo assessed the situation, deciding to take the offensive. He charged at Li Mu, aiming to regain control of the fight. Li Mu instructed Black and White, come over here, let's clobber him. Clobber me? Try this flaming flying kick first. Su Bo sneered, leaping into the air with a fiery kick. Li Mu seemed unfazed, throwing a punch as Black and White raised their bamboo staff for a strike. Su Bo realized something was off, but it was too late to stop. His flaming kick passed through Li Mu's body, and before he could utter element, Li Mu's punch sent him reeling, followed by a heavy blow from Black and White's bamboo staff that smashed him to the ground. Standing beside Su Bo, Li Mu, now in elemental form, looked pale but victorious. I still win. Elemental species. You're sneaky. Su Bo muttered, blood trickling from his lip, cursing Mu Ming and the others for their incomplete intel, which failed to mention the purple grade and elemental species details. Nice fight, you were decisive at the end. Qian Muyu's voice came from behind. She cast a healing spell on the pale-faced Li Mu, helping him recover his energy. While elemental transformation allowed him to dodge attacks, its lower grade meant he still suffered some damage. Let's go, Qian Muyu suggested. Not fighting anymore? Li Mu asked, puzzled. Qian Muyu looked at the stunned crowd and laughed. Anyone else want to give it a try? The remaining onlookers shook their heads vigorously, unwilling to face an opponent with a purple-grade destiny beast and elemental species. The two left the field under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Mu Qianyuan, who had been pretending to play on his phone, looked up at their departing figures, glanced at Bai Ming and Lei Ming still searching for challengers, and chuckled, haha. It's going to be fun in a few years. Stretching with a yawn, he announced, class dismissed, and disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, Bai Ming also abandoned his search for the next target and arrived at the spot where Li Mu had fought. He looked around, scratching his head. Where did everyone go? They're gone. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.